Chapter 1 She refuses to marry. Within the exquisitely adorned palace, where a cups clinkled and melodious intertwined, the celebration banquet for fourth Princess Triumph over bandits continued unabated, each column waist intricately carved with a sinuous life like a golden dragon, proclaiming the regal majesty of the imperial family. Shananan, the daughter of Grand Marshal and the favored niece of Tempress, had been summoned back from the distant Jiangnan. Alas, she had awakened to his life eminent too late, finding herself amidst Asenath that felt eerily familiar. Your Majesty, you promised me on the throne. Empress Shen tugged at the Emperor's sleeve, her voice said with playful insistence, I have no children, and if your Majesty cannot grant me this small hope, how shall I avail me old age? Very well, I shall grant your wish, the Emperor replied indulgently, casting a glance toward Shananan, seat Dathilo Arendoft he hall. Shananan she art sang she wished she could vanish into thin air. In this icon life she had no desire to marry fourth prince, to become the villain whose paraded lovers, corrupted be jealous yon desire, scheming gone stupendent malus, even her father, a paragon of integrity and virtue, had been too ashamed to remain in the court and did return it to Hishimatown while still in his prime. Before the Emperor could speak again, she abruptly rose and addressed her mother, I am feeling gonna and wish to step outside for some fresh air. What is the matter? You seemed fine just moments ago, where do you feel discomfort? Shenfuren's beautiful Fasuaset shed with concern. Your Aunt the Emperor watching you must adhere to the proper decorum if you can endure it. Please to Saforno, I will accompany you outside shortly. Shananan pressed her lips together, fully aware of what their Aunt the Emperor were about to see, which fueled her urgency to escape. Yet but had their plans under them pressed persistent urging, the Emperor spoke lightly, Shaniching, how could he not know you have such a beautiful daughter hidden away? Are you afraid some young man might see her and whisk her away? Shenwan, seated below, immediately stood, Your Majesty jests. It is not that I have hidden her, but rather that her daughter has lived in Jiangnan with her mother since Sekald Hudandasanla just returned to the capital. Iz now under Shisajan lean love lith alained indeed shapes its people. She possesses the gracie of a Jiangnan maiden, the Emperor praised, then inquired, how old is Mission this year, and what skills do she possess? To marry into the royal family, one must not be merely a pretty face, especially considering his fourth son how was both talented and handsome, attracting the attention of fulfillably Ladius in the capital. Shenanankel shed her in stately in her sleeves, casting a glance at the nobleman surrounded by admirers across the hall, his indifferent gizmethers for a fleeting moment, Colin detached, before he turned away, as if the world held no interest for him. In her previous life, it was the seemingly unattainable man who had captivated her, leaving her Ostrakand infatuated, ultimately leading her to sacrifice everything. I am Shananan, 16 years old, she said as in Elton Thehal, her head bowed. The scenery of Jiangnan ascensionting, and its sculpturized delightful. I have been so engrossed in leisure that I have not learned Dana skills. A profound silence enveloped Thehal alias were incredulous, the nobly Ladius particularly why deed. Could this miss centrally be so foolish? The Emperor had stupendly praised Hereth fourth prince's banquet, yet she claimed to have learned nothing? The Ungladius so had dearly been invased no regarded Shananan as if she were evil. After all, the illustrious fourth prince who was present heaven becoming a concubinate to him would be dream come true, yet she had squandered that opportunity. Anan, what nonsense serious speaking, the Empress' expression shifted dramatically. She had worked hard to secure his match with the Emperor. Shananan remained kneeling, her head bowed low, silent. In this capital, there exists a girl who does not wish to marry you. Tsk, how peculiar. If find Mijel intrigued to study what sort of anomalithi Shengirl truly is. Liuan remarked, nudging the indifferent Xiaoyuan Bessa to him, his eye is gleaming with mischief. Xiaoyuan played with Oida jottering, his expression readable, note of unsparing a glance for Shananan. Indeed, given Ioyuroth less in dull nature, he would certain licky may distance or reality. Xiaoyuan finally spoke, his voice and threatening, I feel wish to be a lady, I can have unican assistio is non foristis of methods within the palace. Le Huyan don't deadest drink, falling silent. When conversation falters, it is best to remain mute. The Empress, in a soft tone, attempted to salvage the situation, and an Ungandine experienced, having never met the Emperor before. My mother wasn't Kethi most talented woman in the capital, and could she have raised a daughter which knows nothing? The Emperor's expression softened slightly. The talent of Shen's grandmother had once been unmatched in the capital, and it would indeed be hard to believe if their granddaughter could be so lacking. He have heard from Uran thought he war skilled in the Zitharan Ladat since the Todeus Uan's celebration banquet. Would you correct present saying congratulations? Shananan Shart tightened. In her previous life she had performed Yangguan Sandi, earning widespread acclaim, yet when she had played for him all she received was a perfunctory thanks, and even when the emperor attempted her strateguet, had cold refused. That day she had felt a mix of satisfaction and disappointment, elated by her success and crushed by his indifference, leaving her humiliated monthunobly ladies of tea capital. The Empress Shatharamayang Foblins, her face elate with expectation, eager for her to dazzle the audience. Shananan felt her breath catch in your throat, summoning her courage at Orpheus. Your Majesty, I do have a summonology teaser, but unfortunately injured me hand today and cannot play, for which I apologize. Chef Internet to Shavyuan offering a measured bow. I congratulate Fourth Prince and his great victory over the bandits. May you continue to lead your valiant troops to further glory and ensure peace and prosperity of the people. Shaoyuan paused, Hishan momentarily listening the jottering, finally lifting his gazeta me the ring counting face. But Shananan promptly turned away. She had never expected polite words to come from him. This was the first time Shaoyuan had looked directly at Simeon, only to have them turn their back on him. Li Huan chuckled, but quickly stifled his chair under Shaoyuan's stare. The Empress was visibly agitated, her breath coming in sharp bursts. What was wrong with Anna today? She had given her strict instructions to them, yet the Russia was making such blunders at a critical moment. The Emperor's penetrating gaze scrutinized Shananan. It was indeed remarkable for a woman to refuse a Tamarith Fourth Prince. With Epanid to her hand, Unican summoned the imperial physician to examine mission, recommended in a flatone. Shananan lurched, panic Razinga Sudlansadate the emperor on the throne. His demeanor was formidable, a ruler with a presence thought demanded respect, his expression unreadable a exuding ray of authority thought left no room for deception from Amorez subject. At this moment, Grand Marshal Shen's facial soaped, and quickly stepped forward to kneel, mid-order. Before he could finish, a faint sound pierced there, like a blade slicing through flesh. Shananan concealed her hand in her sleeve, gripping the fabric tightly against their wound, raising her sleeve to reveal a blood-stained handkerchief. Shebo deeply, I thank your majesty for your kindness. Grand Marshal Shen stared at his daughter's bloodied handkerchief, stunned. The emperor, upon seeing the genuine injury, furrowed his brow. Why heavy unit bandaged it, Thuatherus warm will must avoid infection. Shananan, suppressing her pain, replied nonchalantly, I accidentally cut me hand on the way here, and in me haste I essayed a handkerchief to wrap it. Very well, have a physician examine it latter. The emperor waved his hand, signaling Shananan to return to her seat. After all this commotion, he had least interest in granting a marriage decree, and the empress, her Sarajid, wisely refrained from pressing Theuswa further. Shananan breathed a deseo freely fes her return to her mother's side. Without raising her head, she could feel the empress' discontented gaze upon her, thick with displeasure. Shenfuran took her hand, offering words of concern, but Shananan hastily fabricate an excuse to deflect. My goodness, Li Huayan exclaimed, astonished. The emperor could not see, Beauty and Shaoyuan had clearly noticed Shananan's subtly actions. Was taught a hairpin shining coldly in her sleeve, to avoid marrying Shaoyuan she was quite audacious. Xiaoyuan, how do is it feel to be so thoroughly rejected? Shaoyuan set down the jadering, his gaze cold dash looked over, causing Li Huayan to shiver, hequacliter net to his companion, laughing nervously, the wine today squitty gudan thedicious as well, you shall eat more. His companion forced Asmal, thinking to himself how just moments ago Li Huayan had claimed a Vendog swoontiat. Chapter 2 Who will beta Fourth Prince's consort? As the banquet concluded, Shananan wasn't surprising Lyrtane Bethempress. Watching Shenfuran and Grand Marshal Shendeparthepolis, Herias involuntarily ardent. Oh, mission, why do you not leave? Are you planning to stay in the Palacido to our injuries? Shananan turned to find Li Huayan as gleaming with mischief as she approached, his gait playful. Shananan frowned, momentarily pausing her gaze and Shaoyuan beside him, then performed a respectful bow. Fourth Prince. Her tenue is flat, devoid of any emotion, and shattered to leave. Why are you running away? Is Shaoyuan so kind of monster? Li Huayan stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Is that a hairpin you have hidden in your sleeve? It looks quite sharp, may I see it? Shananan's expression shifted. Li Huayan had noticed it, which me and Shaoyuan was likely aware to. Harichan swore not merely to avoid Shaoyuan's Skazitharian act of deception towards the emperor. Seeing her change in demeanor, Li Huayan's teasing diminished somewhat. Fonet, I want to expose you, but I cannot guarantee his silence. He gestured toward Shaoyuan. Shananan replied, the fourth Princio not nito a steward slikio, li gongzi, huzims to delay tinmidling. Her expression waisasi. Li Huayan remained unfazed, still sportin' gasherming smile. Xiao Yuan however, frowned slightly. Their remark about being canonical with wards felt lay said with sarcasm. Imus to right ofasimer pramandishal to Kemaliv, Shananan said, maintaining her composure. Is has stepped toward the palace. Li Huayan laughed heartily. This mission is rather intriguing. But when had her need around, he found she had vanished. Hey, wait form. As the carriage curtains fell, has lapiden toth fourth prince carriage. Hey, li gonzi. The servant Ching and Berle had to meet a react before in live swaying curtains remained. My courage eyes no te spacious as the princess please take meba con your way. The fourth princess residency in Fleekuwagang residence lay in opposite direction Sanito as if Theo 30 north. How could it possibly be on the way? Dumpfamat Wanawa Tower, Xiao Yuan's voice scamicaldly. Wanawa Tower ways all noun brothelin the capital, and li away on ways a frequent visitor. Chinga not a dan cracked whip sending the carriage away in a cloud of dust. Insa death a carriage, li away and warrior conspiratory Algrin, do I think the empress will be furious, sure kid tireless like to in your favor, hoping to marry hernia Satoya for support, and just as it how ter wishes about tobe fulfilled, it all falls apart. That Miss Shen must be facing Quitetha scolding right now. Xiao Yuan, growing irritated Li Huayan's incessant chatter, fixed him with a cold stare. Do you wish talk no? Of course, how entertaining, I haven't encountered such an interested girl in years. Shingen turn around and take him to Findunican and Thepales. Xiao Yuan slip skirledden to as mirtha twas neither as milnerafron. Ansio you leave Unican, y'all have a freery to visit the harm and enjoy the spectacle. Yuan licknothis and edictic, Li Huan complained, Foth he quieted down considerably. To get back to the point, that mission, Bothan status on Destinis of Temperance would be significant as Itagia fourth princess consort had thought to it would result in a marriage decree from the emperor, yet itheste can Thyson expect to turn what are our thoughts and themeter? Xiao Yuan's expression remained unchanged. As long as she behaves, it matters not how becomest fourth princess consort. If Shen familios unsuitable, I shall find danithoritis of no consequence. If a prince must marry, he would prefer a woman who acquired little effort in his part wo she was matered little. That may be true, but the surname and familio fourth princess consortary of utmost importance. Beside his Shen family, it trole can think of famarezuita blemach. Tell me, why do you think that mission isn't willing to marry you? Is it possible she has already pledged herself to another man Bakin Jiangnan? The conversation circled back to its origin, and Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. Why don't you ask her? That might not be appropriate. After all, Shaisa lady, however, I feel a retral yun willing I could swallow me pride and inquiry in your behalf. Xiao Yuan tapped his fingers against the carriage wall, and Ching'an immediately halted the horses. Hera's a discon slightly, and Li Huyan pouted, recognizing the familiar pattern. He lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, and hissed the late countryside. How am I supposed to it back if I olive mahiri? Get out. Xiao Yuan's command was succinct. Li Huayan, well aware of his temper, huffa dashiksatethi courage, watching as it spit away in the distance. Enjoying hall, shattered porcelain and jade littered the floor as empression sat on the couch, her breath coming in sharp gasps of anger. Shananan knelt quietly on the ground, utterly compliant. What are you pretending to mute for? I am asking a question. Do you know how much effort I expended for today, and now your careless word shave you in it of everything? Eiffel went as planned. The fourth prince was likely to become a future emperor if she could attach herself to him. Both Shen family could secure a century of prosperity. Shananan raised her innocent eyes. Anan was raised by my grandmother. During Minami and Jiangnan if 10 harder sighing, regretting that she had permitted man to enter the palace, thus condemning her to a life of competition and parallel on countless other women. My grandmother repeatedly advised me to stay away from the royal family upon my return to the capital. Anandos not wish for my mother to suffer as my grandmother did. The empress rising for a sudden lie stilled, leaving her gazing blankly at Shananan. When she had entered the palace, she had been equally reluctant, yet her father had insisted for Sikoft he famulous prosperity, and Dermother had been powerless to stop it, nearly weeping Garis out. For Alpha Sears, within Thimersilas confines oft Hepelas, Nuni had carried how she had survived, and Shananan waste the first to mention it. Shananan discreetly assessed Heron's expression, feeling Gassensio frif. Fathem press washerant, they had done Lyzinia Kother twice in overrodkid, and their bond washered la deep. In her previous life, they had shared some interactions, but Shinanan had never earned Xiaoyuan's affection. Each encounter had resulted in scorn disdain from Thempress, leading Shinanan to grow wary of her presence. After her father's retirement, she had remained despondent, never visiting Heronte again. After a moment, the Empress's expression softened, curtain becoming cold. As a daughter of Shin family, it is midity, and it will soon be yours as well. Shinanan pouted. The Shin family's prominence was a result of her father's unwavering loyalty. Her decision to marry or not would not alter the larger picture. Heron's eagerness for her to stemmed from the fear of her own precarious position. Onset Hanun Peror ascended. The Empress, unaware of Shinanan's thoughts, spoke sternly. Mentioned marry well. Fourth Prince has a bright future ahead. Do you wish to marissimi onias loftias jade Emperor instead? Enough. Gishal overlooked this incident. He will think of another way to approach the Emperor. Yanidunle stay other miando with the imperial decree. Shedided pointedly done at play any moratrix. Thisness of air swassen familiar to her, yet thickening nature she cobited reminded her some weight of her own childhood. Shinanan felt 100 reluctancies in her heart, but meeting Thempress resolute gaze, she swallow at her words. On this very day in her past life she had already been betrothed to Xiaoyuan. Now, with her efforts shaving turn at the tide, she was certain a way would present itself to dissuade Heron's intentions. With this in mind, Shinanan decided not to engage further with them present. After bowing respectfully, was escort to Dutoft Hepelasabithi attendants. Chapter 3. Hurry and die outside the palace gates. The carriage of the Shin family had been waiting for quite some time. Shinanan, weary, climbed aboard and immediately reclined against the soft cushions. Mo Xiang, I wish to return to Jiangnan, she sighed. Mo Xiang paused momentarily, then rose to lift the curtains of the carriage. The capital was bustling with life, without the incessant drizzling of recent days. The air was not damp. In a few days, the eldest young master could take the young lady out for some leisure activities. This season was perfect for boating. A faint smile graced Shinanan's lips as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. How could the favored consort Shin, who had gone to great lengths to bring her back from afar, easily allow her to leave? Since she had come, she could only resign herself to her fate. The wheels of the carriage rolled slowly, the cacophony of the marketplace and the cries of vendors proclaiming their wares heralding the prosperity of the capital. Once she had been a person who thrived in such lively environments. However, after her marriage, day by day, she began to harbor a growing disdain for herself, wishing she could hide away in darkness unseen, so that she would not have to endure the scornful gazes that surrounded her. Xiaoyuan, this name, cold and indifferent, had ground her into the dust, forcing her to watch as she transformed into a madwoman. Her gaze fell upon Mo Xiang across from her. In those years, even the few maids who had grown up alongside her were not spared from her wrath. Becoming mere outlets for her frustrations, when Xiaoyuan neglected to visit her, she would become angry, throwing things and blaming them for their incompetence in bringing him to her. Over time, Xiaoyuan began to stay out overnight, residing at the official residence, yet there were always those who lacked sense, eager to provoke her, relaying tales of Xiaoyuan's whereabouts, detailing whom he had seen, with whom he had shared a smile, and to whom he had shown kindness. This would send her into a frenzy, cursing Ji Yun for her lack of skill in creating a beautiful hairstyle or applying exquisite makeup, believing that had she done so, Xiaoyuan would have remained with her, his gaze not straying to other temptresses. Of the furnishings in her room changed almost daily, and she would weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, walking barefoot on shards of jade. Yearning for just a moment of his pity, wishing he would deign to glance at her, from desiring the affection of a husband to merely wishing for a fleeting warmth from him. She had become as humble as an ant on the ground, discarding her pride, upbringing, and dignity, yet he remained as frigid as ever, seemingly untouched by her actions, his indifference more painful than any roar of anger. To this day, Shinanan still believed that her subsequent desperate and deranged actions bore an undeniable responsibility on Xiaoyuan's part. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, pulling Shinanan back from her reverie. Miss, the road ahead is blocked by several carriages, the driver announced. Shinanan blinked in surprise, then swiftly rose to look outside, the scene before her merging with memories of her past life. On this very day in her previous life, Xiaoyuan had been ambushed on Nanhua Street. Attacked by ruthless thugs, every corner had been obstructed, leaving no one to know that he had nearly lost his life there, only to be saved by Li Huayan, who had taken the fatal blow for him. Which gossiping fool had spread such tales? Li Huayan had died young 3 years later for saving Xiaoyuan. Why couldn't it have been him who met his end? Shinanan muttered under her breath. What did the young lady say? I mentioned there's a drowned dog inside. Suddenly, she felt an urge to witness Xiaoyuan's disgrace, to see how that lofty, arrogant man was being pummeled into the ground. In that moment, she wished for nothing more than for him to die quickly. Miss Shen, it's you again, fate is truly remarkable, bringing us together once more, came a breathless voice from behind. Shannon stiffened. Turning to see Li Huayan rushing towards her, panic evident in his eyes. He should be waiting to die inside. How could he possibly be here? What are you doing here? Aren't you with Xiao Yuan? Li Huayan pouted, deciding it best not to elaborate. He began recounting the events. I had good intentions, but that heartless fellow just kicked me off his carriage. Miss Shen, could you possibly give me a ride? I can pay you. Absolutely not. Mo Xiang frowned in refusal. My young lady is an unmarried maiden. How could she share a carriage with a man? Your request is utterly absurd, young masterly. I want to sit inside the carriage. I'll just squeeze in with the driver. Li Huayan replied amiably to Mo Xiang. Shannon, however, stared blankly at his face, lost in thought. Had Li Huayan altered the course of her fate? Miss Shen. Joy suddenly blossomed on Shannon's face, nearly compelling her to clap with glee. Without Li Huayan to shield him, wouldn't Xiao Yuan be the one to perish? What a splendid turn of events in her rebirth. Miss Shen, although I am down on my luck, I am not without principles. I can pay you, but I absolutely will not sell myself. Li Huayan took a step back, startled by Shannon's terrifying laughter. Yet he continued to speak. Shannon's smile faded as she shot him a dark look. If it hadn't been for him in her previous life, Xiao Yuan would have died early on. And that would have been the end of it. Uncle Zhong returned home via the North City gate. Yes, the driver turned the horse around. Miss Shen, how can you turn a blind eye to someone's demise? As a young lady, you should be kind-hearted and willing to help others. Li Huayan knocked on the carriage window. Hey, give me a ride, and I'll pay you. Uncle Zhong did not hear the lady's command. Offering a kind warning instead, young masterly, it would be wise to stand back. If the driver gets riled up, the horse might throw you off balance. Even with his thick skin, Li Huayan could not cling to her. Yet Shannon suddenly leaned out of the carriage window and said, Uncle Zhong, take him along. Yes, Mississippi. Li Huayan beamed. I knew it. Miss Shen must have found that icy-faced man unappealing, otherwise rejecting me a charming gentleman. Akin to Panin would be unreasonable. Shannon straightened her lips into a thin line, offering him a semblance of a smile, though it dripped with sarcasm. Li Huayan pretended not to see it. Poking at Uncle Zhong with his fan, directing him further inside, the carriage wheels began to turn once more, and for once Li Huayan was unusually quiet, refraining from his usual chatter. Miss, that young masterly is notorious for his debauchery in the capital. The lady has warned me countless times to stay clear of him. Mo Xiang expressed her concerns. Such ostentation, one wonders what others might say. Shannon turned her head to gaze out the window. Silent, she feared more than anything that Xiao Yuan might die. If Li Huayan recklessly charged in, how humiliated she would feel. Just drop me off at the mouth of that third alley, Li Huayan requested. Eager to distance himself from the crowd, Mo Xiang scoffed, acknowledging his self-awareness and considering her reputation. Shannon remained silent. Li Huayan was not entirely a bad person, at least in her past life. He had treated her well before his untimely demise, never once allowing others to insult or belittle her. Perhaps hearing Mo Xiang's words, Li Huayan lazily remarked, public opinion can be merciless. If it were an ordinary girl, I wouldn't care, but for one from the Shen family, well, I must tread carefully. If for an ordinary girl, one could just bring her home, but for a Shen family girl, if there's no explanation, not only would the minister Shen come knocking, but her father would also skin me alive. Chapter 4, Oddities and Sarcasm. His words seemed to imply that he feared Shannon and would cling to him. She replied lightly, rest assured, young masterly. Even if I remain unmarried, I shall never wed you. Being an old maid is far better than living a youthful life as a widow. What do you mean by that? Li Huayan retorted. Displeased, what widowhood? How can you curse someone like that? Shannon merely regarded him in silence, stating nothing but the truth. Li Huayan frowned, about to retort when he suddenly perked up. Someone's coming, his fists clenched. Assuming a defensive stance, Shannon's heart raced. How could he still be so oblivious? The streets were crowded with people. Had he not woken up yet, or was his head addled? You don't understand. Li Huayan glanced at her, his expression unusually grave. He tapped Uncle Zhong on the shoulder, his face darkening. Turn around. Something has happened on Nanhua Street. Uncle Zhong frowned, looking back at Shannon. Go if you must. I am in a hurry to return home. Shannon scoffed. It was a joke. It was already enough that she wouldn't stab Xiao Yuan. Asking her to risk her life to save him was simply impossible. Get out, Shannon commanded with a stern face. She had intended to save Li Huayan, but it seemed fate had sealed his tragic destiny. Li Huayan's expression darkened further. Nanhua Street was the route Xiao Yuan would take to return home. With the bandits recently quelled, if trouble arose, it was quite likely to involve him. Moreover, he had no guards with him today. Only Qing, and life is precious, Miss Shen. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Please help me. I will not, Shin Nen responded succinctly. Xiao Yuan's life or death was of no concern to her. In her last life, he had never cared for hers either. Will you get out or not? Li Huayan's face darkened as he recognized Shin Nen's firm refusal. Could I borrow your carriage, Miss Shin? I promise to return it tenfold. I won't lend it. Shin Nen's voice grew increasingly impatient. Uncle Zhong. As soon as she spoke, Li Huayan had no time to react before being forcefully pushed off the carriage by a heavy hand, the blow striking him with considerable force. Uncle Zhong had shown mercy. Otherwise, Li Huayan would have likely become a lifeless corpse in that instant. In mere moments, Li Huayan regained his wits, realizing Uncle Zhong possessed martial skills, and likely formidable ones at that. Considering this, he leaped back. Clinging to the carriage wall, Miss Shin, I only need to borrow the carriage with Uncle Zhong. The one being attacked is the fourth prince. If anything were to happen to him, and the emperor were to investigate, you would be at a loss for words if you did nothing. How infuriating! Shin Nen ground her teeth in frustration, and there rests also the matter of Consort Shin and Minister Shin. Miss Shin, please weigh the importance of the situation and think it over. She lifted the curtain and gazed at Li Huayan, who clung desperately to the carriage wall, her teeth clenched in anger. You should have gone to your death with that wretched creature. Li Huayan was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered a girl so uncouth. Was that wretched creature insulting Xiao Yuan? However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. As long as Miss Shin was willing to lend her assistance, she would become my Li Huayan's benefactor, and also Xiao. Never mind, calling her my benefactor might lead to dire consequences. Let her remain as my benefactor. Taking a deep breath, Shin Nen commanded Zhongshu, turn around. Miss Yu, saving lives is incredibly perilous. It's unwise to take you along. Not to worry, young Master Li will ensure my safety. As Li Huayan had asserted, he could not provoke the Shin family. And moreover, she was there to save a life. Anxious and restless, he refrained from further protest, hastily urging Zhongshu to navigate through a narrow alleyway onto Nanhua Street. The horse whinnied and galloped. While Shin Nen and Mo Xiang clung tightly to the carriage wall, their heads spinning from the jolting motion, Nanhua Street lay desolate and strewn with chaos. Vendor stalls had been overturned, and fruits and vegetables rolled about in disarray. While the wooden ground bore numerous knife marks, Shin Nen lifted the carriage curtain and followed the sounds of clashing swords. Not far away, Xiao Yuan was encircled by a dozen men, his elegant purple-golden attire tattered and bloodied. His hairpin disheveled, and his face marred with blood. Beside him, Qingyan fought valiantly against several assailants. Xiao Yuan, Li Huayan shouted, diverting some of the attackers' attention as he charged forward with Zhongshu. Xiao Yuan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes revealing a fleeting undercurrent, only to suddenly meet a pair of delicate eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, those eyes glimmered with schadenfreude and a hint of excitement at the spectacle. Li Huayan leaped forward to share the burden of the fight, and Zhongshu joined the fray. Suddenly, Shin Nen's voice rang out, Zhongshu, safety first. If we cannot withstand them, do not engage recklessly. The implication was clear. Do not concern yourselves with Xiao Yuan's fate. Li Huayan's lips twitched in irritation as he fought, muttering, what did you do to offend the Shin girl? It feels as though she wishes for your demise. Xiao Yuan cast a glance towards the carriage but remained silent. Focused on fending off his attackers, all were skilled fighters. Zhongshu was a master sent by the esteemed Shin Taiwei, and soon several assailants fell under their combined efforts. Both Qingyan and Xiao Yuan sustained grievous injuries. Appearing disheveled and battered, Shin Nen leaned against the carriage wall, observing the staggering, disheveled Xiao Yuan, a smirk forming at the corners of her lips. She had thought him to be an aloof deity, impervious to the world's troubles. Just as she was mocking him, two assailants suddenly lunged toward her. Shin Nen's expression shifted. If she were to perish in an attempt to save Xiao Yuan, she would die with regret. Resolving this thought, she pointed at the heavily wounded Xiao Yuan, who was being supported by Qingyan, and exclaimed, what are you doing just standing there? I have come to save you. Do you intend to watch your savior perish? A brief silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Yuan looked at the delicate face peeking from the carriage curtain, clearly detecting a hint of intentionality in her words. His usually impassive countenance stiffened slightly. Li Huayan remained frozen for a moment, only reacting when the last assailant attacked. He deftly turned his wrist, sweeping his blade, and the man collapsed in a pool of blood, his throat slashed open. Zhongshu hurried towards the carriage, dispatching the two assailants who had attempted to seize Shin Nen. Only then did Shin Nen lower her outstretched fingers. Li Huayan assisted Xiao Yuan into the carriage. While Qingyan and Zhongshu settled outside, Shin Nen, her face cold, shifted slightly to the side, her gaze fixed outside the window. Li Huayan's eyes flickered, attempting to ease the tension. The fourth prince has sustained injuries and lacking strength, could not fend off the attackers, causing distress to Miss Shin. Not at all, Shin replied, retracting her gaze and glancing at Xiao Yuan with a tone laced with sarcasm. As long as he does not repay kindness with malice and cling to me under the guise of a savior, that is sufficient. She was well aware that she merely sought to vent her frustrations. Li Huayan forced a laugh, glancing at the cold-faced Xiao Yuan. That is a sentiment I had only heard from Xiao Yuan directed at others. Who would have thought a day would come when a young lady would so pointedly retort? Xiao Yuan's heavy eyelids lifted slightly, his voice devoid of warmth. Miss Shin need not worry, I shall not entangle myself. That is good to hear, Shin replied with a polite smile. Those words were precisely what Xiao Yuan had often uttered to her in a previous life, and now it was merely a matter of tit for tat. Xiao Yuan's eyes, deep as ancient pools, bore into Shin for a moment before he fainted. As the carriage traversed through the affluent streets of Chang'an, Shin rapped her knuckles against the carriage wall. Zhongshu, stop. Li Huayan felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Shin spoke with an impassive expression. The man is saved. I must return home for dinner. Young Master Li, please escort your good brother off the carriage. The Shin residence is merely a street away from the fourth prince's residence. Miss Shin, please see them safely on their way, as you have gone to such lengths to rescue him. Li Huayan endeavored to muster a smile. Aware that he had no choice, I have no intention of extending my kindness further. Shin tone was tinged with a chilling edge. Li Huayan tightened his grip on Xiao Yuan's arm. Sensing an overwhelming desire from Shin to tear him apart, Miss Shin, I cannot manage two unconscious and gravely injured individuals alone. Good deeds should be rewarded. Before he could finish, a thud resonated from outside. And upon lifting the curtain, he beheld Qingyan being unceremoniously tossed out. Perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, Zhongshu dragged him against the wall for support. Thank you, Miss Shin, for your assistance today. In the future, I shall ensure Xiao Yuan repays this debt. There's no need. I merely wish to avoid seeing him frequently. Li Huayan pressed his lips together, shouldering Xiao Yuan as he disembarked the carriage. The carriage from the Shin residence sped past him without a moment's pause. Li Huayan sighed deeply. Xiao Yuan, you too have your moments of being disliked. He suddenly found himself curious about what would transpire when the conscious Xiao Yuan encountered the cold-hearted Shin. Miss, he is the fourth prince. Is this truly appropriate? Mo Xiang furrowed her brow. Shin leaned against the carriage wall, exhaling slowly. It matters not. He is unconscious. If he were awake, she doubted she would possess the courage. For some fears are ingrained in one's very bones, and certain pains remain untouchable. Reflecting deeply, she realized she did not truly understand Xiao Yuan. Her initial infatuation might have been driven by mere lust and a touch of vanity. Upon returning to Haitang Garden at the Shin residence, Shin submerged herself in the bath for nearly half an hour. It was only when Mo Xiang came to announce that the eldest young master had arrived that Shin snapped back to reality. Emerging from the bath to change and groom herself, the past was now behind her, and mistakes had already been made. What she ought to do now was to learn from the lessons of her previous life and live this one well, so as not to squander the opportunities and luxuries granted to her by fate. And why have you returned home at such a late hour? Did your aunt give you a hard time? Shin Chang has set down his cup, regarding the young girl who entered the room with concern. Dressed in a splendid robe and secured with a jade belt, he exuded a gentle warmth, his demeanor refined and approachable. Reminiscent of polished jade, Shin beheld his upright form, which had shielded her countless times in her previous life, weathering storms and dispelling calamities. Did your aunt reprimand you? Do not fret, should anything trouble you. Confide in your elder brother. As long as you do not wish it, both I and father will certainly find a way to prevent you from marrying someone you do not desire. In her previous life, he had said the same, but back then, she had been blissfully enamored with Xiao Yuan and the glory he brought, basking in the envy and jealousy of all the young ladies in the capital. Later, her brother often advised her against it, saying that a fruit forced from the vine is not sweet, and that the fourth prince did not love her, so marrying him would only bring suffering. Deep down, she knew her brother's words were true, yet she could not accept it, unwilling to let go, becoming increasingly averse to his counsel, leading to frequent quarrels and a rift between them. Even so, he had never truly abandoned her. He had even fought for her against Xiao Yuan, suffering punishment from their father as a result. Do not worry, brother. Aunt did not trouble me. Shin Changha, however, was not convinced. Your aunt has put considerable thought into bringing you back from Jiangnan. How could she possibly treat you lightly? You need not hide the truth from me. Shin smiled. Mo Xiang, please brew another pot of tea. Mo Xiang exited with the tea kettle. Today, I returned late due to an incident. The fourth prince was attacked on Nanhua Street, and I happened to pass by and gave him a lift. Are you unharmed? Shinchangha's face paled in fright. I am perfectly fine. To assure him, Shinanen stood and twirled around. Shinchangha's expression remained grave. You are a young lady. Why would you involve yourself in such matters? What if something were to happen to you? After all, he was the fourth prince. Should she fail to rescue him, the emperor would demand answers, and both their aunt and father would face repercussions. Were it not for such circumstances, Xiao Yuan could die 10 times before her heart would soften. Shinchangha maintained a stern demeanor. Life and death are a matter of fate, Shinanen wholeheartedly agreed. In her previous life, there was Li Huayan, and in this life, there was her. Xiao Yuan was indeed destined to survive. Nevertheless, Shinanen harbored other concerns. Xiao Yuan's peril in the capital may lead to questions for you. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, do you have a plan to address this? Shinchangha's eyes darkened. For such a significant scheme to unfold in the capital, it is unlikely to be solely the work of bandits. There may be others pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shinanen nodded in agreement. She shared the same suspicion. Xiao Yuan, as a prince, enjoyed the emperor's favor almost exclusively. His recent triumph in quelling banditry has shone a brilliant light upon him, undoubtedly causing envy among certain individuals. The brother and sister fell into a brief silence. Once embroiled in royal conflicts, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. You should rest well. Matters outside are in the hands of my elder brother and father. Shinchangha rose, gently stroking Shinanen's head in reassurance. Rest assured, elder brother, I am well aware of my circumstances. Chapter 5, Guilt. After Shinchangha departed, Shinanen stood in her boudoir, lost in thought for quite some time. She gazed around, touching various items. This was the place she cherished most before her demise. Strange yet familiar, hanging on the window frame was her beloved orchid wind chime, chiming softly with the gentle breeze that wafted in. She approached it, her delicate fingers lifting to caress the swaying tassels, the soft texture brushing against her fingertips, eliciting a smile that was both mournful and joyful. Moonlight spilled across the ground, casting shadows of birch trees that danced gracefully. After much difficulty, Shinanen finally fell asleep, only to be haunted by nightmares throughout the night. She curled up under the blankets, hugging her arms tightly, her forehead damp with cold sweat, her body trembling faintly. Her head felt as though it might explode. A cacophony of insults and disdain encircled her, sharp and piercing words drilling into her ears. No, I am not mad, I am not. She simply loved Xiao Yuan too deeply. Which had driven her to madness. Miss. It was the voice of Mo Xiang. And struggled to awaken, gasping for air, panic evident on her face. Miss, did you have another nightmare? Mo Xiang poured a cup of tea and offered it to Anan. Shinanen drank it down, managing to calm her restless heart, leaning back against the soft pillow. In a daze, those unbearable memories, every recollection was a torment. She loathed her past self, blind and foolish, and detested the culprit who had driven her to madness. The image of that cold face, as if it could not bear to see any dust of the world, flashed in her mind, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Xiao Yuan. The next day, Shinanen stood before the copper mirror, scrutinizing the dark circles under her eyes, and said to Mo Xiang, apply more powder, lest it worry mother. Her skin was already fair, and now, with a thick layer of powder, she appeared even more delicately beautiful, akin to a fragile willow swaying in the wind. Along the way, she drew the attention of several servants, who stole glances at her. Shinanen smiled graciously at them, exuding warmth and grace. The friendly and astonished gazes of the servants granted her a fleeting sense of reality. Everything now felt authentic. She had been granted a second chance, free from the ridicule and disdain of others. In this life, no man was worthy of her. Losing herself, becoming a despised lunatic. Anan. Shinchangha emerged from the corridor, calling out to her elder brother. Shinanen performed a courteous bow. Are you dressed to leave the manor? Yes, I have gathered some clues about the assassins' identities. I must visit the fourth prince's residence. Shinanen replied nonchalantly, then shifted the topic. I am heading to see mother. Shinchangha appeared somewhat surprised. His sister was not a cold-hearted person, yet she had grown up in the south and had never been particularly close to her family. At best obedient, now she was voluntarily seeking closeness with their mother. Very well, go ahead, mother will surely be delighted to see you. Shinanen smiled slightly. Elder brother, do take care as well, those assassins are quite skilled. Do not endanger yourself for unrelated matters. Shinchangha sensed his sister's apparent aversion towards the fourth prince. He soon realized that any young lady forced into marriage would likely feel the same way. Understood. The siblings parted ways, each heading in their own direction. Shinfuran's Lingxiang pavilion seemed to have a visitor. Anan glanced at the two matrons stationed outside the door, her brows furrowing slightly. A mother must be busy. Let us return another day. The master and servant turned to leave. Just then, the door creaked open, and Shinfurin personally escorted a woman, elegantly dressed, out. Oh Anan, Shin Anan forced a smile, turning to bow. Mother, Shinfurin's eyes sparkled with joy. Rise, Shin Anan smiled, standing straight, and finally turned to regard the woman beside her. Cousin, the woman bowed respectfully. It was Yugu, the steward beside the favored consort Shin. Upon seeing Shin Anan, Yugu smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Cousin, you performed excellently this time. The consort is very pleased and has instructed me to bring you a set of finely crafted jade headpieces made by the palace artisans, which will suit your elegance perfectly. Such treasures were coveted by all the ladies in the capital. However, Shin Anan furrowed her brow slightly. After a moment's thought, she understood Yugu's words were likely about the matter of saving Xiao Yuan. Noticing her daughter's less than pleased expression, Shinfurin quickly interjected, Indeed, they are here in the room. You can try them on later. Shin Anan offered her mother a smile but turned to Yugu, her expression becoming serious. I did not intend it. It was merely out of necessity, and, you are overthinking it. Why? Yugu's face stiffened for a moment. In days, she saw in this cousin a reflection of the young consort Shin. Possessing the same stubbornness and tenacity, with a sigh she thought, the consort never abandoned her pursuits. This cousin was simply too young to comprehend the weight of her circumstances. Chuckling lightly, she said, The consort has mentioned that you have made significant contributions this time. She will certainly seek rewards from the emperor on your behalf, so do await it. Shin Anan was well aware of what rewards the consort sought, just as she was about to speak. Yugu had already bowed and taken her leave from Shinfurin. Very well, let us discuss inside. Shinfurin took Shin Anan's small hand, leading her into the room. You arrived just in time. I barely managed to send her away, and here you are. Shin Anan was pulled down to sit, her gaze lingering for a moment on Shinfurin's soft, warm hand before slowly drifting away. Until the end, it remained uncertain who would win or lose. Shinfurin glanced at her and smiled helplessly. The fourth prince is a highly sought-after suitor among the young ladies of the capital. Talented and handsome, of noble birth, I thought you might take a liking to him. Hence, when Consort Shin proposed the match, she had not voiced her opinion. Yes, mother did mention that it was possible after an entire lifetime. She still vividly remembered the shock and flutter she felt upon first encountering Xiao Yuan. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if her heart had ceased to beat, as if it no longer belonged to her. Your aunt is currently in high favor. It would not be easy to dissuade her from her intentions. I will discuss this with your father and find a way for you, rest assured. As long as you are unwilling, your father and I will not force you. Shin Anan's voice was muffled, like a child nestling into Shinfurin's embrace. Shinfurin was taken aback, her eyes filled with astonishment. This was the first time Anan had been so close to her. Shin Anan closed her eyes, reluctant to leave this moment of warmth. In her previous life, she had loathed and distanced herself from everyone who advised her to abandon Xiao Yuan. Even her own parents, with whom she shared little affection, leading to a point where they could not coexist harmoniously. Shinfurin cared for her, knowing Xiao Yuan's disdain for her, and thus opposed their union. Shin Anan had resented her for it, using her lack of guidance as an excuse, which caused Shinfurin to fall ill. Later, Shinfu, ashamed to re-enter court, resigned and returned home, while Shinfurin succumbed to her ailments. Leaving this world in the midst of their journey, this became a painful subject Shin Anan could not bear to mention or confront, guilt tormenting her sleepless nights, driving her further into madness. Shinfurin gently stroked her hair, eyes filled with affection. You are all grown up now. Why do you still cling to me like a child? Shin Anan remained silent, her thoughts heavy. Madam. At that moment, a maid stepped in, announcing that the steward had matters to report. Shinfurin nudged Shin Anan gently. Shin Anan pulled away from her embrace, sitting upright. The door curtain was drawn back, and the steward entered. Bowing respectfully, Madam, Mississippi Rise, Shinfurin raised her hand, asking, Have you prepared everything as instructed? The porridge stand is set up, and all arrangements have been made. Good. Shinfurin nodded. Mother intends to distribute porridge. Shin Anan suddenly recalled this matter. The southern floods had driven many refugees into the capital, leaving them starving, with corpses strewn outside the city. Of various families, either for the sake of reputation or out of genuine goodwill, began to offer aid. In her previous life, her mother had set up a porridge stand. What should have been a noble deed turned awry due to her impetuousness, resulting in her mother being unjustly slandered, and the Shin family facing public scorn. Shin China was pelted with rotten vegetables and refused by the angry populace. Shinwan had not attended court for 3 consecutive days. That was the beginning of her nightmares, the catalyst for her transformation into someone detestable. Shin'anan lowered her gaze, her body trembling slightly. Indeed, your father, as the Grand Commandant, receives the Emperor's provisions and should assist in alleviating the Emperor's burdens. Shinfuren gently grasped her hand, which was clammy with sweat. Ah, concern flickered across Shinfuren's face. Anan, what is wrong? Why are you sweating so profusely? Nothing. Shin'anan forced a smile. I have always been prone to sweating. I cannot bear the heat. Upon hearing this, Shinfuren immediately instructed the maid to lift the beaded curtain and open the windows. A gentle breeze entered, bringing a hint of coolness, and Shin'anan took a deep breath, her anxious heart settling somewhat. Yet, the steward spoke again. Not far from our porridge stand on Dong Street, the third miss of the Duan family is also distributing porridge. Shin'anan stiffened, her gaze fixed on the steward without blinking. Oh, is that so? Shinfuren was somewhat surprised. The third miss of the Duan family is there too. She cast a discreet glance at her daughter. Shin'anan understood the implication. The third miss of the Duan family harbored feelings for Xiao Yuan. However, in this life, she had not been betrothed to Xiao Yuan, which was why Shinfuren had not introduced her to this third Mississippi. Her beauty is unparalleled, her kindness genuine, and her talents rival those of a prince. She is a gem of the capital, equal to her grandmother in her prime. This was the praise bestowed upon her by Madame Shin in a previous life. Upon hearing of her affection for Xiao Yuan and her exceptional qualities, Shin'anan, in a moment of youthful pride, eagerly volunteered to take charge of the charity rice distribution, wishing to formally showcase her grace as the eldest daughter of the Shin family and the fiancée of Xiao Yuan. Believing she could rival anyone, reflecting on it, was it not merely the vanity and competitive spirit of a young girl at play? It was only natural for her to falter under such misguided intentions. Anand. Madame Shin waved her hand before her eyes, rousing her from her reverie. What are you pondering? I've called your name several times without a response. She chided gently. And curved her lips in a small smile. I was lost in thought. What did you just say, mother? I mentioned that I would entrust the charity rice distribution to you. Shin'anan was momentarily taken aback. Madame Shin elaborated. Distributing rice is a noble deed. Even the Duke's residence allows their unmarried daughters to manage it. Surely, they seek to gain a good reputation. As you return to the capital, it is the perfect opportunity for you to make your debut. A reputation for kindness can greatly aid a young lady in her future marital prospects. Shin'anan lowered her gaze, softly acknowledging her mother's intentions. Thank you, mother, for your consideration, though the processes may differ. The outcomes remain the same. Shin'anan resolved that she would not repeat the mistakes of her past life. I am your mother. If not for you, whom should I concern myself with, silly girl? Madame Shin affectionately stroked Anan's hair. Shin'anan nestled against her mother, her delicate eyes blinking slowly. I am this life. She wished to attain both fame and fortune, desiring that the world would shower her with all the beautiful and laudatory terms. Shining with brilliance and distinction. Chapter 6. Miss Duan-san. In affluent families, even the act of distributing rice must be conducted on an auspicious day. Shin'anan gazed at the ledger presented by the steward. Remaining silent for a while. Miss, is there an issue with the ledger? The steward inquired cautiously. Having just returned, the household was still unfamiliar with her temperament. They assumed the eldest daughter would be quite amiable. Shin'anan regained her focus, closing the ledger. There is no problem. Let it be as it is. The steward nodded, bowing respectfully. I shall take my leave to make the necessary preparations. After the steward departed, Shin'anan attempted to lift her teacup for a sip, but lost focus and accidentally knocked it over. Mo Xiang hurried to tidy up. Miss, please remain still. Do not let the shards harm you. Shin'anan nodded, watching Mo Xiang clean up the mess. There were no discrepancies in the ledger, whether concerning the timing of the rice distribution or the supplies, all mirroring the previous life. Madame Shin, hailing from a merchant background, had only gained prestige after her children excelled in the imperial examinations, elevating the Shin family's status. Merchants are never short of silver, and among the noble women Madame Shin was the most generous. Even doubling the rice distribution compared to others, it was, after all, to cultivate a good reputation for her daughter. Regrettably, in her past life, Shin'anan was naïve and impulsive, only pursuing fleeting glory. Once Mo Xiang had finished cleaning, she assisted her in sitting down on a round chair. Miss, ever since you returned to the capital, you seem quite distracted. I hope you are not unwell. The matriarch has been writing frequently, concerned that you may not be accustomed to it. Having grown accustomed to a leisurely life in Jiangnan, it is a bit overwhelming to return to such tumultuous circumstances, Shin'anan replied, taking a seat by the window, resting her chin on her hand while gazing outside. Whether in Jiangnan or the Shin residence in the capital, she always placed a writing desk in a chair by the window, a spot for her to daydream. After a moment, she instructed Mo Xiang to prepare ink, paper, and brushes. Are you planning to write back to the matriarch? yes, Shinanen pressed her lips together, but instead of words she began to sketch the scenery outside. The matriarch had once been recognized as a talented woman in the capital. And how could Shinanen's talents be lacking? While she may not be proficient in all arts, she certainly held her own among the noble ladies of the capital. The branches she drew flowed seamlessly, capturing a vivid essence, from the flowers to the swing set in the courtyard, all appearing strikingly lifelike. "Miss, your painting makes one feel as if they are truly present within it," remarked a maid. Shinanen smiled, yet lamented, "It is a pity it is autumn. Had it been springtime, brimming with life, it would have been even more beautiful. Then we shall wait for spring to paint another for the matriarch." Shinanen chuckled softly but remained silent. Spring was a long way off, and she did not wish to wait. Mississippi, the newly promoted maid Mo Ran, gently knocked on the door. Mo Xiang stepped forward to open it. "The young master has returned. It seems he has been punished and was carried back." Mo Xiang turned to look at Shinanen, who promptly hurried over. "Where is he?" "He has already been brought back to the courtyard," Mo Ran replied. Shinanen swiftly exited, descending the steps while inquiring, "Has a doctor been summoned? Who carried him back?" "It was the guards from the fourth prince's residence." Shinanen paused, her almond-shaped eyes darkening slightly. Upon reaching Shinchangha's pine and bamboo courtyard, she found the maids and servants in disarray, bustling about. "Miss," they greeted in unison. Shinanen nodded, stepping up the steps, while Mo Xiang knocked on the door. "Young master, the young lady has come to see you. Come in." Shinchangha's hoarse voice came from within. Shinanen entered and immediately spotted the man lying on the bed. His complexion was pale, lips cracked, and there lay a pile of bloodied bandages on the floor while a maid was trying to feed him water. Shinanen's eyes instantly reddened. The scene before her mirrored the one from her past life, where her elder brother had fought with Xiao Yuan on her behalf and had faced punishment. An uncanny similarity. "Where is the doctor? Has one been called?" she inquired sharply. The attending maid replied quickly, "Yes, miss, the doctor has already been summoned." Shinchangha waved away the spoon being offered to him, trying to soothe Shinanen. "It is just a minor injury. There is no need to worry. It is nothing serious." Shinanen stepped forward, took the bowl of water from the maid, and urged, "Drink some more. Injuries can be quite exhausting." Shinchangha was taken aback as Shinanen brought the spoon to his lips. He quickly opened his mouth to drink. His sister had never been this close to him before. Blood is thicker than water. Indeed, after taking several spoonfuls, the doctor finally arrived. Shinanen deemed it inappropriate to remain retreating behind a screen to wait. Although she could not clearly see the figures, she could hear Shinchangha's suppressed groans of pain. After a quarter of an hour, the doctor finished tending to his wounds and left a prescription for medicine. Shinchangha glanced at the reflection of Shinanen's slender figure behind the screen and managed a weak smile, his voice hoarse. "Why don't you come out?" Shinanen sniffled, raising her head to suppress her tears. And then, yes, she composed herself before stepping out. Upon seeing her reddened eyes, Shinchangha's heart softened. "Brother is fine. Why are you crying?" Shinanen turned her face away, her tone icy. "That ungrateful scoundrel. I should not have saved him." She spoke through gritted teeth. Shinchangha was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing she was cursing the fourth prince, Xiao Yuan, his face twitching slightly. "Everyone leave," he commanded. "Yes," the maids and servants replied in unison as they exited. Shinchangha added, "If you had not saved him, it would not have been as simple as a few slaps. He might have lost his life." The commotion on Nanhua Street was so loud that the imperial guards remained oblivious. "Indeed, it was a dereliction of duty on my part. Your merits cannot absolve my faults." Shinanen remained silent, her expression revealing her discontent. "Did he order you to be punished?" Shinchangha nodded. "The fourth prince's punishment was not severe. It was merely to silence the rumors. If we had waited for the emperor's decree, it would have been far worse." Shinanen responded with a nasal sound. "Mother has tasked me with overseeing the rice distribution. I may not have time to visit you for a while. Please focus on your recovery at home." "Very well." Shinchangha stroked her head affectionately. Shinanen obediently bowed her head, waiting for him to finish before departing. "Miss, it seems both the madam and the young master enjoy patting your head," Mo Xiang remarked with a smile. Shinanen replied with a humi. In the past, she often felt they viewed her as a child, but she later understood it was an expression of their affection. The autumn breeze was chilling, yet the cobblestone path was impeccably clean, devoid of any fallen leaves. She was quite sensitive to the cold. Having shut the doors and windows tightly even in early autumn, the following day, she rose early. Mo Xiang assisted her in dressing and adorning herself. Although it was autumn, the sun was not overly scorching. Yet the wind and sunlight necessitated the application of more snowskin cream, as the young lady's skin was delicate. Shinanen nodded, allowing Mo Xiang's fingers to glide over her cheeks and hands. Applying the cream, the snow skin cream emitted a faint fragrance and left her skin feeling soft and radiant. Shin'en had always placed great importance on her skincare. She scrutinized her reflection in the bronze mirror. Smiling at her flower-like face, how had she failed to notice how beautiful she was in her past life, instead fixating solely on Xiao Yuan? Tch, that scoundrel, how could he possibly deserve her? Mo Xiang retrieved a set of ruby hairpins from the jewelry box to adorn her. But Shin'en tilted her head and selected an unassuming jade hairpin, handing it to her. Use this one. Mo Xiang was taken aback. Miss, this jade hairpin is the most inferior among your accessories. Its quality is rather dull, not even fit for a minor official's daughter. Today's rice distribution is for aiding the needy, not for attending a banquet or a beauty contest. Excessive adornment would be of no benefit. Never test the limits of humanity in extreme situations. Mo Xiang pinned the jade hairpin into her hair and then retrieved a box of rouge, applying a subtle touch to Shin'en's lips. Pure as a lotus flower was a phrase that perfectly described Shin'en today. Miss greeted the servants and maids in unison along the way. Shin'en smiled and nodded at them, garnering considerable goodwill. Outside the mansion, the steward had already prepared everything and was waiting. Miss, the rice and flour have been delivered today. You can begin as soon as you arrive. Shin'en lifted her skirts and climbed into the carriage. With the steward and a group of maids and servants trailing behind, although they were said to be responsible for distributing porridge, in truth, she wouldn't need to intervene at all. The steward was personally overseeing all matters. And Shin'en was merely there to make an appearance. This was not only the practice of the Shin family, other families did the same, the only exception being the third miss of the Duan family. Kind-hearted and possessing an extraordinary intellect, she could not bear to see the common people suffer and personally came to assist. In her previous life, she had gained considerable fame. Of course, part of that was due to Shin'en's own self-sacrifice in promoting her. At the intersection of Dong Street and Nanhua Street, the carriage came to a halt once more. Shin'en recognized that they had encountered the carriage of the third miss of the Duan family. However, in this life, she had not been betrothed to Xiao Yuan. Why was the third miss still so unyielding? Tsk, it must be because the emperor intended to arrange a marriage between the two. Which left that small-minded third miss feeling disgruntled. Miss, the steward began to speak, but Shin'en's languid voice interrupted. Have someone measure who was closer to the intersection, and let them back up and make way. The steward glanced around at the carriage window, puzzled about how the miss knew what was happening outside. On the other side, a delicate finger lifted the carriage curtain, revealing a gentle and soft-featured face. What is the matter, third miss? We have encountered the carriage of the eldest miss of the Shin family. The intersection is congested, and we cannot allow both parties to enter simultaneously. The third miss of the Duan family responded with an Leaning forward to look ahead, her gaze landing on the carriage not far away. The person inside must be the eldest miss of the Shin family, yet, despite the commotion outside, she didn't even show her face. Eldest Miss Shin, she called softly. The curtain remained still, as if the person inside had not heard her voice. Duan Mengmeng suddenly furrowed her brow and called out again, Eldest Miss Shin, the road is crowded. And I am in a hurry. Could you kindly facilitate? After a moment, the curtain finally lifted, revealing the face of a maid with her hair tied up. My lady is also in a hurry. Why can't the third miss make a concession? Duan Mengmeng bit her lip, her complexion flushing crimson. Miss Shin, you misunderstood. That was not my intention. The people of Dong Street are waiting for me. The longer we delay, the hungrier they will become. I was merely anxious. After she spoke, the maid withdrew her head, slightly furrowing her brows. In the next moment, a face resembling a lotus flower peered out. Calmly resting on the carriage window. What have I misunderstood? You are not implying something else, are you? The third miss is here to do good deeds. I am not here for indulgence. Does the third miss think that the people of Dong Street are human while those of Nanhua Street are not? I did not mean that. Duan Mengmeng's expression soured. Those who knew the third miss was kind-hearted might not realize that she seemed to treat the common people as mere tools to enhance her own reputation. Duan Mengmeng's expression changed, and she hurriedly glanced around. Shin'en's eyes darkened as she fixed her cold gaze on her. Third miss, there is no need to be anxious. My people have already gone ahead to investigate. And the situation will be resolved shortly. Duan Mengmeng gritted her teeth. However, with so many people present, she had to maintain the demeanor of a noblewoman and could not say much. Shin'en leaned against the soft cushion, occasionally glancing at Duan Mengmeng's pale face, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. This place was the origin of her notorious reputation in her past life. Duan Mengmeng, raised in an affluent family, spoke with a honeyed tongue yet concealed her barbs, leaving no room for error. Growing up in Jiangnan, Shin'en was unfamiliar with such cunning. She only knew that Duan Mengmeng spoke gently and amiably. But she could not fathom why her words ignited such a fire within her. In the end, she became enraged, blocking the intersection and arguing with Duan Mengmeng, yet, throughout it all, she was the one appearing mad and frenzied. While Duan Mengmeng wore a look of urgency and grievance, on the verge of tears. In the end, even the people from the Shin family thought it was the eldest miss who had gone too far. As Shinanan pondered these thoughts, a smile suddenly crossed her lips. There was no denying that Duan Mengmeng was a character. At the very least, her ability to appear pitiful while subtly insinuating was something Shinanan could not master. Their quarrel had delayed the porridge distribution. As the common people gathered around, they learned that she had blocked the road and prevented Duan Mengmeng from leaving, leading to scornful accusations against her. From being spoiled and overbearing, she was now portrayed as petty and jealous of Duan Mengmeng's talents, harboring resentment due to Xiao Yuan's friendship with Duan Mengmeng, and deliberately making things difficult for her. It was then that she realized Duan Mengmeng was actually Xiao Yuan's junior sister. Mississippi. The steward's voice interrupted her reverie. We have half a head start over the Duan family, we turned first. So they should yield. Shinanan raised her eyelids and looked towards Duan Mengmeng. Third miss, did you hear? Duan Mengmeng was taken aback for a moment, her delicate hands clenched tightly. After a while, she offered a gentle smile. Eldest Miss Shin is indeed an interesting person. How trivial this matter is, yet it warrants such seriousness. Make way for Eldest Miss Shin, came the command. Shinanan maintained her calm demeanor, finding the third miss even more intriguing. It is often said that eloquence is an art profound and vast, and the third miss certainly played this art skillfully. As the carriage retreated, Shinanan did not catch a glimpse of Duan Mengmeng's face. But it was likely one of displeasure. How could a country bumpkin from Jiangnan be so clever and challenging? Duan Mengmeng lowered the curtain with a less than pleasant expression. Her eloquence, when matched against Shinanan's straightforwardness, seemed to falter. Chapter 7. The refugees. Shinanan cast a cold gaze over the Duan family's carriage convoy before lowering the curtain. Steward, why do I feel that the third miss of the Duan family speaks rather peculiarly? The steward frowned. Such sweet talk, how could it not be strange? Shinanan replied with a gentle smile. A few days ago at the palace banquet, my aunt intended to match me with the fourth prince. The third miss is the fourth prince's junior sister. Perhaps she feels a bit discontented. Upon hearing this, the steward was enlightened. So that is the case. The young lady appears delicate, yet her thoughts are quite intricate. Shinanan smiled. The girls are prone to jealousy over the ones they admire, which is understandable. Alas, the young lady is simply too kind-hearted, the steward remarked. Shinanan smiled softly, reclining against the soft cushion and closing her eyes. Duan Mengmeng was indeed clever, thus she would not engage in underhanded tactics, as being forthright was far better. The steward was astute. By the time they reached Nanhua Street, everything that had transpired would become common knowledge. Fortunately, my lady is magnanimous. Otherwise, you all would be starving by now. As the person serving the porridge filled bowls for the lined-up refugees, the common folk inquired about the situation, and he promptly embellished the tale of what had occurred along the way. Shinanan was indifferent to whether Duan Mengmeng was scorned, yet she was keenly aware of her own reputation. Her past experiences had taught her that as long as one maintained a good name, even wrongdoings could be forgiven if there was a justifiable reason. What began as a simple request to yield had quickly transformed into a narrative of envy and jealousy on the part of the third miss. Deliberately making things difficult, Shinanan listened quietly, a smile tugging at her lips. The scene was strikingly similar to her previous life, merely a shift in roles. The steward chosen by my mother is truly remarkable. She mused sincerely. With just a few words, he had grasped her thoughts. Such a person was a joy to work with, yielding results with minimal effort. Mo Xiang, while uncomprehending, had always respected her, being kind to others and indebted to them. The common folk would surely side with Shinanan. Unlike in her past life, Shinanan did not shy away but rather stepped forward to assist the disabled and immobile refugees, with Mo Xiang following closely behind. Holding bowls of porridge and buns, perhaps due to the influx of impoverished people, Shinanan looked around, seeing a sea of faces, with a cluster gathered in the corner. The cries of infants and the soft sobs of women pierced her ears painfully. How had she not noticed this in her previous life? Had her mind been clouded by matters of romance, causing her to lose touch with the most basic compassion and conscience, as she beheld the tragic scene before her? She suddenly recognized that the scorn directed at her in her past life was not unfounded. For the sake of appearances and reputation, she had mixed dirt into the rice and flour to conserve resources, prolonging the distribution of porridge. Such actions were truly inhumane. In that moment, thoughts of the third miss and Xiao Yuan were cast aside. All she could see were the starving infants, crying desperately, clinging to their mothers for nourishment. The woman was in tears, yet she had not eaten for many days and could not produce milk for her child. Here, let me feed him some rice oil. Shin squatted down, disregarding the dirt on the child, and cradled him in her arms. The woman was momentarily stunned. Mo Xiang handed her a bun. You eat a little first to fill your stomach. We will take care of the child, thank you. Noble one, thank you. A hope ignited in the woman's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the child eagerly sucking down the rice oil, while she hastily stuffed the bun into her mouth. Those behind them witnessed the scene unfold. The disabled crawled towards Shin, pleading, Noble one, please grant us a morsel to eat. Shin's heart twisted at the sight. Mo Xiang quickly returned the child to the woman and pulled Shin back. When people are desperate, they lose all rationality. Noble one, living Bodhisattva, please. The guards of the Shin family, seeing this scene, rushed forward, drawing their swords to shield Shin from the throng of refugees. Shin gently patted the leader of the group, but the guards hesitated and did not step aside. My dear girl, they are driven mad by hunger, resorting even to cannibalism. It is wise to exercise caution. Shin's gaze fell upon the destitute individuals before her. They bore disabilities, unable even to seize a bowl of plain porridge, and posed no threat to me. Their physical limitations confined their range of movement, rendering them incapable of competing with able-bodied individuals for sustenance. Even during the charitable distributions of gruel by various families, they were entirely overlooked, for these wretched souls could not stir the waters of concern nor contend for anything. The officials believed that providing food to them would be a waste, as it would contribute nothing to their own reputations. In blunt terms, they were left to await their demise. Perhaps they too felt that living in such misery was worse than death, yet the process of dying was fraught with torment. Please, let us refrain from shouting. Shin declared with authority. If you wish for food, sit properly against the wall as before and queue up. I will send someone to bring you provisions. Seemingly in disbelief, the crowd remained motionless, their eyes fixed on Shin. She scanned the assembly, noting that apart from the disabled, the majority were elderly women and children. If you continue to block the path, you will only impede the distribution process and delay your chance to eat. At last, a few individuals carrying children moved away, settling against the wall, followed by others who crawled or shuffled to form a line. Shin summoned the steward, instructing, return to the estate and bring more personnel. The steward glanced at the destitute, his lips pressed into a thin line, yet he did not budge. What is it? Is that not feasible? Shin inquired. The young lady possesses a kind heart, which is commendable. But, even if we bring more people, I fear these individuals may not receive any food. Shin was taken aback. Why? The steward sighed. The southern region has been plagued by floods, and many officials have been dismissed. The number of destitute reported is likely only a third of the actual count. Officials protect one another, and these people. Before the steward could finish, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Shin turned to see a troop of soldiers approaching. You must be Miss Shin, the leader of the soldiers said, bowing respectfully to her. The steward cast a worried glance at his young mistress. Shin furrowed her brow. Yes, is there a problem? We do not dare to impose. We are here to maintain order, ensuring that Miss Shin's distribution proceeds smoothly. Shin frowned, noticing the expressions of terror on the faces of the destitute, who began to drag themselves away. The leader followed her gaze and smiled reassuringly. Miss Shin need not worry. The court has established porridge tents in the outskirts specifically for the disabled, the elderly, and women with children. Yes, that's so. Shin's almond-shaped eyes darkened. If there is food available, why do they come here in their frail states? The leader faltered, his gaze shifting to the steward. My dear lady, they have their own arrangements. It is best we do not interfere, the steward cautiously suggested. Indeed, they are under our watch. Miss Shin need not trouble herself, for the leader was exceedingly polite. Shin replied, since they are present, it is inconceivable for them to leave empty-handed once the food is distributed. They will surely depart. The official's expression stiffened, but out of respect for Shin Wen's position, he dared not speak further. Mo Xiang led the Shin family's guards, prioritizing the distribution of food to the destitute. The steward sighed, whispering to Shin Miss, this is an unspoken truth in the capital. Why must you involve yourself? And what good does that do to alter their fates? What unspoken truth? Shin's gaze was fixed on the officials, her tone frigid. Is it an unspoken agreement to allow these individuals to starve to death, thereby concealing the inaction of the southern officials and aligning with the reported numbers? The steward was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her keen insight into the matter. Shin remained silent, observing the destitute as they received their food and departed ravenously, while she noted the darkening expressions of the officials. This was the so-called camaraderie among officials, a disregard for the lives of countless individuals in the pursuit of their own positions. At that moment, at the corner ahead, an opulent yet understated black carriage had come to a halt. its curtain lifted by a hand marked by prominent knuckles revealing half of an exquisitely handsome visage. The man's eyes were pale, and he regarded the slender figure of the woman with thinly pressed lips. "She is not a woman to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to defend Miss Duan-san?" The man remained silent, lowering the curtain and disembarking from the carriage. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, standing straight as a pine, each movement exuding an air of nobility. Li Huayan frowned slightly. "It is natural for a young lady to make some noise. You need not take it to heart, especially since she has saved your life." The woman, though her words were harsh and her temperament unappealing, was not inherently malevolent. Xiao Yuan coldly turned back to cast a glance at Li Huayan. "What am I, a person with nothing better to do?" Shinanen was half squatting, assisting with the washing of rice, her pink gown trailing along the muddy ground, yet she seemed unconcerned, her profile illuminated by the sunlight. Fair and delicate as if bathed in a glow. Suddenly a tall figure loomed over her, casting a large shadow. Xiao Yuan's heavy gaze inadvertently fell upon the exposed, pale neck of the woman, beautiful as jade, with skin like ice. These 8 characters suddenly flashed through his mind. Shinanen instinctively looked up, unexpectedly locking eyes with the man's deep, dark orbs. She froze for a moment, her radiant countenance quickly dimmed with coldness. It was the first time Xiao Yuan had been regarded with such disdain by a woman. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with displeasure, even hinting at barely concealed hatred. He could not recall when he had offended her. Yet, it seemed that from their very first encounter at the palace banquet, she had harbored an inexplicable enmity towards him. Shinanen slowly rose to her feet. Indeed, on this very day in her previous life, he had come to seek her out, confronting her over the unpleasantness with Miss Duan-san. Before all, he had scolded her for being spoiled, petty, and for delaying the livelihoods of the people over trivial matters. Filled with jealousy and lacking the demeanor of a noblewoman. At that time, she had been overjoyed at their engagement, only to be met with a sudden reprimand, leaving her feeling humiliated and wronged. Retreating to her estate to weep for quite some time, today, it seemed, he had come to defend Duan Mengmeng, though she wondered what manner of identity he would assume to chastise her. "Your Highness, the 4th prince, what brings you here?" Shinanen queried, her tone sharp. Xiao Yuan's expression, already devoid of warmth, grew even colder under her scrutinizing gaze. "Nothing of consequence. We merely happened to pass by and wanted to take a look." Li Huayan chimed in from behind, chuckling. "My dear grandson, you are here as well." Li Huayan's face reddened visibly, and he awkwardly fell silent. How could he have known that she would take his jest to heart? Xiao Yuan's gaze flicked between the two, his dark eyes narrowing. Li Huayan awkwardly added, "A few days ago, in a moment of panic to save you, I may have made a hasty remark." Indeed, Shinanen took the handkerchief from Mo Xiang and wiped her wet hands. "At that time, he included you in the bargain as well." "I did not." Li Huayan's eyes widened. "Miss Shin, you cannot make baseless claims. Such words could cost lives." "Did you not?" Shinanen raised an eyebrow. "Who was it that said, as long as I agreed to save someone, I would be considered their esteemed relative?" Xiao Yuan's icy gaze shifted to Li Huayan. To be a grandson and still face consequences, what was he gaining from this? "I only said it in haste to save you," Li Huayan defended. "It was an impulsive remark." "Miss Shin, did I not say that treating him as a relative would lead to beheadings, or treating me as a relative?" Shinanen nodded. "Yes, you indeed said so. You see." Li Huayan spread his hands toward Xiao Yuan. "A fool." Xiao Yuan spat out the words coldly, stepping back to distance himself from Li Huayan, as if fearing to be tainted by his foolishness. Li Huayan was taken aback, meeting Shinanen's teasing gaze directly. "Shinanen, you are playing me for a fool," he exclaimed. "Who taught you to speak to your esteemed relative in such a manner? Is this the upbringing of the Li family?" "Li Huayan, your Highness, I sacrificed for you. Will you not speak a word on my behalf?" Xiao Yuan's thin lips pressed together, casting a glance at Shinanen's blooming beauty. Choosing silence, this woman was fierce. Unless necessary, it was best to avoid conflict, especially since she could be considered his savior. Shinanen's icy gaze turned towards Xiao Yuan, the amusement in her eyes swiftly transforming into coldness. "You have specifically come here for Miss Duan-san, have you not?" "Not at all." Oh, Shinanen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The debt of gratitude for saving my life is not worth a simple thank you. Today, I merely happened to pass by to express my thanks." Shinanen scrutinized Xiao Yuan's features, attempting to discern any hidden motives. He appeared entirely composed. No need, had it not been for Li Huayan's shamelessness. "I had no intention of saving you." Li Huayan, who was beside himself with anger, was once more pricked by Xiao Yuan's words. "I see," Xiao Yuan remarked. "However, I must indeed express gratitude, as it is only right." Shinanen scoffed. "The 4th prince certainly presents himself as a gentleman. I wonder if it is mere pretense or genuine sincerity." Chapter 8. Who has lost their conscience? Xiao Yuan's gaze narrowed dangerously. "What sincerity does Miss Shin desire?" Shinanan averted her eyes, surveying the bustling servants of the Shin estate, her lips curling into a smile. I am in need of assistance, if the fourth prince truly wishes to express his gratitude. Perhaps he could stay and lend a hand. That cannot be. I cannot accept, Li Huayan interjected, waving his hands repeatedly. I have a mountain of official duties to attend to. What matters of governance can outweigh the well-being of the people? Do you not agree, fourth prince? Shinanan's words dripped with sarcasm. Xiao Yuan felt a familiar sensation wash over him, as if he had experienced this moment and these words before. Miss Shin is indeed correct. The well-being of the people is paramount. Shinanan smiled. Then, does this mean the fourth prince has agreed? Xiao Yuan nodded. Yet, rest assured, after 7 days, the debt of gratitude will be settled, and we shall go our separate ways without interference. Shinanan turned to leave this place, as if she wished to linger not a moment longer, yet he could only manage simple tasks. He had no such intention earlier. 7 days, madness, Li Huayan exclaimed in shock. Silence. 2 ominous gazes shot towards him simultaneously, prompting Li Huayan to immediately close his mouth. The esteemed fourth prince personally intervened, which left even the steward of the Shin residence in a state of fear. Who would dare assign any tasks? The moment Xiao Yuan took action, someone would promptly come forward to take over. Even if he merely bent down, every speck of dust on the ground would be meticulously cleaned. Shinanan observed coldly for a moment before speaking. Steward Shin, are you quite idle? No, not at all, Steward Shin replied, meeting the icy gaze of his young lady, caught between laughter and tears. Then get to work. The fourth prince is precious. You're so close. Are you not afraid of tainting him with mundane affairs? Yes. The steward turned back, glancing over his shoulder multiple times, retreating under the oppressive stare of Shinanan. The other servants dared not approach further, merely stealing glances. Li Huayan tugged at Xiao Yuan's sleeve. What on earth did you do to offend her? Just listen to that cold sarcasm. It sounds like a decade's worth of grievances bottled up. I don't know. Xiao Yuan's long, defined fingers immersed in water, proceeded to wash the uncooked rice that Shinanan had left unfinished. With Xiao Yuan taking action, Li Huayan naturally could not just stand by idly. Reluctantly joining in to assist, the early autumn sky brought a chill in the evening breeze. Shinanan, raised in delicacy, felt dizzy and weak after a day of toil. Sitting on a chair, miss, you should eat something to replenish your strength. Shinanan took a small bite of the pastry, her gaze coldly fixed ahead. To be honest, while you may be a bit headstrong, your upbringing is commendable. Shinanan lifted her eyes to regard Li Huayan across from her. Are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Of course, I'm praising you. Look, you are truly the eldest daughter raised by the Shin family. Even your manner of eating is so graceful and pleasing. Shinanan immediately found the pastry in her mouth tasteless. Tossing it onto the plate, the entire capital knows I was raised in Jiangnan, a place of poverty and desolation. Are you deliberately mocking me? No matter what I say, it seems to be wrong. Li Huayan, what poverty and desolation? Those people must be blind. Jiangnan is a place of lush willows and blooming flowers, where the mist dances along the railings. A woman raised in Jiangnan possesses a figure as graceful as a willow, and a beauty as delicate as a painting, with a smile like the gentle spring breeze. Be quiet. What exactly do you wish to convey? Can we not avoid having him come tomorrow? Li Huayan leaned over the table. Negotiating. I will send you 20 maids and servants. You can command them as you please, even to fetch dung for your household if you wish. Did he send you here? Shinanan's tone rose. Casting a glance at Xiao Yuan's position, sure, keep your voice down. Li Huayan wore a pained expression. He is still injured. If you make him do these tasks and something happens, neither of us can bear the consequences. Please spare him, let me handle it. Does the Shin residence lack for 20 helpers? Shinanan raised her delicate brow. If you regret it and cannot do it, then leave early. I am not one to force others against their will. Do not speak as if I have bound someone to act as a laborer. Li Huayan fell silent, somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, she had not explicitly said he could not leave. Yet he was rather stubborn. Xiao Yuan turned, his cold gaze directed at the fidgeting Li Huayan, his tone frigid. If you do not wish to stay, then leave. No, I wish to stay, I wish to stay. Li Huayan said, rising hastily to assist. Both were masters. He could not afford to offend either. One more word, and he might return to his ducal residence. A gentleman's word is as good as a promise. Is Xiao Yuan someone who goes back on his word? He had fought battles and endured hardships. Could he still fear doing a bit of work? One sleeve of his garment soaked in water was rolled up, revealing a sturdy and powerful arm. Shinanan regarded him coolly, realizing that even a deity, when pulled from their pedestal, is no different from an ordinary person. Perhaps her gaze was too naked, as Xiao Yuan turned to look at her. Shinanan quickly averted her eyes with a slight lift of her lips. Mo Xiang, do you know what it means to repay kindness with ingratitude? Yes, the servant knows, Miss taught me that long ago. Shinanen nodded, her fingers lightly tapping the table, reclining lazily in her chair. In life, one must first learn to be upright and honest. Repaying kindness with malice is the most unconscionable act. You must not become a person of such conscience. Yes, the servant remembers. Li Huayan craned his neck, curious. Who are you referring to as ungrateful and unconscionable? Surely it cannot be about them, as they are nearly relegated to mere drudges. Shinanen shot him a cold glance. Remaining silent, lowering her head to dust off her clothes, the hour is late. Let us return to the residence. I wonder if my elder brother's injury has improved. The steward had already prepared the carriage. And Shinanen briskly boarded, leaving without a word of farewell. As the carriage departed, Steward Shin hurried towards the porridge stall. Fourth Prince, young masterly, it is getting late. The remaining tasks can be left to this old servant. My young lady is in a foul mood due to the punishment she received from the young master. Your Highness, please do not take offense. If memory serves, Shin Changhe was indeed punished by Sha Yuan's orders. So the accusation of being unconscionable was directed at him. Li Huayan's lips twitched, forcing a smile as he looked up. Sha Yuan had already stepped away from the porridge stall. Sha Yuan, I assure you. It was not intentional, that young lady. Every word was a trap. The man's back was cold and forbidding, brimming with palpable anger as he entered the carriage. Experience told Li Huayan that this was not the moment to approach. So he halted, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he watched the carriage disappear into the distance. Upon returning home, Shinanen went directly to Songju Courtyard, where Shin Changhe was reviewing documents, pausing for a moment upon seeing her. Are you feeling better? Much improved? Your clothes? Shin Changhe's gaze fell upon her skirt, now soiled with dirt. Oh, there weren't enough hands, so I lent a hand. It's nothing serious. Why did you not send someone back to the residence to fetch more people? Shin Changhe furrowed his brow. Those tasks, how could you manage them? Very simply, just a bit of washing and such. Shinanen approached and sat opposite him, glancing at the documents in his hands, casually remarking. Today, many vagrants gathered on Nanhua Street, including some disabled elderly and women with children. Then suddenly, a squad of officials arrived, claiming to maintain order, and drove those vagrants away. Shin Changhe paused, closing the documents, and turned his attention to Shinanen. I had someone distribute food to them, which did not please those officials. Shin Changhe began, but was cut off by Shinanen. Elder brother, is this what you often refer to as being pragmatic? Adapting to the prevailing trends and blending with the environment, Shin Changhe lowered his gaze, remaining silent. It is getting late. Elder brother, rest early. I will come to see you again in a few days. Take good care of your injury. And Shin Changhe called out to her, what you see is merely the tip of the iceberg of the bureaucratic world and its myriad forms. There are countless instances of brutality and injustice. When one lacks the means, one must learn to safeguard oneself. Do not worry, elder brother. Anan understands. She turned back, smiling radiantly, blooming like a peach blossom. Upon returning to Haitang Garden, Mo Ran had prepared a bath. The fragrance of rose petals mingling with the rising steam, a balm for the body and mind, lulling her into drowsiness. Her skin, smooth and delicate as jade, sank beneath the water, revealing only her rounded porcelain white shoulders and slender arms. Shinanen rested half her body against the edge of the tub, her lovely radiant face cradled by her arms, her eyes half closed. Mo Xiang gently wiped the water from her hair. Miss, you haven't eaten yet, please bear with it, eat something before sleeping. I don't want to eat, Shinanen murmured. Mo Xiang quickly arranged her hair, draping a blanket over her shoulders and helping her onto the bed. Shinanen rolled into the covers, instinctively hugging the soft pillow and burying her face within. Miss, you still need to apply the snowskin cream. Shinanen frowned, turning to lie flat without moving. As the cool, faintly fragrant snowskin cream was applied to her, soothing under Mo Xiang's gentle touch, Miss, I will serve you some soup. You should drink a little to replenish your strength. You cannot work all day without eating. She nodded with her eyes still closed. Mo Xiang removed the snowskin cream, washed her hands, and prepared a bowl of chicken soup, skimming off the grease, spooning it into Shinanen's mouth through coaxing and persuasion. She managed to get her to drink half a bowl. Shinanen sank deeper into the quilt. If my mother comes, just tell her I am exhausted and just fell asleep. Yes, snuffing out the candlelight and drawing the curtains. Mo Xiang quietly exited. As soon as she closed the door, indeed Lady Shin entered with a maid. Madam, Lady Shin glanced around the darkened room. Has the young lady gone to sleep? Yes, the young lady is quite fatigued today and barely ate a few bites. Hearing this, Lady Shin felt reluctant to disturb her, asking a few cursory questions before leaving. The next day, Shinanen rose early, but Lady Shin was already up before her, just as she was about to eat. A little maid came to report that Lady Shin had arrived, prompting Shinanen to sigh, her small face immediately reflecting a hint of weariness. Lady Shin entered and instantly asked with concern, "Why do you look so dispirited? Did you not rest well last night? If so, I shall have the steward go. You should stay home and rest, Shinanan, if one is to do good deeds. There is no reason to abandon them halfway. My dear child, Lady Shin seated herself beside her, listening to the housekeeper's report. You even lent a helping hand personally. Just offered a little assistance. Anan. Gentle and kind-hearted, Lady Shin affectionately patted her head, her face beaming with satisfaction. Shinanan set down her spoon and rose, remarking that it was getting late and she must take her leave. Promising to speak with her mother upon her return. Wait a moment, Lady Shin said, catching her arm. The housekeeper reported that he wouldn't only bring good news but would relay every detail. Regardless of how trivial. I heard, did you ask the fourth prince to stay and help at the porridge stall? With an expressionless face, Shinanan replied, the fourth prince prioritizes the welfare of the people and willingly offers his assistance to the commoners. It is not for me to presume to invite him to stay. Lady Shin tilted her head, scrutinizing her daughter, attempting to discern any hints of deceit. A prince of such stature would not willingly engage in menial tasks. I cannot believe it. What could my daughter possibly possess that would compel the fourth prince, who stands above thousands, to serve? That is indeed a fair point. Lady Shin released her grip, her tone earnest as she advised. If you do not wish for it, do not entangle yourself with him too closely, lest it leads to a complicated situation. The royal family is not easily placated. Do not worry, mother, I have my own ideas. After exchanging a few comforting words, Shinanan departed the residence swiftly. Chapter 9. Have we met before? Upon reaching Nan Hua Street, the townsfolk had already formed an orderly queue, waiting patiently. The servants of the Shin household had arrived early, and the porridge was now ready. The matron brought out the steamed buns made with white flour and began distributing them one by one. Shinanan glanced around and noticed that the refugees from yesterday were conspicuously absent. Those people likely will not return, the housekeeper whispered. Given yesterday's unfortunate events, the authorities will not permit their presence any longer. After all, each passing day sees an alarming decline in their numbers, without the provisions provided by you. Those individuals would have lost at least a third of their lives overnight. Listening to this, a chill ran through Shinanan. Is this what my elder brother described as the brutal realities of the world? With her gaze lowered, she quietly assisted in the preparations at the porridge stall, uttering not a single word. As noon approached, a black carriage suddenly halted in the open area, and Xiao Yuan, clad in a fitted cloud-patterned robe, alighted with purposeful strides. Today, he appeared sharp and composed, his attire more practical than the flowing sleeves of yesterday, yet still exuding an air of nobility. Shinanan stole a sidelong glance at his resolute and handsome features, momentarily concealing her astonishment. Does he truly intend to work for 7 days? Li Huayan trailed behind him, looking rather disheveled. At this hour, is His Highness here merely to partake in a meal? Xiao Yuan's steps seemed to falter briefly before he pretended to ignore Shinanan. Bending down to begin his tasks, Shinanan curled her lip in disdain. Why is she so inclined to engage with him? She resumed her work, but the delicate young master was ill-suited for such labor. Mission, do you not realize that in our effort to assist, we are nearly exhausting ourselves? We rose before dawn to handle official documents, and without even a meal, we hurried here, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Shinanan, feeling irritable from the noise, lifted her gaze to Li Huayan. If you do not wish to work, you may remain idle elsewhere. Do not seek conversation for the sake of it. Li Huayan awkwardly rubbed his nose, taken aback by the obviousness of his discomfort. There were numerous tasks involved in distributing the porridge, and Shinanan personally oversaw the procurement of rice and flour, meticulously checking to avoid any errors reminiscent of her previous life. Li Huayan, Xiao Yuan, you are indeed princes. Do you truly intend to do menial work for her? It is precisely because he is a prince that he should cherish the people, striving for their welfare. What concern is it of hers? Li Huayan scoffed. Who would believe such a statement? There are many noble young ladies who could serve porridge. Why do you not go to Miss San? Xiao Yuan's hands, which were washing rice, halted abruptly as he shot a cold glare at Li Huayan, who immediately fell silent. He redirected his gaze to the slender figure standing among the townsfolk nearby. She wore a dark dress today, and even with the dust upon it, it was not overly conspicuous. Her waist was delicately slender, and her porcelain-white face, devoid of makeup, resembled the blush of dawn upon snow, plain yet not reminiscent of a noble lady. His dark, piercing eyes narrowed slightly, and he found himself perplexed by his own unusual feelings. For some inexplicable reason, a vague emotion tugged at him, evoking a sense of familiarity as if they had encountered one another long ago. How intriguing, compelling him to delve deeper into this connection. If she, a delicate young lady, could perform such tasks, why could not a prince do the same? He resumed washing the rice, but from the corner of his eye, He noticed Li Huayan gazing at him with an enamored expression. How had he never noticed before that this Shen girl possessed such beauty? Suddenly the basin in Xiao Yuan's hand slipped, splattering water all over Li Huayan's face. Ugh! Li Huayan hurriedly wiped his face with a cloth. I was careless. Xiao Yuan, with an impassive expression, tossed the washed rice to Li Huayan, put it in the pot. Li Huayan obediently rose to go but lingered. Not returning for a while, Xiao Yuan awaited the rice, turning to see Li Huayan engaged in conversation with the woman preparing the porridge. The woman appeared young, likely newly married. They exchanged words that seemed to cause a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. A picture of shyness, Li Huayan leaned against the carriage wall, his gaze frequently assessing Xiao Yuan. I can't shake the feeling that you have not quite been yourself these past few days. Xiao Yuan lazily lifted his eyelids, prompting Li Huayan to inch closer. Given your temperament, a life-saving grace would hardly compel you to lower your status and swallow your pride. And about what you just said, be honest, was it related to that Miss Shen? He brought his two thumbs together, wearing an expression of lewdness. Chapter 10, The Gift of Gratitude. Suddenly, a hand with prominent knuckles seized his right thumb. Ouch, no, that hurts, you're going to break it. He twisted his body, baring his teeth in pain. Xiao Yuan glared at him coldly, only releasing his grip after several pleas for mercy, then leisurely wiped his palm with a handkerchief. Li Huayan noticed his actions and twitched his mouth. I haven't complained about your rudeness. Why do you find me dirty? Xiao Yuan remained silent, his face stern. It true, my hands have wandered over the delicate forms of countless women. As he caught sight of Xiao Yuan's expression darkening, he wisely fell silent, refraining from further disgusting him. Sighing, Li Huayan reclined leisurely against the carriage wall. To be fair, though Miss Shen often looks at you as if you were a chicken looking at another chicken. Her heart is quite kind, far superior to those ladies who merely put on airs. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. How is the situation with the refugees handled by the Duan family? Li Huayan chuckled lightly. The reputation of the first talented lady, dignified and kind-hearted, is somewhat exaggerated. Those disabled, elderly, and weak refugees were driven away before they could even approach. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan frowned. If that is the case, Miss Duan San's character is not suitable for your selection of a consort. There are even fewer eligible ladies of proper family background for you to choose from in the capital. Xiao Yuan acknowledged with a sound, taking a delicate sip of the tea on the small table. Actually, according to your criteria, the most fitting candidate for the fourth prince's consort would be the Shen family girl. What a pity that she reacts to you like a rooster to another rooster. Can't you display a bit of your masculine charm and entice her? Such a waste of that handsome face. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice sounded, and before Li Huayan could react, the carriage came to a halt. Get down. Li Huayan was still dazed when Xingfeng pulled him down. Wait, did I say something wrong again? Xingfeng, with a wooden expression, asked. Which rooster is young master referring to in relation to Miss Shen? Of course, it's. He pointed towards the carriage, suddenly curling up. I just thought it was too stuffy inside the carriage. A stroll outside would be nice. He shook his arms and strolled ahead as the carriage sped past him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn Xingfeng, miss, the steward whispered. The fourth prince's household has sent over the rice needed for the next couple of days. Very well, she replied, turning to inspect other areas. Today's porridge is a bit bland. We shall add more tomorrow. But the cook hesitated. Is there not enough rice? The cook nodded, explaining that the neighboring Duan family had just finished distributing porridge for 10 days. We originally planned for 7 days, but the young lady desires a thicker rice porridge, which has consumed half a day's worth of rice. If we add more, we will not have enough for 7 days. How long will the remaining last? According to the young lady's requirements, at most 5 days. Then 5 days it is. Shenenen, I will think of a way for the rest. In her previous life, due to Duan Mengming's provocation, she had dragged it out to the 9th day, resulting in porridge as thin as water mixed with quite a bit of mud. Xiao Yuan had already held a grudge against her, and Duan Mengming had seized the opportunity to expose her. Not only Xiao Yuan but even the common folk began to scorn and blame her. Reflecting on it, it was indeed despicable to act that way for the sake of pride. Duan Mengming could do as she pleased, but that was none of her concern. She only needed to be true to her conscience. The servants of the Shen residence began to pack their belongings to return home when an unexpected guest arrived. Miss Duan San, what brings you here? Is it a matter of gossip? With misty eyes, Duan Mengmeng replied, Miss Shen, I do not know where I have offended you to warrant such damage to my reputation. She bit her red lips, speaking with restrained grievance while subtly glancing around. No need to look around. Xiao Yuan has left and is not here. Duan Mengmeng withdrew her gaze, disappointment fleeting across her features. Miss Shen, even though your father holds the esteemed position of Grand Commandant, he is still a subject. How can you address the fourth prince by his name? What concern is it of yours? Shinanen replied coldly, if you're dissatisfied, feel free to report me. I am merely offering a kind reminder. We have no such friendship. There is no need for Miss Duan's goodwill. Duan Mengmeng, aware of her tenacity, had not anticipated her utter lack of decorum, disregarding the basic etiquette expected of a lady. Miss Shin, having grown up in Jiangnan, is not well versed in the customs of the capital and lacks a certain upbringing. I shall not stoop to your level. Suddenly Shinanen lifted her gaze, her sharp eyes locking onto Duan Mengmeng, causing the latter to feel a momentary chill. Is this the sort of upbringing your Duan family imparts? Sending you to bark at me like this, Miss Shin, as a lady, how can you speak so foully? Duan Mengmeng trembled with anger. Miss Duan, as a lady, has your family never taught you about humility and courtesy? Duan Mengmeng's chest swelled with indignation. The servants from both the Shin and Duan households turned to observe, forcing her to suppress her fury and coldly question, what happened the other day was merely an accident. And I indeed showed you courtesy afterwards. Why then do you spread rumors outside, tarnishing my reputation? Such petty behavior, Miss Shin, does it not disgrace the Shin family's reputation? Shinanen stood, her almond-shaped eyes darkening. Whether I disgrace my family's reputation is uncertain, but you have certainly disgraced the Duan family. The Duan family, known for its loyalty and integrity, has produced only this one crooked flower. She is nowhere near the second Miss Duan's elegance and kindness. It is unfortunate that the world often judges people by their appearances, blinded by ignorance. Duan Mengmeng's nails dug into her palm. Shinanen, do not overstep your bounds. The worst is yet to come. Just wait and see. Shinanen brushed past her and boarded the carriage. Steward, take me home. Yes, the servants of the Shin residence, eyes downcast, swiftly packed their belongings to leave. Shinanen lifted the carriage curtain. Observing Duan Mengmeng, who was practically hopping with rage, her face contorted in displeasure, and smirked. The first talented lady, gentle and kind, how quickly the facade crumbles. Miss, that one is a reckless individual without decorum. It would be wise not to stoop to her level. You do not understand. Duan Mengmeng lowered her eyelids, her eyes filled with malice. The favored consort has the emperor's affection. If I do not plan, early years of affection will turn into a fleeting dream. Only by ruining Shinanen could she eliminate any competition. She had toiled diligently to become the first talented lady, a paragon among ladies. No one was more fitting to stand by his side than she. She understood all too well what was most important for a lady, yet regrettably, her campaign had not begun auspiciously. Upon returning to the Shin residence, the gatekeeper immediately approached her. Miss, you have returned. The steward from the fourth prince's household delivered items for you, expressing gratitude for your life-saving grace towards his master. Shinanen paused, glancing at the boxes piled in the open space. Take them to my Haitang garden. Yes.As on the previous day, Mo Ran had prepared the bathwater. Shinanen, weary, closed her eyes, allowing two maids to help her out of her clothing and adornments. Completely unclothed, she stepped onto the plush mat and entered the bathtub. Madame has sent the most fashionable flower cream from the capital today, reputed to refine the skin, even used by the ladies in the palace. I shall apply it for you, Shinanen responded and rested her head against the edge of the tub. The cool sensation was quite pleasant, and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. With the water has turned cold, Mo Xiang gently called, waking her. Miss, you should go sleep on the bed to avoid catching a chill. Shinanen squinted her drowsy eyes, rising from the tub, a thin blanket draped over her porcelain skin, droplets of water trickling down her slender legs. Regardless of the time, she always cared for her appearance. Maintaining it exceptionally well, clad in undergarments, she cinched her waist, her hair cascading loosely behind her, emanating a fragrance of dew. Bring in the items sent by the fourth prince. Mo Xiang and Mo Ran opened the door. Beckoning a few rough maids, there were 2 boxes in total, each quite heavy. He surely places a high value on his life. Shinanen approached, opening each box. They were not particularly large but filled to the brim. She picked up a brocade box and examined it. These seem to be medicinal herbs for nourishment, Mo Xiang remarked. Though not exceedingly precious, the total quantity amounts to a considerable sum. Keep half, and send the rest to Songju courtyard for my elder brother's nourishment. That wretched creature still possesses a modicum of conscience. The medicinal herbs were separated, revealing a layer of silver within, amounting to roughly 1,000 taels. Miss, the fourth prince's generosity is rather extravagant. Shinanen paused for a moment, then coldly smiled. If it allows us to remain unencumbered by one another, with no entanglements, then even 10,000 taels would be worthwhile. After all, in her previous life, he had behaved precisely in this manner. If he could use money to sever all ties, he would have eagerly done so. Mo Ran opened the other box. Miss, these seem to be paintings in porcelain. Shinanen's gaze fixated on the topmost painting. Bound with silken threads, remaining motionless for a while as her almond eyes darkened gradually. Miss, What is the matter? Mo Xiang gently tugged at her sleeve. Shen remained silent as she approached the painting. Tearing off the silk ribbon that bound it, the paper unfurled, revealing the breathtaking scene within. My goodness, how exquisite! Mo Xiang and Mo Ran both gasped in awe, yet Shen's gaze fixated intensely on the artwork. As if she wished to pierce a hole through it, with a sharp flick of her wrist, she tossed it onto the ground, quickly reaching for other items, a vase, a decorative piece, calligraphy. So many things she recognized. And in a fleeting moment, it seemed as though these objects sprouted faces, mocking her with their laughter. With a decisive thud, she shut the trunk, her expression dark and foreboding. Mo Xiang picked up the fallen painting. Alarmed as she looked at her young mistress, "Miss, what troubles you? Return these items to him," Shen commanded, "and inform Xiao Yuan that I will not be trifled with. This painting is of no worth to me, worthless as a mere coin." Mo Ran, taken aback by Shen's frigid demeanor, hastily summoned others to remove the items. The fourth prince was undeniably talented, and his paintings were highly sought after in the capital, yet she dismissed them as if they were mere refuse. Mo Xiang hurriedly tucked the painting back into the trunk. "Leave me. I wish to rest for a while." Yes. Mo Xiang carefully closed the door behind her. Chapter 11. Intruding affairs. Shen stood motionless for what felt like an eternity before finally sinking into a chair. She lowered her head and, after a brief pause, suddenly raised it again, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Once revered as a treasure, something she had once prostrated herself to obtain now lay before her with such ease. Thus, the painting was not truly precious. It merely seemed so because he deemed her unworthy of it. In the past, even a single pen related to him was beyond her reach. His claims of not allowing others to touch his belongings were nothing but lies. "How generous of you now," she scoffed softly, concealing the mist in her eyes, not for him, but for her own life, once so abject and dust-like. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Yuan entered his study. Neglecting official documents as he merely stared blankly, flashes of familiar scenes raced through his mind, that same haunting sensation returning, yet he could never grasp it fully. "Your Highness," Qing Feng strode in. "It appears someone from the Shen household has returned the items you sent." Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, fixing on Qing Feng. "What did they say?" Qing Feng hesitated, lowering his head. "The housekeeper sent 2 boxes. Miss Shen accepted the silver but returned the paintings, stating, she said." "What did she say?" Xiao Yuan inquired, his tone flat. "She said your artworks are worthless to her and that you shouldn't send her such rubbish." The atmosphere turned oppressive, and Qing Feng felt chills run down his spine. "Humph," Xiao Yuan sneered coldly. "Put them in storage." "Yes." Qing Feng, his legs trembling, hurriedly exited the icy room. Xiao Yuan cast his gaze upon the unfinished painting on his desk, remaining motionless for a long while. Worthless, his artworks were worth their weight in gold. That woman truly lacked discernment. He resolved to witness her artistic skill firsthand, to see just how vividly she could portray life. Xiao Yuan drummed his fingers on the table. The image of her disdainful expression flashing in his mind, he couldn't recall ever having wronged her. He wondered where her animosity stemmed from. Master, news from the outskirts. Over 100 refugees perished yesterday. Xiao Yuan snapped back to reality, rising to leave the study. Why was he so preoccupied with insignificant individuals? If there were no leads, perhaps it was merely an illusion. The following morning, Shen prepared to leave when Lady Shen arrived. "Anan, have you been weary these past few days?" "Not particularly." Shen assisted Lady Shen to a seat and poured her a cup of tea. This hour, her visit surely bore significance. "There will be a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet at the Yongning Marquis' estate the day after tomorrow. Since you've just returned to the capital, it would be a perfect opportunity to present yourself to the other young ladies and familiarize yourself with them, but the charity event is only 3 days in." "I fear I won't have time." Shen furrowed her brows. Such banquets were merely occasions for young ladies to boast and curry favor with the powerful. What was the point of attending? She had been spoiled by her grandmother, unable to endure any slight, and due to the situation with Duan Mengmeng, she had not faced any bullying from the other young ladies, missing the chance to view the chrysanthemums. She had inadvertently let her tongue slip. It was also her fault. During the previous chrysanthemum banquet at the Yongning estate, her reputation was already tarnished, and Lady Shen had initially forbidden her attendance. Yet, spurred by Duan San's provocation, she insisted on going, hoping to showcase her talents and overshadow Duan San. However, before the competition even began, she had quarreled fiercely with a young lady and was sent home. Recalling those memories, Shen propped her hand against the table, obscuring half her face. The charity event was trivial. The housekeeper could oversee it. It wasn't necessary for her to attend daily. The Yongning Marquis' wife was the elder sister of the emperor. Her gatherings were highly coveted by all young ladies, occurring only once a year and attracting numerous talented youths. Upon hearing this, Shin'en glanced at Lady Shin. "Mother, are you intentionally arranging a marriage for me?" Understanding dawned upon her, and Shin'en nodded in agreement. "Very well, I leave the arrangements to you. Rest assured, I've prepared your clothes and jewelry. Stay home tomorrow. Your complexion has lost its freshness after a few days in the wind." "All right, I shall heed your words." After bidding farewell to Lady Shin'en stepped outside. Seated in the carriage, she lifted the curtain slightly, gazing at the bustling street. Vendors with shoulder pulls called out their wares, and innkeepers cheerfully beckoned passers-by to sample their delicacies. It had been so long since she had witnessed such liveliness. Mo Xiang followed her gaze, smiling. "Miss, are you yearning to shop again? You were busy every day in Jiangnan, and now that you've just returned to the capital, you already find it dull." Shin'en smiled but said nothing. It wasn't merely a matter of a few days, it felt as though an entire lifetime had passed. How had she forgotten these simple joys in her previous life, resigned herself to a life of bitterness and scheming? To say she harbored no hatred for Xiao Yuan would be a lie. Yet, seeking revenge seemed unjustified. That he simply did not love her, nor did he like her. What fault was that? She even thought if she were a man, she would certainly not love that mentally unstable Shin'en. Thus, it was not wrong for her to despise him now. Distancing herself from that contemptible wretch, seeking a worthy partner, and becoming a gentle and virtuous woman would render her life fulfilling. Shin'en's lips curled into a smile as she lowered the curtain. Her first half of life had indeed been satisfactory. It was merely unfortunate that she had encountered the wrong people. Suddenly, a sharp clamor approached, growing louder. "You are trampling on lives. Release them at once, or I shall report you." Shin'en raised the curtain again, peering outside. A young man clad in coarse linen garments stood there, his tall, slender frame flushed with anger, his scholarly demeanor evident. He faced several officials, the leader of whom Shin'en recognized as the one who had driven the refugees from Nanhua Street days prior. "What do you mean, trampling on lives? We are the government, tasked with resettling the refugees. Mind your own business, or we will charge you with obstructing official duties." The official shoved the young man aside, ordering his subordinates to drag away the fainted woman and child on the ground. "You cannot take them, the child is ill and needs a doctor." The young man attempted to pursue, but the leading official brandished his weapon before him. A refugee who cannot even provide for himself has no money for a doctor. "Get lost, or risk your life." The threat was clear, yet the young man persisted, gripping the official's weapon. "I am a newly minted scholar, Zhang Yiyang. Do you dare to harm me?" Though he had yet to be assigned a position, he was still a man of rank. Released. That mother and child. Zhang Yiyang thought his status would intimidate them, yet the leader merely stared blankly for a moment, dismissing him utterly. Lowering his voice, he replied, "After years of arduous study, I am here in the capital, not in some remote village. Here, a scholar is no different from an ant." He believed his words were clear enough, but Zhang Yiyang was obstinate, refusing to let go. "Believe it or not, even if you wield power, you may not keep your life safe under the emperor's watchful eye. I refuse to believe there is no law." Shin'en shook her head, thinking him a fool blinded by his studies. Yet, he did possess commendable character. Amid the crowd, he was the only one brave enough to speak up for the mother and child. The official, infuriated, prepared to strike Zhang Yiyang and drag him away. "What is this commotion? You are blocking the road." Shin'en stepped forward from the crowd, all eyes turned towards her. After all, such fools as the young man were rare, and yet another had emerged, piquing their curiosity. Dressed in a delicate light blue gown, her skin porcelain white, and her hair adorned with a few jade hairpins of notable value, she exuded an air of nobility, her brows elegantly arched, every glance revealing her grace. Zhang Yiyang stared at her, momentarily speechless, captivated by her beauty. Such words as fairy-like and extraordinarily exquisite were no exaggeration. "Miss Shin," the leading official stammered, bowing hastily, though his expression was less than pleasant. "What is going on? Why are you blocking the road while handling a case?" The official forced a smile, glancing at Zhang Yiyang, who had a firm grip on his official robe. "I shall clear the way for Miss Shin." He strained to free his sleeve, but before he could move, he was once again seized. "You cannot leave." He felt an impulse to strangle this fool. Shin'en lifted her gaze towards the obstinate Zhang Yiyang and smiled, saying, "If you do not release him, how can he allow that mother and child to depart?" Zhang Yiyang's face instantly flushed, stammering, I fear that if I let him go, he will take them away. The child has a high fever and cannot endure delays." Before Shin'en could respond, the leader of the group immediately commanded his subordinates to release them. How truly unfortunate. The woman hurriedly clutched her child and ran behind Zhang Yiyang. "Miss Shin, I shall take my leave." "Very well." Shin'en nodded. The man turned and shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yiyang before leading his companions away, while the onlookers gradually dispersed, clearing the path. Shinanen's gaze lingered for a moment on the woman who had shrunk behind Zhang Yeyang before she turned to prepare to board her carriage and depart. Mississippi Shinanen turned back to look at the blushing, nervous young man, who had not appeared this way when he had defended that woman. "Yes, there's something else, young sir." Zhang Yeyang pressed his lips together, bowing slightly in gratitude. "I would like to thank you on behalf of that mother and child for your assistance." Shinanen smiled gently. "I did nothing. It is you who stood up against tyranny with righteous words." Zhang Yeyang's face grew even redder, his head dropping in embarrassment. "My colleagues say I am too stubborn." "I fear I have embarrassed you." Shinanen did not respond, her gaze drifting to the refugee woman who had been watching intently. She remarked meaningfully, "Your kindness is commendable, but do not let it become your undoing." Zhang Yeyang was taken aback, and by the time he realized it, Shinanen had already boarded the carriage and was departing slowly. He hurriedly bowed again, saying, "Thank you for the reminder," watching the carriage leave. He stood in a daze for a long while until his sleeve was gently tugged. "Young sir, my head hurts. Oh, I shall take you to see a doctor right away." He rummaged through his pockets for a moment before producing a few pieces of silver. Looking down at the pitiful child, he gritted his teeth, scooping the child into his arms and heading towards the medical clinic, while the woman hurriedly followed, expressing her gratitude profusely. On the second floor of the tavern, in a private room with a window facing this direction, everything that transpired was clearly visible. Xiao Yuan lounged in his chair, habitually toying with the white jade ring on his thumb. He found himself inexplicably unsettled by the sight of the woman smiling radiantly at that scholar. Was he, a prince and a young general of renown, to be overshadowed by that feeble scholar? The woman treated him with such warmth yet looked down upon Xiao Yuan. "Mind your own business." Li Huayan nodded in agreement. "A mere scholar dares to meddle in such affairs. Truly, he is unaware of the heaven's height and the earth's depth." To put it positively, one might call it integrity. Negatively, it is foolishness. The officials had made it abundantly clear, yet he insisted on charging forward without considering whether he had the standing to speak. He was merely fortunate to encounter Miss Shen's benevolence, otherwise, he would likely have been taken to the authorities today. Not knowing how he would meet his end, there are myriad ways to make a person disappear in this city, for as long as one is not a noble, the rest are akin to grasshoppers that cannot even stir a ripple. Her kindness, Xiao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Huayan. "It is more akin to foolishness. The second prince has become increasingly reckless, brazenly so in broad daylight. It seems that the official from the south holds great significance to him." Xiao Yuan scoffed. "One does not fear the monkey's antics, rather one fears his stillness." Wasn't that scholar just as resilient and upright? Li Huayan's eyes brightened. Indeed, such a person would be perfect for dealing with a prince. The reason commoners lack the qualifications to contend with nobles is due to their absence of power. However, if they have someone backing them, it is an entirely different matter. By the way, will you be attending the chrysanthemum banquet at the Yongning Marquis' residence the day after tomorrow? No, Xiao Yuan replied lazily. "Can the Grand Princess be persuaded?" Li Huayan asked doubtfully. "She has summoned all the noble ladies in the capital. It seems she wishes to matchmake for you." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan smirked. Who doesn't want to be matched? That is indeed true. It is rather amusing. The Grand Princess has little interest in women's cosmetics or fine silks, yet she is quite devoted to matchmaking. Strangely, anyone she favors is sure to end up together. It was said that this time, male guests would also be invited, including this year's top scholars, for some form of talent competition. The princess is truly planning to marry the county princess to a down-and-out new scholar? Li Huayan frowned. "Indeed," Xiao Yuan replied coolly, sipping his tea. "The Yongning Marquis' residence has already drawn enough attention due to my aunt's marriage. If they were to ally with the nobility again, it may provoke my father's ire. Considering he is always wary of his own son, therefore, marrying Hua Sheng to someone of no family background, yet possessing some talent and good character, would be the best outcome. Say, if there is a talent competition for the male guests, wouldn't there be something similar for the female guests?" Li Huayan's eyes sparkled. Xiao Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. "I don't mean to look at women. The women at the brothel are far superior to those noble ladies. One can simply pay them and have no responsibilities to." He was a carefree person, but he could not bear the constraints of marriage. "I was merely pondering." He propped his chin on one hand, his peach blossom eyes half squinting as he gazed at Xiao Yuan. "In past banquets, the first place has always been awarded to the third miss. It has become rather monotonous. Do you think this year will bring any changes?" Xiao Yuan's hand holding the teacup paused as he gazed blandly at Li Huayan. "Consider this, Miss Shen has just returned to the capital. Surely Madame Shen would want her to participate, after all. She was raised by old Madame Shen, a figure of great stature. The third miss is but a lowly player in her presence. If you claim that Miss Shen knows nothing, I do not believe it." How could someone of old Madame Shen's caliber raise her sole granddaughter to be inept? At the palace banquet, it was clear that she spoke as she did to avoid marrying you. But her talent is undoubtedly on par with that of old Madame Shen, if not exceeding it. The more Li Huayan spoke, the more sense it made. I must attend the banquet the day after tomorrow. Perhaps there will be surprises. After a long silence without hearing Xiao Yuan speak, he looked up to find his eyelids slightly lowered, his expression dark as if he were displeased, his gaze cold. What is wrong with you? Nothing. A hint of coldness graced Xiao Yuan's lips. It is rather dull to remain in the residence. It would be good to observe. He was curious to see how outstanding that woman's painting skills were to dare to claim that his works were shabby. When Shinanan arrived at Nanhua Street, the commoners had already formed a long queue, and the number of people was evidently greater than in the past 2 days, creating a scene of overwhelming congestion. What is going on? The steward anxiously scratched his already sparse hair. Miss, you have finally arrived early this morning. The refugees from other streets surged here, claiming our porridge is thick and can stave off hunger. However, if this trend continues, our rice may not last 5 days, and it will be gone by tomorrow at the latest. Shinanan furrowed her brow. Upon glancing around, she noted that the numbers had indeed more than doubled compared to yesterday. The steward continued. The East Street, North Street, and the Duan and Chen families are also here. This is rather inappropriate. This would be tantamount to slapping the Duan and Chen families in the face, unnecessarily offending them. Shinanan acknowledged, not saying more amiss. Should I inform them that the supplies are limited and that those at the back need not wait and should return to their areas? The steward suggested. No need, Shinanan replied. No need. The steward's eyelids twitched. Miss, this is rather inappropriate. They have come for the porridge. Why should we let the Duan and Chen families hold a grudge against us? Moreover, to stand out too much is also a mistake. Shinanan stated, they have come on foot for the porridge, indicating their dire need for this bowl of gruel. That may be true, but being overly unconventional is always disadvantageous, the steward urged with a grimace. Your kindness is commendable, miss, but kindness must be exercised with consideration. One should not place others in awkward situations. Shinanan turned to look at him, suddenly smiling. The steward was merely worried that the Shen family would attract too much attention and offend the Duan and Chen families. The steward sighed, given the position of your father, we cannot afford to offend them, but your actions not only offend them but also all the benevolent officials. Thus, the Shen family may gain a good reputation. But it is built upon the stigma of others. Your handling of this matter shows a lack of understanding of the ways of the world. Shinanan smiled dismissively. Why is it that we offend? Is it not better to let others bear the offense? The steward was somewhat taken aback. Shinanan curled her lips. You take someone to the fourth prince's residence and tell him I have changed my mind. I wish to exchange the box of calligraphy and paintings returned yesterday for rice flour, and I need it today. The steward was left speechless. Miss, but that is the fourth prince. Do you think he will agree? The fourth prince is not a fool. He would not want to be so blatantly used or to have his word changed so easily. You just tell him that from today onwards, our past favors are nullified. And he will agree to it in order to distance himself from me, Shinanan said, her expression filled with derision. Understood. The steward nodded stiffly. Given the situation, they had to at least give it a try. Steward Shen, feeling anxious, arrived at the gate of the fourth prince's residence, hesitating to get out of the carriage. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached from afar. He looked up to see a carriage marked with the emblem of the prince's residence coming this way. Causing his heart to tremble. An impulse to turn the carriage around and flee surged within him. Master, it seems to be the steward of Shen Manor, Qingfeng reported softly. Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His distinctly knuckled fingers drawing back the curtain to peek outside. The fourth prince. Steward Shen hurriedly dismounted to pay his respects. Xiao Yuan regarded him with a faint gaze, remaining silent for quite some time. While Steward Shen felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. What is it? He finally spoke, stepping down from the carriage. Even before his tall figure approached, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the air. Steward Shen wished fervently for his neck to snap, so he could bow his head to the ground. Old servant is here on behalf of our young lady to request the box of calligraphy and paintings from yesterday. Xiao Yuan's brows arched slightly before he fell silent once more. After a moment, he inquired, did she not say she would not accept refuse? Steward Shen was taken aback, his legs trembling with anxiety. Why had the young lady not informed him of this matter? He was unprepared. Cold sweat dripped from his jaw onto the bluestone pavement as he spoke in a barely audible tone. Our young lady said that gifts should be practical. She does not like the calligraphy and paintings and wishes to exchange them for rice and flour. Today she requires them. As he continued, his voice dwindled to a whisper, yet Xiao Yuan, a practiced martial artist, heard him clearly. He fixed his piercing gaze on Steward Shen, his eyes narrowing slightly, and let out a cold laugh. Just one night has passed, and Miss Shin has already changed her mind. Does she think my residence is a place where she can whimsically go back on her word? Steward Shin's knees buckled, and he half knelt. Our young lady desires the rice and flour to aid the common folk, and I hope the fourth prince can show some compassion. He had prepared himself for returning empty-handed. As long as his life was spared, what sort of person was the fourth prince? The lady toyed with him repeatedly. It would be benevolent of him not to seek retribution. Why would he offer assistance? What else did she say? Xiao Yuan suddenly asked. Steward Shin hurriedly replied. The young lady also said that if the fourth prince agrees, from henceforth, there would be no debts of gratitude between them. No debts of gratitude, Xiao Yuan repeated, twirling the ring on his thumb, his expression laden with unspeakable meaning. Your Highness, please consider the plight of the refugees and lend your assistance this once. Steward Shin bowed deeply. Xiao Yuan cast a cool glance at him and replied icily, return and tell her this is the last time. The bond of saving a life ends here, should she continue to play tricks. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yes, yes. Steward Shin wiped cold sweat from his brow and scrambled to his feet. Whatever it takes, just grant him the rice and flour. Qingfeng, go prepare. Understood. Qingfeng, with a blank expression, asked Steward Shin, how much do you need? 10 bags of rice, and 3 bags of flour. Qingfeng's lips twitched slightly. That's quite a lot. Does Miss Shin intend to take in those refugees long term? Follow me, he said. Very well. Steward Shin hastily followed Qingfeng, but a sharp gaze suddenly fell upon him, causing a chill to run down his neck, and he immediately halted. Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to command? Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, remember to inform her not to waste her efforts devising underhanded schemes against me. Such tactics of false retreat will not work. Steward Shin gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yuan scoffed lightly and turned to return to the palace. Though she claimed disinterest, she continued to entangle herself with him through various excuses, leading him to deeply suspect her motives, wondering if she was merely employing cleverer tactics than other women. Steward Shin hurried back with the supplies. As the servants unloaded the rice and flour, he hesitated before approaching Shinenen, who appeared utterly at ease, as if she were confident the fourth prince would acquiesce. Miss, did he send a message for you? Miss, you are aware of this? What did he say? Was it to sever ties with me? Yes, but besides that, there were other matters. Steward Shin replied cautiously. Shinenen turned to look at him. Her apricot eyes cold and calm. Speak. Steward Shin lowered his head and conveyed Xiao Yuan's final words with slight embellishment. For a long while, Shinenen remained silent. Could it be that the fourth prince had guessed correctly? Steward Shin furtively glanced up, only to find his young lady's face contorted in a terrifying expression. How foolish of him to think so highly of himself. It was laughable. Shinenen suppressed a fiery rage within her. Steward Shin dared not breathe, feeling an uncanny resemblance between her aura and that of the fourth prince, both equally intimidating. Enough, you should know how to handle the remaining matters. I shall leave it to you, he said, departing. With additional personnel summoned from the Shen residence today, she had little concern. Understood, Steward Shin acknowledged, escorting the solemn-faced Shinenen into the carriage. Mo Xiang huddled in a corner, hardly daring to utter a word. As the carriage departed, Steward Shin exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as someone reported the arrival of the stewards from the Duan and Chen families, Steward Shin acknowledged the news, straightening his attire as he approached. Those who held the steward position were not foolish. He was even more astute. The request for kanji is a command from the fourth prince. You are aware that he assisted here a few days ago. His Highness is deeply concerned for the common people, and my young lady would not dare to oppose. Upon hearing this, the stewards from the Duan and Chen families were momentarily speechless, exchanging glances. Steward Shin continued, my lady initially prepared rice and flour comparable to other families, but she said that if things continued like this, the supply would surely be insufficient. However, the fourth prince insisted on directly providing rice and flour from the prince's residence. There exists a distinction between sovereign and subjects. Tell me, would my lady dare to voice her objections? She could only comply. Alas, we too find ourselves in a difficult position, the steward from the Chen family lamented. Steward Shin seized the opportunity, saying, if you do not believe me, I can take you to see. The rice and flour from the fourth prince's residence is stored just behind. No need, the other quickly declined, recognizing the fourth prince's command, and they dared not contest it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both hurriedly departed. Indeed, this tactic of the young lady is truly effective, Steward Shin remarked with a smile. By bringing the fourth prince into the matter, I doubt any family would dare to approach us again, nor would they harbor grudges against the Shen residents. As for the fourth prince, they must possess the courage to do so. Steward, won't this be discovered by the fourth prince? Might he bring trouble upon us? Steward Shin's smile abruptly froze. Chapter 13. one must learn to preserve oneself. Shin'en returned to the residence just as Shinwen was arriving from outside. She approached and knelt in greeting. Father. Shinwen scrutinized her for a moment and remarked, I heard from your mother that you have been overseeing the kanji distribution recently, even personally assisting, merely doing my part in idleness. She replied. A smile broke across Shinwen's stern face. Your willingness is commendable. It is befitting of a son of the Shin family. Indeed, father speaks true, Shin'en smiled back, having served through 2 dynasties. Her father rose to the position of Grand Minister not through factional allegiance, but rather through intellect and unwavering loyalty, otherwise he would not have resigned out of shame in his previous life. Shinwen gazed at his daughter with satisfaction. Father, have you just returned from the palace? Shin'en inquired, noticing he had yet to change out of his official robes. Yes, there were matters to discuss in court. The father and daughter walked together along the winding corridors. It regarding the flooding in the south, Shin'en suddenly asked. Shinwen halted, turning to look at his daughter in surprise. How did you know? Shin'en remained still, softly saying, the other day, a wave of refugees flooded into Nanhua Street, some disabled, others elderly, women and children. Soon after, a troop of soldiers arrived to drive them away. The steward mentioned that it was an unspoken matter among the officials in the capital. I surmise. Before she could finish, Shinwen abruptly interrupted. Let us discuss this in the study. Shin'en pursed her lips and followed the serious Shinwen into the front courtyard study. The servants presented tea, and Shinwen dismissed everyone before taking a seat behind the desk, scrutinizing his daughter whom he had not seen in years. There are some things that, even if understood, must remain unspoken. When one is powerless to change the situation, one must learn to preserve oneself. Shin'en was taken aback. Her father's advice echoed her elder brother's counsel. However, hearing such words from her upright father surprised her. Shinwen appeared remorseful as he lowered his gaze. Father does not teach you to be cold-blooded and heartless, but rather that when one is impotent, one must first learn to protect oneself and act within one's capabilities. Shin'en gazed at him for a long moment before softly asking, is the person behind this immensely powerful, to the extent that even you fear them? Her father was not one to stand idly by while such atrocities occurred, unless the person behind this wielded overwhelming power. He would have no choice but to avoid their wrath. After a brief silence, Shinwen exhaled a heavy sigh. In this household there are still you and your mother to consider. I must take the bigger picture into account. He rested his arms on the chair, his head bowed, appearing utterly helpless and distressed. Shin'en instantly understood. That person was most likely of royal lineage. Even her father, as Grand Minister, felt powerless, indicating they were certainly not of an ordinary noble family. Though her father was upright, years steeped in the political arena had honed his astuteness. He understood that while one must stand against injustice, one must also consider the safety of their family. Even, the prince cannot intervene. Shin'en spoke solemnly. The 4th prince, though cold-hearted, was still somewhat benevolent toward the common folk. Could he truly remain indifferent? Though reluctant to admit it, Xiao Yuan was indeed an admirable prince. Born into royalty, enjoying the privileges of wealth and power, he at least fulfilled his responsibilities. Shinwen opened his mouth, then sighed softly. The royal family is complex, far from the simplicity you envision, though the emperor dotes on the 4th prince. He must also consider the stability of the realm. No ruler is free from suspicion. The emperor's greatest aversion is fraternal discord. The 4th prince cannot provoke this conflict, thus, the person behind this was indeed a prince. Shin'en's palms were drenched in cold sweat. No wonder those officials could act so recklessly, so brazenly disregarding the nobility. They had a prince backing them. The emperor despised fraternal strife, thus if Xiao Yuan intervened, it would undoubtedly arouse the emperor's suspicion and discontent. How is it that those in high positions delight in watching the spectacle? Shin'en let out a cold laugh. Even commoners are aware of the fierce rivalries within the royal family. Does the emperor truly believe that if such rivalries are not displayed openly before him, his sons will be able to maintain brotherly harmony? Shinwen furrowed his brow and cast a disapproving glance at his daughter, admonishing her for her lack of decorum. Once this is spoken outside the study, not a word more shall be uttered. Do you understand? Yes, Shin'en replied dismissively with a curtsy. Asa young lady, you should simply enjoy your carefree life and refrain from concerning yourself with political affairs. Shin'en nodded obediently at this moment. By the way, your aunt has raised the topic of your marriage again. What are your true feelings on this matter? Your father wishes to be informed so he can make decisions on your behalf. I am unwilling, Shin'en stated decisively. Shinwen was taken aback, even somewhat incredulous. The 4th prince, Huai Jin, was both cultured and martial, destined for greater wealth and status, a suitor coveted by all the young ladies of the capital. Are you certain you do not wish to marry him? It was the first time he had heard of a noblewoman expressing reluctance to wed Xiao Yuan. Did you not just mention the complexities of the royal family? Do you truly wish for me to enter a den of competition among women? I certainly do not, Shenwen replied. Apart from those ambitious to associate with the royal family, which loving family would willingly marry their daughter into a den of wolves, he was merely surprised that his daughter would refuse the fourth prince's proposal. Your father understands. As long as you are unwilling, no one can compel you to. I shall handle matters with your aunt. Thank you, father. Shenenen's eyes crinkled with a smile. Reflecting on her past foolishness, she felt a pang of regret for her former self. Shenwen observed her cheerful demeanor, but his expression gradually morphed into one of intrigue. Could it be that during her years in Jiangnan she had developed affections for someone? He thought to inquire but opted to swallow the question. Perhaps it was best to inform his wife and allow her to broach the subject. If there is nothing further, you may return to your courtyard and rest. I shall take my leave. Shenenen replied with a bow, turning to exit and gently closing the door behind her. As she walked through the courtyard, she glanced up at the cerulean sky and exhaled a deep breath. Her father was right. When one is powerless, they must first attend to their own well-being. Even a grand commandant can feel helpless. What could a woman of the inner chambers concern herself with but to seize control of her own destiny for the latter half of her life? Miss, you have returned, Mo Ran exclaimed as she turned to see Shenenen, her surprise evident. Madam has just sent several exquisite outfits and accessories for the banquet tomorrow. You can choose from them now that you are back. Shenenen's gaze swept over the array of jewelry and garments, her expression remaining indifferent. You may choose for me. Anything presentable will suffice. Mo Ran blinked, glancing down at the brocade box. Shouldn't a young lady revel in the selection of fine garments and jewels? Why did her young mistress appear so disinterested? I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. You may all leave. As you wish. Mo Ran began to organize the items before retreating. Shenenen reclined on the soft couch, not sleeping but rather striving to recall the events of the chrysanthemum banquet from her past life. She was weary of engaging with those young ladies and contemplated how to avoid such encounters the next day. After a while, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Madame Shen sent someone to assist her. Madame is concerned that this is your first banquet, and with Mo Xiang and Mo Ran perhaps overlooking certain details, she has specially dispatched an elderly servant to help. Very well. With Madame Shen's entourage present, Shenenen no longer needed to fret, allowing them to fuss over her as she had no specific desires regarding her appearance, just something appropriate would suffice. However, Granny Zhang wished to adorn her like a celestial being, insisting on the most extravagant headpieces to showcase her status. Shenenen shifted uncomfortably. Granny Zhang, it is merely a banquet. There is no need for such extravagance. A more relaxed approach will do. You do not understand, Granny Zhang replied cheerfully. You have just returned from Jiangnan. It is likely that those high and mighty young ladies will be quick to critique. This headpiece was bestowed upon Madame by the late Empress, symbolizing nobility and honor. Such an accessory will surely make them think twice before speaking. Shenenen gazed into the copper mirror at the opulent golden peony headpiece adorning her head, lavish and striking. Exceedingly beautiful, albeit a tad heavy. In her previous life, her mother had disapproved of her attending the banquet, and thus she had never beheld this headpiece. Granny Zhang produced a box of rouge, lightly applying a touch of crimson to Shenenen's lips. The already striking visage was further accentuated. Beautiful, you are in the prime of your youth, deserving of such adornment, Granny Zhang exclaimed. Such beauty is fortunate to be born into a family of privilege. Were you of humble origins, it might become a source of calamity. Shenenen rose to inspect herself in the mirror, her crimson lips curving into a smile. Granny Zhang had a keen eye for matching. The extravagant headpiece paired with the subtly elegant peach-hued gown exuded grace and dignity, devoid of any gaudy ostentation. Shenenen felt a momentary daze, realizing it had been ages since she had looked so radiant. Miss, it is getting late. We must be on our way, Granny Zhang gently reminded her, pulling her from her reverie. Indeed, outside the estate, the carriage awaited. Madame Shen stood to one side, and upon hearing the approaching footsteps, turned her head in astonishment, her eyes filled with awe. Mother, Shenenen greeted with a bow. My dear Anan, you look truly stunning. Madame Shen took her hand, her admiration evident, radiant yet dignified, flamboyant without being fierce. Your beauty is perfectly balanced. Upon their return, Granny Zhang would be duly rewarded. Thank you, madam. It is all thanks to the young lady's innate beauty. She would look splendid in anything, with laughter and smiles. The group ascended the carriage, heading towards the Yongning Marquis' residence. During the journey, Madame Shen provided a brief overview of the Yongning Marquis' household. Shenenen was already well informed but listened attentively. The Marquis' heir was also quite exceptional. Talented and charming, while he could not rival the fourth prince, he was certainly a sought-after young man in the capital. Shen Nenen nodded with a smile. This heir, like Li Huayan, was a loyal follower of Sha Yuan. But he paled in comparison to Li Huayan, who, despite being blind to the world, harbored feelings for Duan Mengmeng. In her previous life, he had often ridiculed and belittled her. She understood her mother's intentions. But Ling Chenyu would absolutely not be her husband. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If her memory served her right, Ling Chenyu had been enamored with Duan Mengmeng at the chrysanthemum banquet due to a painting. It was said that on that day, the princess had organized a talent competition, and the first-rated talent Duan Mengmeng had undoubtedly taken first place, winning the admiration of many young men, Ling Chenyu being among them. Perhaps this time she should stir the pot, and then, we have arrived. What were you pondering? Madame Shen's voice broke through her thoughts, and she realized they had reached the Yongning Marquis' residence. The gates were bustling with activity, and the servants of the Marquis' household greeted each guest with respect as they ushered them into the courtyard. The ladies exchanged pleasantries and laughter upon encountering acquaintances. As Madame Shen disembarked, she quickly engaged in conversation with another lady, while Shen Nenen stood dutifully behind her. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Turning her head, she saw a swift horse rounding the corner, followed closely by a carriage. The man atop the horse was tall and commanding, his broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuated by his dark attire, perfectly outlining his muscular frame. His jade crown was tied high, and his expression was stern, each contour radiating a sharp, icy demeanor upon his arrival. Numerous young ladies stood entranced, their gazes fixed upon him. Shen Nenen's eyes drifted indifferently over Sha Yuan, landing on the carriage behind him. Is that the Duan residence? Is Duan Mengmeng inside? Sha Yuan disregarded the adoring glances of the young women, his gaze suddenly honing in on a slender figure among the crowd. The jewels adorning her head did not overshadow her beauty. The simple long skirt accentuated her delicate features, radiant like a peach blossom, captivating all eyes. He narrowed his eyes. With such flamboyant attire, was she attending the banquet or attempting to entice men? And then, Shen Nenen turned her head, her gaze briefly meeting Sha Yuan's deep, dark eyes before she averted her gaze. Treating it as mere ir. As he drew closer, Sha Yuan tossed the reins to a servant and dismounted. Not far away, he had keen hearing and was just able to catch Shen Nenen's conversation. Madame Lu is praising you. What were you thinking? Madame Shen laughed. Shen Nenen lowered her gaze, feigning the shyness of a young lady being praised, momentarily lost in thought, inadvertently showing rudeness. No harm done, no harm done. Madame Lu replied, her eyes nearly glued to Shen Nenen. I have often heard your mother speak of you, but until now, I had not seen you. You truly are like a snowflake against the moon, a vision of ethereal beauty. But Miss Lu is equally lovely. Madame Lu, you flatter me, Shen Nenen replied humbly, though her face betrayed a hint of pride. If my daughter possessed even half of Shen Nenen's beauty, I would be awakened from dreams with laughter. Everyone shared a laugh. Sha Yuan smirked sarcastically, remaining still. Duan Mengmeng lifted the carriage curtain, basking in the envious gazes directed her way, feeling shy and expectant that Sha Yuan would assist her down from the carriage. To her dismay, he turned his back, his head lowered, lost in thought. Senior brother, she called out softly, her voice delicate. Sha Yuan seemed to hear her, or perhaps he did not. He merely tilted his head slightly without turning around. Young lady, allow me to assist you. The maid extended her hand, offering a moment of respite to Duan Mengmeng, who could only bite her crimson lip and descend the carriage slowly. Shen Nenen paid little heed to their affairs, for at that moment, Madame Lu was subtly inquiring about her marital prospects. And has just returned. I believe it prudent to let her remain for another 2 years before discussing potential suitors. A daughter as obedient and beautiful as hers, if I were in her position, I would wish to keep her for 2 more years as well. However, this does not conflict with selecting a suitable husband. If a suitable match presents itself, it would be wise to settle it early. Madame Shen nodded with a smile. Madame Lu continued, my son, that unambitious lad, has passed the imperial examination this year, though he did not rank at the very top. He has nonetheless achieved a degree of recognition. His character is good. He is not the type to idle away his time. Madame Shen cast a sidelong glance at Shen Nenen and politely remarked, you are too modest, Madame Lu. Your son is indeed among the best of the official offspring. Oh dear, you flatter me. Madame Lu beamed, and began to arrange a date with Madame Shen, as if eager to finalize matters right away. Shen Nenen followed the 2 women indoors, her steps light and graceful, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. Sha Yuan's heavy gaze lingered on the vibrant shade of peach blossom pink. This woman has a knack for pretense. Just days ago, she had rejected his marriage proposal, and now she adorned herself like a flamboyant rooster to charm another man. Was she truly afraid of remaining unmarried? Shi Xiang. Duan Mengmeng followed his gaze, her red lips nearly drawing blood from her bite. Do you favor the Shen family young lady. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan withdrew his gaze and cast a casual glance at Duan Mengmeng. Replying, I do not appreciate others speculating about my affairs. His words, though calm, concealed a sharp severity. Duan Mengmeng's complexion paled. It is my fault for speaking too freely. I merely wished to mention, my grandfather has not been well of late. If you have the time, might you visit him? The old master of the Duan family had once instructed Xiao Yuan, and their bond ran deep. Xiao Yuan replied distantly, I have matters to attend to with the Grand Princess. You may enter alone. With that, he strode purposefully into the estate, but I am not visiting the Yongning Marquis. Duan Mengmeng murmured, biting her lip in discontent. Their paths were clearly aligned once Xiao Yuan departed. A young lady approached Duan Mengmeng. How did Miss Duan end up here with the fourth prince today? Xixiang is visiting my grandfather. We happened to come together. Duan Mengmeng maintained a semblance of composure. I notice the fourth prince seems particularly attentive to you. Perhaps Miss Duan could seize an opportunity for romance, one girl suggested playfully. After all, her family background was commendable, and she was the foremost talented young woman. With her grandfather being the fourth prince's mentor, marriage requires parental consent and a matchmaker's word. It is not something we can freely discuss. Duan Mengmeng blushed shyly. The young ladies exchanged glances, wondering if the Duan family had already begun negotiations for a match with the fourth prince. Duan Mengmeng smiled bashfully and stepped into the Marquis's residence. Shinanan followed Madame Shen to pay respects to the Yongning Marquis's wife. She kept her head lowered, attempting to minimize her presence as she joined the others in offering greetings. The Grand Princess was not one to maintain an air of superiority. Rather, she was approachable and easy to converse with, her demeanor lively and straightforward. Yet in her previous life, due to various actions on her part, Shinanan had harbored a dislike for her, even bordering on hatred. Hence, she aimed to avoid any interaction, fearing a clash of energies between them. This must be the young lady from Shen family. Just returned from Jiangnan. The Grand Princess's warm voice broke the silence. Indeed, it is my youngest daughter. Madame Shen shifted slightly to provide the Grand Princess a clearer view of Shinanan. What a beauty! Truly stunning, the Grand Princess remarked, her eyes sparkling with astonishment, feeling a pang of regret for her fourth nephew. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Shinanan performed a courteous bow, adhering to the proprieties with grace. The Grand Princess nodded, suddenly contemplating whether Shinanan's demeanor was perhaps too gentle. If she were truly to be paired with that taciturn fellow, she might find herself at a disadvantage. That rascal ought to be with someone more spirited to truly thrive. Your Highness, a young maid rushed in. The fourth prince has come to see you. The Grand Princess's face lit up with joy as she addressed the noble ladies in the room. Continue your conversation. I shall return shortly. Once the Grand Princess left, the previously restrained conversation blossomed into lively chatter, and Shinanan found the mutual compliments among the ladies rather tedious. Suddenly, someone proposed that the young lady should venture to the back garden to admire the chrysanthemums. Naturally, the youthful girls could hardly remain seated, and upon hearing they could leave, they eagerly rose. Shinanan seized the opportunity to inform Madame Shen before joining the throng to in both this life and the previous one. She had few friends, meandering along behind the noble women towards the back garden, completely oblivious to someone following her closely. As Shinanan listened to the group ahead flattering Duan Mengmeng, her lips curled into a sardonic smile. She pondered whether she should also engage in a display of talent to overshadow her reputation as the foremost talented lady. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, her right ankle was forcefully kicked, causing her entire body to lose balance and lurch forward. A few people ahead turned at the sound, and in that fleeting moment, Shinanan caught a glimpse of the fleeting smirk in Duan Mengmeng's eyes. Just then, a pair of delicate hands caught her arms. Both of them stumbled, yet thankfully avoided a clumsy fall. Shinanan felt a cold sweat bead on her forehead as Mo Xiang hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Miss Duan, are you all right? Shinanan looked towards the girl who had just aided her. I am fine, she replied softly, rubbing her wrist. A glance revealed the girl's hand was already half red. It would likely swell by morning. The cobblestone path is uneven. Miss Shen, please be cautious, Miss Duan said gently. Thank you, Miss Duan, Shinanan replied, then turned her icy gaze towards Duan Mengmeng. The girl beside her had seemingly been trailing her just moments ago. Duan Mengmeng, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and said with a less than pleasant tone, Sister, are you not leaving? Do you wish to accompany Miss Shen? Miss Duan frowned slightly. You go ahead, she has injured her foot, and I will keep her company for a while. A flicker of malice crossed Duan Mengmeng's eyes, yet she maintained a cheerful Fade. Sister is so kind. With you looking after Miss Shen, I shall feel at ease. We shall take our leave now. Miss Duan nodded, and after they departed, she said to Shinanan, there is a pavilion over there. We can rest there for a moment. All right. The injury to her foot was not severe, and after a brief respite, It pained her less. Seated in the pavilion, Shinanen's eyes glimmered with coldness. She had yet to seek revenge on her. Miss Shin, drink some water to soothe yourself. Miss Duan offered her a cup of water. Shinanen smiled. Thank you. Miss Duan shook her head. It is nothing. I too preferred to avoid their company, so I took the opportunity to slip away. Miss Shin need not take it to heart. Shinanen smiled, lowering her head to sip her tea. Miss Duan was kind-hearted, a character devoid of ambition. It was a pity that this very trait had led to her being schemed against by Duan Mengmeng in her previous life, ultimately resulting in her distant marriage. The girl who just harmed me was from the minister's family, was she not? Shinanen asked, feigning indifference. Miss Duan paused, her gaze dropping without a word. After a moment, she quietly murmured, I am sorry. Asa sister, she may not fully grasp others' intentions, but she certainly understood her third sister's nature. The Qin family's daughter would not act this way without her prompting. My sister is deeply infatuated with the fourth prince. Perhaps she misunderstood Miss Shin. I will advise her to apologize to you. Miss Duan remarked. If your sister could be persuaded, she would not have chosen to distance herself. Shinanen replied with a smile. Miss Duan's voice faltered, and she found herself at a loss for words. The two sat in silence, listening to the laughter and chatter of the young ladies. It seemed that Miss Duan had always been aware of Duan Mengmeng's true character but had chosen to remain silent even when betrayed. Shinanen was uncertain whether to regard her as overly kind or foolish. Or perhaps it was simply the bond of sisterhood. It was unfortunate that while she protected her sister, Duan Mengmeng did not regard her as an elder sister. Chapter 15. Achieving fame, a wedding night after a period of quietude. Miss Duan found an excuse to take her leave. Mo Xiang returned with some ice wrapped in a cloth, applying it to Shinanen's ankle to reduce swelling. It was merely a mild strain. Not truly swollen, just a slight burning pain. Miss, that Qin girl likely acted with intent. How could a daughter of an esteemed minister lack such decorum? Indeed, Shinanen replied coolly, her gaze drifting to a few scholars clad in coarse robes approaching from a distance. Those garments were likely the best they could muster. Unfortunately, amid the opulence of the officialdom, they appeared quite shabby. At Yi Yang, you are now in the embrace of beauty. This truly is the day of your success. A night of wedding candles. Enough, spare me the teasing. The young man, surrounded by admirers, sighed, looking somewhat weary. What on earth is going on with that woman? Is she truly clinging to you? Zhang Yiyang exchanged a pained glance with his classmates. I do not know. She claims to have nowhere to go and refuses to leave, or else she threatens to harm herself. As you know, my place is nothing more than a single room that barely shields from the wind and rain. I cannot simply watch her and her child sleep on the streets. But she was a homeless refugee, was she not? Before she met you, did she not already sleep on the streets? One of the scholars remarked dismissively. Zhang Yiyang froze momentarily. You, my friend, have likely been ensnared. I have long said that excessive kindness can lead to trouble. Now that you have just gained fame, to be entangled with a woman and her child, how will you extricate yourself? Li's words hold truth. Another chimed in. Yi Yang, kindness must be tempered with wisdom. Do not endanger yourself. In my opinion, you should be resolute and send that mother and child away. Even a little silver would suffice. Better than sacrificing your future. Indeed, if this drags on, you may find it difficult to rid yourself of them. It will not be easy. That woman has a child and has firmly grasped onto you as her lifeline. She will not easily let go. Indeed, it is well known to anyone with a modicum of sense that following Brother Yi Yang in the future, even if one cannot attain the status of a legitimate wife, one might still become a favored concubine, which would certainly be a significant improvement over her previous circumstances. The crowd, furrowing their brows, engaged in animated discussions, each contributing their ideas for Zhang Yiyang. Brother Yi Yang, what are your thoughts? After a prolonged silence, they realized Zhang Yiyang had not responded. Turning around, they discovered he had unwittingly fallen behind, staring at a certain spot with a dazed expression and a deep flush adorning his cheeks. Following his gaze, they beheld a pavilion in the garden and were momentarily taken aback. Instantly, they all endeavored to recall the descriptions of celestial beauty from their books. The lady's regal bearing and the gracefulness of her movements were nothing short of breathtaking. Shinanen took a delicate sip of her tea, and the buzz of conversation around her abruptly ceased. She raised her eyes to glance at the group of scholars, fortuitously locking gazes with Zhang Yiyang, who was staring intently at her. Out of courtesy, she smiled back, her smile blooming like a peony, dazzling in its brilliance. Someone inhaled sharply and murmured, the lotus cannot compare to a beauty's adornment. The fragrance from the water pavilion wafts like pearls and jade. I had always thought it was an exaggeration by the sages, yet here we have such a stunning beauty. Zhang Yiyang suddenly snapped back to reality from that enchanting smile, hastily nudging his friends. Do not stare. We must not be rude to the young lady. Reluctantly, they averted their gazes. This was the residence of the Marquis of Yongning, and that young lady's dignified demeanor was certainly not of ordinary lineage. Far beyond the reach of mere scholars like themselves, Zhang Yiyang led his dazed companions forward. One of them inquired, "Brother Yiyang, do you know that young lady?" Zhang Yiyang hesitated, lowering his head slightly. "I cannot say we know each other, it was merely a chance encounter." Oh, the others expressed keen interest, pressing for more details. Zhang Yiyang, however, maintained a sullen tone. "That is the daughter of Shin Taiwei. How could we dare to discuss her? I have no standing to be acquainted with her." The daughter of Shin Taiwei. The group was momentarily taken aback, realizing her distinguished status, which was indeed beyond their expectations. Those who had been so inquisitive before fell silent. The esteemed daughter of the Shin family could not possibly be acquainted with Yiyang. Such lineage was beyond their scope for discussion. As they left the garden through a side path, Zhang Yiyang's mind was in turmoil, glancing back several times. My stomach feels a bit unwell. You all go back first, I will follow shortly." His friends exchanged glances but suspected nothing amiss and bid him farewell. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Yiyang wrestled with his thoughts before retracing his steps. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan emerged from a conversation with the Grand Princess and encountered the heir of the Marquis of Yongning. "Ling Qinyi, I've waited quite a while for you. You finally emerged." Unlike Xiao Yuan's austere demeanor, Ling Qinyi exuded a warm scholarly air. "Where is Li Huayan? It's rare not to see him accompanying you today. My aunt has invited nearly half of the young ladies from the capital. How could he possibly have the mind to follow me?" Ling Qinyi chuckled. "Those young ladies are hardly within his reach. He is becoming increasingly reckless." As the two conversed, they made their way toward the Round Lake Pavilion in the rear garden. "Today's chrysanthemum banquet is partly for you. You should take your time to choose carefully. Even if we cannot finalize a selection for the fourth prince's consort, we ought to have some options in mind." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan frowned. "I am not in a hurry. The pressing matter is Huaxing's marriage." Ling Qinyi pondered silently for a moment. "Among the scholars, there is only one whose character and talents seem acceptable. We shall need to observe further." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Ling Qinyi then shifted the conversation back to himself. "The third miss of the Duan family is also here today. She is your junior sister, possesses considerable talent, and comes from a good family. It is evident that she has feelings for you. I believe she would make a suitable match. There are many suitable candidates. She is not the only one today." Xiao Yuan replied indifferently. Ling Qinyi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Are you referring to someone else?" "Cousin, you can't mean you have a particular interest." "I do not." Is standing by the pavilion. Xiao Yuan gazed at the shimmering lake surface. "What I mean is, there are others of good family background besides her." Ling Qinyi furrowed his brow and thought, "Apart from her, the only other eligible candidate is the daughter of the Minister of War, Chen. Are you referring to her?" Xiao Yuan shot him a glance but said nothing. However, Ling Qinyi felt a chill from that dark look. "Did I say something wrong?" At that moment, voices arose from the other side of the pavilion. "It is much quieter here. Those girls in the garden chatter incessantly and keep glancing over. Most importantly, their gazes are hardly friendly." Shinan strolled across the small bridge of the pavilion, taking a seat on a stone pedestal while looking down. The lake was crystal clear, with glimpses of koi swimming, their vibrant colors adding life and charm to the water's surface. "Which family does that young lady belong to? She is quite striking. I have never seen her before." Xiao Yuan's gaze settled on the woman on the stone pedestal. Replying softly, "She is from the Shin family." Ling Qinyi was taken aback, his astonishment evident. "Is she not the eldest daughter of the Shin family who rejected your marriage proposal at the palace banquet?" Although he had not attended the banquet, he had heard much about it. Xiao Yuan frowned. "That was merely Shin Guifei's one-sided wish. There was no outright rejection." "That is true." Ling Qinyi chuckled awkwardly, yet his eyes remained fixed on the slender figure of the young lady. One could not deny that this Shin lady was indeed a beauty. Xiao Yuan, catching sight of Ling Qinyi's captivated gaze, felt his own dark eyes cloud over. "She is merely a pretty face. When did you become so superficial?" Ling Qinyi chuckled. "Beauty is a delight to behold. It is only natural to be captivated by something exquisite. Besides, without knowing her, how can you conclude she is merely a pretty face and lacks both talent and beauty?" Xiao Yuan let out a cold snort, his expression visibly darkening. He knew she was not modest, dressing in a manner that was overly alluring, clearly seeking the attention of nearby men. Ling Qinyi suddenly squinted. "That scholar, he is this year's newly appointed Jinshi, isn't he? What is he doing here? And it seems he is here for that Shin lady. Do they know each other?" If Xiao Yuan's expression had merely been dark before, it now turned grim. "The person chosen by my mother is him." However, Ling Qinyi raised an eyebrow, observing the anxious Zhang Yiyang approaching Shinanan. "They cannot possibly have some secret affair, can they?" If that is the case, both of them, no, these two are not good individuals, they should not tarnish his residence. Silence. Xiao Yuan's voice was sharp, his piercing gaze fixed on the two by the pavilion. They were both martial artists and could clearly hear the conversation. Seeing Shinanen smile gently at that scholar sent a chill coursing through Xiao Yuan's body. She was fierce with him yet docile with that man. Her eyes almost sparkling with allure, Xiao Yuan's lips pressed into a thin line, his fingers unconsciously clenching. What a coincidence, young Master Zhang is also here. Zhang Yiyang nervously tugged at his sleeves. No, I specifically came to find you. He halted 2 steps away from Shinanen, fearing he might intrude. Thank you for your guidance that day. Regrettably, he had not understood her words at the time. And by the time he comprehended them, it was somewhat too late. Shinanen smiled. It was merely a small matter. Young Master Zhang need not dwell upon it. Zhang Yiyang gazed at her smile, his own lips curling upwards. Though he had encountered daughters of officials before, none had ever been as gentle and warm as the woman before him, her eyes devoid of scorn, each utterance of young Master Zhang imbued with courtesy that struck his heart. I found some merit in what your friends said earlier. Kindness must be offered with discernment and directed appropriately. What do you think, young master? Zhang Yiyang snapped back to reality, his face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head. Your reminder is correct. I will rectify the matter with that woman swiftly. You need not worry, Mississippi. His tone was almost like a vow, but sensing something amiss, he stammered to clarify. I did not mean it that way. What I meant was, I understand, you need not be concerned, Shinanen replied with a faint smile. Today, there are many eyes around. If you have no matters to attend to, you should return to the front courtyard. Oh, yes, Zhang Yiyang hastily took a few steps back. It was my oversight. Please forgive me, Mississippi. With that, he turned and hurried away, his steps hurried and disordered. This young man turns red so easily when he speaks. How amusing, Mo Xiang remarked with a laugh. Shinanen also smiled. Among the sons of officials, such a straightforward and genuine young man is rare. He is simply too kind-hearted, however, if he can discern right from wrong. That would be commendable, for love is elusive and life is long reliant upon one's conscience. Contemplating this, her eyes flickered, and a thought surfaced in her mind. Ling Chenyi's sharp gaze gradually softened, transforming into a gentle demeanor. My mother has a good eye, his character seems acceptable, but, he mused, the way he looks at her suggests he harbors special feelings for that Shen lady. Humph, Xiao Yuan scoffed disdainfully. What right does he have? Ling Chenyi's lips twitched, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan. Did you not just say you would marry your sister off to that scholar? Is it truly wise to speak so, having known each other for over a decade? Ling Chenyi believed he understood Xiao Yuan well. It seems you have a strong opinion about that scholar. Did he offend you? No, if he had offended me, he would not have lived to this day. Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at Shinanen on the stone pedestal before turning to leave, his back radiating a chilling aura. Ling Chenyi raised an eyebrow, ultimately shaking his head in confusion as he followed suit. Chapter 16. The competition. Shinanen suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep across her back, furrowing her brow. She turned to glance behind her, puzzled by the unexpected drop in temperature. Perhaps the wind by the lake is strong. It would be best if you returned to the banquet hall. That sounds reasonable. Shinanen rose and retraced her steps. Upon returning to the banquet hall, she noticed that the young ladies had mostly returned as well. Duan Mingming's gaze swept over Shinanen's feet, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of her lips. Miss Shin, have you come back to participate in the painting competition set by the Grand Princess? A young woman beside Duan Mengmeng chimed in cheerfully. Who in the capital doesn't know that the third young lady of the Duan family possesses unparalleled painting skills, rivaling even the fourth prince? This question was clearly intended to embarrass Shinanen. Indeed, how does Miss Li know this? Shinanen responded with a beaming smile. Miss Li's expression faltered, not expecting Shinanen to dare to engage in conversation. After all, she was merely a village girl raised in the countryside, completely oblivious to the affairs of the capital. Third Miss Duan, it seems you have a rival at this chrysanthemum banquet, though the words were spoken lightly. Miss Li's face bore a look of derision, clearly dismissive of Shinanen. Duan Mengmeng smiled gently, her voice soft and soothing. Not, it's merely a small competition. What rivalries could possibly exist? We are all friends here. Ha! Shinanen shot her a cold glare. In her past life, what she admired most about Duan Mengmeng was her pretentiousness and her theatrical talent, which left her envious. It was something she could never learn to emulate in front of Xiao Yuan. Surely third Miss Duan is not so naive as to think Miss Li's words were meant as praise. Shinanen mimicked her soft tone, yet her words caused Duan Mengmeng's expression to darken abruptly. Was she implying that Duan Mengmeng was conceited? Duan Mengmeng raised her gaze to meet Shinanen's bright smile, her narrow eyes harboring a chill of anger. At that moment, Miss Li spoke up. Who in the capital doesn't know that Meng Meng is the foremost talented lady, with exceptional painting skills? Only you, a rustic bumpkin, would be unaware and resort to such sarcasm. Enough, Duan Meng Meng gently interrupted Miss Li. Miss Shin is right, the competition has not yet begun, so there's no need for nonsense. What if Miss Shin is simply hiding her talents? Wouldn't my little tricks only bring humiliation upon myself? A few of them let out a derisive laugh, as if they had heard a great joke. Has Third Miss forgotten the events of the last palace banquet? Miss Shin was unable to present a single talent. Hidden talents? More like she has none at all. The Duan Meng Meng smiled but remained silent. She believed that if Shinanen had any ability, how could she not have showcased her talents at the palace banquet and lost the marriage proposal from the fourth prince? The thought twisted Duan Meng Meng's heart in discomfort. What was she, that just because she had a noble aunt, she should compete for her childhood sweetheart with Shinanen? Shinanen cast her gaze toward the young woman who had just spoken. I certainly cannot showcase my talents, especially since you were present that day. How could I possibly display my skills before someone who treats them so dismissively? The young lady's face flushed with indignation. Wanting to retort, but Shinanen had already walked away with measured grace. Why waste breath on a pack of barking dogs? What were you discussing with those young ladies? Madame Shin asked, grasping her hand. Shinanen smiled slightly. Oh, nothing much, just some pleasantries and a mention of the upcoming painting competition. Madame Shin nodded with a smile. I heard that the Grand Princess has prepared some enticing rewards this year, which the young ladies must be eagerly vying for. I wonder what they could be. The ladies are likely interested in silks, cosmetics, and jewelry, Shinanen replied, and perhaps men. It should be expected, though the Grand Princess would surely offer something extraordinary. Possibly even items brought from the palace, yet the value of these items is secondary. What the young ladies truly seek is reputation. Today's chrysanthemum banquet has attracted many noble scions. Securing a good reputation would greatly benefit their future marriages. For women, reputation and talent are of utmost importance. Will you give it a try? Of course, even if I cannot secure a reward, I cannot continue to be labeled as a good-for-nothing, can I? That would be a disgrace to you. Mothering Madame Shin poked her forehead playfully, laughing. Oh, you child. However, she secretly hoped to use this opportunity to find her a suitable match. Just then, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, and Shinanen followed their line of sight to see a gentle and graceful young lady gliding into the room. This was the Grand Princess's youngest daughter, Princess Hua Shang. Shinanen's eyes remained fixed on her, not wavering. She was well aware that Hua Shang, a pitiful girl caught in the whirlpool of power struggles, was the only person who had ever shown her kindness outside of her family. Alas, she lacked the ability to protect her friend. Mother, Hua Shang greeted the Grand Princess with a graceful curtsy, each movement exuding an almost ethereal gentleness. Rise, my dear, the young ladies have been waiting for you. Hua Shang smiled shyly. I apologize for the delay. I was caught up with some matters. Immediately voices chimed in, assuring her that it was no trouble at all as they surrounded her with effusive compliments, proclaiming her to be unlike any other woman in the world. Hua Shang smiled, her lips barely parting. Shinanen recognized this as a sign of her impatience. All right, please take your seats. The banquet is about to commence, and there will be a talent competition later. I'm sure the young ladies are eager. Yes, Hua Shang inclined her head and took a seat next to the Grand Princess. Her gaze swept across the room and, when it met Shinanen's friendly smile, she returned it with one of her own. That young lady, for some reason, she found rather endearing. Despite this being their first encounter, shaking off her thoughts, the maidservants began to file in with the dishes, prompting the ladies to cease their chatter and begin their meal. They say men love to sing and dance, but today, let us ladies enjoy the same. How can there be good food and wine without beautiful companions? The Grand Princess jested, clapping her hands. A troop of songstresses gracefully entered, bringing a lively atmosphere to the previously subdued banquet. The matrons observed intently, pondering why their men were so enamored with singing and dancing, or rather, with women who danced. Fruit wine was prepared for the banquet, yet the young ladies did not partake, conserving their energy for the upcoming talent competition. After all, the rewards offered by the Grand Princess symbolized status and honor. As for Shinanen, she was truly lost in the revelry of song and dance. The fruit wine, imbued with a refreshing sweetness, slid down her throat, perfectly complemented by the elegant movements of the maidens on stage, creating a delightful experience. Hua Shang also enjoyed the fruit wine, but just as she poured herself a second cup, a matron approached her side and stopped her. With a hint of disappointment, she set the wine jug aside and turned her gaze to Shinanen. That young lady, she appears quite charming. She summoned a maid to her side, quietly inquiring, which family does she belong to? The maid followed her gaze and replied, she is the eldest daughter of the Shin family, recently returned from Jiangnan. Hua Shang exclaimed in surprise, I thought she was a distant cousin of the Shin family. Wasn't it said that the Shin daughters were all simpletons, with plain appearances? This young woman was anything but what the rumors suggested. Shinan's eyes gradually darkened, as if sensing the gaze behind her. She turned her head slightly and smiled at the elevated Hua Shang. Hua Shang was momentarily taken aback, not to mention the men, even she was nearly captivated by that fleeting smile from Shinanan. How wonderful it would be if she could take a liking to her fourth cousin. Perhaps marrying his elder brother would suffice. The maid's eyelids twitched slightly. Listen to what our princess is saying. How could the esteemed fourth prince, so noble and distinguished, ever be subject to the whims of a young lady? The princess's criteria for suitors seemed increasingly superficial. Hua Shang, however, thought to herself that having such a beautiful sister-in-law would bring her joy every day. At that moment, a matron made her way through the crowd toward the Grand Princess, lowering her voice to say, "Your Highness, the competition among the male guests has concluded." The Grand Princess shifted her gaze from the dancers, inquiring which one claimed the top prize. "Your Highness, neither the fourth prince nor the noble scion participated. The standout was a scholar from a humble background named Zhang Yang." A satisfied smile graced the Grand Princess's lips as she cast a sidelong glance at Hua Shang. "I see, you may leave now." Yes, the matron departed quietly, yet Hua Shang found herself no longer interested in the performances. She lowered her head, appearing to examine the dishes on the table, lost in thought. Remaining motionless for quite some time, after a while, the banquet finally concluded, and the Grand Princess led everyone to the rear garden, where tables, chairs, and painting supplies had been prepared. Shinan's cheeks were flushed, yet her eyes remained remarkably clear. "And I'm worried. I told you not to drink too much. Look at your flushed face. If you feel unwell, just let me inform the Grand Princess, and we can return home." "It is nothing, mother, please don't worry." Shinanan smiled reassuringly. At that moment, a maid approached her with a tray. "Miss Shin, this is a hangover remedy prepared by my lady for you, please drink some. It will refresh you." Shinanan was taken aback, scanning the crowd in search of Hua Shang's figure, but she could not spot her. "Where is your lady?" "My lady is unwell and has returned to rest." Shinanan acknowledged this and thought that in her previous life, the talent competition had taken place without her presence. "Please convey my gratitude to your lady." She took the bowl of soup, drank it in one go, and returned it to the tray. The young maid curtsied and departed. Madame Shin, curious, asked, "Anan, do you have some connection with the princess? Why is she so kind to you?" Shinanan smiled. "Perhaps it's a case of mutual affinity. She seems to like me." In her previous life, Hua Shang had indeed liked her, but it was not the kind of liking that blossomed at first sight. It had developed after she married Xiao Yuan. Everyone, including her family, held little hope for this union. Eventually, even she began to doubt and regret whether she had made the right choice, whether she should have been more open-minded. Only Hua Shang remained steadfast. She expressed her envy for the determination and courage with which one could disregard everything for a beloved, yet lamented that she bore too many burdens to muster such bravery and resolve. It remained uncertain whether the tragic outcome would bring Hua Shang any sense of satisfaction. It is often observed that individuals tend to view untraveled paths as adorned with blossoms, lamenting their past choices. Only through experience can one truly understand the thorns that accompany the journey. In the first round, the Chen family's daughter faced off against the Li family's daughter. The artistic competition had commenced. Numerous tables and chairs had been arranged in the spacious garden for the young ladies to showcase their talents, while the mothers watched intently, their expressions filled with anticipation. Do not feel burdened. Winning or losing is of little consequence, merely demonstrate to the audience that you possess some skill, Lady Shin reassured her daughter. Shinanan, following the palace banquet, several malicious rumors had circulated, and Lady Shin was already aware of them. "Do not worry, mother, Duan Mingming's painting skills are at best mediocre. I truly do not regard her as a threat." One by one, the young ladies took the stage, judged by the Grand Princess and the wife of an official from the Hanlin Academy. Initially, a few young ladies managed to impress, but when Duan Mengmeng took her turn, presenting a vibrant painting of autumn chrysanthemums, she captured the Grand Princess's favor, standing out until the very end. It appeared that the title of champion would once again belong to Miss Duan. However, there are still others yet to perform. Mengmeng must not assume the lead, the Grand Princess remarked, her gaze warm. For some reason, Duan Mengmeng felt that the Grand Princess was particularly kind to her today. "Who else remains?" Before Duan Mengmeng could speak, Shinanan stood up and addressed the Grand Princess. "There is also a subject from our household." The Grand Princess's brow momentarily furrowed before she smiled. "Miss Shin wishes to give it a try." Although Shinanan had not originally intended to participate, the Grand Princess's offer of a reward spurred her to seize the opportunity. The Grand Princess nodded. "Very well, Let us begin immediately. A maid prepared paper and ink. Shannon strolled over, seemingly in contemplation for a moment, before picking up the brush and starting to paint. The table was positioned a good distance from the ladies, preventing them from seeing what Shannon was creating. They merely sensed her strokes were rather casual. Lady Shan felt her heart race, as her daughter's technique was strikingly reminiscent of her late mother's. Clearly, the Grand Princess noticed as well, her previously indifferent expression gradually transforming into one of solemnity. She glanced sideways at Duan Mengmeng, her brow slightly furrowing in apparent conflict. Should she remain impartial, or should she fulfill her nephew's wishes by awarding the prize to Miss Duan? Although he did not explicitly state it, his personal delivery of the reward certainly indicated his intention toward Miss Duan. As her mind waged an internal battle, a maid presented Shannon's ink painting. The Grand Princess stared at the piece for a long moment, dismissing all distractions. It was indeed lifelike, especially the butterfly perched on the chrysanthemum, which could be described as the piece d'artistance. Though both paintings depicted chrysanthemums, Miss Duan's work instantly paled in comparison, akin to a mere fragment of an iceberg. This is the technique of old Lady Shan, the official's wife sighed. Truly, the student surpasses the master. She is indeed the granddaughter trained by that remarkable lady. Yes, indeed, the Grand Princess nodded in agreement, instructing the maid to lift it for the other ladies to admire. The ladies were filled with admiration, while the young women looked on in disbelief, their expressions darkening. The most dazzling among them was undoubtedly Duan Mengmeng. She stared at the painting for a long time, not diverting her gaze even as the maid departed. Until now, she had believed that the accolades surrounding old Lady Shan's granddaughter were mere exaggerations from her mother's generation. Yet, with such talent, why had she not showcased it at the palace banquet? Her eyes fixed on Shannon, resentment boiling within, the Grand Princess cast a glance at Duan Mengmeng, lightly furrowing her brow before withdrawing her gaze with indifference. It seemed even that young man could sometimes lack discernment. It would do to explain things to him later. The Grand Princess announced Shannon's victory, and the noble ladies swiftly surrounded Lady Shan. As she basked in their compliments, a smile spread across her face, and she humbly acknowledged their praises alongside her daughter. In no time, inquiries about Shannon's marital prospects arose, for who would not be captivated by a talented and beautiful girl from a good family? Chapter 17. The reward. The Grand Princess led everyone back to the banquet hall. Lady Shan was surrounded by the other ladies, while Shannon found herself somewhat overlooked. Congratulations, a gentle voice chimed. Shannon turned to find Duan, the second daughter of the Duan family, smiling amicably. She returned the smile. Thank you. Duan nodded as she walked past. Shannon chose to ignore Duan Mengmeng's furious expression and continued forward. I underestimated Miss Shan, Duan Mengmeng muttered, hastening her steps to walk alongside her. Shannon smirked. I merely wished to teach Miss Duan San not to hold herself too high. Duan Mengmeng's face darkened, and she scoffed. Miss Shan, do you truly believe that winning a mere painting contest bestows upon you the title of a talented woman? Shannon suddenly halted and turned back. Look at yourself. You are the one who overestimates your worth. That trivial title of talented woman, do you think everyone covets it? Only you, it seems, take pride in such a label, as if it holds any value. With that, she walked away gracefully, leaving Duan Mengmeng fuming in place, nearly driven to madness, her exquisite face twisted in fury, her fingers digging painfully into her palms. Duan San, a sycophantic young lady, cautiously nudged her. Let us go. The Grand Princess is about to present the reward. We should go and see. Duan Mengmeng maintained a stern expression. Fine, she replied, and the young lady sighed in relief, eager to comply once they reached the banquet hall. The conversation still revolved around the recent painting contest, as it was unusual for Duan Mengmeng to have been dethroned this year. Third sister, come sit over here. Duan beckoned to Duan San. Humph. Duan San shot her a cold glance, deliberately looking away as if she had not heard her offer of congratulations to Shannon. Duan observed her take a seat next to another young lady, her own expression dimming in resignation. At this moment, a maid approached the Grand Princess with the reward from the competition. Everyone gazed at the tray covered in red cloth, speculating on its contents. Miss Shan, come forth. The Grand Princess beckoned. Shannon rose gracefully, performing a respectful curtsy before stepping forward. All eyes were upon her, especially Duan Mengmeng, whose anger and jealousy threatened to explode as she fixated on the tray. Shannon glanced at her, smiling as she lifted the red cloth. Gasps of surprise filled the air. Shannon looked down at the scroll resting on the tray, her expression freezing in mockery. A dreadful premonition washing over her. In terms of artistic prowess in our great Liang, none can rival my fourth nephew. All the young ladies are drawn to his brushwork, so I specifically requested a piece from him as today's reward. The Grand Princess softly proclaimed, Miss Shen, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Old 4th paintings are worth their weight in gold. Shenanian attempted to maintain a dignified smile, yet her lips twitched. Unable to form the expression, her face burned, as though she had just received a stinging slap. Amidst the envious sighs of the other young ladies, she wore a wooden expression as she took the scroll. Curtsying once more to thank the Grand Princess, pleased with her fairness, noticed Shenan's frozen demeanor. This young lady Shen does not seem particularly pleased. Upon returning to her seat, Shenanan felt as though she had been slapped in the face, her previous pride replaced by a sense of embarrassment. It struck her that she might be even more foolish than Duan Mengmeng. The scroll felt like a prickly hedgehog in her grasp, making her shiver with discomfort. And Lady Shen called to her. Shenanan looked up, expressionless. Mother, what is it? Lady Shen lowered her voice. Many ladies have inquired about your marital prospects. I wish to know if you have someone in mind. She had not forgotten her husband's instructions. Shenanan paused, shaking her head. No, daughter has been in Jiangnan. How could there be someone of interest? Lady Shen regarded her daughters seriously. It is precisely because you have been in Jiangnan that I worry. If there truly is no one, I shall inform the other ladies that we are open to introductions. No, Shenanan's tone was somewhat dismissive. Lady Shen sighed in relief, returning to mingling with the other ladies. After some time, the banquet finally came to a close, and the families departed one after the other. Mo Xiang observed Shenanan's scroll, nearly crumpled from the grip of the young ladies, and tentatively suggested, Miss, would you like me to carry it? No need. Lady Shen had been retained by the Grand Princess for a private conversation, likely regarding a match for her daughter. The two of them walked in silence along the cobblestone path. Shenanan's brow was furrowed, her previously upturned lips now slightly downturned, indicating her poor mood. Ah, Miss Shen, a boisterous voice echoed from another path, full of enthusiasm. Shenanan's lips twitched as she quickened her pace. Hey, don't walk away. We've shared porridge together. We can at least call ourselves friends. Li Huayan hurried to catch up with her. Shenanan halted, her face stern as she turned to face him, only to find Xiao Yuan accompanying him as expected. His previously austere countenance bore an unprecedented hint of a smile today. As he strolled leisurely, seemingly in high spirits, the moment their gazes met, Shenanan quickly averted her eyes, firmly convinced that this scoundrel was mocking her. Gripping the scroll tightly, she felt a tempest of frustration within her. How unfortunate it was to cross paths with him. Li Huayan eagerly approached, exclaiming, I heard you clinched the top spot in the painting competition today. Shenanan wore a blank expression. Truly, he had an uncanny knack for touching upon sensitive subjects. Do you have something to say? No, I just feel inexplicably happy to see you. I wanted to have a word with you. Yes, that Miss Chen over there, she seems to be waiting for you. Xiao Yuan remarked, tapping Li Huayan's shoulder. Li Huayan furrowed his brow as he glanced in that direction, where she has already walked away. You can still catch up if you hurried. I won't go. Li Huayan laughed. She can't possibly compare to Miss Shen. It's just as he finished speaking, he suddenly bent over, clutching his waist. Is that girl secretly cursing you? Xiao Yuan chuckled. You should go and check. Li Huayan turned around, giving Xiao Yuan a fierce glare, but faltered under the intensity of his gaze. Oh, I shall go now, Miss Shen. We shall converse another day. He greeted Shenanan before reluctantly departing. Xiao Yuan's once grim expression softened slightly as he cast a casual glance at the scroll in her hand, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Miss Shen, congratulations. Likewise, Shenanan replied with a wooden face. Indeed, congratulations. Xiao Yuan's smile was one that Shenanan had never encountered in her 2 lifetimes. In the next moment, he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her. I heard that you had a dispute with Miss Duan-san over the prize. It seems you hold my scroll in high regard. Shenanan's eyes widened as she looked at him. Are you doing this on purpose? Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. I do not comprehend your meaning, Miss Shen, but the notion of playing hard to get, I grasp quite well. She exhaled deeply, inhaled again, and suddenly released all her pent-up frustration towards his refined face. No wonder you seem familiar. You share the same arrogant demeanor as Miss Duan-san. Not if I had known the prize was this dog's painting, I would have deemed it an insult to even lift my brush. Xiao Yuan frowned, stepping back in disdain, his playful demeanor darkening. Not long ago, you deemed it worthless. Today, you go to great lengths to claim the top prize. Miss Shen, are you not the epitome of hypocrisy? With the scroll in her possession, any attempt at explanation seemed somewhat absurd. Shenanan said nothing and abruptly turned to leave, her teeth clenched, as if she wished to crush the cobblestone path beneath her feet. She suddenly stumbled. Xiao Yuan instinctively stepped forward, catching her before she fell, then froze in place. Shenanan's mood had plummeted to its lowest. In her fury, she had forgotten the strain in her foot. Duan Mengmeng, that wretched pair, encountering them was sure to bring misfortune. Xiao Yuan watched her limping figure depart, his lips curling into a sly smile. Fourth prince, the princess requests your presence. Xiao Yuan turned away nonchalantly, heading towards the inner courtyard. In the front hall, as he ascended the steps, he encountered Madame Shen emerging, her face radiant with joy. Fourth prince, she greeted with a curtsy. Xiao Yuan glanced at her, his gaze sharp. He entered the hall, and Madame Shen trembled slightly, then hurriedly walked away with a smile. You have arrived. The grand princess, upon seeing him enter, rolled up a small painting and handed it to a nearby maid. Xiao Yuan's gaze lingered on the painting for a moment, his eyes darkening. The grand princess had collected numerous small paintings by the daughters of officials for matchmaking purposes. I noticed Madame Shen's beaming expression just now. Has my aunt taken on the role of matchmaker again? Indeed, that girl, I find her quite appealing, and coincidentally, I have a few suitable young men in mind, so I mentioned it to Madame Shen. And then, Xiao Yuan sipped the tea handed to him by a maid, and then, the grand princess was taken aback. When did you become so inquisitive? There is no and then. A marriage is of utmost importance for a young lady and must be approached with caution. Xiao Yuan replied mildly, unaware of the subtle shift in his own demeanor. Chapter 18. A heart belonging elsewhere. I called you here regarding that painting. The grand princess signaled for a maid to present the autumn chrysanthemum painting to Xiao Yuan. Take a look. This was painted by the daughter of the Shen family. Xiao Yuan's indifferent gaze flickered, and he reached out to take it, glancing over it briefly. I initially intended to give that painting to Miss Duan-san, but I found Miss Shen's work to be superior. Xiao Yuan's eyes remained fixed on the scroll, his response faint. The grand princess was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to be so agreeable. If so, do you have any personal items you could send to Miss Duan-san on my behalf? Xiao Yuan's expression faltered, and he looked up at the grand princess, puzzled. Why would I send her anything? Did you not want to give her that painting? Who said I was giving it to Miss Duan-san? A smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yuan's lips. It was now the grand princess's turn to be bewildered. If it wasn't for Miss Duan-san, then for whom was it intended? He had never been involved in such trifles and assumed his mention of it was for Miss Duan-san, especially since had it not been for Miss Shen's sudden appearance, she would have undoubtedly secured first place. Since it was a prize, it was naturally meant for the one who won it. Holding the scroll, Xiao Yuan rose. I have matters to attend to at my residence, so I shall take my leave. Very well, the grand princess nodded, suddenly feeling something amiss. You honor my painting, but he had already walked far away, perhaps feigning ignorance. Ling Qianyin leaned against the corridor, noticing Xiao Yuan emerging with the painting, his eyebrows raised in curiosity. Is this the work of Miss Shen? Xiao Yuan nodded lightly, continuing to walk outside. Ling Qianyin suddenly snatched it from his hands. Let me have a look. He, like his mother, had an eye for talent. TSK, this skill rivals yours, doesn't it? Ling Qianyin stared at the butterfly on the chrysanthemum, marveling for a long time without tearing his gaze away. Miss Shen truly possessed remarkable talent, deeply hidden from view. As he was lost in admiration, the scroll was abruptly snatched away. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze, rolling up the scroll and handing it to Qing Feng for safekeeping. Hey, I haven't seen enough. This is, after all, something from the Yangning Marquisate. You take it away without letting me see it. Xiao Yuan shot a glance at Ling Qianyin. This was exchanged equally. When did it become something of your Yangning Marquisate? Ling Qianyin had no retort, his gaze lingering wistfully on Qing Feng, making him feel uncomfortable. Has there been any news from the Qiguang side recently? Xiao Yuan inquired in a low voice. Ling Qianyin shook his head, snapping back to reality. Not yet. I sent someone to expedite the matter, but they haven't returned. Ling Qianyin sighed again, worry etched on his face. Now that things are stable, I wonder when Jinping will return to the capital. Stability merely meant there was no one to guard against. The absence of his return was simply due to someone's unwillingness to allow it. Xiao Yuan's voice turned icy. Xi Jinping is my uncle, the last remaining bloodline of my maternal family. Ling Qianyin frowned, and as they entered a narrow cobblestone path, with no one around, he lowered his voice. The emperor is suspicious. It is not just you. Even the second and third princes are not exempt, fearing turmoil within the capital. The other two princes have also had their powers constrained, and with Xi Jinping holding military authority, if he were to unite with Xiao Yuan, it would pose a significant threat to the emperor. Xiao Yuan scoffed softly, falling silent. It is often said that the royal family is wealthy and powerful. Many dream of being born into it. Yet few understand the sorrow within neither king nor subject, neither father nor son. After sending Xiao Yuan off in a carriage, Ling Qianyin returned to the grand princess's courtyard, still preoccupied with the painting. Xiao Yuan was quite stingy, refusing to let him see it again. Young master. A maid in the corridor bowed as she lifted the beaded curtain, just as Ling Qianyin was about to step inside. He overheard the Grand Princess discussing marriage with Hua Shang, evidently quite pleased with the scholar. Hua Shang lowered her gaze, her face pale. A daughter must heed her mother's wishes. Whatever is decided will be fine. What do you mean by fine? This is your lifelong affair. It must be something you desire, the Grand Princess said, her expression forlorn. Even if she had to settle for less, she didn't want to overly compromise her daughter's happiness. Hua Shang forced a smile, albeit somewhat strained. In the end, I cannot marry the person I wish, so who else matters? As long as the character is noble and the family simple, my daughter is not picky. The Grand Princess looked at her daughter, suddenly feeling a pang of sadness. This Mr. Zhang hailed from a family that could hardly be called humble, merely an ordinary peasant household, yet he was kind-hearted and genuine. With her father and brother to support her career, life would be manageable. All will be well, Hua Shang replied nonchalantly. Ling Chenin, witnessing the hasty arrangement, furrowed his brow and interjected, that scholar is not suitable. The Grand Princess turned to her son, surprised. Why not? Did you not say he was quite good? What was said before is irrelevant now that he lifted the tea offered by the maid to take a sip before continuing. Today, I encountered that scholar at the waterside. The rest of his words circled in his mouth, ultimately left unspoken. In any case, it was not meant to be. That scholar already had his heart set on another. Hua Shang was already settling for less. How could she endure such humiliation? The princess was momentarily taken aback by his words, gazing at her son with a sense of longing. Are you suggesting that the scholar has found someone he holds dear? Have they become engaged? Which family's daughter is she? Ling Cheney's brows knitted together. Whenever his mother broached the subject of romantic entanglements, her enthusiasm surpassed all others. Yes, she is the daughter of a family of officials. However, my son has only heard snippets, and it remains unclear if she reciprocates his feelings. Yet, it is highly unlikely that her family would agree. The princess nodded in affirmation. That is indeed certain. If it were not for circumstances beyond their control. Which family would willingly allow their daughter to marry beneath her station? It is my Hua Shang who will suffer as a consequence. She grasped her daughter's hand, letting out a sigh laden with guilt and melancholy. Which family of officials is it? How did you come to know? The princess inquired further, while Ling Cheney hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. His knowledge consisted merely of hearsay. Oh, the princess nodded, somewhat disheartened. If he has already committed his heart, then so be it. I shall seek out other prospects, though it is a pity that scholar's character and talent are exceptional among his peers. It is unlikely we will find another like him. No need, Hua Sheng interjected softly. Did not my brother mention that the young lady's family would surely not consent? Thus, it cannot come to pass. We might as well inquire about young Master Zhang's thoughts. If he truly does not wish for it, then we shall abandon the idea. Her words caused both the princess and Ling Cheney to furrow their brows, turning to regard her. How can that be? Mother could never allow you to endure such indignity. Shenger, there are many worthy suitors. I shall find you another. Ling Cheney merely observed his sister with a gentle yet concerned gaze. Remaining silent, Hua Sheng forced a smile. Today, Mother allowed me to sneak a glance at that scholar from the corridor, and I must admit he seems quite admirable. Moreover, we do not press our advantage. We can simply inquire about young Master Zhang's intentions. If he truly wishes to decline, then we shall let it go. The princess furrowed her brow in silence, casting a look at her son. Sister means to say she has taken a liking to that scholar? Ling Cheney asked. Hua Sheng paused, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she lowered her gaze, offering no response. Did it matter so much whether she found him appealing? For her, the best outcome would be to cherish his memory alone in her quietude for the rest of her life. She could not bring herself to indulge in deep affections like others. Merely maintaining a respectful distance would be a considerable blessing. With this emotional void, she was loath to burden anyone else. That young Master Zhang had a beloved, and so did she. After their respective marriages, they would each live their own lives, reminiscing in solitude. None would be at a disadvantage. Her silence led the princess and Ling Cheney to misconstrue her sentiments. Before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive. I shall choose a time to inquire about that scholar. Ling Cheney said, his tone tinged with discontent, yet unable to bear the thought of disappointing his sister. Yes, thank you, brother, Hua Sheng replied, her eyes downcast, fixating on the once vibrant pouch at her waist. Lost in thought, Shinanan stormed out of the princess's residence, fuming as she threw the scroll she held into the carriage. The memory of Xiao Yuan's teasing face still stung her cheeks with embarrassment. Miss, do take a sip of tea to soothe your temper, suggested Mo Xiang, though unaware of the cause of her ire. Shinanan took the tea, gulping it down in one go, feeling her simmering anger quell somewhat. After a while, Wang Shi cheerfully entered the carriage, sensing the tension in the air. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? No, just a bit fatigued and lacking in spirit, Shin replied. Mrs. Shin chuckled lightly. It is only natural to feel weary after attending such a gathering for the first time. You will grow accustomed to it. She nodded faintly. Uncle Jom has already driven the carriage back home. Do you know why the princess retained me? Shin lifted her gaze, shaking her head in response. Mrs. Shin laughed. You were the belle of the ball today, capturing many a lady's attention. The princess is quite the matchmaker. She has several young men in mind and inquired which one you fancied. Wishing to introduce you, Shin feigned a shy smile. Mrs. Shin continued, I found a few families to be quite decent. Their mothers are gentle, their households tidy, and the young men are talented, not given to wildness. I shall obtain their portraits for you to choose from. Mother, there is no need to rush into my marriage, as if you fear I might remain unmarried. Shin laughed. However, Mrs. Shin's smile faded. How could I bear to see you wed so soon? But your aunt has been keeping a close watch on your marriage prospects. Even if the fourth prince is disinterested, your aunt may yet whisper in the emperor's ear. Mother thinks that since you are unwilling, it would be better to settle on a match early, thus quelling your aunt's ambitions. Shin's lips curled slightly. Given Shin Guifei's temperament, even if she were engaged, as long as the wedding had not taken place, she would not easily relent. Mrs. Shin sighed heavily, her worry evident. You are my daughter, and now your brother's marriage is also without progress. Mentioning Shin Changha brought a flicker of guilt to Shin's eyes. Her brother was remarkably talented and ambitious, yet in the last life, he had resigned from his official position alongside their father because of her, eventually marrying a peasant girl. At the time, her thoughts were solely focused on how to win Xiao Yuan's heart. Oblivious to her new sister-in-law's appearance or name. Chapter 19, Shopping. By the way, did you find any young ladies you fancy during your interactions today? Mrs. Shin suddenly inquired. Shin pondered for a moment. There is one, the second daughter of the Duan family. Her character is commendable, though she is somewhat indecisive and too kind-hearted. Duan Yingying was a good person, but her kindness was too soft and lacked the necessary sharpness, making her vulnerable to harm. Of the Duan family, you say? Mrs. Shin pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. The carriage soon arrived at the Shin residence, and Shin assisted her mother down before returning to the courtyard. Mother Wenin, a cheerful voice called from the corridor. The mother and daughter turned to see Shin Changha, both frowning in concern. Elder brother, your injury has not fully healed. Why are you up? Shin Changha chuckled. I am a grown man. Those minor injuries are inconsequential and have already healed. The Imperial Guards are busy, and I cannot lie in bed all day. Mrs. Shin had grown accustomed to this, as Shin Changha was a military man, and injuries were inevitable. He held an oiled paper bag in his hand, glancing between Mrs. Shin and Shin seemingly conflicted. Mrs. Shin shot him a glance. What is in your hand? Fruits from Wang's shop. I thought to bring some for my sister to taste since she just returned. Shin Changha said, somewhat sheepishly, realizing he had forgotten to bring something for his mother as well. Mrs. Shin raised an eyebrow at him. Now that an in is back, have you completely forgotten about your mother? No, I just forgot. Shin Changha felt quite embarrassed. I will definitely bring something for you tomorrow. Mrs. Shin's lips curled into a smile. Very well, you two siblings may chat. I am a bit tired and will return to my quarters to rest. Yes, they both replied, bowing respectfully. Once Mrs. Shin had walked away, Shin Changha handed the paper bag to Shin and my colleague's younger sister enjoys these. You should try them. If you like them, I will bring them to you every day. Thank you, elder brother. Shin smiled, her eyes brightening. The siblings strolled together along the corridor. Shin Changha remarked, in just a few days, the Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive. The capital will have fireworks and lanterns, creating quite a lively atmosphere. I will take you out then. Alright, Shin replied with a smile. The two went their separate ways at the fork in the path. In Haitang Garden, Shin sat before a bronze mirror. As Mo Xiang helped her undo her hairstyle and remove her makeup after wearing her hair ornament for an entire day, her neck felt somewhat sore. Mo Xiang changed her into comfortable clothes, helping her settle onto a soft couch and gently massage her. With mid-autumn approaching, I used to accompany grandmother during this time. I wonder how she will spend it this year and if she misses me. Surely she must be thinking of her, but that old lady was stubborn and would never admit it. The dresses sent by Mrs. Shin were made of the finest brocade, and the watercolored one was quite beautiful, perfect for the mid-autumn banquet. Mo Xiang, while organizing the wardrobe, mentioned, oh, I just remembered the mid-autumn banquet. I need to prepare gifts for everyone. She had no unique ideas, so it would be more efficient to use the funds Xiao Yuan had sent, which were still lying in her chest. However, she needed to put some thought into gifts for her grandmother. The charity event was nearing its end. They had just enough rice and flour, but the Duan and Chen families had extended their time. Steward Shin came to ask for Shinanen's opinion, and she instructed him to return to the residence. Even if they pooled resources, they could not gather enough for an additional 2 days. So there was no need to overextend themselves. If the Duan and Chen families sought good reputations and were willing to give, then so be it. It was of no concern to her. With the charity event concluded, Shinanen found her days a bit more leisurely, yet Shin Changhe would visit Haitang Garden daily after his duties, bringing her different treats each time. Shinanen was quite pleased and always showered him with compliments. Elder brother, in a few days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I wish to choose a gift for grandmother. Would you accompany me? Shin Changhe considered for a moment. Perhaps the day after tomorrow. I will have a day off. Good. After sending Shin Changhe off, Shinanen wrote a letter to her grandmother. If possible, she would love to bring her grandmother to live nearby, but unfortunately for her grandmother, the capital was a place of sorrow, and she was unwilling to return. Shinanen suddenly thought that if she could marry to Jiangnan, she might be able to stay with her grandmother. After all, her parents had her brother to care for, while her grandmother had only her. With 7 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the household became increasingly busy, and even the crabapple tree in Shinanen's courtyard was adorned with red lanterns. A sea of crimson greeting the eye. Shinanen enjoyed a few leisurely days indoors before trouble came knocking. The matron by Mrs. Shin's side wore a troubled expression. Guguyu, the one by the side of the Guifei, has come again, saying that the Guifei wishes to summon you into the palace for a chat. Upon hearing the name of Shin Guifei, Anan felt a headache coming on. She admired the woman's relentless persistence. Where is she? In the ladies' courtyard. The old matron lowered her voice and said, the lady mentioned that if the young miss does not wish to go, she should feign illness to decline. The noble consort will have the lady speak on her behalf. No need, Shinanen replied as she closed her book and rose to her feet. Since I am here, I might as well go and take a look. Mo Xiang, prepare her for dressing and grooming. Mo Xiang hurriedly stepped forward to assist her in changing her attire and arranging her hair, while the old matron withdrew to wait outside. A quarter of an hour later, Shinanen was ready and stepped out, making her way to Lady Shin's courtyard. On the way, the old matron reminded her, the lady mentioned that the noble consort has suddenly summoned you to the palace. Perhaps she has heard about the chrysanthemum banquet at the Yongning Marquis' residence. Most likely, it is regarding your marriage. If the noble consort inquires, simply say that you cannot make decisions and suggest she consult with your father and mother instead. Shinanen nodded faintly. She pondered how that woman, confined within the depths of the palace, managed to gather such news so swiftly, learning just days later that her mother was arranging a match for her. Lost in thought, she arrived at Lady Shin's courtyard, where a maid bowed and greeted her, lifting the pearl curtain for her to enter. Inside, Lady Shin was conversing with Anchu. Shinanen took a seat beside them. Exuding the demeanor of a noble lady, after all, the Prime Minister's household still boasted officials of the 7th rank, not to mention the connections from the palace. Anan has arrived. Lady Shin smiled and waved her over. Mother, Shinanen bowed respectfully before taking her place beside Lady Shin. Anchu appeared somewhat displeased. After all, even Lady Shin extended her courtesy, while Shinanen hadn't even offered her a greeting. However, from their previous encounter, Anchu understood that this young lady was not one to be trifled with, so she dared not overstep her bounds. Cousin. Shinanen finally turned her gaze toward Anchu, offering a polite nod and a smile. Anchu seems quite leisurely of late, visiting the Shin residence every few days. Does the emperor know? After all, Anchu is a consort. Being overly familiar with her maiden family may not be appropriate. Lest you provoke the emperor's displeasure. Aunt Yu's expression stiffened at these words. After a moment, she managed to smile. The emperor dotes on the lady, so he would not hold it against her. Indeed, Shinanen nodded. Being favored is certainly a good thing. However, my grandmother often taught me not to rely on favor to become willful. I believe if my grandmother were here, she would impart the same wisdom to you. Aunt, she pursed her lips, seemingly dissatisfied with Lady Shin, yet her implications were clear to all in the room. By invoking the authority of her grandmother, even if Aunt Yu felt discontent, she could not voice it. Mother, she suddenly nudged Lady Shin, pointing toward the courtyard, your peony has wilted. Lady Shin was taken aback by her sudden and unrestrained manner of speaking. Yes, it is already late autumn, it is no longer its season. Shinanen nodded emphatically, though with a hint of wistfulness. Yet the chrysanthemums at Yongning Marquis' residence are blooming splendidly. Not only Lady Shin and Anchu understood, but even Mo Xiang grasped the implication. The young lady was using flowers as a metaphor for people, suggesting that the emperor's affections were like the seasons, brief and fleeting. Aunt Yu's hand, holding the teacup, began to tremble slightly, aware of her cousin's sharp tongue. She had not anticipated such boldness in her words. Her expression darkened, her eyes glinting with coldness, yet before she could speak, Lady Shin cast a sharp glance at her daughter, admonishing her, in front of Anchu. Do not forget your manners, this is all the indulgence from your grandmother, you are becoming increasingly unruly. Shinnon stuck out her tongue, I merely spoke my mind. Where did mother think I was going? Lady Shin sighed in exasperation, shooting her a disapproving look. This child has been spoiled by the old lady. She does not understand the intricacies of court etiquette. It is an unwritten rule that one must not speak such ominous words if there are imperial consorts or high-ranking officials present. Aunt Yu tugged at the corners of her mouth, knowing well that Shinnon was not ignorant but rather intentional in her provocation, yet, upon meeting Shinnon's innocent smile, she found it difficult to falter. Lady Shin is correct. Your cousin is simply outspoken and has a straightforward heart, which is a good trait. Lady Shin smiled. Aunt Yu, did you not mention that the noble consort wishes to summon an into the palace for a few days? Aunt Yu pursed her lips, reluctant to engage with Shinnon, yet bound by the noble consort's instructions, she could only nod and smile. Indeed, the noble consort was quite enamored with your cousin upon their first meeting. And she has been mentioning her daily to us. That's so. Aunt truly likes me, Shinnon replied, her expression brightening. Lady Shin's brow furrowed with worry as she exchanged glances with her daughter, yet Shinnon feigned ignorance. Laughing with Aunt Yu, your cousin shares the same bloodline as the noble consort. How could she not adore you? Shinnon smiled. I also quite like Aunt, and I wish to accompany her in the palace for a few days. Aunt Yu had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that the young lady had not caused any trouble, yet, unexpectedly, Shinnon shifted the conversation. However, I fear I may not have the time lately. Aunt Yu's expression darkened as she heard this. While the young lady shared blood ties with the noble consort, there remained a distinction of rank. You should not oppose her wishes. After all, the difference between sovereign and subject must be clearly understood. Chapter 20, The Little Beggar. Aunt Yu, Shinnon remained silent, but Lady Shin's expression turned stern. First. If the noble consort commands an to enter the palace in her capacity as a consort, please bring a message from His Majesty. This, Aunt Yu's complexion changed. The Shin residence is the lady's maternal family. It need not be so troublesome, since it is the maternal family. Let us not speak of the distinctions of rank. Lady Shin's gaze grew frosty. Even the noble consort has never spoken so boldly. Aunt Yu, after years in the palace, has grown rather haughty. Aunt Yu had once been a servant of the Shin residence, and it was only after following the noble consort that she achieved her current status. Her face grew increasingly pale, yet she dared not protest, for while the noble consort enjoyed favor, she still needed the powerful backing of the Shin family. It was an oversight on my part. Please do not be angry, my lady. Lady Shin huffed but remained silent. Shinnon, smiling, finally spoke softly. It is not that I am unwilling to accompany Aunt Yu, but my grandmother instructed me to select some curiosities from the capital to send to Jiangnan. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I dare not delay. I truly have no time to accompany Aunt into the palace. While distinctions of rank exist, filial piety reigns supreme. Even the emperor must pay daily respects to the empress dowager, let alone the noble consort. Hearing Shinnon reference the old lady again, Aunt Yu's lips twitched, but she ultimately held her tongue. Indeed, what you say is true. The old lady's wishes must come first. You may continue with your matters, and I shall return another day. Very well, I appreciate Aunt Yu making the trip. Not at all, not at all. With a haughty entrance, Aunt Yu left with her tail between her legs after the mother and daughter bid her farewell. This time Lady Shin did not even see her off. It was her previous courtesy that had emboldened Aunt Yu to lecture her daughter. Mother, Shinnon grasped Lady Shin's hand and sat down. Were you not a bit too harsh just now? If you offend Aunt, might she not cause you trouble in the future when entering the palace? She naturally would not act against her father and brother, as they were bound by blood. But her mother was not guaranteed the same immunity. Lady Shin chuckled dismissively. Do not worry, she will not. Although your aunt is a consort, she may appear to be living a life of luxury. The intrigues of the harem run deep. Were it not for your father's high rank supporting her, how could she possibly hold the position of noble consort? She is not foolish, she understands well enough not to undermine her own foundation. Shinnon nodded. Indeed, the palace is akin to a cage where one must rely on scheming and calculation just to survive. I cannot fathom why she was so eager to marry into it. Lady Shin shook her head, unwilling to pass judgment on her sister-in-law. Having been married for so many years, she has yet to bear a child, and now, in her quest to secure her standing and enjoy her twilight years, she will not easily relinquish thoughts of your marriage. And perhaps it would be best for me to arrange it sooner rather than later, so she would not linger on it. She and her husband had long made it clear that they disapproved of their daughter marrying into the royal family. Yet the sister-in-law was stubborn and unafraid of any repercussions. What she feared most was the possibility of seeking the emperor's favor, especially given the current situation where the emperor seemed intent on binding the Shin family to the princess through marriage. Shinanen sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I suppose I will leave it to Mother's arrangements. Very well, Lady Shin smiled. I shall send someone to give the Grand Princess a heads up. Shinanen bowed and departed from Lady Shin's courtyard. As she pondered something, she had just stepped into the corridor when a concerned voice called out to her elder brother, "What brings you here?" Shin Changha appeared somewhat unwell. "I have a day off tomorrow, so I returned early today. I heard Aunt sent Aunt you to fetch you for the palace." Shinanen nodded, then added, "But Mother declined on my behalf. She did not agree. That is as it should be." Shin Changha exhaled in relief. "And the gates of the royal family are not so easily entered, and being a royal wife is no simple task. You must not acquiesce to Aunt's wishes. I understand. You need not worry, elder brother." Only then did Shin Changha reveal a faint smile as he walked back with Shinanen. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you out of the residence." "Very well." Shin Changha glanced at his sister's profile, feeling that such beauty as Shinanen deserved a better match than any, especially not the fourth prince. "Your time in the capital has not been long. There are many matters you do not yet grasp. My reluctance for you to marry the fourth prince is not solely due to his status, but also the complexities surrounding him." Shinanen raised her eyes, aware of Xiao Yuan's ambition but lacking specific knowledge. As her elder brother had not mentioned such matters in her previous life, what complexities? Shin Changha halted, fixing his gaze on Shinanen, his voice lowered. "For instance, the death of his mother, and the affairs of his maternal family." Shinanen was taken aback. Shin Changha continued, "He is destined not to be a mere idle prince. Following him would mean a lifetime of trepidation, embroiled in blood and turmoil." As she returned to Haitang Garden, Shinanen continued to ponder the words spoken by Shin Changha. She recalled the small Buddhist hall in the fourth prince's residence where a memorial tablet for the late consort Shu had once been enshrined. At that time, she had not understood, merely assuming he missed his mother. However, she later realized that he would often linger in that small hall for several hours at a time, sometimes even spending entire days there when his mood was particularly bleak. When she could not see him, she would throw tantrums, and the most severe incident that led to their complete separation had occurred in that very hall. One day, he returned home inebriated and went straight to the Buddhist hall. She had been waiting for him with a feast she had prepared in advance, only to find out, after sending someone to call him, that a delicate and enchanting maid had already brought him food and had remained inside for half an hour without coming out. In an instant, fury consumed her, a fire of anger coiling around her, obliterating all rational thought. In the dead of night, disregarding her dignity, she stormed into the Buddhist hall, hurling a torrent of harsh words. To this day, she still vividly recalls the disheveled appearance of Xiao Yuan as he emerged from within, his gaze towards her sharp as a blade. Yet, if there were any mysteries surrounding the death of consort Shu, then all of his actions in their past life would indeed have their explanations. "Miss, be careful of the steps," Mo Xiang gently reminded, pulling her back from her reverie. Shinanen lifted her skirts to ascend the steps. While Mo Ran assisted her in removing her makeup and changing her attire, she gently closed her eyes, conceding that it was all in the past. What was there to dwell upon? His affairs would no longer concern her in the slightest. The following morning, after greeting Madame Shin, Shin Changha accompanied her as they set out. "Brother, do you know of any shops that sell items favored by women?" Shin Changha paused. "Didn't you send something to grandmother?" "Indeed," Shinanen replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Our grandmother possesses a youthful heart, even more so than many young maidens." Shin Changha, having never interacted with their grandmother, smiled at her words. "It seems we cannot take food, but we can select some interesting trinkets or clothing and jewelry. Your grandmother has a fondness for gold. Let us seek out some red gold headpieces, the heavier the better." Shin Changha observed his sister's sparkling apricot eyes, momentarily taken aback. In the capital, the women of official families often adorned themselves with jade hairpins, as jade is elegant and ethereal. Even if a lady favored red gold, she would discreetly hide it, fearing being accused of flaunting a merchant's wealth. If his sister were to blurt such thoughts out loud, she would surely invite ridicule. Nonetheless, it mattered not. As her brother, he cherished her preferences. "There are many gold and silver shops on West Street. We can explore there." Having said this, he lifted the carriage curtain and instructed Uncle Zhong. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted before a jewelry shop. Shin Changha encountered an acquaintance and did not enter, instead engaging in conversation outside. Upon entering the shop, Shinanen was immediately greeted by a young attendant. "I require a red gold headpiece, the heavier the better." The young attendant was taken aback. This shop was among the finest in the capital, catering to affluent families, and it was the first time he had encountered such a request. Noticing his surprise, Shinanen frowned slightly. "Just bring it out. The money is not an issue." "Oh, certainly." The young attendant quickly ushered her inside to wait. "You've arrived just in time." We've just received a set of headpieces made from red gold adorned with exquisite East pearls. They are truly magnificent. In no time, the young attendant carefully placed a box on the counter and opened it. Shinnon tilted her head. To call it beautiful seemed an exaggeration, yet to deem it ugly would be an understatement. Overall, it dazzled the eyes with its myriad of decorations. If it were to be worn on her head, she could not help but imagine an elderly lady sporting a large gold ingot atop her head, swaying back and forth before her, which made her smirk involuntarily. The young attendant, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. This is the heaviest one we have. If it does not meet your approval, I can show you others. Shinnon remained silent, lifting it to gauge its weight. Yes, it is indeed quite heavy. No need for alternatives. This one will do, please wrap it up. The young attendant was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly being sold? Fearing Shinnon might change her mind, he hurriedly agreed to repackage the headpiece. Mo Xiang paid the sum and received the brocade box. Miss Isn't this headpiece a bit too extravagant? Not at all. Grandmother adores such things. Besides, she does not wear it, merely takes it out occasionally to admire. As the two exited the shop, they noticed Xinchanghe was nowhere to be found. Oh, where has the eldest brother gone? Shinnon furrowed her brow and scanned the bustling street, finally fixing her gaze on a tall figure emerging from a dried fruit shop. What does he need all those dried fruits for? Mo Xiang wondered aloud. The two watched as Xinchanghe approached two disheveled beggars, who appeared to be a mother and child. Shinnon instructed Mo Xiang to place the items in the carriage and walk towards Xinchanghe. The sight of that mother and child inexplicably stirred a sense of familiarity within her eldest brother. What are you doing? Xinchanghe had knelt down, gently ruffling the hair of the small beggar boy. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up, sunlight streaming down upon his handsome and resolute features, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Shinnon felt no concern, yet the disheveled beggar woman stared at him in astonishment. This child has not eaten for several days. I bought some dried fruits for him. Shinnon lowered her gaze, glancing at the small beggar. With so many vagrants in the capital, how could her brother possibly care for them all? Xinchanghe chuckled. Once they have approached, how can one turn a blind eye? You speak the truth. Shinnon smiled. However, it is getting late. Let us depart. Very well. Xinchanghe stood, but before he could take a step, the small beggar boy clung to his leg. Kind sir, could you take me in? I can do anything. I am very obedient, and I hardly eat. Xinchanghe looked down at the boy's earnest eyes. Visibly moved, for the Shin family, gaining or losing a servant was inconsequential, but for this small beggar, it might be a chance at survival. Noble sir, please have pity on me, the boy implored, grasping at his robe and bowing his head. My mother and I have been bullied while begging. I beseech you to show us kindness and grant us a place to stay. Xinchanghe turned to Shinnon with a furrowed brow. Sister, what do you think? Yet Shinnon suddenly crouched down, tilting her head to scrutinize the small beggar. You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? The small beggar paused, looking up at Shinnon with confusion. Her face was smeared with dirt, rendering her features indistinct, but her eyes shone brightly with curiosity. Shinnon observed her carefully, then glanced at the woman beside her, who had remained silent with her head bowed. Lift your head. The woman trembled slightly, her head lowering even further. Miss, you must be mistaken. We are merely common folk. How could you have seen us? And are you sure you're not mistaken? Xinchanghe asked as well. Shinnon's gaze darkened slightly as she stood up. Yes, that's so, yet my memory is quite sharp. I do not believe I could be mistaken. The woman froze, her long, tangled hair obscuring her face, making it impossible to discern her features. Yet Shinnon keenly noticed her pinching the small girl beside her. The child shuddered, tears pooling in her eyes, gripping Xinchanghe's robe tighter. Noble sir, please just grant us a morsel of food. If only we could stay by your side, we would do anything you ask. Xinchanghe felt a tug at his heartstrings. The small beggar was so dirty that her features were barely discernible. And only now did he realize she was a girl. He bent down to help the child up, but his wrist was seized by Shinnon. Halting him, the little girl gazed up at Shinnon with tearful eyes. Fair lady, please just help us. Do you think I look like a fool? Shinnon replied with a smile. The little girl appeared taken aback, and the woman beside her recoiled slightly, instinctively retreating. Are you waiting here, hoping to ambush my elder brother because you recognized me? The small girl's eyes widened in panic as she stammered. I don't understand what you mean. You don't understand, Shinnon smirked. Let me ask you this. Have you exhausted the money you swindled from young Master Zhang? It was the little girl's tearful eyes that suddenly triggered her memory. This mother and daughter were the ones young Master Zhang had rescued several days prior. Though that scholar seemed somewhat foolish, he was certainly not malicious. The two women must have left either because they had squandered his money or had extorted him heavily the day she intervened on his behalf. They had recognized her status, which was likely why they had decided to target her brother during this encounter. Shin'en leaned slightly closer to the woman, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You've done an admirable job of evenly distributing the dirt on your face. It's a pity that if I hadn't recognized you, I would have been deceived today. Have you drained the last benevolent soul dry and are now seeking a new target?" The woman trembled slightly, not expecting Shin'en to recognize them. No, young Master Zhang, he wasn't in good circumstances. We didn't want to burden him, so we, hot Shin'en let out a soft scoff. Had she not overheard his conversation with his classmates, she might have fallen for the woman's deceitful words. "Miss Shin," an incredulous voice called out. Shin'en turned to see young Master Zhang. His face beaming with joy as he emerged from a nearby tavern, nodding and smiling at her. Shin'en suppressed her cold demeanor, returning a warm smile in response. Zhang Yang approached briskly, and upon catching sight of the mother and daughter duo, his expression subtly shifted. "What brings you still lingering here?" The woman curled her body defensively, cradling the little girl in silence. Zhang Yang's countenance darkened. "I have already given you all my savings. What more do you desire?" He now relied solely on menial labor to make ends meet, fortunately finding employment at a tavern that, recognizing his status as a newly minted jinshi, was willing to take him in. Otherwise, he feared he might be left without even a roof to shield him from the elements. After listening for a while, Shin Changha grasped the situation and, with a cold demeanor, pulled the robe from the little girl's grasp. "Since this young gentleman has provided you with silver, you ought to live well." Life was fraught with difficulties, yet deceit and trickery were even less palatable. His kindness was not to be squandered on those of deep scheming. Realizing her plan had unraveled, the woman hastily scooped up her child and departed. Zhang Yang remarked, after hearing the lady's suggestion that day, "I distanced myself from her, yet she is truly insatiable, blocking my path daily at my workplace." He felt quite helpless, although he had invested all his savings. If it could buy him peace, it would be worth it. However, he had not anticipated that the mother and daughter would cling to him like stubborn taffy. Shin'en shook her head. In retrospect, that young gentleman's timely rescue was likely calculated by that woman in advance. Zhang Yang pressed his lips together. His former classmates often scolded him for his overly kind nature, but he had dismissed their words. Believing that no one would willingly resort to deceit if they had a choice, now, having suffered loss, he recognized that many in this world were driven by insatiable greed, their thoughts shrouded in depth. "And this young gentleman is," Shin Changha interjected, noticing the two engaged in pleasant conversation. Shin'en introduced him. "This is this year's newly appointed jinshi, named Zhang Yang. He is my elder brother." Before Shin Changha could respond, Zhang Yang immediately bowed respectfully. "Young Master Shin Zhang Dongzi." Shin Changha nodded slightly. Zhang Yang stole a glance at Shin'en, his face flushing in embarrassment. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Zhang Gongzi, do take care," Shin'en replied with a gentle smile. Zhang Yang found himself at a loss for words, responding only with repeated acknowledgments as he departed, his steps somewhat disordered. Shin Changha withdrew his gaze. Observing his sister's eyes following the retreating figure of the young man, a smile dancing upon her lips. He followed her gaze and remarked casually, "He has already gone quite far." Shin'en turned back. Catching the teasing glimmer in her brother's eyes, her cheeks warming slightly. "We should also be on our way." Indeed, the siblings turned towards the carriage, and Shin Changha inquired about the nature of their acquaintance. Shin'en recounted the details meticulously. Such a straightforward individual is indeed a rarity. However, Shin Changha furrowed his brows. While honesty is commendable, a lack of awareness regarding the circumstances, and a propensity for head-on confrontations, can be rather foolish. Shin'en smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Such a character was most unfortunate when born into a humble family, unable to bear witness to the world's sufferings yet equally powerless to change them. Once they boarded the carriage, Shin'en suddenly asked, "Elder brother, what sort of official positions do jinshi typically receive?" "Those who rank as top scholars, such as the Zhuan Yuan and Tanhua, often remain in the capital. Those with lower rankings and mediocre performances in the palace examinations might only attain positions as county magistrates." "Why do you ask?" Shin'en shook her head, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. "Oh, just a casual inquiry." Shin Changha raised an eyebrow, asking, "What was that young gentleman Zhang's ranking? Does he have a chance to remain in the capital?" "I do not know. I have not inquired." Shin Changha acknowledged. Yet he breathed a sigh of relief. Not asking indicated a lack of concern. Although that scholar possessed both character and talent, he fell short of being a match for Shin'en, unless he hailed from a noteworthy family. Relying solely on one's own efforts without ancestral backing meant that achieving the 4th rank would be the pinnacle of success in a lifetime. The carriage fell into a silence. With Shinanen resting her arms on the window, gazing at the bustling streets, contemplating that Jiangnan must share a similar vibrancy, reflecting on her previous life, she realized her happiest and most carefree days were spent in Jiangnan. If only she could return to accompany her grandmother, basking in her affection, it would be perfect. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the streets will be 100 times more lively than today. I will take you to solve riddles and release floating lanterns, Shin Changha remarked softly, following her gaze outside. Shinanen smiled, then lowered the carriage curtain. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival meant for moongazing and fireworks? Why then do they release lanterns in the capital? Aren't lanterns reserved for the Lantern Festival? There are lanterns for the Mid-Autumn Festival as well. It is just as lively as the Lantern Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for family reunions, hence the lanterns are adorned with illustrations differing from those of the Lantern Festival. More importantly, the current emperor emerged victorious in the competition for the throne around the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Successfully ascending to the throne. To curry favor with the emperor, officials ensure that the Mid-Autumn Festival is celebrated with even greater splendor than the New Year. Shin Changha's words ignited a flicker of anticipation in Shinanen. She remembered the prosperity of the capital. However, in her past life, the revelry and joy had never belonged to her. She had felt like a mouse in the shadows, constantly spying on another's every move. Upon returning home, she entrusted her belongings to Mo Xiang and sought a caravan heading to Jiangnan to deliver them to old Madame Shandai. In the following days, the household was bustling with activity. While Madame Shan not only organized gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival but also selected a suitor for Shinanen, I find the second son of the Minister of Justice to be quite decent. Anen, what do you think? Does he catch your eye? Shinanen set aside the list of gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival and cast a glance at the small portrait in Madame Shan's hand. He seems to have a good appearance. It is acceptable. What sort of remark is that? If he had no features at all, would he be a monster? Take a closer look. If there are no issues, I shall hint to the minister's wife to bring him here for a visit, so you might have a private glance. Shinanen felt exasperated and leaned closer to scrutinize the small portrait. Not bad, you child. Madame Shan poked her forehead playfully, casting her a reproachful glance. Then I shall have him come tomorrow. Shinanen picked up the scroll again, replying nonchalantly. As long as he was not Xiao Yuan. She had no objections to anyone else. Thinking of that detestable man, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed sharply. The matter concerning that portrait needed to be resolved by the Mid-Autumn Festival, as she had no desire to keep it around as an eyesore. It would be even better if she could inflict some more discomfort upon that wretched man. Chapter 22. Bad luck. The gift list was filled with families that had good relations with the Shan residents. And Madame Shan urged Shinanen to memorize them all so that she might have a clear understanding in case of future contingencies. Has your grandmother ever taught you how to manage household affairs? Shinanen blinked. I suppose she has taught me. In a way, however, her grandmother had never favored such matters, and her teachings differed significantly from those given to young ladies in deep grand residences. Madame Shan understood her mother-in-law's temperament to some extent. Chuckling lightly, then from tomorrow onward, you shall accompany me to learn a bit more. When you arrive at your in-laws, you will find managing the household much easier. That sounds good. In her previous life, Shinanen had invested considerable effort in managing the fourth prince's residence. The comings and goings there were far more troublesome than those of ordinary officials and aristocrats, although she eventually became adept at it. She still lagged behind those who had been educated from a young age. Of course, it was not that her grandmother's teachings were inadequate, rather, her own aptitude was limited, and she struggled to apply her knowledge flexibly. Upon returning to Haitang Garden, Shinanen pondered for a moment before rummaging through a scroll tube beneath her writing desk, retrieving a dusty painting. Mo Xian looked on in confusion. Miss, didn't you dislike this painting very much? You clearly discarded it in the honor room to use as scrap paper when you brought it back. Considering the rigidity of the painting's paper, she had persuaded the young lady to leave it in the corner to gather dust. Miss, why have you taken it out again? Recycling, Shinanen replied, frowning as she handed the painting to Mo Xiang. Clean it up and keep it for selling. Mo Xiang accepted it, cradling it in her arms. Shinanen gazed at her and suddenly broke into a smile. What is it that makes you laugh, miss? Mo Xiang asked, puzzled, laughing at the unpredictability of life, the vastness of the world, and the wonders it holds. Once you let go, it is just like that. The painting and the people that were once treasured are, upon this life's return, merely trivial. The following day, while Shinanen was still in the depths of slumber, a nurse sent by Madame Shan roused her from bed. A good girl, the minister's wife will arrive shortly. You must rise to wash and dress. The minister's wife, who was that? Shinanen half closed her eyes. Murmuring the question. Oh dear, it is the family we discussed yesterday, the nurse replied, bemused. How could you forget after just one nap? Shinnon blinked her sleepy eyes, taking a moment to register. Yes, the one with the decent appearance. The nurse chuckled. Indeed, he is quite presentable. I have met him once. Although he may not be extraordinarily handsome, he carries himself with grace and poise, while she believed he might not be a perfect match for their young lady. The madam had deemed him suitable. Yes, that's so. Shinnon smirked slightly, allowing the three attendants to fuss over her as she remained half asleep. The Minister of Justice's status was neither too high nor too low, and his son was likely among the most distinguished of the civil officials. Madame Shin was a woman of great social acumen, well aware that the emperor was averse to further military alliances for the Shin family. Thus, the list of potential suitors was filled with civil officials, ensuring that none would be too inferior or too conspicuous for her daughter. As for the son of the Minister of Justice, she recalled him to be rather conventional, possessing some talent and benefiting from his ancestors' influence, thus navigating life with relative ease. Marrying into such a family would allow Shinnon to live a tranquil life in the latter half of her days, tending to her elders and leading the ordinary life of a woman. Selected for her a magnificent skirt made of butterfly cloud satin in a delicate shade of pink. The wide sleeves were adorned with intricate golden embroidery, while the hem danced with butterflies embroidered in both gold and silver, so vivid they seemed alive. The waist was daintily cinched, accentuating her graceful figure. Complementing her attire was a headpiece of water-pink pearls, with tassels elegantly cascading on either side, exuding a charming yet gentle allure, radiating the youthful vibrancy unique to her age. Especially with her snow-like skin and slender silhouette, she appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being from the moon. The three of them were thoroughly pleased with her attire that day. They had always known the girl to be beautiful, yet they were astounded by her stunning and vibrant appearance. Shinnon gazed into the bronze mirror, momentarily lost in thought as she beheld her youthful and delicate face, which still bore traces of innocence. Perhaps it was a sign of aging, as she felt an inexplicable guilt for trying to appear youthful. Gently swaying the tassels, she lifted her gaze to the matron. Mama, is it a tad extravagant for our first meeting? Not at all, not at all. You look absolutely stunning, the matron exclaimed with unrestrained admiration, and nodded in agreement. Ultimately, with Shinnon's insistence, one side of the tassel was removed. Although she still felt it was somewhat ostentatious, she could not bear to dismiss the efforts of the three who had labored over her appearance that morning. Not long after breakfast, Lady Shin sent someone to summon her. My dear, the wife of the Minister of State is arriving shortly. Your mother wishes for you to accompany her to the entrance to extend a warm welcome. Very well, Shinnon rose, adjusting her dress as she stepped outside. With each stride, she felt akin to a delicate butterfly, fluttering yet uneasy in her own skin. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Lady Shin emerged from a side path, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, her eyes sparkling with delight. Mother, Shinnon's brows furrowed. What is it? Did you not sleep well last night? No, I did. Shinnon pressed her lips together, her small face slightly tense. She decided to remain silent, observing her mother's adoring gaze as if she wished to hold her close, not wanting to dampen her spirits. Lady Shin seemed unable to take her eyes off Shinnon appraising her from head to toe. And you look exceptionally beautiful today. At your age, one should dress more vibrantly indeed, as you say. Mother, the mother and daughter exchanged words as they approached the entrance of the estate. Before long, several carriages emerged from the end of the alley, making their way toward them. They have arrived, Lady Shin smiled. Shinnon squinted her almond-shaped eyes, recognizing the figure at the forefront riding a tall steed. Though the distance was considerable, she could discern a tall and elegant posture resembling jade among bamboo, invoking a strange familiarity. A mother, isn't that the Minister of State's wife and her son? Why are there two carriages? As the procession drew closer, Lady Shin's expression darkened as she realized it was indeed the Minister of State's wife and the princess. Had it not been for the princess's visit, she would not have brought in to greet them, originally expecting only 3 guests, but now, however, none of that mattered. What was crucial was the princess bringing along the 4th prince, which made the situation quite awkward. Both mother and daughter's expressions soured, but as they approached, Lady Shin quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. 4th prince and I in the gaze of many, Shinnon followed suit. Bowing respectfully, Xiao Yuan remained silent, his narrow eyes fixated on Shinnon for a moment before he averted his gaze, his brow furrowing. Dressed so flamboyantly, she resembled a peacock flaunting its feathers. Did she truly think she could not live without a man? Shinnon naturally caught the glimmer of disdain in his eyes and turned her head away coldly. In truth, she felt somewhat embarrassed herself. Lady Shin, your highness. Lady Shin led Shinnon in greeting the distinguished lady descending from the carriage. The princess smiled. Today I am but a guest, there is no need for such formality. Please rise. Yes. Shortly thereafter, a slightly plump middle-aged noblewoman emerged from the following carriage, accompanied by a young man, exchanging pleasantries with Lady Shin. Shin and S gaze roamed over the young man. He was of decent appearance, embodying the demeanor of a refined scholar, pale and unassuming. While she assessed the young man, he too discreetly examined her. However, Shinnon, possessing a slightly thicker skin, did not shy away, smiling openly. Yet he momentarily froze, seemingly dazzled by her striking smile, his cheeks flushing instantly. "Cheng'er, why aren't you greeting Miss Shin?" urged his mother, nudging him. But he quickly bowed his head, embarrassed. "Miss Shin, greetings, young Master Meng Cheng's lips pressed together, his face reddening like a blooming flower. The Minister of State's wife chuckled, her smile widening. Her son's intentions were clear. He was evidently taken with the Shin family's daughter, yet she felt the girl's beauty might be excessive. After all, it was said that one should marry for virtue, not mere looks. A stunning appearance could distract a husband from his studies, which was hardly a favorable situation. Nonetheless, the Shin family's respectable lineage offered hope that any issues could be addressed once she was married. With this thought, she became even more amiable, engaging in lively conversation with Lady Shin. Meng Cheng occasionally stole glances at Shinnon, who responded with a smile. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept over her back, causing her to shiver slightly. The day was not particularly cold. Where could this wind be coming from? She touched the nape of her neck, turning her head back to look, only to meet a pair of dark, brooding eyes. Xiao Yuan sat atop his horse, surveying her from an elevated position with an icy expression, his black eyes glinting with a sharp mockery. This insufferable woman could not resist flirting with men. She was supposed to be a refined lady, yet she displayed such shamelessness. Shinnon, having entangled herself with him for several years, easily deciphered the irony in his gaze, her expression darkening, her red lips moved silently. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He understood. This woman was cursing him under her breath, and quite crudely at that. Shinnon shot him a fierce glare before turning away. Whom she chose to entice was none of his concern. He was merely being petty. Meanwhile, Lady Shin and Lady Meng had ceased their conversation. The princess smiled. "Yuan, aren't you and Shen Yi heading to the western camp for military drills? You should be on your way." Xiao Yuan coldly averted his gaze, feeling an intense fire simmering within him, his grip on the reins tightening. Suddenly, Ling Chenyi poked his head out from the princess's carriage, greeting Lady Shin before saying, "Mother is waiting for us at the Shin residence. We will come to fetch you later." "All right," the princess nodded with a smile. "Hurry along now, don't delay your business." Ling Chenyi lowered the curtain, yet Xiao Yuan remained motionless, his inner fire burning hotter, suddenly yearning to abduct that pretentious woman with her phony smile into the depths of the mountains. And then, he abruptly closed his eyes, slowly reopening them, fiercely spurring his horse forward, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The princess's coachman hesitated for a moment before reacting, swiftly cracking the whip to pursue him. Shinnon coldly watched the retreating figure, her gaze withdrawing with an air of indifference. Fate has a way of intertwining enemies, she mused, recalling how in her past life, she had gone to great lengths to catch a glimpse of him. Yet now he seemed to be the one she could not escape. How exceedingly vexing. Chapter 23. A glance shared quickly. "Let us discuss matters inside the estate." Lady Shin beckoned as they entered. Meanwhile, Ling Chenyi lifted the curtain, addressing the rider ahead, but received no response, prompting him to frown. Xiao Yuan, he glanced back slightly. "I was speaking to you. Why do you seem so distracted? Is there something on your mind?" Xiao Yuan pressed his lips together, his disdain for one particular woman igniting an inexplicable anger within him. Could that be considered a burden on his mind? Strangely, whenever he thought of that flower-like butterfly fluttering and flirting with the Meng family scion, a surge of indignation rose in his chest. Was she truly so blind as to choose such company? As he pondered, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow once more, questioning why he was comparing himself to those others. Frustration burgeoned within him like rampant weeds, undoubtedly stemming from his unwillingness to accept her rejection. He repeated this to himself, yet, that young man from the Meng family was truly unattractive. Only a fool would find him appealing, and she displayed no fear of being dazzled by her own charm. "Xiao Yuan, I'm listening," he replied, exasperated. Ling Chenyi had already shared quite a bit, yet he had not offered a single word in return. Do you know why Lady Shin has her eyes set on the son of the Minister of State? Xiao Yuan lifted his drooping eyelids, pulling back on the reins to slow down, feigning nonchalance as he asked, "Why?" Ling Chenyi smiled. "Shinwen holds the esteemed position of Grand Minister, the highest among military officials, regardless of whether it's the Prime Minister among civil officials or a family of military generals. The Emperor would hardly take pleasure in such alliances. The Minister of State is neither too significant nor too trivial, his influence among civil officials is minimal, and the Emperor won't care A sarcastic smile played on Ling Chen's lips. At that time, my mother offered Lady Shen numerous options, yet she only considered the sons of officials, indicating that the Shen family intends to remain low-key and neutral. The Shen family represented a considerable force within the court. Had it not been for the two other princes marrying their official consorts, they would not have missed the chance to ally with the Shen family. Xinwen was indeed a cunning fox, having raised a daughter for all these years, and if not for the Empress's subtle assistance, she might never have returned home. Xiao Yuan's gaze darkened as he stared ahead. Remaining silent, what a pity that girl does not fancy you, otherwise, with the Empress's matchmaking and the Shen family's backing, you would be like a tiger with wings. Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at Ling Chen in the carriage, sending a chill down his spine. Not if they wish to remain neutral. Xinwen would never marry his daughter to me. Is that so? Yet, I observe that Miss Shen's attitude toward you does not resemble that of unrequited love. The look in her eyes bore a striking resemblance to the annoyance Xiao Yuan displayed when pursued by other noble women. His grip on the reins suddenly tightened, the veins on the back of his hand becoming faintly visible, as if he were clutching at Ling Qinyu's throat. He turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through to meet Ling Qinyu's, causing the latter to feel an involuntary shiver run down his spine. He had always believed that, compared to Li Huayan, he was not cowardly. Well, I merely mentioned it casually. What I meant to say is that the union between the Shen and Meng families is likely to come to fruition. And it would also serve as an opportunity to clarify the Shen household's stance to the emperor. But I think otherwise. Xiao Yuan let out a cold laugh, retracting his gaze with a chilling indifference. He found the woman exceedingly displeasing and was resolutely determined to thwart her desires. He spurred his horse to gallop a short distance ahead. Xingfeng, he called out. Xingfeng promptly pulled on the reins to catch up. My lord, you are to enter the palace. Xiao Yuan's lips curled coldly as he murmured a few instructions. Xingfeng was taken aback, and before he could turn his horse around under Xiao Yuan's frosty gaze, he hastily departed. Ling Xinyu frowned and glanced back, then looked again at Xiao Yuan's sturdy and resolute figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Madame Shen guided the crown princess and Madame Meng into the banquet hall, where maids served tea, and the three women exchanged lively banter, appearing as if they were close friends. Madame Meng, eager for her son Meng Cheng to marry Shenenen, lavished praise upon Madame Shen and extolled Shenenen to such an extent that Shenenen began to question whether the fairy being described was truly herself. However, my Chenger is quite commendable as well. He passed the imperial examination this year and ranked favorably. My husband has remarked that his achievements will surely surpass those of his peers in due time. With compliments being exchanged, Madame Shen felt compelled to reciprocate, and for a moment, the banquet hall transformed into a stage of mutual adulation. Shenenen lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea, her peripheral vision catching Meng Cheng's stealing glances at her. She thought to herself, why should she hide? If he wishes to look, he could do so openly. Why the furtive glances? Setting her teacup down, Shenenen directed her unflinching apricot eyes towards Meng Cheng, who was pretending to drink tea, openly and without reservation. She felt no embarrassment, but rather, it was Meng Cheng who turned crimson with anxiety, his hands trembling slightly as he held the teacup, fearing he might spill. Shenenen casually averted her gaze. Indeed, what was there for a grown man to be shy about? He could look openly. She was no tiger. While Madame Shen and Madame Meng were engrossed in their conversation, the crown princess observed the scene with a knowing smile concealed beneath her lowered lashes. The Shen family girl. The more she looked, the more she found herself charmed. She was unpretentious, dignified, and remarkably interesting. Shenenen caught sight of the crown princess's teasing smile and felt a twinge of bashfulness. Madame Shen glanced at the sky and turned to Shenenen. The banquet will continue for a while longer. Young Master Meng has just arrived and must find it quite dull sitting and listening to our chatter. Why don't you take him for a stroll in the garden? Yes, Shenenen rose and performed a respectful bow to Madame Meng and the crown princess. Meng Cheng's delight was evident, though he quickly suppressed it, standing up to clasp his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Madame Shen. Go on then, Madame Shen replied, her gaze on Meng Cheng somewhat satisfied. Young Master Meng, please. Thank you, Miss Shen. He fumbled with his bow, clearly flustered. Shenenen led the way outside, pondering whether, aside from battle-hardened individuals like Li Huayan, all other men were so easily flustered, more bashful than a young maiden. She couldn't help but recall that scholar who had also been so shy in her presence. What is Miss Shen smiling about? Meng Cheng discreetly adjusted his attire, softly inquired. Oh, nothing. I just recalled some amusing events. Might you share them with me? Shenenen paused, glancing at Meng Cheng, his face flushed anew, filled with embarrassment at his own forwardness. I merely asked out of curiosity. If Miss Shen prefers not to share, do not feel compelled. Shenenen shook her head, chuckling softly. It is not that I cannot share, rather, I worry about being too forward with a young man such as yourself. I've heard from Madame Meng that young Master Meng is quite accomplished. Meng Cheng appeared flustered, his speech somewhat disjointed. And no, it's just that I passed the examination. My ranking was modest. Don't take my mother's words to heart. Shinanan smiled slyly, finding it rare to witness someone so self-deprecating. A mother always dotes on her child. In Madame Meng's eyes, her son is undoubtedly exceptional, which is hardly an exaggeration. Few scions of noble families can succeed in the imperial examination solely through their own efforts. Most either rely on familial connections or are so pampered that they disregard their studies. After all, with a family to support them, whether they study or not, they are destined for a life of comfort. You speak the truth. Meng Cheng's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. It is said that a husband should be gentle, understanding, and considerate. He found this Shin girl to embody all these qualities. She was beautiful, poised, articulate, and remarkably astute. She had even outshone the renowned talent of the First Lady Yersan at the Chrysanthemum banquet, a true paragon of both intellect and beauty, indeed perfect. Meng Cheng thought that if he could marry a girl from the Shin family, he would cherish her in the palm of his hand, showering her with affection, and could even forego taking a concubine for 3 to 5 years. As Shinanan meandered with him through the garden, a sense of boredom began to settle in. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Meng Cheng hastily sought to change the subject. I heard you were raised in Jiangnan. Yes, Shinanan nodded. I went to Jiangnan with my grandmother when I was 3. She said it was a land of exceptional talent and abundance. Indeed, grandmother Shin is quite a remarkable woman, Meng Cheng remarked with a smile. Given the wealth of the Shin family, it is rather peculiar that she chose to leave at such an age when she ought to be enjoying life. My grandmother has a fondness for Jiangnan. Though she could not pinpoint the reason, she sensed that her grandmother held a special sentiment towards that place, almost nostalgic. Indeed, Jiangnan is known for its picturesque scenery. It is a splendid locale. The conversation faltered once more into silence as they meandered through the garden, which was nearing its end. Shinanan decided it was time to return to the banquet hall. The festivities were likely to commence soon. Shall we head back? Yes, certainly. Meng Cheng's face betrayed his disappointment, a hint of regret lingering as he wondered if he had not performed well. As they walked back, he racked his brain for topics to discuss, anxious to avoid an awkward silence. Young Master. A maid's voice called out from a distance. Shinanan smiled slightly, quickening her pace, while Meng Cheng seemed somewhat flustered. As Shin Shangha stepped forward and caught sight of Shinanan emerging from the garden, his expression softened somewhat. Elder brother. And however, his smile faltered upon noticing the young man following her. Young Master Shin. Meng Cheng bowed slightly. Shin Shangha pursed his lips, remaining silent. Elder brother, this is the son of the Minister of Justice, visiting alongside the Crown Princess and Madam Minister. Upon hearing this, Shin Shangha's brow furrowed, responding with a curt acknowledgement. As a martial general, he had a stoic demeanor, his resolute features often intimidating. Given this young man's connection to Shinanan, Meng Cheng couldn't help but feel somewhat constrained. What brings you back so early today? With the Mid-Autumn Festival just 2 days away, the court had granted a few days off. Shin Shangha's gaze occasionally flitted towards Meng Cheng. That works out well. Mother has arranged a banquet in the hall. Why don't you join us? No need, Shin Shangha replied, averting his gaze, wishing to ruffle Shinanan's hair but refraining due to the presence of others. I have matters to attend to. You may go ahead. Chapter 24. Self-importance. Very well. Shinanan nodded. Shin Shangha took his leave, casting one last scrutinizing glance at Meng Cheng, which was far from friendly. Shall we go? Shinanan suggested to Meng Cheng, and the two made their way along the corridor. Meng Cheng opened his mouth several times before finally saying, Miss Shin, do you perhaps dislike me? Shinanan chuckled, having noticed the tension. Well, it is not that I dislike you, however, any young man associated with me is likely to be disapproved of by him. Meng Cheng was taken aback by her words, then smiled faintly. As they neared the banquet hall, he suddenly halted, stammering, Miss Shin, wait a moment. Shinanan turned back, looking at him in confusion. What is it? Meng Cheng's face reddened, and he finally managed to whisper, on the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be lanterns. May I invite you to join me for a stroll? Before Shinanan could respond, he hurriedly added, my sister will also be there. You need not worry about your reputation. After a brief silence, Meng Cheng, feeling the tension in his palms, awaited her answer. That would be fine, but my elder brother will also be present, if young Master Meng does not mind. Not at all, not at all. The 4 of us together would be perfect. Very well. Shinanan nodded in agreement. Meng Cheng let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. The fact that she had agreed was a glimmer of hope, indicating that the Shin girl harbored some fondness for him. Upon returning to the banquet hall, all 3 turned their gazes towards them, their expressions filled with warmth and meaning. Back already, a mother. Shinanan bowed to each of them before sitting beside Madame Shin. Madame Shen studied her daughter intently, her smile gradually fading. After Meng Chang had paid his respects, he took a seat, and Madame Shen noticed the flush of color creeping up his neck and ears. Her brows knitting together in silent concern, it was evident that her son had turned shy after a mere stroll. Indeed, being exceptionally handsome could be a double-edged sword, possessing an allure that was hard to resist. She playfully patted her son's back, lowering her voice to admonish him for his lack of composure. Meng Cheng's expression stiffened, meeting his mother's gaze momentarily before promptly composing himself, though Shenenen and Madame Shen did not hear what was said. They could not help but feel that the young master of the Meng family displayed an excessive fear of his mother through their subtle gestures. At that moment, a maid reported that the meal was ready, prompting Madame Shen to rise and lead the two to the adjoining room. In families of nobility, decorum is paramount. Conversations during meals are typically hushed, resulting in a notably quiet dining experience. Shenenen found this mutual silence rather tiresome. Feeling somewhat distracted throughout the afternoon, fortunately, the Meng mother and son took their leave shortly after sitting down. As Madame Shen had to accompany the Grand Princess and could not leave, Shenenen escorted the pair to the flower-adorned archway. Leading the way, Shenenen noticed Madame Meng's keen gaze fixed upon her figure, her eyes filled with scrutiny. While the girl's lineage was indeed commendable, Madame Meng was less than satisfied with her appearance. However, if other attributes were acceptable and her son was fond of Shenenen, she would not be overly critical. Reflecting on Madame Shen's warm demeanor earlier, Madame Meng felt that the marriage proposal was nearly assured. Furthermore, her son had just informed her that the girl had agreed to accompany them to the festivities on the Mid-Autumn Festival, which indicated her interest in him. With this thought, she straightened her posture and spoke softly. I have heard that Miss Shen grew up in Jiangnan and has only recently returned to the capital. Is she accustomed to life here? Shenenen smiled in response, explaining that Jiangnan was somewhat more humid. But aside from the climatic differences, she had adjusted reasonably well. Madame Meng nodded, acknowledging that the capital's splendor was unmatched by Jiangnan. That if you have the time, do accompany your mother to a few banquets and engage with those young ladies, she advised. Shenenen's expression faltered momentarily before she nodded in acknowledgement. I hear you were raised beside old Madame Shen. Indeed, Shenenen replied, her demeanor now somewhat subdued. Old Madame Shen was renowned throughout the capital, and surely she imparted wisdom to you. Naturally, Shenenen affirmed. Hearing this, Madame Meng's smile widened. My dear, Meng Chang muttered, lowering his head as he gently tugged at his mother's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further probing. Madame Meng shot him a disapproving glance, irritated that he was already protected before the marriage was even finalized. Truly, the allure of a beautiful woman could lead to complications. With a dismissive wave, she continued, with old Madame Shen's guidance, Miss Shen must be exceptionally talented. However, given that she has not managed a household for so long in Jiangnan, I wonder if she has forgotten some of the teachings. It may be a bit challenging for her. Shenenen's demeanor darkened slightly. Was Madame Meng subtly inquiring if she had learned to manage domestic affairs? Madame Meng, you jest. I am the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, not a mere concubine from a lesser household. Such skills are fundamental for a young lady. My grandmother comes from a prominent family, and I have been trained since childhood. How could I forget? Or is it that Madame Meng did not receive such education in her own family, hence your inquiry? Her tone carried a hint of coldness and mockery. Madame Meng's expression changed immediately. The Shen family was no minor household, and she herself was of respectable lineage. Shenenen's words felt like an affront. You, mother, Meng Chang interjected, his face flushed with irritation yet unable to express it. Madame Meng shot him a sharp look, her tone icy. I was merely asking casually. Miss Shen, you are quite sharp-tongued. Such a pointed disposition may need to be tempered once you enter your in-law's home. A daughter-in-law must possess the awareness of her role, serving her parents-in-law, not defying her husband, and learning humility. After all daughters-in-law must navigate this path until they become matriarchs. Rest assured, Madame Meng, I require no such concern from you. You should focus your attentions on your own family, Shenenen stated coolly, halting beneath the flower-adorned archway and turning to face her. Madame Meng's expression shifted, while Meng Chang's face paled slightly. You are upset, are you not, my dear? I speak candidly out of affection for you. Fear not, in time, you shall be like my own daughter, Madame Meng said, extending her hand toward Shenenen. However, Shenenen evaded the gesture, maintaining her silence with a smile. Madame Meng found herself momentarily flustered. The Shen family held a high status, and she believed she had been sufficiently restrained in her words, yet, it seemed that Shenenen was even more acerbic than the previous young ladies with whom she had interacted. Indeed, daughters raised in affluent households often became spoiled and demanding. While Madame Meng was genuinely displeased with Shenenen's demeanor, she was more enamored with the prestige of the Shen family. She could overlook certain flaws if it meant her son could marry into such a family. Cheng'er, you should converse with Miss Shin for a while. I shall wait outside for you. Meng Cheng's face reddened with indignation, but Madame Meng paid him no mind, giving him a gentle push before departing with her maid. Miss Shin, my mother often speaks without thinking. Please do not take her words to heart, he said, averting his gaze. Shin regarded Meng Cheng with newfound understanding. It became clear why he had yet to marry despite being of age. His mother was indeed a formidable presence. More importantly, Meng Cheng appeared to be quite submissive to Madame Meng's authority, likely out of fear. Her initial indifference toward Meng Cheng began to shift. She now found him less appealing. The age-old conflict between mothers and daughters-in-law was ever present. And a man who could not assert himself would subject his partner to a lifetime of trials. Young Master Meng, you jest, Madame Meng is merely a guest. I shan't hold her words against her. Both in sentiment and reason Meng Cheng sighed with relief, though he felt that Shenanen's tone remained excessively frosty. Then, the day after tomorrow, I shall come to escort you to the Lantern Festival. No need, Shenanen replied coolly. The Shen family has carriages. It would not trouble young Master Meng. Meng Cheng opened his mouth to speak again, but Shenanen interrupted. Young Master Meng, you should be on your way. Do not keep Madame Meng waiting. He hesitated, ultimately departing with his head down, contemplating how to express himself more thoroughly during their outing. Miss, that Madame Meng is quite presumptuous. Does she truly believe you are already wed into their family? Shenanen smiled faintly. Let us go. Meanwhile, Meng Cheng climbed into the carriage with a dejected demeanor. How did it go? What did she say? Madame Meng inquired eagerly. Meng Cheng glanced at his mother before turning to the window. Remaining silent. Speak up. Have you lost your voice? Meng Cheng forcefully shook off her hand, irritated. What should I say? Do you not recall what you just said? Madame Meng froze momentarily. Cheng'er, you have grown bold, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Everything I do is for your benefit. Have you forgotten how your father treated his concubines? If not for me, you, the legitimate son, might have been cast aside long ago. Please, no more, Meng Cheng murmured, his hands cradling his head in resignation. He mentally prepared himself for the litany of complaints his mother was about to unleash. Once she finished her well-worn grievances, he finally relaxed, staring blankly at the carriage floor. She did not refuse the invitation for the Lantern Festival. She merely asked me not to escort her. Hearing this, Madame Meng breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, this match is facilitated by the Grand Princess. It cannot fail. That Shen girl must be fond of you. She would not shy away for a few words. Mother, Meng Cheng replied with exasperation, that is the Shen family. Her father is a high-ranking military official, not some lesser household. If you continue like this, how will I ever find a bride? Madame Meng mumbled in acknowledgement, her voice barely above a whisper. She realized that her moment of pride had led her to forget her place. But you too. She added, casting a disapproving glance at her son, you were so taken with her beauty that you dared to be angry with me. If you truly marry her, I can only imagine how you will dote on her. Disregarding your mother's words, reflecting on the hardships his mother had endured over the years, Meng Cheng softened his expression. What are you saying, mother? A wife cannot compare to you. You will always be the one I cherish most. Madame Meng huffed, her mood visibly improving. It is said that one should marry a virtuous wife to support their husband's ascent. Just look at how radiant that Shen girl is. Her mere smile is captivating. If you become infatuated with her beauty and neglect your ambitions, what will become of you? Mother, you worry too much, Meng Cheng replied, though he did not argue further. Even if I marry her, I cannot spend every moment by her side. I must prioritize my future. That girl is far too spoiled. You must teach her some manners. Did you observe how she spoke to me earlier, with such arrogance and rudeness? Meng Cheng turned away, staring out the window in annoyance. He too felt that Shenanen's words had been somewhat harsh, disrespectful to her elders, yet, given her status and family background, she possessed the confidence to be proud. She was not from one of those lesser households that his mother could easily reprimand. Madame Meng continued murmuring. The guards accompanying the fourth prince mentioned that Miss Shen has just returned from Jiangnan. Her manners might not be particularly refined, and her family's standing may not be sufficient for a match with the prince. If that is the case, why should she not carry herself with a bit of pride? Did you know that at the fourth prince's celebration banquet, the imperial concubine intended for the emperor to arrange a marriage between Miss Shen and the fourth prince? Meng Cheng cast his eyes downward, responding coolly. Madame Meng remarked, the Shen family's status is indeed worthy of a prince, yet the matter ultimately fell through, indicating that the fourth prince must not have been interested in Shenanen. After all, even those closest to the fourth prince had suggested as much. Meng Cheng frowned but remained silent. The situation is tolerable, but let us hope that Miss Shen is not afflicted with any ailments. If that is the case, I must inquire further. We cannot possibly wed someone who bears a physical flaw. Even if marriage is on the table, it would be prudent to negotiate terms with General Shen. Shinanan returned to the banquet hall, where Madame Shin was engaged in a lively conversation with the Grand Princess. As the sun gradually descended, there was no indication that either of them intended to leave. Madame Shin instructed Anan to prepare the evening meal. The Grand Princess did not decline, having been urged by Yuan to wait for him, as he might have significant matters to discuss. After relaying her orders to the kitchen, Shinanan quietly sat beside Madame Shin, listening to their discourse. It struck her that the Grand Princess, who had previously been difficult to engage, possessed a remarkably loquacious side, perhaps stemming from her dislike of Anan. Shinanan looked up, meeting the Grand Princess's amiable gaze, momentarily taken aback. "What are your thoughts on the Meng family's son?" After some contemplation, Shinanan replied, "Young Master Meng seems quite respectable, though I suspect Madame Meng is not particularly easy to deal with." The Grand Princess furrowed her brow, prompting Madame Shin to inquire, "What leads you to say so? Did Madame Meng say something to you?" From their previous conversation, Madame Meng appeared to be rather flattering. "So it seemed perplexing. Speak freely." "I am not well acquainted with the Meng family. I only thought it acceptable after discussing it with your mother, which is why I suggested you meet." Shinanan pressed her lips together. "It is nothing much. It was merely that when I escorted Madame Meng back, she implied that I had not grown up in the capital, and thus my experiences were limited. She suggested my mother should take me out more often and inquired about other matters." The expressions of the Grand Princess and Madame Shin soured simultaneously. The Grand Princess pressed, "What else did she say?" Shinanan continued, "She remarked that I had been raised in Jiangnan, and that my grandmother has not been managing the household for quite some time, implying that she feared I had not learned the necessary skills to fulfill the role of a mistress." Before Madame Shin could respond, the Grand Princess let out a cold laugh. "A mere inspector's residence, and she dares to expect such high standards. Does she truly believe her status can support such demands? A granddaughter personally instructed by the old matriarch should be more than capable of managing her own affairs." Madame Shin's expression darkened, and she fell silent. The Grand Princess's words were not something an ordinary person would dare to say. While Madame Meng appeared agreeable, her words were indeed full of veiled insinuations. The Grand Princess scoffed lightly. "Let this matter rest. Had Madame Shin not brought it up, I would never have considered facilitating such a mismatched alliance. It was simply a lack of self-awareness, and do not take it to heart. Upon my return, I will seek a more suitable match and discuss it with your mother." Shinanan feigned shyness, lowering her head and responding softly. At that moment, a maid entered to announce that dinner was ready. Just as Madame Shin was about to guide the Grand Princess to the dining area, a young servant arrived with news. "Your Highness, Madame, Miss, the fourth Prince and young Master Ling have come to escort the Grand Princess back to the palace." Shinanan felt a sense of frustration. Why did that insufferable man always choose the most inconvenient times? Madame Shin hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to send them away, and suggested, "Since the banquet is prepared, why not allow the fourth Prince and young Master Ling to join us for dinner before departing?" The Grand Princess, not giving it much thought, instructed the servant inquire if they wished to join us. "If not, let them wait outside. It would be rather impolite to leave when a meal had been prepared for them." The servant withdrew. Madame Shin furrowed her brow slightly. After all, they were a prince and a marquis's heir, and sending only a servant might come off as lacking respect. After weighing her options, she spoke. "Anan, go greet the fourth Prince and young Master Ling, and also tell your brother to join us." Allowing only her daughter to welcome them, while her son remained behind, should pose no issue. After all, it was all happening under her watchful eye, she thought. "Understood." Shinanan bowed and stepped outside, exhaling a heavy sigh once she left the courtyard. Had she offended some deity, attracting all manner of troublesome situations? Outside the estate, Ling Chinny looked at Xiao Yuan after hearing the servant's words and asked, "Are you hungry?" The memory of a vividly depicted autumn chrysanthemum painting stirred a longing within him. He was eager to meet the audacious woman who dared to tease Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, his expression serious. "Let us wait a bit longer." "Wait for what? They are about to serve dinner." "Pathetic." Ling Chinny straightened his lips. "Is it a matter of being pathetic? Aren't you curious about her impressions of you?" Xiao Yuan paused, then coldly replied, "Why should it concern me?" "Is that so?" Ling Chinny smirked knowingly. At that moment, Xiao Yuan's indifferent gaze suddenly flicked toward the dimly lit stone path leading into Shin's residence. The sun had fully set, and lanterns were lit within the estate, casting a warm glow over the courtyard. A slender figure was slowly emerging from the shadows, her silhouette elongated by the light. Following Xiao Yuan's gaze, Ling Chinny sensed a stirring beneath his calm exterior. In an instant, he redirected his attention to Xiao Yuan. A smirk playing on his lips, Xiao Yuan's expression remained inscrutable as he lowered his gaze, avoiding Ling Chinny's probing stare. Shinanan noticed the tall figure suddenly turning away from her and took a deep breath. Striving to suppress her indignation, she approached, curtsying gracefully. Fourth Prince, young Master Ling, my mother invites you both to dine at our residence. Miss Shin is most courteous, Ling Cheney replied with a polite nod, nudging the taciturn Xiao Yuan. The host has come to invite us. It would be quite rude not to attend. Xiao Yuan shot him a cold glare, and Ling Cheney quickly withdrew his elbow. Well, the fourth prince is likely not hungry. So, Madame Shin is being exceedingly gracious. We shall not refuse. Ling Cheney looked up, bewildered at Xiao Yuan's unexpected willingness to accept Hung Shinan and feigned indifference. Leading the way into the residence, it was impossible for her to continue being subservient to him as in her previous life. If he dared to provoke her, he must be prepared for her retorts. After a few steps, she noticed they were still lingering behind, and she turned back coldly. Does the fourth prince still wish to eat? If not, I shall return to my meal. Xiao Yuan, who had already turned to leave, paused at Shenanen's taunting gaze. He abruptly reversed course, pushing Ling Cheney ahead into the residence. Shameless, Shenanen muttered under her breath. Ling Cheney's eyelid twitched as he glanced at Xiao Yuan, who continued to walk ahead with an expression of cold calm. He had certainly heard Shenanen's insult. Pretending to be oblivious was a poor tactic. Ling Cheney was no fool, and he would not ask, did you hear her insult you? Xiao Yuan feigned ignorance, and he would play along. On their way back to the banquet, Xiao Yuan refrained from making any further provocations. Once they arrived, Shenanen immediately joined Madame Shin at the table, her head bowed in silence. Fourth Prince, young Master Ling. Madame Shin rose to greet them. There is no need for such formalities, madam, Xiao Yuan replied with a dismissive wave. Madame Shin straightened up and smiled. It is just a simple meal. Please do not find it lacking, Your Highness. Join us for a bite. Chapter 26. The meaning remains elusive. Xiao Yuan nodded, casting a glance at the vacant seat. Signaling to Ling Cheney glanced at the empty seat beside Madame Shin, then at the one next to Shenanen, his eyelid twitching. Where was he supposed to sit? He raised his eyes. Expressionless, meeting Xiao Yuan's gaze filled with confusion. Xiao Yuan's demeanor darkened, the smile on his lips turning cold. Ling Cheney sensed the threat in Xiao Yuan's eyes, forcing himself forward, after a moment of hesitation. He settled into the seat beside Shenanen. He does not get along with the young lady from the Shin family, that must be the implication, yet why does that gaze behind him seem even sharper and more piercing? Is it still possible for him to stand up now? Yuan, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and take a seat, the eldest princess urged. Xiao Yuan sat down with a solemn expression. He himself was baffled by his sudden action just moments ago. As if an intense desire had surged within him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he was driven mad by that woman? Ling Cheney tilted his head and offered him an awkward smile. But Xiao Yuan remained expressionless, pretending not to notice. Ling Cheney sighed and pursed his lips. Having grown up with Xiao Yuan, they shared a tacit understanding, yet in recent days, this fellow had become increasingly difficult to manage. The two sat upright, with an empty space between them, which appeared rather peculiar. The eldest princess cast a sidelong glance at her son, questioning why he was seated so close to the young lady. Despite her fondness for the Shin family, however, a marriage alliance between the Yongning Marquisate and the Shin family was utterly impossible. Madame Shin felt somewhat awkward as she glanced at her daughter. Contemplating whether to instruct someone to remove the extra chair when Shin Changhe suddenly strode in. He surveyed the room, lowered his eyelids to conceal his surprise, and cupped his hands, addressing the fourth prince. Today, young Master Shin is the host, so there is no need for formality, Xiao Yuan replied in a flat tone. Shin Changhe nodded and greeted the eldest princess and Ling Cheney. I was just waiting for you, Madame Shin cheerfully remarked, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. With her eldest son present, she felt a bit more at ease. However, silence fell over the room once again, presenting a new dilemma. Where should Shin Changhe sit? Logically, he should take a seat beside Shenanen, as they were siblings in family. Thus, Ling Cheney's position seemed rather inappropriate. Ling Cheney felt somewhat awkward, but before he could speak, he received another glance from Xiao Yuan. What does that mean? Ling Cheney stared at Xiao Yuan for a moment and gestured. Are you going to sit here? It seems inappropriate. Her brother is still standing. Xiao Yuan glared at Ling Cheney with a cold expression. At that moment, the eldest princess suddenly spoke up. Why are you dawdling? Why don't you offer your seat to young Master Shin? Come sit beside Yuan. You really have no sense. Ling Cheney's face alternated between pale and green for a moment before he stood up to glance at the downcast Shenanen. It was truly a pity that they had not yet exchanged pleasantries. Of this action did not escape the notice of Xiao Yuan and Shin Changhe, both of whom exchanged glances filled with coldness as they observed Ling Cheney's movements. Ling Cheney took a seat beside Xiao Yuan, and only then did Shin Changhe step forward, lift his robe, and take a seat. At this moment, the maids entered in succession, bringing in the dishes, and Madame Shin invited everyone to dine. All were members of noble families, placing great importance on decorum and etiquette, and the meal proceeded in a tranquil manner, with not even the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls and plates. After the meal, Madame Shen ordered some desserts to be served, and slowly conversation began to flow. Shen tugged at Shen Changha's sleeve, murmuring softly, "What time is it? Why haven't they mentioned returning home? Do they intend to linger here?" Shen Changha soothingly patted his sister's hand. "Have some snacks. It will be over soon." Shen nodded impatiently. The interaction between the siblings caught Xiao Yuan's attention. The young lady's delicate and vibrant face was filled with dissatisfaction as she complained and pouted to her elder brother. Appearing quite endearing, he thought to himself how this woman seemed to smile warmly at every man except for him, whereupon she would act as if bitten by a rabid dog, barking at him the moment they met. Ling Cheney leaned closer and whispered, "You and Miss Shen seem to be at odds from the moment you meet. I thought you didn't want to sit with her, which is why you—" "When did I say I didn't want to sit?" Xiao Yuan replied coldly. Ling Cheney straightened his lips. "It was my misunderstanding. Next time did I ever express a desire to sit? How come no one has taken this calamity off my hands?" Ling Cheney could not help but curse inwardly, finally understanding the plight of Li Huayan. He wore a wooden expression. "Then why did you give me those signals? Why are you glaring at me?" Xiao Yuan shot him a cold glance and softly uttered two words, "Be quiet." Ling Cheney stiffened, straightening his posture and turning his neck toward Shen Changha, forcing a strained smile. "Xiao Yuan, you are ungrateful. Don T blamed me for putting you in a difficult position. How is Shen brother's health?" The room fell silent, and both Madame Shen and the eldest princess turned to glance at them before quickly returning to their conversation. Shen Changha paused for a moment. "My health has always been good. I do not require any recuperation." Ling Cheney smiled brightly. "But I heard that you were punished some days ago and had to be carried back. It sounded quite serious. How are you now? Have you recovered?" The polite smile on Shen Changha's lips faltered for a moment as he subtly glanced at Xiao Yuan, whose complexion was tinged with an ashen hue. "A minor injury, nothing to worry about. Is that so? Then Shen brother certainly fulfills his duties diligently, and as for Miss Shen, she was quite brave to risk herself to save the fourth prince. I truly admire her." Silence spread among the four of them. Ling Cheney's eyes sparkled with laughter as he lowered his head to sip his tea, yet the chilling aura emanating from beside him was impossible to ignore. Requiring immense courage and boldness to overlook, suddenly Shen spoke. "What young Master Ling said is true. However, there are far too few individuals in this world like you, who clearly distinguish between right and wrong and are grateful for kindness." The insinuation in her words was unmistakable, causing Shen Changha's lips to twitch as he glanced at his sister, wondering why she still held a grudge after all this time. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Hadn't they settled everything with money and rice? Why does this woman keep bringing up old grievances? Ling Cheney felt a surge of delight and was about to speak when the words suddenly caught in his throat. His face paling from restraint. He leaned his elbow on the table, covering half of his face with his palm, revealing an expression of anguish directed at Xiao Yuan. Is it still possible for him to admit his mistake? Xiao Yuan shot him a cold glare, silently retracting his foot that had been pressing on Ling Cheney's. Ling Cheney withdrew his hand, leaning over the table for a moment, staring at his slightly flattened dark-patterned boots. What's wrong? Are you tired?" the eldest princess suddenly inquired. "Yes, I am a bit tired," Ling Cheney replied, tugging at the corners of his lips. He resolved never to take on such tasks again. Let Li Huayan handle them from now on. He had had enough of this difficult position. "Then let us return. We shouldn't disturb Madame Shen's rest." Chapter 27, Mid-Autumn Festival. All right. Ling Cheney rose to his feet, stumbling slightly as pain coursed through his leg. "Take it easy," the eldest princess chided him. "Every time you go to the military camp, you return utterly exhausted. Don't you know to cherish your health? There are generals in the camp. Why must you personally get involved?" The matron beside the eldest princess stepped forward to assist Ling Cheney, but he declined. "I'm fine. It was just a momentary rush." The eldest princess said no more and, under Madame Shen's escort, exited together, with the others trailing behind. Shen and Ling Cheney brought up the rear while Shen Changha and the fourth prince led a few steps ahead, seemingly discussing important matters, once they had seen the guests off to their carriage and watched it depart into the distance. Madame Shen finally exhaled, relieved that they had been sent away. "Let us return now." Shen responded, and the mother-daughter duo turned to find Shen Changha staring at Shen, a contemplative expression clouding his features. "What's the matter?" Madame Shen asked. "How are matters progressing between you and the Meng family?" Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's temper flared as she walked. "Not at all. That Madame Meng is quite particular. And our family simply does not measure up." Upon hearing this, Shen Changha sighed in relief. "Then that's good. What's the matter? why did you suddenly ask about this? Shannon inquired, perplexed, earlier, while discussing matters with the fourth prince. The topic of the Yushi Zhongsong mansion came up. According to the fourth prince, the Meng family's young men are not of good character. What? Madame Shen turned back, curious. Shen Changhua continued, a few days ago, the fourth prince's men were at a flower house on business and captured a courtesan. Upon investigation, it turned out she was a mistress of the Yushi Zhongsong. He appears righteous on the surface but is actually greedy and lecherous. Although his wife and concubines adhere to propriety, he secretly keeps numerous courtesans, and the number of illegitimate children in his household is incalculable. It is a veritable den of vice, and his sons have evidently learned his lecherous habits. As for that Meng Gongzi, he is unlikely to be any better, for such a world rarely produces those untainted by filth. Madame Shen felt a chill run through her upon hearing this. Grateful that they had not agreed. What a family of wolves and tigers would dare to come to our Shen family to pick and choose? From now on, we must investigate thoroughly before considering any alliances. We can never allow a situation like today to occur, almost causing harm to Mayan. And, on the silent and desolate road, the sound of the carriage wheels echoed loudly in the still night. Ling Qianni glanced at Xia Yuan, who was riding a tall horse beside him, and asked, "Why did you speak those words to young Master Shen earlier?" "What did I say?" Xia Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow. "You are fully aware that the Shen family is negotiating a marriage with the Meng family, yet you spoke so provocatively. Are you not intentionally meddling in their affairs? What exactly are you scheming?" "Xia Yuan, I merely stated the facts. I spoke nothing but the truth." Ling Qianni narrowed his eyes. "Is that so, Xia Yuan? You don't harbor any special feelings for the young lady from the Shen family? Do you?" Xia Yuan tightened his grip on the reins, a sudden tremor coursing through his heart. Shen Changhua was the commander of the Imperial Guard, and forming an alliance with him would be advantageous for his position. "Oh," Ling Qianni smiled ambiguously, casting a meaningful sidelong glance at Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan cast a cold glance at him, suddenly turning the horse's head towards a narrow alley. The princess, hearing the sound, lifted the curtain of the carriage and inquired of Ling Qianni, "Where is he going?" "Back to the prince's residence. This alley is a shortcut to." In the peony garden, Shannon stood before the window, gazing into the pitch-black night. The candlelight reflected on the paper of the window, elongating her already slender silhouette. Miss Mo Xiang draped a cloak over her. "Are you displeased by Madame Meng's words? An inconsequential person is not worthy of disturbing my thoughts," Shannon replied in a calm and indifferent tone. She was merely pondering whether her chosen path was misguided. All she wished for was to select a man of both character and lineage among the gentry, to sever the fate of her past life, and to live as an ordinary woman, marrying well, raising children, and leading a life of harmony and respect. Yet today, she realized that the scrutiny of marriage for women remains unchanged through the ages. It is not about whom she marries, but simply because she is a woman. It was not that she feared facing her mother-in-law, but rather that if her choices were to remain the same, what then would be the meaning of her transformation? Would she merely trade one individual for another, inviting new misfortunes, and tread the same path once more? A gentle breeze arose outside, and she pulled a chair to sit down. Sinking into a prolonged silence, suddenly she spoke softly. "Mo Xiang, do you wish to return to Jiangnan?" Mo Xiang smiled and replied, "Wherever you are, miss, I wish to be of the capital, and Jiangnan are no different to me. I long to return to Jiangnan," Shannon confessed. Mo Xiang pursed her lips. "Miss, do you miss the old lady? Perhaps you should inform Madame and have someone bring her back." Shannon gently shook her head. "Grandmother will not return, but the imperial concubine may not agree to let you go back, and neither will Madame or the master." Shannon was well aware that her mother sought to keep her in the capital amidst the officialdom, unwilling to let her leave again. Yet, what if I were to find a husband and insist on going to Jiangnan? Mo Xian was taken aback. "Madame would never allow you to marry someone from Jiangnan." Shannon turned back with a smile. "Not seeking someone from Jiangnan, but I could be sent away, couldn't I?" She yearned for a tranquil and carefree life, rather than being confined to the inner chambers, reliving new tragedies. Before Mo Xiang could grasp the meaning behind her words, Shannon rose and hurried to assist her. "It is getting late. You should rest early." Mississippi, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days, and the household will become quite lively tomorrow. In the Shen residence, she had finally experienced a true family reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet compared to Jiangnan, it still lacked joy and anticipation. If compared to her previous life in the fourth prince's residence during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was 1,000 times better. One must learn to be content. The following morning, the residence bustled with activity, but only the peony garden remained quiet. Madame Shen understood her daughter's penchant for sleeping in and instructed the steward not to disturb her. When Shannon awoke, the sun had already cast its rays upon the writing desk by the window. Mo Xiang heard the commotion and entered to assist her with dressing and grooming. Miss has finally risen, madam, and the young master have been waiting for you for a while. Waiting for what? Shinanan replied, puzzled at Miss. Have you forgotten, there is also an imperial concubine in the Shin residence. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. According to custom, you must go to the palace today to deliver festival gifts. Shinanan suddenly remembered, right, other families may send their stewards to deliver gifts, but only in the palace must the lady go in person. Why did no one wake me, leaving mother and brother waiting? Mo Xiang stuck out her tongue. It was madam's explicit instruction not to wake you. Chapter 28. Entering the palace a quarter of an hour later, Shinanan was dressed and adorned in the attire and jewelry carefully selected by Madame Shin. She stepped outside, where Madame Shin and Shin Changhe were seated in the front courtyard, enjoying tea and conversation. Mother, brother, why did you not send someone to wake me? It is just a gift. It is no matter. Madame Shin said, setting down her teacup and scrutinizing her daughter's attire. You have chosen such dark patterns and colors, yet they appear so vibrant on you. Shinanan lowered her head to glance at the dress selected by Madame Shin. Smiling gently, it is simply because the daughter is beautiful. Whatever dress she wears will shine brightly. Madame Shin covered her mouth with a smile, playfully chiding Shinanan. What kind of girl boasts about herself? Have you no shame? Shin Changhe interjected. Sister speaks the truth. How can that be considered boasting? Madame Shin glanced at her children with a mix of amusement and melancholy. She had gone to great lengths to ensure and did not appear too ostentatious in the palace. Fearing the imperial concubine would become even more insistent. All right, let us go. And this is your first time entering the palace. You must stay close to mother. There are many rules in the palace, although those concubines would not dare harm you. Their little tricks can be quite troublesome. As they proceeded, Madame Shin repeatedly cautioned Shinanan about palace etiquette, the preferences and pet peeves of the imperial concubine, as well as the difficult to deal with concubines. Mother, there is no need for sister to be so cautious, Shin Changhe remarked, looking at Shinanan, his tone reassuring. With mother and me here, you need not fear anything. Besides, our father is the Grand Commandant, the head of the military officials. Even the Empress would show us some respect, as long as we are reasonable. Oh, you child, Madame Shin scolded her son lightly. As they spoke, the carriage halted at the palace gate. The guarding soldiers spotted Shin Changhe first and hurried over to salute him. General Shin. Upon noticing the items being carried out by the servants of the Shin residence, one of the soldiers smiled and asked, "Is this for the imperial concubine's festival gifts?" Shin Changhe replied coolly. The soldier immediately flattered, "I shall fetch a few young attendants to carry them inside for you." Shortly he brought over a dozen young attendants. "These are for the imperial concubine. Be careful not to damage anything," he instructed. Everyone responded in unison, receiving the items from the Shin servants and forming a line to carry them into the palace. Shin Changhe patted the soldier on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. It is our duty. General Shin. Madame Shin. Miss Shin, please walk slowly. As Shin Changhe slipped a gold ingot into the soldier's hand, they entered the palace. Once the soldier had walked away, he took the gold ingot from his pocket, biting into it with delight, tucking it into his sleeve with a grin, making others envious. Shin Changhe belonged to the imperial guards and often frequented the palace, while Madame Shin frequently accompanied the imperial concubine, so the palace maids and eunuchs were already familiar with them. Everywhere they passed, they received respectful bows. It was at that moment that Shinanan truly felt the power and prestige of the Shin family. After a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at Jiaoyang Hall, where palace maids had already been waiting, and upon seeing Madame Shin and the others, they hurried forward to greet them, smiling. "Madam, young master. Young miss, you have finally arrived. The imperial concubine has been waiting for a long time," Madame Shin replied casually and followed the maid into the palace. Given the previous incident with Anchu, she did not believe that the petty-minded concubine would not be upset, yet here she was, waiting for them without holding a grudge. Although Shin Changhe was a male, he was not permitted to enter the inner palace. But on the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, each palace had the opportunity for family visits. As expected, the maid led the three into the hall, but there was no sign of the imperial concubine. "The lady must be tired from waiting. She has gone to rest in the inner hall." "Madam, please wait a moment. I will report this immediately." Go ahead." Madame Shin waved her hand dismissively, pulling Shinanan closer as Shin Changhe settled down in the hall. Knowing that the imperial concubine would not emerge anytime soon, and leisurely began to sip his tea, the two palace maids stationed at the door exchanged glances, their expressions difficult to describe, yet they dared not speak. "The tea has gone cold. Please bring a fresh pot," Madame Shin instructed. The young maid exchanged glances with her companion and bowed in acknowledgement. In the inner hall, the imperial concubine, adorned in magnificent palace attire and vibrant makeup, With ruby lips and pearly teeth, her armor fitted over her slender, fair fingers, gazed indifferently at the figures in the hall. Do not let my anger over Aunt you affect you, dear. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We cannot give others a reason to laugh at us. The imperial concubine's gloomy gaze lingered on the ground for a long while. It was not merely due to Anchu, the Shin family. In her eyes, clearly did not regard her as a concubine, daring even to display their teeth at her. Anchu had merely offered her a way out, but survival in the palace was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to a chasm of despair. She knew very well that the emperor's affections were only due to her decent appearance and the support of the Shin family. The Shin residence was her solid foundation for glory. She could not afford to lose it, nor could she afford to offend anyone. Your Highness, a young maid entered, her head bowed. Madam mentioned there are pressing matters to attend to at the residence. And if your Highness is busy today, she will take her leave and speak with you another day. No need. Just tell them I am awake and will come out shortly, the imperial concubine replied coldly. The maid hurriedly exited after receiving the order. The imperial concubine glanced at herself in the bronze mirror and suddenly asked, do you think I have aged? Your Highness is in the prime of life. You do not look old at all. The imperial concubine tugged at the corners of her lips. Is that so? Yet I feel increasingly lifeless. In my youth, I bore a striking resemblance to my Nisanin. Both equally radiant, but now, her fingertips gently traced the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. This is how my life will be. Whether the Shin family can advance further depends on the next generation. Yugu, a silent, understood that the young lady was wise and had her own opinions. It would not be easy to manipulate her. After Madame Shin had finished her tea, she noticed the imperial concubine entering. Supported by Yugu, dressed in a light yellow palace gown adorned with jewels, exuding both nobility and grandeur. One could not deny that power indeed nurtured beauty. Your Highness, they greeted. Shinenen and Shin Changha also bowed in greeting. They were all family, and there was no need for excessive formality. Please rise quickly. Empress Shin took her seat at the head of the table, warmly inviting the three to sit down, addressing them as sisters-in-law with genuine affection. Showing no sign of dissatisfaction, as if she were completely unaware of having deliberately left them in suspense moments earlier. Naturally, Madame Shin, who managed the vast Shin residence, was adept at navigating social dynamics. The two sisters-in-law exchanged pleasantries, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Although the weather was still not too cold, coal fires had already been lit in the palace, causing Shinenen to feel somewhat uncomfortable due to the heat. While Empress Shin, clad in heavy garments, seemed oblivious to the warmth, even as Anchu draped a blanket over her legs. Did she have such a fear of the cold, after several days apart? Anin appeared even more radiant, truly beautiful, resembling her grandmother to such an extent that she bore a striking resemblance to her, even more so than I, her biological daughter. Shinenen did not feign modesty. Instead, she shyly lowered her head and smiled, saying, Grandmother often praises me in such a manner. You child of Madame Shin gently squeezed her hand. Your grandmother wrote to your father not long ago, expressing concern for you. As if she feared we might mistreat you. When I returned, Grandmother did indeed express such worries, Shinenen replied seriously. After all, having not grown up beside my biological parents, it is only natural for her to worry that I might feel wrong due to a lack of affection. Chapter 29. Deceiving the Emperor. Empress Shin pursed her lips and smirked slightly. Your grandmother dotes on you, her granddaughter, far more than she does on me, her daughter. Since she entered the palace, she had not received a single word from the old madam of the Shin family. As if she had no daughter at all. Empress Shin had once harbored resentment over this. Did her mother truly not worry that her only daughter might perish within the predatory confines of the palace? Yet her mother was resolute, stating that once she entered the palace, she would no longer concern herself with her, and indeed, she had kept her word. The Empress Shin smiled faintly, though her expression bore little joy. Your Highness. A young palace maid hurried into the hall, whispering something to Empress Shin. After listening, Empress Shin waved her hand, dismissing the maid. The Emperor has not had much of an appetite lately, for some reason. He has suddenly taken a liking to the peach crisps I make. The head eunuch has sent someone to request them. Madame Shin was just lamenting her lack of an excuse to take her leave when Empress Shin spoke up first. I have not been feeling well these past few days. My head is heavy and dizzy. Perhaps I caught a chill. I fear I cannot travel such a distance. Anin, could you go in my stead? Shinenen was taken aback. You cannot go, so I should. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but Madame Shin had already spoken. Your Highness, Anin is entering the palace for the first time. She knows nothing of the rules and etiquette. How can she go before the Emperor? If you are unwell, it would be better to let Changha go instead. If the Emperor requested something and sent someone from below to deliver it, it would indeed be inappropriate, especially since the Emperor was aware that the Shin family was present in the Zhaoyang Hall. Failing to do so might be seen as a slight against his authority. Empress Shin shook her head. That cannot do. This is the inner palace. It would not be proper for a man like Changhe to enter so casually. If something were to happen, it would be disastrous. Madame Shin fell silent. The inner palace housed the emperor's women, and offending any of them would indeed be troublesome. However, as a mere minister's wife, it was even more inappropriate for her to go. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will send Anchu with her. Nothing will happen now. I have been experiencing severe headaches these past few days, or else I would go myself. Madame Shin could only nod in agreement. After all, no consort would refuse an opportunity to meet the emperor. Shinenen resigned herself to the situation, rising to bow before departing the Zhaoyang hall with Anchu. Cousin, please follow this old servant. Shinenen trailed behind her, weaving through the inner palace and avoiding numerous halls, which conveniently spared her from the trouble of having to bow. After a quarter of an hour, they finally exited the inner palace. Suddenly, Anchu halted in the corridor, pointing ahead. That is the emperor's study. You may go there, cousin, this old servant will wait here. Shinenen turned to look at Anchu, her eyelids twitching. Aren't you coming? This old servant will not go. You may go by yourself. Shinenen scrutinized Anchu, almost suspecting that the two of them were scheming to deliver her to the emperor as a palace concubine. However, upon a moment's reflection, she realized this was impossible. Empress Shin's position as a favored consort was largely reliant on the Shin family. She would never risk bringing her into the palace and cutting off her own path. Even her parents would never agree, leading to a complete rupture. Shinenen accepted the food box from Anchu and turned towards the emperor's study. As she rounded a corner in the corridor, she heard a heated argument unfolding within. The chief eunuch stationed at the door blocked her path, noticing her attire did not resemble that of a palace maid, and frowned as he quietly inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" "I am from the Shin family, sent by the empress to deliver peach crisps to the emperor." Upon hearing this, the chief eunuch's smile deepened. So you are a lady of the Shin family. He glanced into the study before shaking his head gently. The emperor is busy at the moment. Please wait a moment, Miss Shin. Shinenen nodded and stood to the side of the door. The argument continuing inside, she kept her head slightly bowed, feigning ignorance of the commotion. The chief eunuch's eyelids twitched as he occasionally glanced at Shinenen. They both remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. About a quarter of an hour later, accompanied by the sound of something shattering, the door creaked open, revealing a tall figure exuding an aura of coldness and intimidation. "Fourth prince." The chief eunuch bowed deeply. His voice barely a whisper. Shinenen kept her head lowered, her emotions unreadable, and also bowed in respect. Xiao Yuan took a step forward and suddenly caught sight of Shinenen holding the food box to one side. Pausing momentarily, his cold, oppressive gaze locked onto her, making Shinenen furrow her brow in discomfort. What did their father-son quarrel have to do with her? Why was he staring at her so intently? Voices of the emperor's lingering anger echoed from within the study. Shinenen weighed the food box in her hand, then lifted her head to hand it to the chief eunuch. "I will not enter. Please trouble yourself to deliver the empress's peach crisps to the emperor." The chief eunuch's eyelids twitched. If she did not go in, did he want to? That master was one who only took but did not give. It would be their kind who would suffer the consequences later. Seeing that the chief eunuch was slow to accept the food box, Shinenen stepped forward and pressed it into his hands. I have something to discuss with the fourth prince. I would be grateful if you could assist me." The chief eunuch looked at Shinenen and then at the grim-faced Xiao Yuan. Finally resigning himself to accept it, the fourth prince dared to confront the emperor. Did he have the audacity to refuse her? Shinenen breathed a sigh of relief and took the lead. Stepping away from the emperor's study, Xiao Yuan's icy gaze remained fixed on her as he followed closely behind. "Did you not say you had something important to discuss with me?" Once outside the corridor, Xiao Yuan coldly remarked at the rapidly retreating figure of the girl. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten. I will bring it up with the fourth prince when I remember." With that, she quickened her pace to leave. "So, you were deceiving the emperor?" Shinenen abruptly halted, turning back, her red lips pressed together, her almond-shaped eyes gazing coolly at the expressionless Xiao Yuan. Chapter 30. "Xiao Yuan, are you insane?" Xiao Yuan stared directly into the girl's icy gaze. His heart suddenly feeling as if it had been struck by something heavy. That strange yet familiar sensation surged back, overwhelming him and tugging at every nerve. He steadied his gaze and took a few steps forward. Shinenen instinctively retreated at the sight of the towering figure approaching her, her brows knitting slightly. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuan remained silent, showing no intention of stopping his advance. Shinenen's expression hardened, her voice taking on an icy edge. Stop it. Her evident distaste and resistance caused Xiao Yuan to falter, the peculiar sensation ebbing away like a tide. No, those luminous eyes should not regard him with such emotion. What should they be like instead? A sudden wave of pain surged through his head, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. Any days, a pair of eyes identical to Shenanen's flashed through his mind. Gazing at him with gentle anticipation, Xiao Yuan shook his head, lifting his gaze only to meet Shenanen's cold and disdainful stare. No, something was wrong. There had to be a mistake. Shenanen frowned. Observing his increasingly grim and pale complexion, her steps wavering slightly as she asked coldly, "What is wrong with you?" Xiao Yuan remained silent. Shenanen turned her head to glance at the palace maids and eunuchs peeking this way. Suppressing her annoyance as she approached Xiao Yuan, "I have not wronged you in any way, you mustn't." Before she could finish, her wrist was suddenly seized by an exceptionally strong hand, the pain prompting her to instinctively try to pull away. Yet she found herself unable to escape. "Have you gone mad? This is the palace. What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yuan's gaze was unfathomable, his aggressive eyes locked onto Shenanen as he twisted her wrist, pinning her against a pillar. "Have we met somewhere before?" He had asked the same question before on Nanhua Street during the charity event. Shenanen twisted her wrist, which was being painfully gripped, her eyes chilling. "If the fourth prince wishes to act recklessly, please do so elsewhere. I am a lady of the Shin family, not someone you can treat lightly." Xiao Yuan seemed to disregard her words entirely, his fingers turning pale from exertion. "I will ask you once more. Have we known each other before?" Shenanen's gaze shifted for a fleeting moment, her fingers unconsciously curling into her palm. The fourth prince's question was absurd. She glanced at their current positions, her voice icy. "Do you think we are acquainted?" "I do not mean that." Xiao Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, the inexplicable emotions that occasionally surged within him tugging relentlessly at his feelings, inciting a profound irritation. What was this? Had the fourth prince truly lost his wits out of anger, or was he deliberately venting his frustrations on the noblewoman? Xiao Yuan leaned forward, gazing into the woman's furious apricot eyes. They were so close that a mere inclination of his head could align their lips, their breaths entwined in a delicate dance. An impulsive desire surged within him to cover her crimson lips with his own, to obliterate the impatience and annoyance reflected in her gaze, and replace it with the tender, clear eyes that lingered in his mind. In an uncanny twist of fate, he found himself fixated on her quivering lips. Slightly trembling from her fury, and slowly leaned in, Shenanen's eyes widened in disbelief, the strikingly handsome visage before her magnified slowly, a breath imbued with a cool chill merging with the air in her mouth. In her mind, something exploded with a deafening roar. Xiao Yuan's eyes were half-closed as he sought that familiar sensation. Shenanen, fueled by an unknown strength, fiercely bit down on his thin lips, her knee thrusting upward with sudden force. Xiao Yuan sensed her intention and quickly retreated, yet his body had yet to regain its balance when a resounding slap sliced through the air, striking his face. The sharp crack echoed, silencing the corridor, rendering it as quiet as a pin drop. Xiao Yuan squinted, a tempest of fury surging within him, as he cast a cold, piercing glance at Shenanen. In that moment, she seemed to see the Xiao Yuan of her past life, the exalted prince who looked down upon the world. Her fingers involuntarily curled, suppressing the chilling dread deep within her. If the fourth prince lacked for women, there were plenty in and out of the palace. There was no need for him to unleash his madness before her. Her lips were a vivid red, the remnants of his earlier brutality smudged across her mouth, a testament to Xiao Yuan's transgression. His gaze lingered on her lips, as reason slowly returned, his rage ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving only a cold disdain. Shenanen wiped her lips fiercely, her hands trembling nervously within her sleeves as she hastily prepared to leave. "Miss Shin," Xiao Yuan called out softly, then continued, "I lost my composure earlier. If Miss Shin is willing, I can take responsibility." "Not at all." Shenanen did not look back, her sole desire was to leave swiftly, preferably to never cross paths with Xiao Yuan again. Xiao Yuan watched the slender figure of the woman hastily depart, his brows knitted tightly. He was unaware of why he had spoken those words, fully knowing she would refuse, yet he could not restrain himself. The pain on his lips was palpable, the taste of iron lingering in his mouth. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the pillar where they had closely pressed against one another. Lost in thought, Shenanen turned the corner of the corridor and walked a considerable distance before spotting Anchu, who had promised to wait for her. She raised her hand, instinctively wiping her mouth, her face cold as she continued forward. "Cousin, what brings you here? I had a hard time finding you," Anchu remarked. Shenanen's eyes turned frosty. "Where did you look for me? Please enlighten me." Anchu choked momentarily, responding awkwardly. "I suddenly felt unwell and stepped away for a bit. When I returned, I could not find you anywhere. I searched high and low." Shenanen let out a cold laugh, choosing silence. She had long suspected that concubine Shin was aware of Xiao Yuan's presence in the study and was intentionally orchestrating a meeting. Anchu discreetly scrutinized Shenenen's expression, attempting to glean something from her demeanor. Let us go, the food has been sent, and we mustn't keep the concubine waiting, understood. A quarter of an hour later, the two returned to Jiayang Palace. Upon seeing Shenenen safe and sound, Madame Shen let out a sigh of relief and promptly prepared to take her leave. Concubine Shen cast a glance at Anchu. Refraining from further obstruction, personally escorting Shenenen to the palace entrance. Shenenen halted, turning to face her, her gaze imbued with an indescribable indifference. Does the concubine have further instructions? This child, why is she so distant from her own aunt? I wish for you to visit the palace more often and keep me company. With Shen Fu and Shen Changhe present, Shenenen wished to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities that might cause concern. She offered a perfunctory bow. Yes. Soon after, the three of them departed Jiayang Palace. Concubine Shen re-entered the palace, inquiring, "So did you meet?" Anchu stepped forward, presenting a cup of tea. They did meet, but it was blocked by Qingfeng. So I do not know what they discussed. Concubine Shen took the cup leisurely, sipping her tea. There is no rush. There will be future opportunities. We require the fourth prince as a support, and he too needs the Shen family as an ally. Mutual benefit is the path to success. As the Shen family's carriage left the palace gates, it gradually vanished along the official road. On the city tower, a tall figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. The breeze causing his robes to flutter, his dark eyes, cold and deep, were fixed on the end of the road, his thin lips pressed together, sharp and frigid. Qingfeng stood at a distance, hesitant to approach. Knowing his master was always in a foul mood whenever he ascended the tower, time passed slowly until the evening glow began to fade. Xiao Yuan finally stirred, suppressing the inexplicable restlessness within him. The cold wind brushed against his slightly pursed lips, the sting from his bitten wound a reminder of the moment. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, raising a hand to touch his lips. Perhaps it was her stark difference from other women that ignited his desire to conquer. He pondered whether he was convincing himself or unwilling to acknowledge the madness of that moment, yet those eyes were like a curse traversing his dreams, sometimes tender, sometimes cold, sometimes adoring, and at other times filled with disdain. He felt as though he were suspended between two realms, torn by two extremes of emotion, and even upon waking the fullness and loss felt hauntingly real, lingering long after. Shenenen refrained from mentioning the events that transpired in the palace. Yet that night, having previously been free of nightmares, she found herself once again haunted by the memory she most wished to forget, from the joyous anticipation of marriage to the desolation of widowhood. She felt as though she had relived that deep despair all over again. Upon waking, she was drenched in cold sweat, trembling ever so slightly. Raising her gaze, she saw the sunlight streaming through the window, dispersing the shadows that loomed in her heart. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The household servants had all received their rewards, their faces alight with joy. Officials and dignitaries enjoyed a day of rest, spending time with their families, and Shenwen was no exception. Though he was accompanied solely by Madame Shen, usually preoccupied with work, Shenwen would leave early and return late, seeing Madame Shen only briefly in the evenings. Sometimes not at all for 10 days or more. This rare opportunity afforded them the chance to share their innermost thoughts. Shenenen, recognizing the moment, chose to remain in Haitang Garden, not wishing to intrude. As evening approached, a maidservant from Madame Shen came to summon her for the reunion dinner in the main hall. Shenenen, dressed simply today, her hair tied back with a silk ribbon for convenience during their outing, stepped into the courtyard where the sky had darkened, sporadic fireworks bursting in the air, sending sparks scattering in all directions. She wondered if her grandmother was also in the courtyard, listening to the cacophony of firecrackers and the blooming fireworks. Alone, she would surely feel bored. She despised boredom and worried whether her grandmother would scold her for being ungrateful. Entering the main hall courtyard, she saw the ground littered with firecrackers, with Shen Wen and Shen Changhe holding fire sticks, clearly awaiting her arrival. Hurry over, Madame Shen called from the steps of the corridor, waving her hand. Mother. Shenenen walked over. Shen Changhe and Shenwen bent down in unison, igniting the firecrackers, while at the same moment, Madame Shen gently placed her palms over Shenenen's ears, shielding her from some of the noise. Shenenen pondered why, in her past life, she had been so foolish as to ruin such a happy and joyful home step by step. Amid the crackling sounds, Madame Shen led Shenenen by the hand to the table that had long been set. Why are you dressed this way? Are you planning to go out? Shenenen raised her head. Exchanging a glance with Shen Changhe, he interjected, I thought it would be nice for Anin to experience her first Mid-Autumn Festival in the capital, and since I have the day off, I can take her out for a stroll. Madame Shen hesitated. Although the Mid-Autumn Festival is lively, it can be quite crowded. Before she could finish, Shenwen interrupted her by taking her hand. With Changhe, the captain of the Imperial Guards, what do you have to worry about? Nothing will happen. I'm not saying she cannot go. I just thought since we are going out anyway, why not? My lady, do try the salt and crispy chicken you love, see how it tastes. Shinwen hurriedly picked up a piece of chicken. Interrupting Madame Shen's words, after decades of marriage, Madame Shen understood his intentions all too well. She shot him a playful glance, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head to eat in silence. Shen Changha and Shen En exchanged knowing smiles, not addressing their parents' subtle exchanges. After their meal, they bid farewell and departed the residence. Madame Shen expressed her mild discontent. Since we're going out, wouldn't it be better for the whole family to go together? En is just a girl. What if Changha, being careless, loses her in the crowd with so many people around? Shinwen gently reassured his wife. En is already of age, no longer a child. She can ask for directions if she gets lost. And Changha cares for his sister deeply, he won't let her out of his sight. We're going out for fun, and bringing them along would be a bother. In the future, when they marry, they won't take you with them either. So it's just you and I who are the closest. In the carriage, Shen Changha glanced at the scroll that Shen En was tightly clutching, puzzled. What do you have that painting for? Shen En lifted her eyelids, gripping the scroll a bit tighter. To exchange for silver, then you should put it down. If you break it, it won't fetch a good price. Shen En lowered her gaze. Loosening her grip, Shen Changha recognized the painting as the auspicious beginning of the Chrysanthemum Banquet, a piece personally crafted by the fourth prince. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. Uttering not a word. At this moment it was still early, the long street was already bustling with traffic and throngs of people. Vendors carried baskets brimming with vibrantly colored lanterns of various designs. Dazzling the onlookers, children trailed behind their elders, each clutching a lantern, their faces radiant with joy. The lanterns hung high in the taverns and teahouses, casting an exceptionally bright glow. Some open spaces had been transformed into elevated platforms. Where the game of guessing lantern riddles had commenced, Shen Changha instructed Uncle Zhong to halt the carriage in a nearby alley, leading Shen En to stroll into the heart of the festivities. Mo Xiang tightly embraced the scroll, following closely in tow. On the platform, an eloquent elder was elucidating the game rules, and after standing for a while, Shen En continued forward with Shen Changha. Later, fireworks would illuminate the direction of the palace. And numerous dignitaries had reserved elegant private rooms in the finest taverns for optimal viewing. Shen En raised her gaze, surveying the bustling taverns and tea houses on either side, brightly lit and likely teeming with patrons this evening. As they conversed, the pair arrived before a grand tavern, the largest in the capital, where one could behold the entirety of the street from the third floor. Let me take you up to see, he offered. All right, Shen En replied, matching Shen Changha's pace as they ascended to the third floor. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out from the right. Miss Shen, you have finally arrived, after sending numerous letters without a response. He had believed she would not come. Chapter 31, Unexpected. Shen En turned her head towards the voice to see Meng Chang, adorned in an exquisite indigo brocade robe, approaching with evident delight. It dawned on her that he had indeed sent several letters to her residence in the past few days, seemingly to arrange a meeting at this tavern. However, she had thought that by not replying, he would grasp her intentions. Miss Shen, Meng Cheng attempted to step forward but was halted by Shen Changha's long-armed brother. Shen, he said, as Shen Changha positioned Shen En safely behind him, does young Master Meng have business? Meng Cheng glanced at Shen En and then at Shen Changha, momentarily stunned as he replied, I have an appointment with Miss Shen. We agreed to come and admire the lanterns. The moment those words fell, Shen Changha's expression darkened, his gaze piercingly cold as he fixed it upon Meng Chang. When did my family's daughter become entangled with young Master Meng? Meng Chang was taken aback, quickly backtracking. Brother Shen, please do not be angry. It was my indiscretion. What I meant was, young Master Meng. Shen En stepped out from behind Shen Changha, her demeanor as gentle as ever. Having grown up in Jiangnan, I fear I might not be suited for the role of mistress of the Meng household. She gracefully offered a curtsy, taking Shen Changha's arm to sidestep and depart. Miss Shen, Meng Cheng's face turned pale as he stepped forward, only to be deterred by Shen Changha's frigid gaze, leaving him to watch helplessly as the two departed. Among the many young women present, Miss Shen was his most cherished, yet his mother had intervened. Curling his fingers into a fist within his sleeve, he exhaled heavily, turning away in a huff, returning to his residence. Within the elegantly adorned room, a pair of cold, sharp ebony eyes absorbed the earlier scene, a smirk involuntarily tugging at the corners of his lips. Li Huayan poured a glass of wine, swirling it in his hand before downing it in one gulp. Isn't the fourth prince usually disinterested in such revelry? What has compelled him to emerge today? Naturally, he is preoccupied with someone in mind. Ling Chenin interjected. What do you mean? Li Huayan raised an eyebrow incredulously. Who is this person? Perhaps you should inquire directly with him. Are you not the one who knows his every thought? Ling Chenin retorted. pushing Li Huayan's face away with disdain. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan seemed oblivious to their banter, his deep, indifferent gaze following the brother and sister duo in the hall, sipping his drink with a pensive expression. The burn of the strong liquor on his lower lip served as a reminder of his earlier indiscretions within the palace. Those eyes should not harbor such emotions. Li Huayan, following his gaze, raised an eyebrow. The Shen siblings have also joined the festivities. Xiao Yuan, your nemesis, should I invite them over? The more the merrier. After all, Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze, remaining silent, while Ling Qianyin grasped Li Huayan's arm as he made to leave. Wait a moment, I still have important matters to attend to. It's not wise to let too many people know. Reluctantly, Li Huayan sat back down, his eyes gleaming with gossiping fervor. Young master, the guests have arrived. A servant announced softly as he entered the room. Show them in, Ling Qianyin replied, straightening his posture and gesturing for Li Huayan to fill another cup. As the cup was filled, a young man clad in coarse linen entered. Visibly tense as he clasped his hands together and bowed awkwardly upon seeing the assembled company. Greetings, Lord Ho, and esteemed young masters, he stammered. Ling Qianyin regarded Zhang Yiyang with a gentle gaze. Calmly introducing him, this is young Master Zhang from the Li Guogong household, and this is the current fourth prince. Surprised by this revelation, Zhang Yiyang quickly bowed again, a cold sweat forming on his back. Xiao Yuan, who had been watching from the periphery, finally turned his gaze, his penetrating eyes resting on the bowed figure of Zhang Yiyang, conveying an unspoken intensity. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Sweat trickled down Zhang Yiyang's forehead, splattering on the stone floor below. We have summoned you today to discuss an important matter, young Master Zhang. There is no need for formality. Please take a seat. Ling Qianyin broke the silence, and Zhang Yiyang, too intimidated to raise his eyes to meet the oppressive gaze, complied and sat where directed. Let us drink. Ling Qianyin raised his cup, and Zhang Yiyang immediately stood, accepting it with both hands and drinking half the contents in one go. Where do you hail from, young Master Zhang? Do you have anyone else at home? In response to Lord Ho, I am from Jiangnan. There is not much family left, just a younger sister who is living with relatives, having no parents and no obligations to serve in-laws. Ling Qianyin appeared somewhat pleased. Might I inquire, young Master Zhang, do you harbor intentions to remain in the capital? Zhang Yiyang was taken aback. I am but a mediocre talent, barely qualified to rank. I fear I do not have the privilege to stay. Ling Qianyin remained quiet, casually leaning back in his chair, his wrist resting on the table as he observed Zhang Yiyang with a detached gaze. Though they were of similar ages, the calm confidence exuded by Ling Qianyin was something Zhang Yiyang could never hope to attain. His shoulders drooped, and his hands trembled slightly around the cup. What if I could facilitate your stay in the capital? Would you be willing? Of course, I would. Zhang Yiyang's voice trembled. The prospect of remaining in the capital, a lofty ambition that seemed unattainable for someone of his standing. A vision of a beautiful face flashed through his mind, a warmth flooding his chest. Even if there was no possibility for a future, merely being able to see her often would be a treasure. The room fell into a momentary silence, and Zhang Yiyang felt as though he were amidst wolves and tigers, afraid to breathe too deeply. He swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. May I ask, Lord Ho, why do you wish to assist someone like me? He understood that no benefit comes without a price. Ling Qianyin did not respond immediately but instead posed another question. Are you married? Zhang Yiyang's face flushed, realization dawning upon him. I am not yet married. Do you have any engagement? Zhang Yiyang sensed a shift in the atmosphere, glancing up at Ling Qianyin with alarm. No, but I do have someone I admire. The moment those words fell, a chilling gaze shot towards him, penetrating and intense, causing Zhang Yiyang to feel as though he were being pierced by daggers. He refrained from turning around, instinctively knowing that this oppressive stare belonged to the fourth prince. His back instinctively hunched, unsure of where he had gone wrong, whether it was his admission of admiration that had provoked such a reaction. Ling Qianyin's smile was devoid of warmth. Young Master Zhang, which do you believe is more important, the one you admire or your future? Zhang Yiyang found himself momentarily speechless. And can your heart's desire truly be fulfilled, to marry her as your lawful wife? Zhang Yiyang felt as though a lump of cotton had lodged in his throat, unable to articulate a response, feeling as if he were submerged in icy water. Young Master Zhang, one must remain pragmatic in life. When a grand opportunity presents itself, it is essential to recognize its worth and cherish it. Zhang Yiyang was acutely aware of the elevated status of the three individuals in the room. Realizing he could not afford to offend them, and thus lowered his head, speaking softly, I do not comprehend your intentions, Lord Ho. I kindly ask you to clarify. Shen Changhe had reserved a windowside table for Shinanan to enjoy the view. She leaned forward, peering down at the scene below, a sea of lanterns and people. After observing for a while, she began to feel somewhat bored, resting her arms on the windowsill and resting her head atop them. Should we go down to guess some lantern riddles and win a few rabbit lanterns? While Shin'en lacked enthusiasm, a sudden thought flickered in her mind, and her eyes gleamed with inspiration. Why not? She cast a glance at the painting scroll tightly held by Mo Xiang, then walked out alongside Shin Changhe. As she raised her gaze, she momentarily caught sight of a familiar figure flitting past her. However, by the time they exited the tavern, the figure had vanished. Noticing her searching expression, Shin Changhe inquired, "What is it? I thought I saw an acquaintance just now, but I can't find them now. Perhaps I was mistaken." She replied. Shin Changhe surveyed the bustling street, noting the throngs of people. It's quite normal to see similar figures in such a crowd. The brother and sister walked closely together into the flow of people. As they strolled, Shin Changhe suddenly halted, his keen gaze fixating on a window of a third-floor room. "Brother, what is it?" Shin Changhe furrowed his brow, retracting his gaze from the empty window. "It's nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken." The cold moon hung high in the sky, and the incessant clamor of vendors filled the air, creating a cacophony that resonated within the bustling crowd. Li Huayan lowered the beaded curtain, revealing himself. Still somewhat shaken, for it was no surprise that the eldest son of the Shin family possessed such keen perception. He cast a glance at Xiao Yuan, who was obscured behind a wooden pillar. Swallowing back the teasing remarks he had nearly uttered, Ling Chenyu rested his wrist on the arm of the chair, his usually gentle demeanor overshadowed by an unusual gloom, his lowered eyelids fixated on the wine cup before him. The oppressive atmosphere left Li Huayan feeling utterly uneasy. After all, there were many talented scholars. If one was unwilling, he could simply choose another. That Yin Yang, indeed, possessed a certain fortitude to reject a promising future laid before him. Ling Chenyu lifted the wine cup and drained it in one swift motion, his gaze drifting almost imperceptibly towards the side where Xiao Yuan stood. That scholar, indeed, had impeccable character, willing to forsake a bright future for the sake of the one he cherished. Such integrity would surely move that lady deeply, perhaps leading to a lifelong commitment. I must admit, I am somewhat curious. Li Huayan stroked his chin, pondering what manner of woman could wield such enchantment. Compelling him to abandon the towering support of the Yongning Marquisate. Ling Chenyu's lips curled slightly. Perhaps that scholar's beloved is not inferior to the lineage of the Yongning Marquisate. How could that be? Li Huayan raised an eyebrow, thinking that not all the nobility in the capital were as desperate as Ling Chenyu's family. Ling Chenyu shot Li Huayan a fierce glare, setting down his wine cup and rising with an air of indifference. Moving towards the window, "What of the Shin siblings? Were they not to invite someone to join them?" "They left long ago," replied Li Huayan. "When did they leave?" Ling Chenyu's gaze shifted towards the aloof Xiao Yuan. "Just now. They left in quick succession." "Quite the coincidence. One might think they had arranged it beforehand." The atmosphere in the room noticeably stagnated, and Ling Chenyu cast a sidelong glance at the thoughtless Li Huayan. "Remaining here holds little interest. Let us depart." Upon leaving the tavern and stepping into the long street, Li Huayan could not help but inquire, "Xiao Yuan, why do you always touch your mouth? Were you bitten by a woman?" Xiao Yuan paused, as if caught off guard, quickly retracting his hand. "Do you believe everyone is like you?" Li Huayan shrugged nonchalantly. "A young man in his prime, with a fair maiden in his arms, surely that is one of life's greatest joys." "You are rather helpless, aren't you?" Li Huayan refrained from commenting on Ling Chenyu's teasing. Shin Changhe closely followed Shin'en, fearful of being lost in the throng. Ahead lay a bridge, crowded with young men and women. Queuing at a stall to purchase lanterns, their eyes filled with tender shyness as they gazed at one another. An old man with a grizzled beard offered blessings to the couple. They were an elderly couple, rumored to have a magical touch. Any lantern purchased from them, coupled with their blessing, would ensure a lifelong bond, never to part, making it immensely popular among the youth. Shin'en lifted her gaze towards the bearded old man, reflecting, buying peace of mind, is it? If wishes could be so easily fulfilled, there would be far fewer unfulfilled desires in the world indeed, yet those caught in the throes of love are prone to believe such things. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the elderly couple swelled, blocking the entire bridge. Streams of men and women continued to surge from both sides and behind, just as Shin Changhe reached for Shin'en's wrist. A wave of people suddenly swept them apart, the crowd surging forward with frenzied urgency, oblivious to the commotion around them. Across the throng, Shin'en stood on tiptoe, waving reassuringly to Shin Changhe, "I'm here." "Brother, don't worry." Shin Changhe frowned, being pushed forward by the crowd. "Stay put, I'll come to find you." The tumultuous tide of people surged, and Shin'en, unable to hear Shin Changhe's words, was carried along with the flow. "Are you also here to buy a wishing lantern, young lady?" Shin'en smiled and shook her head, wishing to retreat, but her slender frame was nearly swept off her feet in the chaotic crowd. Her meager strength proving futile amidst the uproar. A sudden gasp pierced the air, followed by the panicked retreat of the previously forward-pressing crowd, as if fleeing from a great flood. Before she could comprehend the situation, Shinanen was violently jostled, her back pressing against the bridge. Young lady, Mo Xiang exclaimed, attempting to reach her but finding it impossible to navigate through the throng. Shinanen's face paled, her body bending backward at a perilous angle. With the turbulent river just beyond the bridge, should she fall, even if her brother were to notice in time, he might not be able to reach her before she succumbed to drowning. Clinging desperately to the bridge, her body began to slip. The crowd continued to surge backward, as if in flight from some monstrous beast, utterly indifferent to her plight. Shinanen's mind went blank, her nails dug painfully into the bridge. And the agony sent cold sweat trickling down her brow. In that moment, she wondered if her fate was simply to be ill-fated. Even if she were to start anew, avoiding the tragedy, she would still meet an early demise. In a fleeting thought, she felt a grip around her wrist, the heat searing against her skin, sapping her strength, yet the anticipated fall never came. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to die? The man's voice was cold and cutting. Shinanen raised her gaze to meet the sight of a strikingly handsome yet cold face. Instinctively, she grasped tightly onto his wrist, as if fearing he might let her go. Chapter 32, Fate. Xiao Yuan cast a glance at her delicate, pale fingers, his thin lips pressing together as he exerted force to pull her up, while his other hand deftly encircled her waist. Spinning her gracefully in the air before they landed safely on the ground, Shinanen clutched her chest, her heart racing, her face as pale as a ghost, oblivious to the awkwardness of their current position. Xiao Yuan's gaze lingered on his hand that grasped her slender waist, his dark eyes flickering with an inscrutable depth. The crowd continued to retreat, yet was soon engulfed by a wave that surged towards them. Instinctively, he extended his arm, protectively shielding her. A sudden wail erupted from the far end of the bridge, followed by the discordant crackling of firecrackers, bursting forth in a shower of sparks. Shinanen finally regained her composure and turned to see the source of the commotion, an overturned stall. Ignited by stray sparks from the firecrackers, he shielded her in his embrace, guiding her to a safer spot as they retreated with the crowd. My brother is still over there, and so is Mo Xiang. Shinanen exclaimed anxiously, peering ahead. Xiao Yuan remained composed, firmly grasping her wrist and leading her away from the chaos, as people scampered in every direction. Young Master Shin is skilled in martial arts. He will be fine. His words came out stiffly, an attempt at reassurance. As for the maidservants, their safety paled in comparison to that of their mistress. Shinanen's gaze remained fixed on the chaotic bridge. Her lips pressed tightly together. Thank you for earlier, she said quietly. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze dropping to the top of her dark hair, remaining silent. You must be thinking, as a prince, you would extend your help to anyone in need today, and I should not take it to heart, am I correct? He remained silent, retracting his right hand discreetly into his sleeve, the dim light of the lanterns casting a warm glow, revealing the alarming redness of his fingertips. Receiving no response, Shinanen lifted her eyes to meet his, her clear almond-shaped eyes harboring an inscrutable emotion. What you owe me has been slightly offset. Xiao Yuan frowned, finally voicing a question that had long plagued his curiosity. I do not recall having wronged you. Why do you harbor such disdain for me? Shinanen remained silent, her gaze searching the crowd for a familiar figure. As the throng began to thin, she took a step forward. However, her wrist was seized once again in the same location as before, causing her to wince in pain. Instinctively curling her arm, he immediately released her grip. His gaze fixed on her slightly swollen wrist, his expression inscrutable. You still have not answered my question. Shinanen regarded him quietly, her lips curving slightly. If I were to say you have appeared in my nightmares repeatedly, would you believe me? Or perhaps I have known you for a very long time. Her gaze lingered on his tightly pressed lips, momentarily stunned, expecting him to scoff at her words. I must take my leave. What kind of dream? He seized her wrist once more. What was I like in your dreams? His eyes were filled with an urgent intensity, fixating on Shinanen, the warmth of his almond-shaped eyes echoing a familiarity that felt as if it had occurred 1,000 times before. It was not merely a figment of his imagination, everything followed a traceable path. Did she, too, share the same understanding, or perhaps know even more than he did? Shinanen raised her gaze, coolly brushing off his hand. There are countless variations, yet none resemble the present. She turned once more, resolutely merging into the crowd. In her previous life, she had grumbled and begged for a mere glance from him, yet now, even if he were to offer himself to her, it would no longer stir a single ripple within her heart. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deeply fixed on her slender figure, an unfamiliar emotion swirling within his chest, familiar yet strange. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though this scene had transpired long ago, until her figure vanished from sight, leaving him to realize that the emotion he felt was one of predestined fate. Not long after, Li Huayan and Ling Chenyu approached, both instinctively glancing at his concealed right hand. How is your hand? no harm done, he replied calmly. How could that be? Li Huayan recalled the moment he had dashed through the exploding firecrackers to reach the opposite side. Still feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. On the opposite bank, who was there? Are you willing to forsake your life? Very well, let us first seek a physician to examine your injuries, Ling Cheney remarked in a subdued tone. Having perceived the peculiarity in Xiao Yuan that he had witnessed firsthand the firecrackers exploding in his hand, Xiao Yuan stood motionless, his gaze lost in the throng of people, as if he were searching for something beyond the crowd. Do you believe in the connection between past lives and the present? Li Huayan was taken aback, raising his hand to touch Xiao Yuan's forehead. Surely, you haven't been rendered senseless by the explosion? I still rely on you to assist me in claiming power over the Duke's residence. However, before he could complete his gesture, Xiao Yuan forcefully swatted his hand away, his cold gaze casting a sidelong glance at him. I am perfectly well, Xiao Yuan stated, his lips pressed together in a firm line. He refused to move, leaving Li Huayan and Ling Cheney to wait anxiously by his side, the three of them standing beneath the corridor like a still tableau amidst the surging crowd. Shinanan retraced her steps to the opposite bank where they had previously parted, finding the area now deserted, littered with remnants of chaos, the acrid scent of sulfur stinging her eyes. She believed that Mo Xiang and her elder brother would surely return along the same path to find her, scanning her surroundings intently before deciding to stand in the center of the bridge. Ensuring her brother and Mo Xiang could spot her at first glance, the weather was not particularly cold, yet after the recent ordeal, her palms were slick with cold sweat, and the wind chilled her to the bone. In the meantime, Li Huayan and Ling Cheney discerned a clue, their attention drawn to a graceful figure on the bridge not far away. That is a young lady from the Shen family. Ling Cheney remarked with a hint of a smile. She appears to be quite cold indeed, she looks as though she is trembling. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his eyes steady, yet he understood that even if he approached, the lady would not accept his goodwill. A frustration surged within him, and he clenched his jaw. The two men pressed their lips together, a brief silence enveloping them. Li Huayan felt as though they appeared foolish, bearing the scrutiny and assessment from all directions, even as a young lady approached with a lantern, only to be frightened away by Xiao Yuan's imposing aura. Suddenly, he caught sight of two figures weaving through the crowd towards the bridge. Exclaiming joyfully, the hero comes to rescue the damsel. They can leave now. Ling Cheney glanced over, recognizing the scholar who had previously coldly dismissed him, accompanied by Shen and An's maid, Mo Xiang. He instinctively turned to Xiao Yuan. Acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere that had thickened around them, the din faded into the distance, rendering them unable to hear the conversation on the bridge, yet they could see the gentle smile the young lady from the Shen family bestowed upon the scholar. Illuminated by the cold moonlight, exuding warmth and elegance. At that moment, even Li Huayan sensed something amiss. Standing silently behind them, Xiao Yuan fixed his gaze on the pair, his eyes cold and sharp, resembling ice. As darkness swept across their depths, seemingly intent on etching the figures into his memory, images flashed through his mind. The woman's demeanor and smile were strikingly similar to the present, even more deeply affectionate when directed at him. The disparity felt like something that had once belonged to him had been snatched away, and an overwhelming wave of jealousy surged through him, gripping his heart tightly. Li Huayan, has there been any resolution regarding the matter of the second prince and the commoners? Soon, Li Huayan replied, momentarily taken aback. As previously discussed, I wish to see results within 3 days. With that, he descended the steps and merged into the crowd, his footsteps betraying a hint of disorder. Li Huayan and Ling Cheney exchanged a final glance at the bridge before turning to follow. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for saving my maid. Zhang Yang smiled shyly, captivated yet restrained as he gazed at Shen and An's smile, replying softly, it was merely a small act, Miss Shen need not be so courteous. Shinanan nodded, asking Mo Xiang, where is my brother? I did not see him. The young master went that way, in the opposite direction from the maid, and they did not cross paths. The earlier chaos had left Shinanan genuinely concerned. Zhang Yang spoke first, the young master is skilled in martial arts, he should be fine, perhaps we should split up to search for him and meet back here in a quarter of an hour. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your assistance. It is no trouble, Zhang Yang replied, taking the lead in the direction Mo Xiang indicated, while Shinanan guided Mo Xiang in the opposite way. As she turned, she instinctively glanced towards the now empty corridor, her gaze returning to the crowd in search of her brother. Having crossed the street and searched for a while, approximately a quarter of an hour passed without sighting Shen Changhe. Just as she was about to return to the appointed meeting place, someone suddenly blocked her path. The newcomer bowed respectfully, stating, young Master Shen saved a girl who accidentally fell into the water. She should now be at Beihu. Before Shinanen could inquire further, the individual had already turned and vanished into the crowd. Mo Xiang, go to the bridge and inform young Master Zhang to rest and not to worry any longer. I will head to Beihu to search for her and be cautious. If the young master is not present, wait for me. I will be there shortly. Very well, Shinanen nodded, turning towards Beihu, though she had not seen the person before. She could discern the similarities between master and servant, recognizing an echo of Xiao Yuan in them. Without the luxury of pondering Xiao Yuan's unusual behavior that night, she quickened her pace towards Beihu. Upon arrival, she found the area teeming with onlookers gradually dispersing, and her eyes fell upon Shin Changhe, soaked but still using his robe to shield the figure of the girl he was holding. Brother, Shin Changhe turned, the worry in his gaze dissipating significantly upon seeing her. Danan, are you unharmed? I am fine. Her gaze shifted to the girl enveloped in her brother's embrace, the cold moon hanging high in the flickering candlelight casting shadows. Allowing her to glimpse a familiar profile, Shin Changhe bent down to lift the girl, making his way towards a secluded, dimly lit area. Do not worry, my lady. No one will see your face, and your reputation shall remain intact. Thank you, young master. Shin Changhe glanced at her jeweled hairpin and the glimpse of silk beneath her robe, his lips pressing together. Such attire surely signifies wealth and status, even in the act of saving a life. A noble family would never permit their daughter to be soaked and in close proximity to an outsider. At that moment, Mo Xiang arrived, and Shinanen hastily instructed her to fetch a clean set of clothing from the carriage. She stood at the entrance of the narrow alley, not entering but able to faintly hear the girl's quiet sobs. Upon reaching the shadowy corner, Shin Changhe gently set her down, speaking earnestly. I apologize if I have offended you in my eagerness to save you. The girl ceased her tears, lifting her head from the robe, illuminated by the moonlight that streamed into the alley. Revealing her pale complexion, devoid of color, her eyes filled with pure gratitude, devoid of any impurities, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me, young master, I can never repay. Before life and death, customs and etiquette hold no significance. You are quite magnanimous, but with such a disposition, why would you contemplate seeking death? Perhaps she sensed the thoughts passing through the man's mind, and with a bitter smile, her eyes mirrored a mix of resentment and helplessness. I had a disagreement with my younger sister. In a moment of impulse, she pushed me, and perhaps she did not anticipate such a consequence. Shin Changhe's eyes narrowed, yet when I rescued you, I did not see anyone else on the shore. Indicating that your sister had no intention of rescuing you, the girl trembled from the cold, lowering her head in silence, feeling that standing on the shore now was even colder than being submerged in the water before. As if her heart were encased in ice, a piercing pain enveloping her, Shin Changhe refrained from pressing further, shifting the topic. The incident of someone falling into the water has spread widely. Returning in this state may cause unnecessary complications. I shall procure a set of clothing from my sister for you to change into, once home. As long as you do not speak of it, I believe your sister will refrain from mentioning it to the family. Thus preserving your reputation. The chill seemed to dissipate somewhat as she bowed her head, expressing, your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. This kindness will be etched in my heart. Shin Changhe turned to exit the alley. And before he could speak, Mo Xiang had already presented the clothing. I am unable to assist. Please assist the young lady in changing. Certainly. Mo Xiang carried the garments into the narrow dead end. The alley was so constricted that aside from a few beams of dim moonlight, it was nearly impossible to see anything. The girl said nothing, merely casting a glance at Shin Changhe, who stood straight at the alley's mouth, before beginning to change, exhibiting no shyness or pretense. Shinanen observed her brother's clenched fingers and tightly pressed lips, a clear sign of his anxiety. The young lady trusts you greatly. Shin Changhe's face flushed, as if remnants of lake water still clung to his fingertips and palms. Unconsciously rubbing them together. Do not speak nonsense. Mo Xiang remained silent, quietly drying the girl's hair and arranging her hairpins. Once everything was in order, she bowed and stepped outside. Shin Changhe, still facing away from the girl, spoke softly. Do you have a way to contact your family? I do. My mate should be searching for me. The two fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, the girl rose, bowing deeply to Shin Changhe's back. Thank you for your kindness today, young master. Shin Changhe did not respond, attempting to maintain a calm tone. It would be safer for you to join the crowd. Not far from Beihu, there are patrolling soldiers. If you cannot wait for your family, you may seek assistance there. Very well. Shin Changhe fell silent, tilting his head to glance at Shinanen. It's getting late. We should take our leave. Shinanen raised an eyebrow and cast a fleeting look into the alley. Very well. The two siblings departed side by side, while the young woman took a couple of steps forward, ultimately swallowing the words she had intended to speak. Rescuing someone from the water inevitably involves physical contact, and those from more prudent families would expect accountability. she must not allow that young master to think she harbors any intentions of vengeance. It is perhaps better to remain unaware of names, lest she complicate matters for him, yet this kindness, it seems, is destined to go unreciprocated. Chapter 33. It is time to marry. After the earlier incident, the long street was noticeably less crowded, and the vendors had begun to pack their wares. Gradually vacating the scene, the once bustling atmosphere was gradually subsiding into tranquility. They chanced upon a vendor selling rabbit lanterns, and Shin Changha purchased one for Shinenen. The lantern was delicate and exquisite, its lines flowing gracefully, with the candlelight flickering within, casting a charming glow in the shape of a rabbit. As Zhongshu drove the carriage to their side, Shin Changha glanced back at the long street with a hint of regret. Having intended to show her a delightful time, but unfortunate mishaps had arisen. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Shinenen was the first to enter the carriage, closely followed by Shin Changha. Mo Xiang, clutching the painting scroll, hesitated before speaking. Miss, this painting, perhaps you should keep it for now, until a chance arises. She had originally intended to sell it at a high price to those affluent young ladies, but today had proven too rushed for such an endeavor. Zhongshu turned the horse around, cracking the whip as they headed towards the Shin residence. Elder brother, do you know which family that girl we rescued belongs to? Shinenen suddenly inquired as she fixed her gaze on Shin Changha. He shook his head. Do you remember the mother and daughter we encountered when selecting gifts for grandmother? Of course I remember. Shinenen scrutinized him. Aren't you concerned that the girl might be connected to that mother and daughter, and thus entangle you? Shin Changha's expression turned awkward for a moment, and he shook his head, replying, at that time, I was solely focused on saving her and did not think further. Moreover, that girl left no name or any details, indicating she is not of the unscrupulous sort. Elder brother seems to hold her in high regard. Shinenen teased with a smile. Do not speak nonsense. Shin Changha's cheeks flushed slightly. That girl clearly hails from a respectable family. We must not tarnish her reputation. Shinenen cast a sidelong glance at her brother. If she is indeed a proper young lady, it stands to reason that fate may allow for another encounter in the future. Shin Changha turned his gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. Inside the spacious carriage, only a faint candle flickered, casting a dim yellow light that illuminated his lowered eyelids, leaving one to wonder what thoughts consumed him. Upon returning to the Shin residence, Shin Wan and Madame Shin had yet to arrive. Shinenen headed straight to Haitang Garden to change and freshen up. Mo Xiang carefully put away the painting scroll and attended to Shinenen as she rested. Leave a lamp, you should retire for the night. Understood. Mo Xiang asked no further questions, closing the door gently as she exited. Reclining against the soft pillow, Shinenen found her mind drifting back to the events of the night, the unusual behavior of Xiao Yuan filling her with a vague sense of unease. Initially, she had questioned whether he was experiencing feelings akin to her own, but if that were the case, he should have kept his distance, never intervening as he did today. Where had things gone awry? After much contemplation, she found no clarity, yet regardless of the circumstances, she could never allow the ruin of her previous life due to him to repeat itself. As a daughter of the Shin family, even if the two were ill-suited, he had once benefited from her family's status, thus his act of saving her could be seen as a form of compensation. She bore no psychological burden and should not indulge in wild thoughts. She pulled the quilt over her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic images from her mind. The following day, she visited Madame Shin's courtyard to pay her respects, only to find Shin Changjun being reprimanded in a disheveled state. Madame Shin's exquisite features were marked by fury. You, a commander of the Imperial Guards, cannot even keep watch over your own sister, and instead find time to play the hero. Shin Changha, should anything happen to Anan, how will you account for it to me or to your grandmother? Shin Changha lowered his gaze, remaining silent as he endured his mother's wrath. You truly are becoming increasingly reckless. My dear, human lives are at stake. You cannot simply stand by and watch as others perish. And what of your sister? How could you leave her alone on the streets, amidst such a throng of people, a veritable mix of good and ill? If she were to be abducted or harmed, what then, mother? Shinenen pushed aside the beaded curtain and stepped inside. Upon seeing her, Shin Changha's eyes brightened, and he quickly rose. Sister, you have arrived, please stay with mother. I have urgent matters to attend to. Without waiting for Madame Shin to speak, he hastily exited the courtyard. Hey, you, Madame Shin seated, casting a glance at Shinenen, her expression softening immediately. Anan, how did you fare last night? Were you jostled or hurt? Your brother truly is unreliable. Had I known he was so careless, I would never have allowed him to take you out. Suddenly recalling something, Shinenen hesitated before stepping closer to sit before Madame Shin, allowing her to scrutinize her. I am quite well, mother, that is a relief. I was nearly frightened to death upon hearing the news last night. Had your father not intervened, I would have stormed into your brother's quarters to give him a piece of my mind. Shinanan lowered her gaze, smiling gently. There are many children of your brother's age in other families, yet he remains so immature. Mother, we must arrange a match for him soon. Only through marriage can a man mature. Once he takes a bride, perhaps he will be able to temper his temperament. Your brother's disposition is quite commendable among the eunuch families. He is undoubtedly better than many, and among his peers. He is truly exceptional in both talent and appearance. However, Madame Shen had firmly resolved to find a suitable match for Shin Changhe, seemingly eager for his marriage to occur as soon as possible. Shinanan felt as though she had indirectly burdened her brother, yet Shin Changhe had become increasingly occupied. Ever since Madame Shen expressed her desire to see him wed, he had been leaving early and returning late. Leaving Madame Shen's collection of portraits of young ladies largely unutilized. In a fit of frustration, Madame Shen went to his quarters to confront him, only to discover that he was genuinely busy. The previously pacified and settled refugees had suddenly caused turmoil for reasons unknown, and the imperial guards were occupied with maintaining order, leaving no time for matchmaking. Thus Madame Shen reluctantly pulled Shinanan along to examine the young ladies one by one, selecting those who were beautiful, virtuous, and talented, compiling them into a small booklet to present to Shin Changhe once his duties were complete. Does mother prefer the daughter of the Hanlin Academy? Madame Shen tucked away the portraits with a smile. Nodding cheerfully, the Lin family girl possesses both beauty and virtue. I indeed favor her. Our family consists of military generals, and if we could form an alliance with a scholarly family like the Lins, it would be ideal. In this era of peace, after the previous tumultuous times, I have worried for my husband and son. Naturally, I hope the next generation can pursue civil service. However, matters of marriage cannot be forced. We must consider the eldest son's wishes. Is she truly superior to the third miss of the Duan family? Shinanan inquired suddenly. Madame Shen paused, setting down her cup of tea and replying calmly. There is no basis for comparison. The third miss of the Duan family certainly possesses some talent, but she is overly eager to showcase it, revealing her true nature. All the ladies of the family are well aware of her capabilities. This Lin girl, on the other hand, is unassuming and restrained, concealing her talents. However, if one were to truly compare, she may not fall short of the third miss of the Duan family. I simply appreciate her humble demeanor, which does not seek the spotlight. Madame Shen's assessment was quite reasonable and mirrored Shinanan's own sentiments. She endeavored to recall any memories of the Lin family girl but could not summon any. Ultimately conceding defeat, perhaps in her previous life, her heart had only ever belonged to Xia Yuan, leaving little room for concern for her family or others. As Madame Shen spoke of the third miss of the Duan family, a hint of discontent surfaced in her tone. Shinanan's eyes flickered, and she smiled. The third miss of the Duan family represents only herself. Perhaps the other daughters of the Duan family are quite admirable as well. Why not consider them, mother? Madame Shen shook her head lightly, stating, though I have not met the other daughters of the Duan family, my impression of the third miss alone does not inspire fondness. Shinanan smiled and pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment. Exiting Madame Shen's courtyard, she made her way along the corridor towards Haitang Garden. Unable to contain her amusement, Mo Xiang remarked, Miss, given how highly Madame regards the Lin family girl, it seems the marriage of the eldest master is all but assured. Joyous occasions are on the horizon for our household. Shinanan responded with a faint acknowledgement, her mind elsewhere. She pondered whether the old matriarch would return to attend the eldest master's wedding. If she did, the young lady would have the chance to meet her. At the thought, Shinanan glanced at the increasingly cold weather, a sense of worry creeping into her heart. Her grandmother suffered from an old ailment, enduring leg pains each winter, and she had a penchant for coolness. With the matriarch absent this winter, she wondered whether she would take care of herself and if Chen Mama could manage her well. As for matters of marriage, who could say for certain, she murmured to herself as she passed through the flower-laden archway, resolved to write a letter to her grandmother soon to offer her thoughts. Miss Shen, a voice uncertain yet laced with surprise, called out to her. Shinanan turned to see a figure approaching along the cobblestone path, dressed in simple yet clean clothing, his expression brimming with delight. Zhang Gongzi, she said, taken aback. Zhang Yayang came to a halt, bowing politely. Miss Shen, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I did not expect to encounter you here. He dared not wander freely in the Shen residence. Thus he moderated his pace, hoping for the chance to see her. Mo Xiang observed his infatuated smile and chuckled lightly. This is the inner courtyard of the Shen residence. Encountering our young lady is hardly unexpected. Zhang Yayang felt a bit embarrassed, fidgeting with his sleeves. Shinanan cast a glance at the maid before turning her attention back to him. What brings you to this place, Zhang Gongzi? Oh, I have come to seek Master Shinde. A solemn expression surfaced on his face. Currently, with the populace in turmoil outside, although it has undeniably affected the order of the capital, it is ultimately driven by the instinct for survival. Yet, in recent days, numerous officials have begun to arbitrarily detain individuals, showing little regard for the lives of the displaced, inflicting deliberate harm, and even beating those who resist to death, leading to the tragic demise of many. As a humble scholar, I can no longer bear witness to such injustice, and thus I have convened with my fellow classmates to draft a petition to the Emperor, calling for the punishment of corruption and the resettlement of the displaced. Master Shin is in charge of this matter, hence my intention to submit this joint petition. Shin Anan lowered her gaze to the Shin paper in his hands, her brows knitting slightly. She had heard whispers regarding the plight of the displaced. Even a woman of the inner quarters like herself could discern the gravity of the situation. How could Zhang Yeyang dare to wade into such murky waters, or does he truly possess a loyalty so profound that he is willing to forsake his life for it? Master Zhang, are you aware of the saying that officials protect one another? This petition of yours will surely offend numerous dignitaries, and after years of arduous study to attain your degree, are you not afraid it may all come to naught? I have considered this. Zhang Yeyang's gaze was resolute and unwavering. However, if we turn a blind eye to such blatant injustice, then what worth does our degree hold? I am acutely aware that we, of humble origins, hold little power, yet the triennial imperial examinations are meant to infuse fresh blood into the court. If we merely curry favor with the powerful, then the examinations will devolve into a means of selecting sycophants for the influential. Shin Anan suddenly recalled a phrase: a ruler stands in the grand hall, untouched by snow and wind, yet, whether pure or corrupt, all are subjects. Without a formidable family or influence, how can one expect to be virtuous? Yet gazing into Zhang Yeyang's clear and determined eyes, she felt that her counsel paled in comparison to his brave and fearless sacrifice, so she merely remarked, even upright officials must heed the means and methods, adapting to circumstances and distinguishing priorities. If one cannot even safeguard their own life, that is not bravery but folly, a futile struggle against a stone with an egg. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shin. For the first time, Shin Anan witnessed someone so resolute and felt her own selfishness cast in a dark light before such a noble character. Ma Xiang, please escort Master Zhang to my elder brother's courtyard. Yes, Ma Xiang gestured for him to proceed, and Zhang Yeyang bowed to Shin Anan before departing, only to pause a few steps later and turn back. Shin Anan was taken aback, a slight smile tugging at her lips, causing Zhang Yeyang's face to flush a deep red, nearly stumbling as he walked. Should he survive this ordeal and remain in the capital, he would surely convey his feelings to Miss Shin. For even if it were a mere delusion, it was better than an unfulfilled longing. Upon returning to Haitang Garden, Shin Anan penned a letter to the old matriarch, filling 3 or 4 pages with her musings. Ma Xiang dried the ink and sealed it, commenting that the matriarch would likely find her lengthy discourse tiresome and might scold her in private. Shin Anan chuckled, knowing that correspondence would take about 10 days. And by the time she received a response from the matriarch, the weather would have grown significantly colder. The dampness of Jiangnan is surely more chilling than that of the capital. As she stood by the window and opened the large sheet of white paper, she found only 5 characters inscribed in bold strokes. Understood, verbose. The word verbose was notably emphasized, and Shin Anan's eyes twinkled with warmth. Has my elder brother returned to the residence? He has, and at this hour. He should have already greeted the matriarch and returned to his courtyard. Shin Anan glanced at the increasingly dim sky, turned from the window, and took a plate of pastries. Let us go and pay him a visit. Ma Xiang promptly gathered her things and followed. When the pair arrived at Shin Changha's courtyard, the light in his study was still burning brightly, the flickering candlelight casting his silhouette onto the window paper, indicating he was busy with official duties. A servant respectfully bowed to her and pushed the door open to let her in. Hearing the sound, Shin Changha lifted his gaze from his documents and glanced at her before lowering his head to finish writing a few characters. What brings you here at this hour? Shin Anan extended her hand to take the food box from Ma Xiang and placed it on the desk, opening it out of the corner of her eye. She caught sight of the documents spread across his table, seeing the words displaced people and humble origins. Mother sent me to inquire if you have completed your recent tasks. If so, we should prioritize the pressing matters. Shin Changha took a bite of pastry and gestured toward the stack of documents. I am quite busy. There is no time for trivialities. Shin Anan's gaze lingered on the open documents, and as if by chance, she asked, is the matter of the displaced still unresolved? I have heard that many scholars of humble origins have petitioned the emperor to rectify the court and provide for the displaced. Indeed, Shin Changha wiped the crumbs from his fingers with a handkerchief and glanced at Shin Anan. Bringing food without sincerity is rather thoughtless. It has gone cold. Next time, I shall have mother prepare something fresh for you. No need for that, I am not married, and thus unworthy. Shin Anan smiled, then redirected the conversation back to the displaced. Do you know who initiated the call among the scholars to petition? Chapter 34, Engagement approaches. Shin Anan lowered her gaze, fixating on the documents on the desk, her red lips slightly pursed. This year's top scholar is Zhang Yeyang. How do you know? Shin Changha looked at his sister in surprise, his gaze deepening with contemplation. And he began to doubt the relationship between Anan and that scholar. When he visited the residence looking for you, we happened to cross paths at the Huamen Gate, and I overheard him speaking. Shin Changha let out a heavy sigh of relief. That scholar possesses courage, but alas, he is too naive, viewing the court as simplistic. Shin Anan smirked, seating herself in the chair opposite him. Your words are rather mild. One might as well say he is foolish and overestimates his abilities. Are you not friends? Your brother speaks too bluntly. Does he not risk embarrassing you? Shin Anan fell silent, her gaze lowered. Shin Changha observed her. His eyes clouded with an inexplicable emotion. Those individuals would casually order the execution of thousands of displaced people. How could they regard a group of scholars with any seriousness? Their actions are nothing more than a futile struggle. What fate awaits them? Shin Anan immediately inquired. Shin Changha regarded her for a moment, then leisurely sipped his tea, noting that Anan seemed quite concerned for this friend. Shin Anan remained silent, attempting to suppress her unease. Half-jokingly remarking, in today's world, a person of such noble character as he is hard to come by. If he were to perish, it would be a great pity. Shin Changha set down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the documents. In the current situation, it is uncertain who will prevail. Shin Anan's heart stirred, her gaze drawn to the spot his finger had touched, which appeared to record Zhang Yeyang's place of origin. I have discussed this issue with father. Even the fourth prince does not dare to intervene lightly. How can a mere scholar alter the situation? Even if unspoken, she understood that this matter must involve the struggle of the princes. The adult princes wield their own factions, and the slightest disturbance could affect the entire court. If this were to be investigated, it would likely implicate a third of the officials. Moreover, since this incident has already occurred, the emperor is concerned about the royal family's reputation. Should a thorough investigation ensue, rather than causing turmoil in the court, I believe the emperor would prefer to turn a blind eye, balancing the powers of the princes instead. Shin Changha gazed thoughtfully at the documents, suddenly chuckling softly. I initially believed the same, but half a month has passed, and those scholars remain unharmed. Perhaps the situation is not as we perceive it. That Master Zhang may not be as different from the norm as he appears, and his intentions may be less than noble. Shin Anan was taken aback, realizing the implication of her brother's words. He suspects that someone is backing Zhang Yeyang, providing support to the scholars with the intent of exposing the second prince's misdeeds, seeking to undermine his influence. Shin Changha, otherwise, those scholars would have long since perished for various reasons. After all, the emperor shows no inclination to investigate, allowing them to act without fear. Shin Anan sensed a shadow of understanding creeping upon her, her expression tightening. But isn't the emperor planning to avoid a thorough investigation? Not pursuing does not equate to neglecting. Given the commotion, a few officials must be sacrificed to take the blame. Those scholars have yet to be appointed to any positions. Shin Anan recalled Zhang Yeyang's impassioned words that day at the Huamen Gate and fell silent. Shin Changha, this is quite normal. After all, it is human nature to be driven by greed and desire. Those who have studied diligently for over a decade, which man does not yearn to make his mark? As long as their actions do not contravene their conscience, employing some tactics is not inherently wrong. Even he and father, who have established such a position in the court, standing firm and contributing to the prosperity of the Shin family, cannot claim they have always acted with complete integrity, without any compromise. Shin Anan smiled lightly, her vibrant countenance brightening. You are right, elder brother. This aligns with human nature. If one seeks nothing, that is truly terrifying. To seek, to have selfish desires and vulnerabilities, that is what makes a person flesh and blood, making interactions effortless. Kindness does not necessitate foolishness. Shin Changha chuckled, closing the document and setting it aside. He picked up another unannotated book and remarked casually, remaining in the capital is far more promising than returning to Jiangnan to be a county magistrate. Shin Anan raised her head, her fingertips pressed against her sleeve, turning pale from her grip as she stared unblinkingly at Shin Changha, who was absorbed in reading. Elder brother, where is he from? Jiangnan. After speaking, Shin Changha glanced at Shin Anan with an ambiguous expression. You grew up in Jiangnan. Did you know him before? No, I was unaware he hailed from Jiangnan. Shin Changha nodded slightly, uncertain whether he believed or disbelieved, and continued to peruse the documents in hand. He remarked, that scholar indeed possesses some talent, albeit a tad pedantic. However, should the matter of a joint petition unfold as I suspect, that individual may very well achieve something noteworthy in the future. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. When he lifted his gaze to look outside, only the faint glow emitted by the glazed lanterns provided a meager illumination. Shinanen gazed into the courtyard, seemingly peering beyond it at something else. Jiangnan is no less than the capital. It boasts mountains and rivers, a grandmother, and the allure of freedom. Upon leaving Shinchanghe's courtyard and returning to Haitang Garden, the hour was already late. Mo Xiang had finished tidying the bedding and, noticing her young mistress still standing by the window, hurried to drape a cloak over her shoulders. Although the capital is not as humid as Jiangnan, it turns quite cold at night, and the young lady mustn't catch a chill. The window was wide open, and the cold wind rushed into the room, chilling Shinanen's slender form clad only in her nightgown to the bone. She wrapped the cloak around herself, revealing only her exquisite little face, which was exceptionally rosy and charming, with the corners of her lips slightly lifted, as if in splendid spirits. Mo Xiang, let us return to Jiangnan. Upon hearing her mistress express a desire to return to Jiangnan once more, Mo Xiang merely smiled, not taking it to heart, for both the mistress and the young master would surely not consent. The old matriarch had not sent any letters for several days. Was the young lady once again worrying about her? Shinanen turned and returned to her bed, offering no further explanation. Mo Xiang quickly stepped forward to take the cloak and put it away. Covering Shinanen with a silk quilt, leaving a candle flickering as she retreated, Shinanen conveyed to Madame Shin the news that Shinchanghe was indeed very busy, which finally eased her mother's mind. Though not regarding the objection to his marriage, but rather concerning Shinchanghe's authority in the matter, skipping over the groom's wishes, the bride had been directly decided upon, acting swiftly, within a few days. She had entrusted a matchmaker to discreetly inform Madame Lin of the Hanlin Academy, asserting that whether it be the Shin family's lineage or Shinchanghe's capabilities, they were both outstanding in the capital's official circles. Leaving little room for criticism, according to the matchmaker, Madame Lin had readily accepted the marriage proposal, showing great enthusiasm, and now they awaited the exchange of betrothal gifts to finalize the engagement. When Shinanen received this news, she was taken aback for quite a while. She had not visited Madame Shin's courtyard for only a few days, and yet her elder brother was to be married so soon. Did he know? Mother, shouldn't you at least inquire about my brother's opinion? Parental commands and matchmaker's words. He is perpetually engrossed in state affairs and hardly has the leisure to concern himself with such matters. Madame Shin replied unhurriedly, her expression blank as she recited her son's usual rhetoric. Oh well, when he returns tonight, you may inform him, but do not let Lord Lin and Miss Lin know of the situation. Hearing this, Shinanen's lips twitched. Had her mother not mentioned it, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that the young lady would soon be her sister-in-law. The swiftness of these arrangements was astonishing. It was not merely a matter of mutual affection but akin to purchasing vegetables. Madame Shin shot Shinanen a reproachful glance, sighed softly, and set down her teacup. Delaying your brother's marriage any longer is truly unbecoming. He is already 23. I have urged him year after year, day after day, yet he continually brushes me off with his official duties. If this continues, he may never find a suitable daughter from a good family. I can only proceed to arrange this marriage, and once Miss Lin enters our household, their feelings can be nurtured over time. Shinanen felt her mother was overly optimistic. If feelings could merely be cultivated, the world would not have so many mismatched couples. But what if they could not be cultivated? Or perhaps her brother had already taken a liking to someone else. Impossible. Madame Shin waved her hand dismissively. Exuding certainty, he spends all day with the Imperial Guards, surrounded by rough men, and has no opportunity to interact with young ladies. Your brother is taciturn and stiff, making it hard for anyone to take an interest in him. As for feelings, they are not always paramount. As long as they marry, have children, and establish responsibilities, your brother is not a man who shirks his duties. Miss Lin possesses a gentle disposition. Their lives should not turn out poorly. Hearing her mother consider every possibility, Shinanen could only remain silent. Upon her departure, the resolute Madame Shin suddenly called her back, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, perhaps you could subtly inquire about your brother's thoughts. Inquire about what? Oh, you child. Madame Shin shot her daughter a reproachful look, and as Shinanen smiled, she reached out to poke her forehead. Shinanen immediately retreated a few steps, assuring her, do not worry. Even if you do not mention it, I will still ask. Exiting Madame Shin's courtyard, it was still early, and at the floral archway, Shinanen hesitated for a moment before making her way directly to Shinchanghe's courtyard. When she arrived, he had not yet returned, and the servant led her to the study. She adeptly settled into the chair opposite his writing desk, and the servant presented her with tea, saying, please wait a moment. The young master will be back shortly. Shinanen nodded, picking up the teacup and casually surveying the decor of Shinchanghe's study. There was a stark contrast between martial artists and scholars. Apart from the pile of documents on the desk, Shinshangha's study was filled with military texts and weaponry. Her gaze landed on a half-open document on his desk as the soft glow of the remaining daylight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo across half of the desk, dazzling to the eyes, making it impossible for her to discern the contents. After pondering for a moment, she set her teacup on the small table beside her and approached the desk. Given that her brother's documents were not as sensitive as their father's, which involved court secrets, there was no harm in taking a look. She reached the desk, picked up the document, and began to read. It indeed pertained to the outcomes concerning the refugees. After carefully finishing, she returned the document to its original position. Just as her brother had surmised, the emperor was furious, yet after considerable deliberation, he ultimately punished only a few insignificant officials, quelling the unrest, while those high-ranking officials who participated and could threaten the foundation of the state remained unscathed. However, this was still a significant blow to the second prince, although the emperor turned a blind eye. It did not mean he would let it slide without repercussions for his faction. Just because they could not act for the moment did not imply they would remain inactive indefinitely. Every force could gradually crumble. The second prince appeared to have suffered no substantial loss, yet his ambitions and influence were laid bare before the suspicious monarch. But why did her brother, as the commander of the imperial guards, possess such documents? Her gaze fell upon the pile of documents nearby. Was her brother overly focused on the matter of the refugees, or, lost in thought? The door creaked open and Shinshangha strode in. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all." Shin'en stepped out from behind his desk, her eyes meeting Shinshangha's, revealing a fleeting glimmer of curiosity. Shinshangha, unaware, cast a glance at the obviously disturbed documents on the desk before retracting his gaze. He then surveyed the empty desk and remarked with a smile, "It seems even pretense is no longer necessary. I have come empty-handed. Are we siblings not to be courteous?" Shin'en replied with a light smile. Returning to her chair, a servant brought in a basin of water, and Shinshangha approached to wash his hands before taking a seat at the desk, casually closing the document and setting it aside. "Have you read it?" "Yes." Shin'en did not conceal her intentions, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on her brother as she directly inquired, "Are the people behind those scholars connected to the fourth prince?" Shinshangha's expression momentarily froze, and he raised his gaze to meet Shin'en's, ambiguously replying, "I do not know. The court is ever-changing, who can say for certain?" Shin'en scrutinized her brother deeply, shifting the topic. She asked, "Did those scholars truly withdraw unscathed?" "It appears so." Shin'en fell silent, her heart forming a vague conclusion. Aside from Xiao Yuan, she suspected no one else could protect those scholars under the second prince's influence. It seemed the assignments for those scholars should be dispatched soon. Shinshangha glanced out the window, his voice lowering. "Even without support from behind the scenes, those scholars have indeed achieved merit this time. Whether the emperor is pleased or not, he will likely promote them to showcase to the world that young Master Zhang should receive a decent position." After speaking, he lifted his gaze, observing his seemingly lost-in-thought sister, and took a delicate sip from his teacup. After a long pause, Shin'en managed to suppress her swirling thoughts, raised her head, and calmly stated, "Today, Mother sent me here." Shinshangha emitted a sound before beginning to peruse the documents, signaling his busyness, hoping to dismiss Shin'en's inquiries once she spoke. However, what Shin'en said next caused his expression to change drastically. "Mother said you are too busy to attend to your lifelong matters. So she arranged for you to marry a girl from the Lin family in the Hanlin Academy. The two families will exchange betrothal gifts soon to finalize the engagement." Shinshangha's brush paused momentarily on the document, smudging a large blot of ink that soaked through the paper, obscuring the words written upon it. Chapter 35. "She was meant to be mine." Shin'en glanced at the stained document, her almond eyes shimmering, her lips curling up as she casually inquired, "Brother, what do you think of this marriage?" Shinshangha's gaze darkened momentarily before it reverted to its usual calmness, yet the grip on his brush tightened until the pen snapped in his palm. He nonchalantly tossed the broken brush behind the document, out of Shin'en's view, and spoke in a flat tone, "A girl I have never met. It is hard to say. Shinshangha, do you consent to it?" Shinshangha hesitated for a moment, his lips pressed together before finally stating, "I have no particular preference. Ultimately, I must marry. It matters not who, as long as Mother is satisfied," for, in truth, he had no woman he was utterly devoted to. For reasons unknown, a slender and graceful figure suddenly flashed through his mind, her damp garments clinging to her alluring form, her delicate face porcelain white and radiant, gazing at him through a veil of mist with gratitude. Elder brother." Shinshangha abruptly came back to his senses, staring blankly at Shin'en. "What is it?" "Mother asked me to inquire if you have someone you admire." Shin'en scrutinized him with a gaze that held a hint of examination. Shin Changha furrowed his brow, retracting his wrist that rested on the table's edge, shaking his head without a moment's thought. No. An unexpected encounter with a girl whose name he did not even know could hardly be considered significant, and he certainly could not impose upon her out of gratitude. Are you truly certain? Shin'en pressed once more. For instance, the girl you saved during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The look in his elder brother's eyes and his reaction could hardly be deemed innocent. Shin Changha's heart skipped a beat, then raced rapidly, only to be soon subdued by reason, transforming into a still pond. Do not speak nonsense, it was merely a chance meeting. Perhaps that young lady is already betrothed, and if word got out, it would tarnish her reputation. The physical contact between the two in the water had been nearly scandalous. Unacceptable within the circles of noble families, and if he were to propose marriage based on that, it would be akin to taking advantage of her vulnerability. Furthermore, it had only been a fleeting thought. And he held no such intentions of. Very well, Shin'en nodded, rising from her chair. I shall report to mother as it is. You may focus on your official duties, and await your turn as the groom. A sense of irritation inexplicably welled up within Shin Changha, and he merely grunted in response. Over these past years, he had indeed been plagued by persistent urging. Marrying early would bring peace to Mother's heart and spare him from her daily entreaties. Reflecting on this, he called out to Shin'en, who was already at the door. What of that Lin family girl? Have you had any interactions with her? Shin'en blinked, observing the vexation etched on her elder brother's brow, and calmly shook her head. I have merely caught a distant glimpse. We have not exchanged words. There's something troubling you, elder brother. Find out about that girl's character, he instructed. If she is to be a future companion, it would be best if her disposition is gentle and virtuous, lest she be a source of chaos and strife. Shin'en nodded. Rest assured, elder brother, mother has already made inquiries. She will undoubtedly meet your expectations for a wife. Shin Changha choked momentarily, unable to conjure an excuse, and could only nod slightly, lapsing into silence. As Shin'en exited his study and closed the door behind her, he struggled to suppress his discomfort. Picking up the documents to peruse them, yet, for reasons he could not fathom, he felt particularly irritable, even reading the documents with an air of frustration, prompting him to abandon them and rise to the window. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the evening breeze was considerably more biting than during the day, chilling him to the bone. However, Shin Changha remained oblivious, standing there until a servant reminded him to rest. At which point he belatedly realized it was already deep into the night. In the depths of the night, within the study of the fourth prince's residence, the candlelight flickered brightly as Xiao Yuan immersed himself in his official duties at the desk. A thick stack of documents and letters before him, the only sound in the quiet room being the rustle of his brush against the rice paper. Qingfeng pushed open the door and entered discreetly. Master, young Master Ling has sent someone to inquire what position should be assigned to that scholar surnamed Zhang. Xiao Yuan paused in his writing, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the ink stains on the document. He placed his brush beside the inkstone and looked up at Qingfeng. Involuntarily shuddered under his master's penetrating gaze, instinctively taking a step back. He thought to himself that young Master Ling was being overly concerned about trivial matters. He is merely a low-ranking scholar. Does he merit your attention, master? Just as he was about to suggest returning the message to young Master Ling, instructing him to handle it as he saw fit, Xiao Yuan abruptly inquired, what are his intentions? To remain in the capital, Qingfeng replied quietly. To remain in the capital, Xiao Yuan echoed, his mind suddenly recalling the gentle smile Shin'en had bestowed upon him that night on the bridge during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He unconsciously twirled the ring on his thumb, his eyelids lowered, momentarily lost in thought. Qingfeng, eager to provide further information, spoke softly. Young Master Ling mentioned that if you find him unsatisfactory, there happens to be a vacancy for a county magistrate in his hometown that would suit his ranking well. Serving as a reward for his loyalty, he cautiously raised his head to gauge his master's expression, though he could not fathom why his master would find a low-ranking scholar unsatisfactory, yet, unlike Li Gongzi, young Master Ling's words were surely grounded in reason. Xiao Yuan shot Qingfeng a cold glance but remarkably did not refute him for reasons unknown. He indeed found the scholar distasteful, profoundly so. That he uttered a syllable. Casting aside the ink-stained document and picking up the next one to unfold, Qingfeng, confused by his master's meaning, hesitated as he paced the room, but observing his master's demeanor, he dared not ask further. This must indicate agreement with young Master Ling's suggestion. He licked his lips, turning to leave, only for Xiao Yuan's cold voice to unexpectedly resonate once more, as if he were casually inquiring, where is that scholar's hometown? Qingfeng immediately halted and turned back. It seems to be from a small remote village in Jiangnan. Xiao Yuan raised his head abruptly, his usually placid and dark eyes turning icy and fierce. The brush in his hand snapping in his palm due to his unconscious grip, Qingfeng felt a cold sweat break out along his back, apprehensively swallowing hard. Master, is there an issue? For a fleeting moment, Xiao Yuan quickly reined in his expression. Which part of Jiangnan? Qingfeng, bewildered, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Jiangnan was vast, and he was constantly busy, hardly able to investigate the exact origins of a scholar. I will look into it right away. Xiao Yuan fell silent, lowering his head to continue perusing the documents. Qingfeng promptly exited, hurrying to investigate. Inside, the servant Qingyan dared not even breathe. Fortunately, Qingfeng worked swiftly, returning in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Master, I have found it. Zhang Yeyang hails from a remote mountain village in Jiangnan, where his family has been farming for generations. His parents passed away early, leaving only a younger sister who was being raised by relatives. The remainder of the details had already been known to Xiao Yuan since the Mid-Autumn Festival. Noticing his master's silence, Qingfeng recalled young Master Ling's instructions and cautiously ventured. Zhang Yeyang's hometown is approximately several hundred miles from where Miss Xin grew up. Not quite close, yet not distant either. They likely had no prior interaction. Xiao Yuan continued to write vigorously, seemingly unaware of the conversation. Qingfeng bit his lip, pondering whether he had overstepped, questioning why he was being so cryptic like young Master Ling. His master was typically indifferent towards others. How could he be any different with Miss Xin? They were clearly adversaries. Qingfeng bowed, preparing to withdraw, but as he reached the door he slowed his pace, fearing his master might suddenly speak again. Just as he was about to step outside, Xiao Yuan's voice rang out once more. Send him to a small county around Jiangnan, one that is prosperous and expansive. Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then complied and exited. When Ling Qianyin received Xiao Yuan's intent, he was not surprised. Instead, he broke into a light smile, fearing he might say the wrong thing. Qingfeng asked earnestly, Young Master Ling, what does my master's instruction imply? Ling Qianyin, with a casual flick of his sleeve, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tone calm yet laden with meaning. It means he cannot remain in the capital, nor can he be too close to the place where Miss Xin grew up. The farther away, the better. Prosperous areas yield better political achievements. Within 3 years, Zhang Yayan will surely rise, serving as a reward for his loyalty. Yet, 3 years later, the winds of change in the capital are unpredictable. Even if he returns, what difference will it make? Qingfeng felt a jolt, his mind clearing significantly. His master, it seemed, had taken a liking to Miss Xin. Having completed his official duties, it was already deep into the night. Yet Xiao Yuan showed no signs of wanting to rest. Qingyan noticed his master laying out rice paper, seemingly in the mood to paint, and quickly resumed grinding ink. Aside from the bamboo painting that had ended up in Miss Xin's hands, it had been a long time since his master had painted. Suddenly, as Xiao Yuan dipped his brush, it sank heavily, submerging into the ink. Qingyan hurriedly retrieved the brush, taking it outside to wash it clean. Pondering why his master seemed unusually distracted, especially when it came to Miss Xin. By the time he returned, the laid-out rice paper bore a rough outline, curvaceous and feminine, undoubtedly depicting a woman. Qingyan stared in astonishment, unable to gather his thoughts. For years his master had only painted landscapes. Even when third Miss Tang requested a piece for her birthday, he had never granted one. Yet now, he was actually drawing a woman. He scrutinized the painting, attempting to discern which noblewoman it might represent. However, as soon as Xiao Yuan set down the brush, Master, have you forgotten to paint the facial features? No, it was the 4 features that were missing. On that oval face, only a pair of clear, bright eyes remained, though lacking the accents of a nose and mouth. The gentleness and weariness reflected in those eyes were unmistakable, half smiling as if gazing at her beloved. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the painting for an extended period, a torrent of unnameable emotions swirling within his eyes. A sense of possessiveness, indescribable yet potent, surged within him, a fervent thought rising to the forefront of his mind. As if this woman were destined to be his. Following closely was the image of her laughing and conversing with another man, a strange feeling of jealousy beginning to churn within his chest. Do people believe in past lives? He lifted his dark, inscrutable eyes, turning to gaze out the window, slowly beginning to entertain that notion. At this moment, he desperately wished to understand the source of his infatuation and familiarity with her, as well as the reason for her animosity towards him. He recalled her saying that she had known him long ago. Madame Xin was overjoyed to learn that Xin Changhe had no objections to the marriage, and immediately set about making preparations. The Xin residence was filled with a festive atmosphere, eagerly awaiting the day of the betrothal. During these past few days, Xin had scarcely left the courtyard. It was not that she was indifferent to Xin Changhe's marriage, but rather that everything seemed to be progressing rather smoothly, which took her by surprise. Mo Xian closed the door and hurried inside. Lowering her voice to inform Shinanan, "Miss, I have found out where young Master Zhang is staying." She lifted her head from the scrolls, her clear eyes sparkling with a serene glow. It seemed that the court appointments had indeed been finalized. "Let us go out for a stroll," she suggested. After reporting to Madame Shinanan set out with Mo Xiang. Zhongshu drove the carriage towards the cosmetics shop indicated by Mo Xiang. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a stop in front of the shop. Shinanan exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Xiang, who promptly produced a silver ingot to hand to Zhongshu. "This might take quite a while choosing. You should go have some tea at the tea house and not wait here unnecessarily." Zhongshu adamantly refused, saying, "No, Madame instructed me to guard the miss closely." He cast a puzzled glance at the cosmetics shop, wondering how the miss could know so much upon her return to the capital. Mo Xiang attempted to persuade him further, but Shinanan stopped her and turned to enter the shop. Unable to shake off Zhongshu, Shinanan merely made a cursory round in the cosmetics shop, casually selecting a few items before exiting. Zhongshu respectfully inquired, "Miss, shall we return to the residence?" Shinanan lifted the carriage curtain and glanced at the nearby taverner. "Since we've finally come out, let us dine first." Zhongshu readily agreed and drove towards the tavern indicated by Mo Xiang. Just then, a carriage brushed past Shin's carriage, and Li Huayan leaped down, his gaze fixed on the carriage that had halted in front of the tavern. A woman quickly emerged from the carriage and approached him, saying, "Young Master Li, what are you looking at?" There was a hint of jealousy in her tone as she eyed the elegant lady entering the tavern. "What is your relationship with that girl?" Li Huayan glanced up at the tavern sign, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly recalled Ling Cheney's incessant chatter from days prior, that Zhang Yeyang seems to be staying at that tavern. "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. You may go inside and choose at your leisure. Just put it on my account." The woman was unwilling to let him go, wrapping her arms around his waist and whining, "You've only cared for me for a few days, and now you're already tired of me." Li Huayan frowned, his previously carefree demeanor turning serious, causing the woman to immediately release her grip in fear. He strode towards the carriage and instructed the driver, "To the fourth prince's residence." The driver promptly flicked the reins and departed, leaving the woman behind, gritting her teeth in frustration before turning to enter the cosmetics shop. At the tavern entrance, Mo Xiang once again dismissed Zhongshu, saying, "The young lady suddenly craves the dried fruits from the shop on West Street. Please, Zhongshu, could you run an errand and bring some back?" Zhongshu cast a wary glance at the crowded tavern, feeling uneasy. "Rest assured, I will not stray far. We will wait right here for you." He hesitated but eventually nodded and swiftly departed, hoping for a quick return. Chapter 36. Another encounter. Shinanan stepped into the tavern and immediately spotted Zhang Yeyang behind the counter, rapidly working the abacus while holding a ledger in one hand. His thoughts, however, were far from the accounts, as he made several mistakes before finally setting down his tools in frustration. His face clouded with vexation, lost in thought, he slumped into a chair, staring blankly. Two of his colleagues had remained in the capital, and though he was the one who initiated the petition, he had not secured a spot to stay yet. It wasn't entirely unfortunate. After all, the fourth prince had assigned him to a bountiful region in Jiangnan, which would surely yield political achievements. Compared to his colleagues who remained, his prospects seemed far more promising, albeit contrary to his desires. He should count himself fortunate, after all, given his rank. Had it not been for the fourth prince's support, he would have been relegated to a remote county. In days, he inadvertently raised his gaze and was momentarily stunned, as if he were dreaming. Shinanan smiled gently and took a few steps closer. "Why, young Master Zhang, do you not recognize me?" After a moment of surprise, Zhang Yang hurriedly replied, No, it's just that I am somewhat astonished to see Miss Shin here." This tavern, neither large nor small, was frequented by laborers and merchants, not a place befitting someone of Shinanan's stature. "I came to buy a few boxes of rouge and happened to pass by, so I thought I might stop for a meal." Shinanan noticed the flush of embarrassment on his ears and spoke in a soft, melodic tone. Zhang Yeyang raised his gaze to meet hers, only to quickly lower his head again, his hands fidgeting nervously in his sleeves. What was he thinking? Surely a daughter of the Grand Minister would not deign to visit him, a mere impoverished scholar. She must have read too many novels to entertain such unrealistic dreams. "Are you busy, young Master Zhang? If not, would you care to join me for a meal?" Zhang Yeyang knew she was merely being polite, and he should decline, yet the words that escaped him were contradictory. "Not busy at all." Confronted with Shinanan's gentle smile, his face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Mo Xiang requested a private room from the waiter and ordered several signature dishes. To the astonishment of the innkeeper and the waiter, Zhang Yeyang followed Shinanan upstairs to the private room. Though labeled a private room, it was merely a slightly quieter space separated by beaded curtains. Shinanan smoothed her dress and took a seat. Young Master Zhang, please sit. Zhang Yang, feeling shameful, glanced at his patched clothing, a stark contrast to the elegant attire of the noble lady before him. Not only Shinenen but even her maid appeared far more refined. Noticing his discomfort, Shinenen furrowed her brow and changed the subject. I've heard about the petition from my brother, young Master Zhang. You are unafraid of those in power and courageous in your advocacy for the people. That is truly remarkable. Zhang Yang sat stiffly on the edge of his chair, hands resting on his knees, his back straight and tense. Miss Shin, you flatter me. I am but the least significant among them. The credit for the resettlement of the displaced people belongs to others. Shinenen's eyes flickered, and she smiled knowingly, aware that the others he referred to was likely Xiao Yuan. However, she had not come to discuss Xiao Yuan's merits today. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she casually asked, with such great achievements, I presume you will receive a commendable position. Zhang Yiyang's expression stiffened as he stared down at the teacup Mo Xiang had placed before him. His lips pressed together, a wave of bitterness washing over him. I suppose so. Shinenen, noticing his troubled expression, inquired with genuine concern, what troubles you, young master? No, nothing at all. As Zhang Yiyang looked up at the radiant Shinenen, a shadow lifted from his heart. The court has assigned me to a small county near Jiangnan. It is a vast and prosperous region, which will greatly aid my future career, yet, he longed to stay for her sake. Even if it was a foolish fantasy, he wished to share his joy with her. But now, Jiangnan, Shinenen echoed, her lips curving into a smile as her hands, hidden in her sleeves, clenched with excitement. Jiangnan was indeed a wonderful place. Zhang Yiyang looked up in surprise, meeting Shinenen's joyful eyes. Momentarily stunned, Shinenen suppressed her excitement and smiled calmly, saying, I grew up in Jiangnan. The people are kind, and the scenery is beautiful. I have always wished to return there if I had the opportunity. Zhang Yiyang's eyes brightened with surprise. Is what you say true, Miss Shin? Of course. Shinenen gazed earnestly at him, explaining how Jiangnan's simple customs lacked the convoluted rules and pretensions of the capital, where there were no powerful families to contend with. Young Master Zhang, as you begin your career in the government, Jiangnan would be far better than remaining in the unpredictable capital. You would have the freedom to showcase your talents without the need for subterfuge. Her words swiftly dispelled the turmoil that had plagued Zhang Yiyang for days, causing a smile to unconsciously spread across his lips. You are right, I have been short-sighted. Just then, the waiter entered with the dishes, filling the table with an array of delectable foods. As Zhang Yiyang looked at the spread, and the insecurities he had just managed to cast aside surged back. But there are only 3 of us, Miss Shin, you need not go to such lengths. Mo Xiang, setting the table, cheerfully interjected, do not mind that. Young Master Zhang. My young lady is always this generous at home. Zhang Yiyang replied awkwardly, lowering his head to poke at the crispy smoked chicken on his plate, trying to ease the tension. Shinenen shot Mo Xiang a glance, feeling that while Zhang Yiyang was indeed a good man, he might be a bit too sensitive. If their interactions required such careful management of his pride, it could prove quite exhausting. Nevertheless, power and wealth often change people. Perhaps once he became an official and was no longer in need of money, he would gradually grow more at ease. Do you drink? Young master, Zhang Yiyang quickly shook his head in refusal. How could he drink while in her company? What if he accidentally said something inappropriate? Moreover, Shinenen's praise for Jiangnan had rekindled the embers of hope in his heart. Even if it was a mere fantasy, he felt compelled to take a chance. When do you depart for your new post, young master? Zhang Yiyang summoned his courage to meet Shinenen's gaze. But the moment their eyes locked, his heart raced, and he struggled to speak. I'm not sure yet. It should be in the next 3 to 5 days. Oh, so soon to depart? Shinenen lowered her head, diligently stirring the lotus seed porridge in her bowl with her chopsticks. Her lashes fluttered gently, concealing a pair of clear apricot eyes that seemed to harbor a hint of melancholy. Zhang Yiyang felt a surge in his chest, as if his heart were being tightly gripped. He leaned forward slightly, gazing earnestly at the charming woman across from him. Miss Shin, I have something I wish to convey to you. In truth, Shinenen lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips, her bright eyes shimmering with expectation, yet her expression remained composed. Miss Shin, what a coincidence! A voice filled with surprise and incredulity suddenly interrupted Zhang Yiyang's unspoken words. Upon hearing this voice, Shinenen's smiling face abruptly darkened, and she cast a cold glance towards the entrance. Before long, Li Huayan's carefree figure appeared, standing at the door of the private room with a broad smile, his gaze sweeping across the room. When it fell upon Zhang Yiyang, his expression noticeably faltered, and the corners of his lips turned downwards. Shinenen began to question whether she was somehow fated to cross paths with this troublesome Li Huayan, for he seemed to appear wherever she went. How vexing! Mo Xiang, close the door. Mo Xiang promptly stepped forward. As she reached for the door, Li Huayan, with a half-smile, turned his body and leaned against the doorframe. His gaze drifting behind him. Mo Xiang frowned, about to scold him to move aside when a piercing, ominous glare suddenly shot towards her, causing her to feel as if a chill had crept up her spine. Overwhelming her with a sense of danger, she involuntarily released her grip and raised her eyes, swiftly turning back to the private room to stand behind Shinan and Li Huayan let out a chuckle. His expression one of amusement. Zhang Yiyang, naturally acquainted with Li Huayan, immediately stood up, worried that others might misinterpret his relationship with Miss Shin and tarnish her reputation, and so he moved away from the table. Distancing himself further, young Master Li, he cupped his hands in greeting. Li Huayan cast a glance at him, remaining silent, shifting his body slightly to reveal the person behind him. Mo Xiang immediately lowered her head. Her small hand tightly clutching Shinan's sleeve. The fourth prince's earlier demeanor had been too intimidating. One might think she had committed a grave offense simply by closing a door. Zhang Yiyang wished to greet Xiao Yuan. But upon meeting his cold, piercing gaze, he felt as if words had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. He sensed that the fourth prince had never been particularly fond of him, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over Shinan before finally landing on Zhang Yiyang, his expression impassive yet exuding an oppressive aura that made Zhang Yiyang too intimidated to lift his head. Shinan regarded the suddenly appearing man with narrowed eyes. Him again, she was infuriated. Whenever things did not go his way, he would wear a sour expression, as if the entire world owed him money. And no one was worthy of his regard. She wondered where he had been bitten again to be in such a foul mood. Did she have some enmity with this dog of a man? Otherwise, why did he always ruin her affairs? She clenched her teeth, casting a cold glare at Xiao Yuan, her eyes brimming with indignation, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Yuan's unhurried voice rang out first. As if an invisible hand had tightened around her throat, rendering her unable to utter a single syllable. It was as if a ball of cotton had been stuffed into her mouth. Young Master Lin has likely not yet encountered this young lady. Allow this prince to introduce you. Xiao Yuan's tone was teasing, his gaze flitting over Shinan with a semblance of a smile. Yet his eyes were void of warmth. The lady seated in this private room is none other than the daughter of the esteemed Shin Taiwei, recently returned from Jiangnan, the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Young Master Lin, Shinan glanced towards the man in the purple robe, who appeared handsome, his gaze reflecting surprise and scrutiny. He politely nodded in greetings, Miss Shin. She endeavored to suppress the anger boiling within her. Rising gracefully to return the salute, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. Young Master Lin, greetings. Fourth Prince, greetings. She subtly lifted her gaze to steal a glance at Xiao Yuan, inwardly puzzled as to how he knew that her elder brother was courting the Lin family's daughter. Was it a coincidence or an intentional act? Surely he wasn't idle enough to come and vex her, considering how busy he was. Despite her thoughts, she maintained her decorum in front of young Master Lin. Determined not to tarnish the Shin family's reputation and jeopardize her elder brother's prospects, Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, clearly pleased with Shinan's obedient demeanor, justifying his decision to have Qingfeng bring young Master Lin into the carriage. Zhang Yiyang, unaccustomed to such an atmosphere, stood awkwardly to the side, hardly daring to speak. He felt as though a chilling gaze had never left him, palpable and fearsome. Xiao Yuan's eyes swept over the two sets of chopsticks laid on the table. His dark eyes appearing calm and unperturbed. Young Master Lin, would you mind dining with the young lady from the Shin family? After all, you will soon be relatives. Young Master Lin, quick to catch on, immediately replied, of course, I do not mind, but I wonder if Miss Shin would be willing to grace us with her presence. Shinan's heavy gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yuan filled with fury. As if silently questioning his intentions, Xiao Yuan feigned ignorance, his handsome, resolute face maintaining a calm smile. Young Master Lin's eyes darted between the two, sensing the strange tension in the air, and he smiled again, saying, my father has always admired Shin Taiwei's loyalty and integrity, and he speaks highly of the eldest son of the Shin family. I believe Miss Shin must be a refined and talented young lady. Shinan withdrew her gaze, offering young Master Lin a gentle smile. The latter compliment was indeed flattering, though she felt unworthy of such praise. Young Master Lin was indeed flattering. The Lin family was a scholarly household, steeped in culture. Thanks to the erudition of Lord Lin, the two exchanged pleasantries, and Shinan invited several people into the private room to take their seats. Zhang Yiyang stood awkwardly to the side when suddenly Li Huayan stepped forward, draping his arm around his shoulder, though his crescent-shaped eyes lacked any semblance of cheerfulness. Young Master Zhang, you are set to depart for your post shortly, aren't you? Shouldn't you begin packing your belongings? Shinan turned to observe the two, silently grinding her teeth at Li Huayan from a vantage hidden from young Master Lin, subtly mouthing something. Yet with young Master Lin present, she could not directly request Zhang Yiyang to stay. As it would be quite improper. Li Huayan pretended to be oblivious, slapping Zhang Yeyang's shoulder playfully. Zhang Yeyang felt a pang of bitterness, flashing Shinin in a helpless smile, his eyes filled with humility. Young Master Li's reminder is appreciated. I shall take my leave, MHM. Only then did Li Huayan retract his hand. Once Zhang Yeyang departed, he turned to Shinin and with a playful grin Shinin shot him a glare. Returning to her seat with a wooden expression, forcing a smile to accompany young Master Lin's attempts at lightening the mood. Although their interaction was somewhat peculiar, it was not overly awkward, especially with the exchanges between young Master Lin and Shinin. During the meal, Li Huayan half-jokingly remarked, "Good food without good wine is rather dull. Miss Shin, do not hesitate to provide a few jars of wine." Shinin shot him a glance before turning to instruct Mo Xiang to fetch the wine. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke in a cold voice in broad daylight. "What need is there for wine? If you wish to drink, return to your duke's residence." Li Huayan's lips twitched. After all, he had hurriedly rushed to the fourth prince's residence to deliver news. How could one expect to enjoy a meal without the monks after finishing their fasting? Chapter 37, Returning to the original trajectory. Young Master Lin glanced at Xiao Yuan, smiling as he attempted to ease the tension. "If Brother Li wishes to drink, I can invite him to the tavern for a proper celebration in a few days. Today, Miss Shin is hosting, and drinking would be quite inconvenient. An unmarried young lady dining with several gentlemen would certainly raise eyebrows if it were to be known." He stole a glance at Xiao Yuan, noting his silence, and felt a sense of relief, realizing his guess was correct. Considering the fourth prince's unusual interest in this young lady, the marriage between the Shin and Lin families should be re-evaluated. He would need to inform his mother to finalize arrangements sooner rather than later. Li Huayan, rather slow on the uptake, finally grasped the situation. Perhaps it was Shinin's imposing presence that made him repeatedly forget her identity as a lady of high standing. Shinin feigned gratitude as she smiled at young Master Lin. Xiao Yuan, gripping his chopsticks a bit too tightly, snapped them in two with a crisp sound. Young Master Lin, glancing sideways, felt a pang in his heart as the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment as he quickly lowered his head to eat, avoiding Shinin's friendly smile. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Li Huayan observed young Master Lin for a moment, frowning as he quietly remarked, "If only I were as clever as you." Quick to read the room, young Master Lin, aware that Li Huayan was teasing him, turned his head with a rueful smile, resting his hand on his forehead as if trying to ward off some malevolent spirit. Shinin could not decipher their subtle gestures and chose not to speculate. After instructing Mo Xiang to bring in more pastries, she stood to take her leave. "If you all have enjoyed your meal, please feel free to order more. Simply put it on my account." Li Huayan and young Master Lin simultaneously set down their chopsticks, exchanging polite remarks but not daring to lift their heads, fearful that Shinin might smile at them again. Shinin, not dwelling on young Master Lin's sudden change of demeanor, shot a fierce glare at Li Huayan before departing. Li Huayan blinked innocently. Xiao Yuan, who had remained silent, finally placed his chopsticks down, speaking in a calm and measured tone, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. "I shall escort you." Shinin's body stiffened in an instant. Suspecting she had misheard him, she took a step forward, continuing on her way. His voice, laced with a hint of coldness, echoed again as he repeated his previous statement. "I shall escort you." Shinin halted, turning to meet his gaze, her apricot eyes locking onto the figure approaching her step by step. Had he taken leave of his senses? Was the fourth prince truly addressing her? He stood before her, looking down at her cold and impatient countenance, as if he were compelled to shatter her every displeasure given the recent unrest in the capital and the rampant banditry in the outskirts. "Safety is paramount. I will escort Miss Shin back to her residence." Shinin yearned to decline, yet she was even less inclined to remain in this elegant room, engaged in endless negotiations with them. Such a privilege was indeed a fortune accumulated over 2 lifetimes, leaving her both flattered and astonished. Xiao Yuan cast a fleeting gaze upon her, refraining from responding to her veiled sarcasm, and took the lead in stepping outside. Shinin ground her teeth in frustration, nodded to the young master of the Lin family, and followed suit. Before the tavern, Uncle Zhong awaited with the carriage. Shinin observed Xiao Yuan lifting his robe as if to board her carriage. She promptly stepped forward to obstruct him. There was no need to trouble the esteemed fourth prince. "I can return on my own." Xiao Yuan's gaze inadvertently lingered on her crimson lips, a nonchalant smirk playing on his lips. Just moments ago in the elegant chamber, she was a noble lady, yet now she was merely a girl, and the speed at which Shinin changed her demeanor was truly astonishing. His eyes remained fixated on her ruby lips, his heart racing with an intensity that echoed in his chest, the restless desire surging once more within him. Shinin wished to avoid further conversation, pushed him aside, and stepped onto the carriage. only to poke her head out of the carriage again, mockingly regarding Xiao Yuan. Fourth prince, are you not also reliant on my uncle Zhong's formidable skills to appear respectable here? What audacity you have to claim to escort me! It is laughable. She forcefully dropped the curtain of the carriage and instructed Uncle Zhong to drive. He observed the defiant expression on her face, the smirk curving her lips, his fingers tightening into his palm. His demeanor solemn. Had it not been for that day when he was outnumbered, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. This woman looked down upon him, Shinanan leaned against the soft cushion. Her mood buoyant. As long as she could provoke and infuriate Xiao Yuan, she felt immense joy. The thought of that man's suddenly darkened expression made her lips curl, laughter escaping her. As Uncle Zhong drove away, Emo Xiang offered her a piece of dried fruit. She bit down eagerly, but before she could swallow, she noticed a shadow swiftly dart into the carriage, causing it to sink slightly. She stared at the man who had suddenly intruded into her carriage. The fruit lodged at the back of her throat, her expression darkening. Miss, quickly spit it out, Emo Xiang urged, patting her back. Shinanan used her handkerchief to expel the fruit, coughing violently, her porcelain-white face flushed deeply. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained steadfast on her, and when he met Shinanan's furious eyes, he remained unperturbed. What exactly do you intend to do? Shinanan gritted her teeth. Xiao Yuan sat calmly in the carriage, offering no response, merely observing her, his eyes concealing an unknown emotion. Do you have feelings for that scholar? Shinanan furrowed her brows, her gaze towards Xiao Yuan tinged with suspicion. What business is it of yours? Fourth prince, are you meddling too much? It concerns me, Xiao Yuan thought, for those gentle apricot eyes that had appeared in his dreams countless times belonged solely to her, and only she could repeatedly evoke the dream which seemed to have truly existed. In that dream, those eyes gazed at him, belonging to him. You have yet to directly answer my previous question. What is the nature of me in your dreams? Shinanan furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend his stubbornness. She had already stated it was just a dream, yet he insisted on digging deeper. Is my attitude towards His Highness the Fourth Prince not clear enough? Xiao Yuan remained silent, suddenly lowering his gaze, fixated on the carriage floor, lost in thought. For Miss Shin, is a dream sufficient to define a person's character in future? What then? Shinanan raised her eyes to glare at him. With so many young men in the capital, why do I dream of no one else but the Fourth Prince? Unless perhaps everything in this world is predetermined, you and I may very well have had a grudge in our past lives. Xiao Yuan appeared to genuinely believe her words, his dark eyes deeply fixated on her, emotions swirling beneath the surface, his heavy gaze making Shinanan feel increasingly uncomfortable. A smile formed on his lips, ambiguous and enigmatic, as he asked, does Miss Shin truly believe so? Naturally, Shinanan turned her head to gaze out the window, oblivious to the fleeting obsession that had flashed through Xiao Yuan's eyes. He chuckled softly, his tone unexpectedly gentle as he spoke to Shinanan. You are right. Why not someone else? It is evident that the cause of this life stems from the effects of the past, and what is destined to be shall return to its original path. Is that not so? Shinanan shivered, her pupils widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Yuan. Something seemed to surge in the depths of his eyes, something she could neither see nor comprehend at that moment, sending a chill down her spine. It felt as if a vortex was slowly drawing her in, unfathomably deep, like an abyss. That moment, Uncle Zhong's voice called from outside, Miss Fourth Prince, we have arrived. Shinanan felt an inexplicable panic rise within her, muttering a curse under her breath as she hurriedly exited the carriage. Shinanan, Xiao Yuan's voice suddenly rang out from within the carriage, laced with sarcasm, that scholar may not be as noble as you think. When poverty and prosperity intertwine, how many can truly remain steadfast to their principles? Shinanan paused momentarily, then quickened her pace into the estate, her cold voice carried by the wind. I am not acquainted with the Fourth Prince. Next time we meet, please refer to me as Miss Shin. Of course, I would prefer not to meet at all. Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his calm gaze concealing mockery as he withdrew his gaze only after her figure had disappeared. He spoke in a low voice, instructing, have Lingchen Yu come to the estate. Xingfeng acknowledged the command and hurriedly rode towards Yongning Marquis' residence. When Xiao Yuan's carriage arrived at the prince's residence, Ling Qinyu's carriage had also arrived. He dismounted, first assessing Xiao Yuan's expression before inquiring with a smile. Did you not go to the tavern with Li Huayan? Why the sudden urgency in summoning me? Xiao Yuan glanced at him, his weighty gaze exuding an air of pressure. Ling Qinyu immediately pressed his lips together, suppressing his smile. Let's discuss this in the study. Ling Qinyu nodded, understanding the hint, and followed Xiao Yuan into the study. Qingfeng served tea and closed the study door from the outside. Xiao Yuan sat behind the desk, His wrist resting casually on the table, his expression serene. However, Ling Chenyu felt an unsettling chill in the room. What on earth is going on? Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze, his tone casually indifferent. When did he leave? Who? Ling Chenyu's mind momentarily blanked, but upon meeting Xiao Yuan's calm yet piercing gaze, he snapped back to reality. Oh, you mean that scholar? He'll assume his position in 2 months. It should be, within 3 days. Xiao Yuan abruptly interjected, his tone leaving no room for debate. Ling Chenyu swallowed the remainder of his words. Jiangnan is still more than a month's journey from the capital. He should be leaving soon. Xiao Yuan acknowledged with a grunt, picking up a document to begin handling official matters, while Qing'an promptly approached to assist with the ink and brushes. Ling Chenyu noted the silence and, feeling the tension rise, hastily called out, "Are you in such a hurry to send that scholar away? It's just a scholar. Do you really take him so seriously?" He did not believe that the scholar had any qualifications to compete with Xiao Yuan. Even comparing them seemed absurd. Xiao Yuan's hand faltered, leaving an ink blot on the document as his thumb pressed down firmly, his fingertips turning white. Ling Chenyu sensed that Xiao Yuan's concern for that scholar exceeded his expectations. Currently, even hearing that name was unbearable. After a moment, Xiao Yuan composed himself, placing the brush back into the inkstone, raising his eyes to meet the motionless Ling Chenyu, his tone frigid. Do you have any further business? Ling Chenyu fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking with utmost seriousness. If you've made a decision, act swiftly. The Shen family holds significant influence in court, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply. Xiao Yuan frowned. This has nothing to do with the Shen family. His every decision had never taken the Shen residents into account. Ling Chenyu nodded dismissively, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the Shen family's influence. Shinanan represented the Shen family. My mother plans to visit the temple to pay her respects the day after tomorrow. Will you join us? Xiao Yuan seemed to hesitate for a moment, then declined after a brief pause, saying, "No need. Please offer a stick of incense on my behalf." Ling Chenyu nodded without surprise, assuring him, "Rest assured, my mother always visits the noble consort first thing." Xiao Yuan merely responded with an his expression turning serious as he began to handle official matters, his seemingly calm gaze concealing an endless darkness beneath. The following day, Madame Lin unexpectedly visited the Shen residence, accompanied by Lin Yuru. A daughter from the Lin family, Shinanan, was summoned to converse with Lin Yuru. In the main hall, Madame Shen and Madame Lin engaged in lively conversation, eventually transitioning the topic to the matter of marriage. As Lin Yuru spoke with Shinanan, her face flushed deeply, and she lowered her head. In that moment, Shinanan took a proper look at her. In terms of appearance, the Lin family girl was indeed lovely. Exuding an air of tranquility and scholarly grace, clearly possessing a wealth of knowledge with a slender figure and graceful demeanor, she exhibited the decorum of a well-bred lady, a true paragon of propriety. No wonder her mother remarked that the Lin family girl was no less than Duan San. Perhaps her mother favored her for the refined aura that radiated from her, especially since the Shen family was comprised of martial generals. Madame Lin appeared thoroughly pleased with the prospect of marriage, subtly hinting at the urgency of a proposal. Madame Shen also expressed her satisfaction, readily agreeing to promptly choose an auspicious date for the engagement. Receiving confirmation, Madame Lin cast a glance at her bashful daughter, her heart brimming with joy. "Has the young lady ever met my elder brother?" Shinanan lowered her voice, feigning playfulness. Lin Yuru's face reddened even more, and she softly acknowledged with a barely audible Shinanan understood well that Lin Yuru seemed to harbor feelings for her elder brother. She glanced toward the entrance several times, keenly aware that Lin Yuru was eagerly awaiting Shinchanghe's arrival. It is only natural that, as the engagement between my elder brother and the Lin family approaches, Madame Lin, accompanied by her daughter, would pay a visit. Out of courtesy, he ought to make an appearance to greet them. However, whether due to pressing official duties or some other reason, his presence is noticeably absent. Madame Shen discreetly signaled her maid several times to fetch him, yet the maid returned each time, shaking her head in helplessness. Not wishing to question the matter in front of Madame Lin, Madame Shen merely smiled and made excuses, stating that her son has been exceedingly busy with official affairs of late, often returning home well past midnight, and regrettably could not take the time to pay his respects to Madame Lin. Madame Lin, ever gracious, praised her, saying such words were unnecessary. It is indeed a testament to the commendable character of young Master Shen, who, at such a young age, serves as the commander of the Imperial Guards and oversees various matters in the capital. In her view, it is a mark of good fortune for Madame Shen. Naturally pleased by such praise, Madame Shen's pride in her children swelled. With a radiant smile, she glanced at the demure young lady nervously twisting her handkerchief and remarked, with a hint of implication, That in the future, this would indeed be our blessing. Madame Lin cast a sidelong glance at her daughter, stifling a laugh behind her hand, while Lin Yuro, overwhelmed by shyness, felt as though she wished to bury her face in the ground. After a brief interlude, Madame Lin took her leave. Madame Shen escorted the pair out, showering Lin Yuro with compliments. Finding her utterly satisfactory, Lin Yuro comported herself with grace and poise, speaking to Madame Shen with remarkable decorum. Once they had seen them off to their carriage, Madame Shen returned home, her heart buoyant with joy. The matter of her eldest son's marriage had long been a thorn in her side. And now that it seemed resolvable, she felt as if she would awaken from joyful dreams every night. Accompanying her was Shinanen, who, upon entering the flower-laden archway and ascending the corridor, finally voiced her long-held curiosity. Mother, do you not find that Madame Lin appears overly enthusiastic about this marriage proposal? The manner in which she seemed anxious to expedite the engagement felt rather peculiar. Madame Shen, still grounded by her elation, slowed her steps upon hearing her daughter's words, her smile slightly dimming. Initially, she too had been taken aback, while the Lin family had consistently supported the match. They had always maintained a certain decorum befitting their scholarly lineage. Thus, it was indeed surprising that Madame Lin would personally visit and subtly urge the matter of the betrothal. This was hardly in keeping with the behavior one would expect from a family of erudition. Shinanen furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying oddity in Madame Lin's unexpected visit. Do you think there is something amiss? Madame Shen shook her head. I did probe her opinion subtly. Yet her reactions suggested she is genuinely fond of this union, constantly praising your elder brother, while her eldest son was indeed commendable. Such admiration hardly warranted a visit of this nature, especially when it was the Lin family who had initiated the proposal. And their status was not insignificant. This fact was not lost on Madame Shen. After some contemplation, Shinanen recounted her encounter with Xiao Yuan and the young master of the Lin family at a tavern. Madame Shen abruptly halted her steps, turning to regard her composed daughter. You encountered the fourth prince. Did he give you any trouble? Shinanen smiled lightly, responding playfully, what could he possibly do? He is a prince. And I have no grievances with him. That is good to hear. Madame Shen exhaled in relief, still troubled by the notion that the favored concubine intended to betroth Shinanen to Xiao Yuan. Moreover, her daughter had publicly rebuffed the idea, thereby undermining the royal dignity. In the future, be cautious when you venture out. It would be best to minimize your interactions with the fourth prince. Your aunt has not yet relinquished her hopes. And we must avoid any complications that could arise. Do not worry, mother. I am well aware, Shinanen reassured her, stating that she had been making a concerted effort to avoid contact with Xiao Yuan. Though given that the entire capital was under the Xiao family's influence, it was not feasible to completely evade them. Once they had concluded their conversation, Madame Shen began to ponder the implications of Madame Lin's visit. The corridor was bustling with servants tidying the courtyard, making private conversation somewhat awkward. Thus, Madame Shen took Shinanen by the hand and led her to her private quarters, dismissing the others. Only her accompanying nurse remained, who served them tea before discreetly retreating. After sipping her tea for a moment, Madame Shen furrowed her brow and spoke. From what you say, it seems the young master of the Lin family was dining with the fourth prince. She gently tapped the rim of her teacup, her tone foreboding. The Lin family must believe we have a significant rapport with the fourth prince. Shinanen paused, her cup halfway to her lips. Given that her father was the Grand Commandant, the highest-ranking military officer, it was only reasonable for a prince to seek his favor. What was there to be concerned about? Yet the fourth prince is different. Madame Shen continued, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief and signaling to the nurse to close the door before lowering her voice. The fourth princess mother, Consort Shu, was once the emperor's most favored consort. Her sudden demise led to much speculation, but the emperor suppressed the matter, as her family lacked the clout to make waves. However, the fourth prince enjoys a unique favor from the emperor, distinct from his brothers. And many within the court wish to align themselves with him. Yet, the fourth prince has shown little interest in court affairs, preferring warfare instead, leaving those who wish to curry favor with him without suitable opportunities. Listening to her mother's words, Shinanen pondered the outcome of the prince's competition for favor from their father in her past life. After some time, she recalled that until her demise, the Liang dynasty had not officially named an heir, though by then, the powers of the other princes had been systematically dismantled, leaving Xiao Yuan as the sole contender. However, based on her recollections, the emperor had never shown partiality to Xiao Yuan during the prince's fierce rivalries. All success was due to Xiao Yuan's own endeavors. In the Hanlin Academy, the civil officials' influence was limited, and aside from public opinion, they posed little assistance to a prince's ambitions. Therefore, the Lin family likely believed that by allying with the Shin family, they were aligning themselves with the fourth prince. Yet, was it not said that Lord Lin was a man of integrity? Maintaining his stance of independence in the court, disdainful of forming factions, historically engaging in the struggle for imperial favor has always been a gamble, and the Lin family should not fear. Madame Shin shook her head with a soft laugh. Anyone can fall from grace, but the fourth prince is not so easily toppled. Even considering the favor shown to him due to consort Shu, the emperor would ensure he retains some means of retreat. Moreover, Madame Shin's expression shifted, her voice lowering further. In the eyes of the civil and military officials, the emperor seems to have intentions of marrying you to the fourth prince, which already indicates his inclinations. Shinanan lowered her gaze, falling silent. Thus, in her previous life, her relationship with Xiao Yuan had not been without merit. He had indeed benefited from the Shin family's south standing in the court. Reflecting on this, the engagement had resembled more of a transaction, for he had often remarked that the position of the fourth princess consort could belong to anyone as long as they were compliant and understanding. Initially, he had bestowed upon her the honor and dignity of being the fourth princess consort. Aside from lacking affection for her, he had not failed in his duties had she not descended into madness later. They might have continued in mutual respect, each leading their own lives without interference, yet she had failed to comprehend this at the time, desiring him to love her as fervently as she loved him. She had pursued the most foolish of paths, regardless of the circumstances. This marriage proposal had been firmly established. Matters of governance were for the men to deliberate. Madame Shin's face brightened once more as she began calculating a suitable date for the engagement. Observing her mother's demeanor, Shinanan felt genuine delight for the Lin family's daughter, thinking that if both mother and son were in accord and her elder brother cherished Lin Euro, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. For all the intrigues of the court were far too convoluted. She wished to remain uninvolved, seeking only to marry a good man, to support her family and raise children. Living a simple life devoid of what she had never possessed. A sardonic smile played at the corners of her lips. Harmony and beauty had become an unattainable obsession for her. This is the first joyous occasion in the Shin family. We must approach it with the utmost seriousness, ensuring it is celebrated with great fanfare. I have heard from the ladies that the divinations at Xiangjue Temple are remarkably accurate. Perhaps we should visit and have the master calculate an auspicious date. After all, it is a joyous affair, and it is prudent that someone knowledgeable determines the timing as it pertains to your elder brother's future happiness. Shinanan withdrew from her thoughts and smiled obediently at Madame Shin. Of course, whatever you decide, Mother and Madame Shin promptly declared. Then let it be tomorrow. You shall accompany me to Xiangjue Temple to finalize the date for the engagement. Very well, Shinanan acquiesced, and after spending a little more time in Madame Shin's courtyard, she returned to Haitang Garden. Upon entering her chamber, Mo Xiang glanced around cautiously before quietly closing the door. Shinanan turned to her with a bemused expression, asking, "What is it? Do you have something to whisper about?" Suddenly, a letter was thrust before Shinan's eyes. Upon seeing the small signature at the bottom, her words faltered, and she swallowed hard. Where did this come from? She took the envelope but did not open it immediately. Master Zhang sent it with a silver coin through someone. The old woman was honest and dared not make a fuss, quietly finding a maid to deliver it. Mo Xiang explained, unable to contain her surprise. Shinanan turned to Mo Xiang. Zhang Yeyang actually used silver to send me a letter. Isn't he currently working at the tavern in exchange for food and lodging? Where did he get the silver? Pondering this, she opened the letter, her eyes scanning the elegantly penned characters before crumpling it and handing it to Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang swiftly took it to the charcoal basin, placing it over the candle flame. Watching as it was consumed by the fire. He mentioned that the court has issued an edict for him to depart in 3 days for his new post in Jiangnan. The letter contained no other information, merely notifying him of his imminent departure. Zhang Yeyang had been quite prudent. Even if the letter fell into elder hands, it contained nothing inappropriate, yet Shinanan understood he was awaiting her reply. How could it be so soon? Wasn't there still more than half a month left? This is all too sudden. Shinanan seated herself beside the soft couch, remaining silent. Mo Xiang, what do you think of Master Zhang? Both talent and character are commendable, yet the most crucial aspect is the simplicity of his family background, allowing him to remain distanced from the capital. He can grant the young lady the freedom she desires, enabling her to reminisce about the enchanting Jiangnan. You speak the truth. Shinanan smiled faintly, her lips curving upward. If all goes smoothly, by next spring she should be able to accompany her grandmother, basking in her affection. Rising, she made her way to the writing desk, where Mo Xiang promptly presented her with ink, brushes of paper, and inkstone. The content Shen wrote was as restrained as the letter from Zhang Yiyang, merely informing her that she would visit Xiangjue Temple the following day to offer incense and select an auspicious day for her elder brother. Mo Xiang carefully dried the ink and gently folded it into an envelope. Rest assured, miss, I shall deliver it to young Master Zhang first thing tomorrow. Shen replied, wearily instructing Mo Ran to prepare water for her ablutions. Behind the screen, as the mist curled gracefully, Shen reclined in a comfortably warm bath, her delicate arms resting on the tub's edge. Contentedly closing her eyes, her fair radiant face glowed softly in the steam. Unadorned yet resembling the blush of dawn against freshly fallen snow, since her rebirth, the myriad knots in her heart seemed to show signs of unraveling today. She felt grateful that the days she once deemed bitter would no longer haunt her. Aspiring for a life of beauty and fulfillment, yet, a sudden thought struck her. Perfection seemed an impossibility in this world. She mused that even if Zhang Yiyang were akin to Xiao Yuan from her past life, she could still lead a splendid life alone, clutching her substantial dowry. Thus, the changes were not solely in others but also within herself. The following day, just as dawn broke, the carriage from the Shen residence set out. Xiangjue Temple lay some distance from the capital, necessitating an early departure to secure an auspicious divination before noon. It was said that the earlier one arrived, the more sincerity was shown, and thus the Buddha would bestow blessings. Today, it was not just the Shen family making the pilgrimage. A stream of carriages followed suit, heading in the same direction. Shen leaned against the carriage wall with half-closed eyes, her expression weary. Her head bobbing occasionally. Shen Madam, amused yet tender, supported her head on her shoulder. The old matriarch Shen was typically languid, and Shen had adopted a similar laziness. Ordinarily, at this hour, she would be sweetly asleep in her bed. Finding a comfortable position, she soon succumbed to sleep, and when she awoke, the carriage had already halted at the foot of the mountain. Outside, she could faintly hear Shen Madam exchanging pleasantries. Shen sat up straight, gently massaging her slightly sore neck, and lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. Standing alongside Shen Madam was what appeared to be the Princess of Zhang. Her drowsy eyes widened momentarily, the haze of slumber dissipating as she began to search the crowd. Surely, she mused, it was not her fate to encounter that person even while merely offering incense. Her almond-shaped eyes scanned the throng, but she only spotted the Ling siblings standing beside the carriage. With no other familiar faces in sight, which lifted her spirits slightly, Shen Madam's maid hurried towards the carriage and informed Shen and Miss, the madam wishes for you to accompany the Princess of Zhang up the mountain. You may also keep company with Princess Huaxing. Shen glanced toward where Princess Huaxing stood, just in time to receive a friendly smile from her, to which she reciprocated, very well. She lowered the carriage curtain, adjusted her attire and makeup, and, with Mo Xiang's assistance, stepped down from the carriage, making her way towards the procession of the Yangning Marquis' entourage. Upon seeing her, Princess Huaxing approached with a beaming smile. Miss Shen, Your Highness. Shen curtsied gracefully, casting a glance at Ling Chenyu, who regarded her with a half-smile. Young Master Ling. Miss Shen, how do you do? Ling Chenyu replied with mild surprise, then began to ponder whether that individual would regret declining his invitation if they knew she was present. As this thought crossed his mind, he smirked slightly. Shen had already dismissed Ling Chenyu from her thoughts, engaging warmly with Princess Huaxing instead. The two followed the princess and Shen Madam up the mountain. Ling Chenyu observed that Shen seemed transformed in the company of Huaxing, a far cry from the sharp-tongued, prickly young lady he had encountered before. It appeared she reserved such demeanor solely for Xiao Yuan. Upon reflection, he realized that she seemed to harbor antipathy towards anyone associated with Xiao Yuan. That scrutinizing gaze remained fixed on Shen until they reached the temple of Xiangjue, with elders present. She found it unnecessary to engage with Ling Chenyu, opting instead to feign ignorance and listen sweetly to the conversations between the princess and Shen Madam, before parting ways to seek auspicious signs and blessings. I shall find you once I finish offering incense, Princess Huaxing called out, somewhat reluctant. Shen hesitated for a moment, refraining from a direct refusal, instead responding gently, I may take a little longer. Perhaps I shall seek you at the main hall once I am done. That works, Huaxing smiled, instinctively clutching her waist pouch. I too wish to pray for safety from the Buddha. Shen's gaze lingered on Huaxing's face, which wore a strained smile, before she nodded lightly. Then let us pray for your wishes to be fulfilled. Thank you. Huaxing turned and followed the princess into the main hall. Each month, she offered incense, praying for his safety. Shen watched the figure of the young woman, her dark-hued almond eyes tinged with sympathy. Chapter 39, The Cause and Effect of Buddhism. Born of noble lineage, unrequited feelings that are not permitted are destined to end in futility. Let's go, Shen Madam called back upon noticing her lingering. Shinanen responded and quickly caught up with her mother. Passing through the front hall, they entered a rear courtyard adorned with water pavilions and corridors. It was deep autumn, and numerous fallen leaves floated on the water. While little monks were busy fishing them out, Shin Madam's maid approached one of the small monks and inquired, "Little master, is Master Wanin present in the temple?" Master Wanin was known for his accurate divinations, and Shin Madam had come specifically to consult him today. The little monk tilted his head, sizing up Shin Madam's group before setting down his ladle and respectfully bowing. "Esteemed benefactor, Master is indeed here, but he currently has patrons, so you may have to wait a while." The old maid turned to Shin Madam, who replied with a smile, "No worries, we can wait." "Then please follow me," the little monk said. Chanting a Buddhist mantra before leading them, they followed him, circling the corridor until they finally stopped at the entrance of a meditation room. In the courtyard stood a vast expanse of green bamboo. Lush and verdant, the gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, imparting a sense of tranquility and elegance. The meditation room's door was tightly shut, with the sound of wooden fish echoing from within. The little monk hastily ascended the steps and spoke briefly with the monk on duty. The latter glanced at Shin Madam's group before descending the steps and approaching them. "Esteemed benefactor," he bowed, "our abbot is currently occupied with patrons. Please bear with us for a moment." Shin Madam thought she had arrived early enough, only to realize that others had come even earlier. Shinanen scanned the courtyard and suddenly caught sight of a figure in a green dress, hidden behind the bamboo, seemingly crouching on the ground. Though dressed as a maid, her profile struck Shinanen as oddly familiar. "Little master," she called out to the departing monk, casually inquiring, "is the patron inside?" A young lady. The little monk nodded. "That young lady arrived before dawn and has been waiting at the courtyard entrance to meet our abbot." "Thank you." Shinanen clasped her hands in gratitude. Nodding slightly, the little monk returned a bow and resumed his watch at the meditation room. Shin Madam, curious, asked, "Anan, do you know who that young lady is?" Shinanen shook her head, pointing to the maid's back. "No, I just thought that maid looked somewhat familiar. I presumed the patron inside must be a young lady." Shin Madam glanced at the maid a few more times before retracting her gaze. At this time of the month, numerous dignitaries ascended the mountain to pray for safety. A young lady visiting alone was likely seeking a romantic destiny. After inquiring, Shin Madam lost interest and resumed chatting with her accompanying maid about wedding arrangements. After a quarter of an hour, the meditation room door finally opened, and a young lady in a light purple dress emerged with her head bowed, appearing to harbor some inner troubles. At that moment, Shin Madam had also approached with Shinanen. Hearing their footsteps, the young lady lifted her head, revealing a delicate face marked with faint tear streaks and slightly swollen eyelids, clearly having just cried. Upon seeing the approaching group, she froze momentarily before forcing a smile. "Miss Shin." She then glanced at Shinanen's mother, addressing her as Madam Shin. Shin Madam nodded at the pitiable young lady, turning toward Shinanen and awaiting her introduction. Shinanen shifted her gaze from the young lady and softly said, "This is the second young lady of the Duan family." Shin Madam was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, however, realizing Master Wanin's time was precious, she dared not delay, instructing Shinanen to remain outside and converse with Duan Yingying. Shinanen had no intention of entering. The strange events surrounding her were inexplicable, and on a subconscious level, she wished to avoid dealings with Buddhism. She glanced at the divination slip in Duan Yingying's hand, which was a prayer for marriage. Considering the timeline, if her fate mirrored that of her past life, she should have already been abandoned by her family by now, soon to be married off far away. "Could you accompany me for a walk, Miss Shin?" Duan Yingying asked, suppressing her hoarse voice and striving for calmness. Shinanen's gaze lingered on her vacant, dazed expression for a moment before she slowly nodded. "Thank you." Duan Yingying forced a smile. The two exited Master Wanin's courtyard and made their way to a secluded pavilion in the rear courtyard. Sitting in the pavilion, they could observe all the sights of the courtyard. The grandeur of the temple instilled a sense of reverence and awe, yet for some reason, it left Shinanen feeling uncomfortable. She fought to suppress the rising unease and restlessness within her, avoiding the gaze of the various Buddha statues scattered throughout the courtyard. She understood that this discomfort stemmed from her own insecurities. At times she felt like a monster, her 17-year-old form merely a disguise, and within the temple, that disguise could be easily stripped away. "Miss Shin, what troubles you?" The young monk offered tea, and Duan Yingying personally poured a cup and handed it over. Inquiring with genuine concern, Shinanen returned to her senses and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Has Miss Duan come to seek me for something specific?" She scrutinized Duan Yingying's delicate features, sensing that she did not appear to be aware that the person who saved her on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival was her elder brother. If that were the case, what could be the reason for her visit? Unlike the tense atmosphere with Duan Mengmeng, their relationship could hardly be termed as friendship. "I have come to express my gratitude to Miss Shin." Duan Yingying said, her lovely face no longer bearing the frailty and sorrow of before, but instead reflecting a glimmer of resilience in her clear eyes, that day at the Yongning Marquis' residence. I am truly thankful for your guidance, Miss Shen, otherwise I fear. She left the sentence unfinished, finally adding family disgrace should not be aired in public. With a deep sigh, she seemed both helpless and weary. Shen felt a stir in her heart as she gazed at Duan Yingying's grateful expression. Could someone who had weakness ingrained in their very being truly rise up and resist due to a few of her words? Was it possible that the events of a distant marriage in her past had unfolded, leading her to see Duan Mengmeng's true nature and change her perspective? Not wishing to pry directly, she graciously replied, "It was but a small effort, Miss Duan need not take it to heart." Duan Yingying shook her head, stating, "To you, it may be a trivial matter, but to me, it is monumental. You are all my benefactors." We, Shen responded with a hint of a smile, her eyes betraying a swirl of emotions. Has someone else aided Miss Duan? A blush crept onto Duan Yingying's cheeks as she lowered her gaze and softly confessed, "He is my benefactor." It was a pity that neither of them knew each other's identities or names. Nor could they foresee if they would meet that gentleman again in their lifetimes. Suppressing her smile, Shen lowered her gaze to sip her tea. As Duan Yingying became lost in thoughts of her savior, Shen broke the silence, stating, "Miss Duan seems quite concerned about that benefactor." Duan Yingying snapped back to reality, offering a gentle smile and nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, a gentleman like him, as resplendent as jade and as clear as a tranquil moonlit night, may very well be a desire forever out of reach, akin to snow atop a lofty mountain." Shen lowered her gaze, choosing to remain silent. She had no intention of revealing to Duan Yingying that the gentleman in question was her elder brother. Selfishly, she wished to keep her brother distant from Duan Yingying, not because of any fault in her character, but due to her fragility. When facing the Duan family, she resembled a soft dough, easily molded into any shape. A delicate girl, dependent and unable to fend for herself, could indeed evoke a protective instinct in a man like her elder brother, yet she was far from being suited to be the matriarch of the Shen family. To speak frankly, such a disposition was ill-fitted for the role of a respected wife in a large family. While she was undeniably kind-hearted, her goodness could become misguided when dealing with close kin. Being right among one's own did not equate to discernment, yet who could truly predict matters of fate? She chose to remain silent, believing that if she and her brother were destined, they would eventually find their way back to each other. Contingent upon her own ability to stand tall. First, Duan Yingying, noticing Shen's silence, spoke softly, "Is Miss Shen troubled by the events of the chrysanthemum banquet, particularly regarding my request for forgiveness on behalf of my younger sister?" Shen replied slowly, with a hint of indifference, "It is only natural for Miss Duan, being of the same family as Miss Duan-san, to speak on her behalf. I bear no ill will. Regardless, you may voice your thoughts freely while I heed my own. Ultimately, the decision lies with me." Duan Yingying was momentarily taken aback by her forthrightness, but soon broke into a smile. She genuinely admired Shen's character. Wishing fervently that she were her sister, "What you say is true. My request is insignificant, however. I am not one to be oblivious to right and wrong. My younger sister did indeed err that day, and upon returning home, I reported her actions to our elders." Shen raised an eyebrow. "And what then? Did Miss Duan-san face scolding, or was she left unscathed?" Duan Yingying appeared a bit awkward. "To be honest, grandmother did not punish her, but a few days ago, my sister knelt in the ancestral hall. If Miss Shen is interested, I could recount the tale, merely for your amusement." Did Duan Mengmeng kneeling in the ancestral hall? Shen was genuinely surprised, as the Duan family had always doted on this talented daughter. It seemed unlikely they would subject her to punishment, suddenly recalling Duan Yingying's earlier intention to thank her. She felt a flicker of curiosity. Was it Miss Duan's initiative? Duan Yingying's eyelashes fluttered, her lips pressing together as her voice dropped considerably. It was merely self-preservation. Shen grasped the implication without further explanation and fell into contemplation regarding Duan Yingying's unexpected shrewdness. Could it be that her elder brother's appearance had spurred such awareness in her? The hour grows late, I must take my leave. I shall sit with Miss Shen for another chat upon our next meeting. Shen nodded, her gaze falling on the divination sign in Duan Yingying's hand as she rose. Miss Duan has come seeking guidance on matters of love, I presume. Indeed, Duan Yingying replied, her fingers instinctively tightening around the sign. Turning pale, what did the master say? Duan Yingying lowered her head, her delicate fingers cautiously brushing over the divination sign as she spoke, her voice somewhat strained. The master indicated that fate can be capricious, yet opportunities will arise. The outcome is a matter of cause and effect. She did not comprehend the meaning, only knowing that the master had said she still had a chance to meet that gentleman again. Shinanen furrowed her brow, her heart sinking slightly, and remained silent. After Duan Yingying departed from the pavilion, she finished her tea and stood, just as a matron approached from beside Madame Shen. The two then retraced their steps toward Master Wan Yin's courtyard. Madame Shen clutched the divination and auspicious dates, standing in the corridor as if lost in thought. "Mother, have you finished the calculations?" Shinanen inquired as she approached. Madame Shen tucked the items into her sleeve and nodded slightly. Remembering Duan Yingying's divination sign, Shinanen asked, "What did Master Wan Yin say?" Madame Shen opened her mouth to respond but then shook her head. "Let us discuss it when we return home. The master is waiting for you inside." "You should go in." "Why should I?" Shinanen instinctively took a step back, a chill creeping up her spine. "Your mother has inquired about your fate with the master. Since you arrived together, it is a good opportunity for him to take a look and provide a more accurate reading." "I do not wish to," Shinanen immediately refused. "I'm not in a hurry. I will wait until my brother's matters are settled before addressing my own. Not you've come all this way." Madame Shen grasped her arm, preventing her from retreating further. Master Wan Yin does not often extend invitations. Such a rare opportunity should not be missed. Mother Dotanen, behave. It is merely a look at your fortune. I will wait for you outside. Madame Shen pushed Shinanen inside and promptly closed the door behind her. The Zen room was simply and elegantly furnished, with an altar dedicated to a Buddha statue and several cushions. Behind the yellow curtain, a hazy figure sat cross-legged on the ground, the sound of a wooden fish resonating. The mingling scents of sandalwood and incense filled the air, slightly overwhelming Shinanen and making her feel distinctly uncomfortable. She stood still for a moment, unable to move. "Benefactor, please enter and have a seat." An aged yet resonant voice emerged from behind the curtain. Shinanen remained unmoving, her brow slightly furrowed. "Master, your time is precious. I do not wish to disturb you. Does not Buddhism teach that fate is a matter of cause and effect? If my romantic destiny has not yet arrived, it simply indicates that the time is not right. I shall wait without the need for divination." With that, she turned to pull the door open, but the sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased. The old monk spoke gravely. "Benefactor, please pause." Shinanen halted, her body stiffening involuntarily. "Fate is indeed a matter of cause and effect, yet it is also a product of karma, the outcome of past lives. Marriage is a matter of destiny. Without fate, one cannot unite. It is all preordained and thus comes to fruition." Shinanen's heart sank, cold tendrils creeping up her spine as panic threatened to overwhelm her. Could it be that the monk had seen through something? She turned to face the curtain, striving to maintain a calm tone. "I believe in the power of human effort. Had she not altered many events since her rebirth, everything else could be changed. So surely fate could as well." The old monk chuckled softly, his words sending Shinanen into a freezing abyss. "Though it may appear different, how can one be certain it is not merely a veil obscuring the truth? Sometimes the process is unimportant. What matters is the outcome. As long as the direction is correct, the cause and effect are fulfilled. Only the state of one's heart can be altered." "What does that mean?" Shinanen clenched the hem of her sleeve, striving to maintain her composure as she questioned him. The old monk, however, refused to elaborate further. "The hour grows late. It is time for the benefactor to depart. I hope you will perform good deeds and accumulate virtue, ensuring your lifelong peace." Shinanen pressed her lips together, leaving the Zen room without hesitation. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming discomfort within, as if all her facades had been stripped away, leaving her utterly exposed. "What did the master say?" Madame Shen approached quickly, grasping Shinanen's hand and nodding to the monk at the door before leaving the small courtyard. Chapter 40. May you be safe. Shinanen paused for a brief moment, half seriously, and half jokingly stating that he believed fate in love was a product of cause and effect and that his destined relationship had yet to arrive, suggesting that he should wait a while longer. Mrs. Shen appeared somewhat disappointed, recalling something before inquiring whether he had asked the master when his romantic fate would manifest. Shinanen shook his head. His legs felt weak. How could he possibly have asked him such questions? After pondering for a moment, Mrs. Shen muttered to herself that the master's implication was likely that there was indeed a destined noble companion in his fate. But they had simply not yet made an appearance. Then it was not of royal lineage. After a moment's thought, Mrs. Shen was able to set her mind at ease. "Let us go. The Grand Princess has invited us to partake in a vegetarian meal. We mustn't keep her waiting." "All right." Shinanen lowered his gaze, following Mrs. Shen as they proceeded toward the main hall. "Matters are determined by human effort." He kept repeating those 4 words in his mind, calming the tumultuous emotions within him. Had he not already altered his circumstances? He had relinquished his fixation on Xiao Yuan, declined the emperor's marriage proposal, and had not transformed into a loathsome, sinister monster. Was that not a change in trajectory? Perhaps he was being overly suspicious, misinterpreting the monk's words. After all, the language of Buddhism was profound. often revolving around the same terminology spoken to countless individuals. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction that he needed to alleviate. Every step taken by a person counted. The process was the key to determining the outcome. By the way, what did elder brother say about his marriage? Shin held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps the master's words were the same for everyone. Upon mentioning this, Mrs. Shin's expression grew solemn, her brow slightly furrowing as she recalled the master's words. There may be an unforeseen event regarding your elder brother's marriage. The outcome depends on fate. If misaligned, perhaps he and Miss Lin would still make a suitable match. Shin's heart sank at this revelation. Mrs. Shin, filled with concern, asked, I cannot fathom. Could it be that your elder brother and Miss Lin are incompatible? Shin forced down her unease. Mother, did you consult the master about elder brother and Miss Lin's birth dates? No, then that settles it. Shin smiled reassuringly. Romantic fate is notoriously unpredictable. The master would not speak with certainty. Did he not also say that elder brother and Miss Lin could be a good match? Please, do not overthink it. Mrs. Shin felt somewhat comforted by Shin's persuasive words. You are right. The master said it was a good match, so it must not be anything serious. Shin echoed her sentiment but fell silent. The phrase misaligned fate lingered in her thoughts, intertwined with the oracle signs concerning Duan Ying. The two oracles bore striking similarities, rich with meaning. It was evident that Master Wen possessed considerable insight. Could it be that there were entanglements between elder brother and Duan Ying? This implied that if a connection were missed, elder brother could still find happiness with the Lin family girl. As she pondered, they arrived at the main hall, where the Grand Princess was just emerging from a side chamber after offering incense. Mrs. Shin approached her with Shin in tow and performed a respectful bow. Please rise. While out in the world, there is no need for such formalities. The Grand Princess regarded Shin with kind eyes. Hua Sheng is in the main hall, if you can sit still. You may go in and keep her company. Shin, unwilling to continue pretending to be obedient before them, immediately bowed and excused herself, stepping away as Mrs. Shun and the Grand Princess engaged in conversation. After walking a few paces, she paused, glancing back at the side chamber from which the Grand Princess had just exited. A monk was closing the door, locking it securely. Shin withdrew her gaze with a faint frown. At this hour, the incense seekers had begun to ascend the mountain. The day had barely commenced, yet the monk had locked the door. Were there not Buddha statues within that required offerings? Was it possible that the side chamber was reserved solely for royal worship? With her doubts lingering, Shin entered the main hall. Inside, the statues of the Buddha sat in solemn majesty, exuding an aura of compassion and reverence. Their imposing figures rested upon large stones, commanding an impressive presence. Hua Sheng knelt upon a mat, her petite frame appearing fragile as she prostrated herself and prayed earnestly. Shin could only hear the 4 words, "May you be safe." She approached, kneeling half-heartedly behind Hua Sheng. Watching as she prayed fervently, repeatedly bowing her head, she wished for peace and tranquility in the realm of Liang, hoping for no more wars, and for safety at the borders for the soldiers. Shin sighed softly. She understood that the person she longed for could not return, not due to the ravages of war, but because of the inevitable tides of power and factional interests. After several more bows, Hua Sheng gradually rose, turning to smile gently upon seeing Shin. I knew it was you. Shin forced a smile, observing Hua Sheng's trembling legs, and stepped forward to support her. Finding a place to sit, the prolonged kneeling had left her legs numb. Hua Sheng smiled, though it could not mask the hint of melancholy that seeped through. I pray every year, believing that sincerity brings divine favor. Yet why does the Buddha not bless me? Shin lifted her gaze to Hua Sheng's flushed face, which bore an air of shyness. Could you refrain from sharing what you heard with my mother? Shin pressed her lips together, and after a moment of contemplation under Hua Sheng's earnest gaze, she slowly nodded. Hua Sheng smiled brightly, choosing not to revisit the topic of her prayers, while Shin remained silent. When Hua Sheng's legs felt better, the two of them exited together, only to encounter Duan Ying, who was approaching the main hall with a purse in hand. Shin had thought she had already left. Upon seeing the two, Duan Ying greeted them with a bow. Hua Sheng waved at her. Miss Duan, have you come to offer incense today? Duan Ying, glancing at the somewhat deflated purse in her hands, nodded with a hint of embarrassment. I came to donate some incense money and pray for peace. Hua Sheng nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then pulled Shin away. As they departed, Shin stole a glance at Duan Ying, who smiled kindly back at her, and she returned the gesture. The two left the main hall and settled in a pavilion in the back courtyard for a while, waiting until midday to seek out the Grand Princess and Mrs. Shin for lunch. When they arrived, Ling Chenyang was already in the courtyard. He stood before a patch of flowers and grasses, gazing down at the resilient greenery that persisted in the depths of autumn. Lost in thought, elder brother Hua Sheng called out to him. Ling Chenyang turned, smiled at Hua Sheng, and then his gaze fell upon Shenenen. Lingering for a moment, Miss Shen. He greeted her in a cool tone. Young Master Ling. Shenenen replied perfunctorily with a slight bow. What are you looking at? Hua Sheng pulled Shenenen over, glancing down at the verdant flora, and asked, does elder brother know what they are? Ling Chenyang shook his head. I do not know. I merely find them beautiful and enjoy admiring them. Hua Sheng nodded, initiating another topic. I wanted to ask you earlier, why hasn't Cousin C come this year? As he usually does on this day, Ling Chenyang cast a discreet glance at Shenenen, noting her impassive expression, and replied, he is busy with official matters and has no time. Hua Sheng frowned. Even the busiest of people can spare a day. How can he be too busy for such matters? Ling Chenyang remained silent. Shenenen naturally did not wish to interject, choosing instead to feign deafness and silence. Remaining unresponsive, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and Hua Sheng did not press further, chatting with Ling Chenyang about other matters before leading Shenenen inside. Mrs. Shen and the Grand Princess, engrossed in conversation, paused as the two entered. Soon a young monk entered the courtyard, bringing with him a vegetarian meal. Miss Mo Xiang approached, holding her stomach with discomfort. I am feeling unwell. May I take a leave to rest? Please go ahead, if the pain is severe. Do ask someone to find a doctor from the temple to take a look. Shenenen replied with concern. Yes, thank you. Mississippi. Mo Xiang bowed and withdrew. No one paid much attention to this interruption. The Grand Princess summoned Ling Chenyang into the room for lunch. Despite the rapport between Mrs. Shen and the Grand Princess, the meal was marked by an oppressive silence, with not a single sound of clattering chopsticks or dishes. The autumn air was thick, and the Grand Princess had a habit of napping after meals. Once lunch was finished, Mrs. Shen led Shenenen into the side room for a rest. Miss Mo Xiang hurriedly approached as they entered the room. Quietly closing the door behind her, young Master Zhang is waiting for you in a deserted courtyard to the southeast of the back mountain. Shenenen pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a moment before a determined expression formed on her striking face. You stay here. I will return shortly. If mother inquires, just tell her I went to find Miss Duan. Yes. Mo Xiang nodded vigorously, peeking out through a crack in the door. Their room was the closest to the courtyard entrance, and if they moved quickly, they could avoid the attention of the servants. Miss, now is your chance. Go quickly while no one is watching. Under Mo Xiang's cover, Shenenen hurried outside. Just then, Ling Chenyang emerged from the Grand Princess's quarters. Catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting past the entrance, he turned his head towards the courtyard door, but only saw a maid. That maid seemed to be Shenenen's, named Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang, he called out faintly. Mo Xiang shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground from fright. She swallowed hard, turning back to him while striving to suppress her racing heart. Young Master Ling. The two were at a distance, and Ling Chenyang did not notice the pallor of Mo Xiang's face. What were you doing there? Who just left? Ling Chenyang inquired, uncertain himself, as the figure had moved too swiftly, possibly a trick of his eyes. Mo Xiang steadied her nerves, glanced towards the courtyard door, and feigned confusion. What person? There was no one. I have been here all along and did not see anyone leave. Ling Chenyang furrowed his brow, locking his gaze on Mo Xiang for a moment before nodding. Then what are you doing out here? Oh, I was feeling a bit of stomach discomfort. I was afraid of disturbing the Mrs. Rest, so I came outside to sit for a while. Ling Chenyang was uncertain whether to believe it or not. In any case, he did not inquire further. His gaze swept around the room where Shenenen was, before he turned and entered his own quarters. Mo Xiang, wary of a sudden ambush, maintained her previous posture and expression, daring only to exhale quietly. Shenenen left the small courtyard, skillfully avoiding the monks in the temple as she headed toward the back mountain. Miss Shen, someone suddenly called her halfway through. Shenenen turned her head and saw Zhang Yiyang emerging from a corner of the bluestone path, his heart brimming with joy as he looked at her. The fact that Miss Shen was willing to come meant that she harbored feelings for him as well. Shenenen halted in her tracks, and Zhang Yiyang remained motionless. The secluded area saw few passers-by, and even if a monk were to observe, the distance between them would render any suspicion impossible. Did you call for me, sir? Zhang Yiyang, blushing, nodded shyly. He stammered for a moment, unable to articulate his thoughts, which left Shenenen feeling somewhat anxious. She was in a hurry to return. Miss Shen, this is a trinket left by my mother. It holds little value, but if you find it to your liking, I kindly ask you to accept it. Shenenen gazed at the object he offered with both hands, her small face momentarily frozen in surprise. After a long pause, she could only muster one sentence. This fellow was indeed a bit of a simpleton, yet he excelled in his honesty and sincerity. Shenenen's lips curved upward to Zhang Gongzi. Are you expecting me to walk over to receive your gift while you stand so far away? Zhang Yeyong's face turned a deep crimson and he awkwardly lowered his head only to suddenly lift it again with an expression of uncontainable joy. Does this mean Miss Shin has agreed? Shin'en observed him quietly. And Zhang Yeyong, flustered, stumbled forward, swiftly placing the poorly crafted bracelet in her palm. Miss Shin, rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure you live a good life. Shin'en smiled. Currently, her life was already quite satisfactory. All she wished for was to leave the capital and return to Jiangnan, who said she could not change her fate. The Buddhist teachings often spoke of 1,000 glances in past lives leading to a mere brush of shoulders in this one. Wasn't her acquaintance with Zhang Yeyong also the result of 1,000 years of fate? How could the men she was destined to meet be limited to just Xiao Yuan, at the first watch of the evening? The Yangning Marquis' residence was preparing to descend the mountain. The Grand Princess had sent someone to invite Madame Shin to accompany them. Our princess mentioned that the banditry has escalated recently. With our heir present, he can ensure the safety of Madame Shin and Miss Shin on their journey back to the capital, providing some company along the way. Naturally, Madame Shin had no reason to decline. Reflecting on her son, who was busy and elusive, a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. I wonder if your elder brother will know to come and fetch us after his duties. Shin'en smiled and instructed Mo Xiang to pack their things, preparing to descend the mountain alongside the Yangning Marquis' residence. Chapter 41. The bandits approaching the Yangning Marquis' residence just as on their ascent. Madame Shin and the Grand Princess were supported by the matrons, engaging in conversation at the front, while she and Hua Shang lagged a step behind. Ling Cheney followed closely behind them. Ahead, a young lady was being assisted by her maid. Also making her way down the mountain, Shin'en glanced over and felt a peculiar connection with this Miss Duan, as they seemed to encounter each other frequently. However, Duan Yingying was too far off. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, she had already entered a carriage and was preparing to depart. The carriage she rode in bore no insignia of the Duan household, indicating that her arrival was not entirely above board. After all, which young lady would venture out alone to seek a match? Hua Sheng and Shin'en exchanged glances at that carriage, remaining silent. Naturally, Duan Yingying did not need to disembark. Merely bowing to the Grand Princess, the two, who had been chatting and laughing, failed to notice the presence of another carriage. Duan Yingying's carriage passed swiftly behind them. Soon merging onto the official road, she clutched a divination stick, pressing it against her chest. Her red lips pursed as she pondered the words of Master Wan Yin. Miss, the early autumn winds are chilly. Be wary of catching a cold. The maid sidled over, lowering the carriage curtain, ensuring the compartment was securely covered, leaving no crevice for the cold air to seep through, thus isolating them from the view of the passing scenery. Meanwhile, several swift horses galloped along the official road, racing past her carriage, startling the horses, pulling the carriage into a brief frenzy. A gust of cold wind lifted a corner of the curtain, only to settle back down instantaneously. Duan Yingying cast a glance but quickly withdrew her gaze, leaning against the carriage wall to alleviate her weary nerves. On the other side, Madame Shin was helped onto her horse by Shin'en. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves echoed behind them. She turned to see her eldest son seated firmly on horseback, his brow furrowed as he galloped towards them. At least he possesses some sense, Madame Shin remarked, a slight smile playing on her lips. Shin'en's heart skipped a beat as she turned her attention towards Shin Changhe, who was dismounting to greet the Grand Princess and Ling Cheney. Did elder brother encounter Duan Yingying's carriage on his way here? Did they meet? She suspected not. Had they crossed paths, some hint would surely be visible on her brother's face. Her palms felt sticky with a thin layer of sweat. Her mind momentarily clouded. If her brother had arrived a moment earlier, or if Duan Yingying had delayed her departure, the discussions upon their return home might not have revolved around the marriage with the Lin family girl. Lost in thought, Shin Changhe approached the carriage. Mother, are you aware of the unrest in the capital? How could you bring sister to pay respects without prior notice? Madame Shin's previously uplifted brow instantly furrowed. Shooting a withering glare at Shin Changhe before retreating into the carriage, Shin'en felt a twinge of helplessness at her brother's bluntness. Mother came for your marriage. Shin Changhe frowned. That cannot be. What does it matter whether the marriage is finalized or not? If anything were to happen to you both, what would happen to father and me? Shin'en fell silent, climbing into the carriage with Mo Xiang's assistance. Shin Changhe, relentless, rode alongside them, lamenting their mother's ignorance of danger. The more she listened, the angrier Madame Shin became. She threw open the carriage curtain, glaring fiercely at her son. Can you not keep quiet, a grown man? And yet so annoyingly verbose. Look at Ling Cheney, he accompanied the Grand Princess all day without a single complaint, and yet you. Shin Changhe's expression stiffened for a moment, caught between anger and the inability to argue back against his mother. Shinanan felt a sense of relief at finally having some peace and quiet. Her brother, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, had always struck her as solemn and stern, perhaps due to their limited interactions in their past lives. She had never heard him speak in such a nagging manner before. Madame Shen was on the verge of fury. Shinanan, lost in her thoughts, remained silent as Zhang Yian would be leaving in 2 days. How could she bring herself to tell her mother, regardless of the circumstances, the marriage must be settled before he departed? It would be best to marry quickly, if she could leave the capital with him. That would be ideal, yet she understood that 2 days was akin to a daydream. Her gaze shifted to Madame Shen, and a thought flickered in her mind: perhaps father could delay Zhang Yian's appointment. As she pondered, the surroundings gradually fell into an unusual silence. Even she sensed a peculiar stillness. Shinanan collected her thoughts and was about to lift the curtain to look outside when the horse suddenly neighed, skidding to an abrupt halt, sending both mother and daughter towards the carriage's edge. Mother, Shinanan swiftly grasped Madame Shen's wrist with one hand while anchoring herself against the carriage wall with the other. Just as they regained their balance, the sound of clashing weapons erupted outside the carriage. Were there bandits or assassins? Shinanan hastily lifted the curtain to look outside. A dozen burly men dressed as mountain bandits surrounded the Yongning Marquis' carriage. Where Ling Cheney was engaged in combat, however, Shinanan quickly dismissed the notion that they were mere bandits. The Yongning Marquis' carriage was not ostentatious. If they were indeed bandits, why would they only besiege the Grand Princess while only a few rushed toward the Shen residence's carriage? Shen Changha's expression was grave as he focused intently on the combatant's techniques. Drawing his sword, he repelled an assailant and urged Shinanan, return to the carriage. Do not come out. Shinanan immediately retracted her head into the carriage. Madame Shen, peering through the carriage, urged Shen Changha to be cautious. Although somewhat startled, she maintained her composure. Being the daughter of a military family and accustomed to such situations, Ling Cheney, while less skilled than Shen Changha, found himself challenged, as most of the attackers concentrated their efforts on the Yongning Marquis' carriage, leaving him to fend for himself. Shen Changha dispatched a few adversaries surrounding the Shen carriage before rushing to assist at the Yongning Marquis' carriage. With his arrival, Ling Cheney was able to catch his breath, but he was already wounded and relied heavily on the few hidden guards he had brought. While he could handle ordinary bandits with ease, facing well-trained assassins presented a significant challenge due to the disparity in numbers. Ling Gongzi, you should retreat into the carriage. Shen Changha positioned his sword in front of him, blocking an assassin's blade, which clashed with a deafening clang. Ling Cheney nodded, turning to leap onto the carriage, shielding the Grand Princess and Princess Huasheng inside. The Grand Princess appeared somewhat pale, yet as a royal, she was no stranger to such bloody scenes. She embraced the trembling Huasheng, gently stroking her head to offer comfort. The attackers, clearly taken aback by Shen Changha's sudden appearance and skill, exchanged glances and, without hesitation, leaped into action, dispersing towards the carriage. Shen Changha did his utmost to impede them, but with little time to spare, one of the assailants managed to pierce the carriage. A muffled groan emanated from within. Ling Cheney's eyes turned red, his grip on the sword turning pale as he dismounted and swiftly severed the arm of the assailant with a decisive strike, before a cry could escape the man's lips. A thin line of red appeared at his throat. Ling Gongzi, don't kill him. Shen Changha's warning came too late. Before he could finish speaking, the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ling Cheney paid no mind to anything else. Rushing to the carriage and pulling back the curtain to peer inside, his breath quickened, and his heart raced. Upon observing the pale yet unharmed Princess Chang and Huasheng, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Mother, Huasheng, are you both unscathed? Brother, Huasheng's voice was hoarse, tinged with urgency and a hint of tears. Mother was hurt while trying to protect me. Ling Cheney swiftly entered the carriage to assess the princess's injuries. It is merely a scratch on the shoulder. It's nothing serious. We should hasten back to the capital, the princess replied, suppressing her pain. Ling Cheney glanced at the deep wound on her shoulder, visible to the bone, his gaze darkening with a chilling anger. After ensuring the situation outside was under control, Shen Changha handed a bottle of hemostatic medicine, commonly used among the Imperial Guards, into the carriage. This will staunch the bleeding and promote healing. Let the heir apply it to the princess, and we shall properly bandage it once we return to the capital. In such desolate wilderness, any hemostatic aid is a blessing. Ling Cheney accepted the medicine and instructed Huasheng to attend to the princess first before stepping out of the carriage. Shen Changha noted the numerous cuts on Ling Cheney's brocade, likely inflicted by sharp weapons, yet the latter appeared indifferent to the pain, his expression dark and forbidding. Today, I owe my gratitude to Master Shen, Ling Cheney remarked. Shen Changha averted his gaze, dismissing the compliment with a wave. However, those assailants did not resemble mere bandits. Their immediate focus on the carriage bearing the Yongning Marquis title indicates premeditation. Ling Qinyes eyes brimmed with fury, a palpable chill emanating from him as he nodded in agreement. Shin Changhe, do you have any suspects in mind, and do you intend to investigate? The princess is of royal blood, and any inquiry would likely fall upon your imperial guards. His voice turned cold and subdued. My mother came today to pay respects to concubine Shu.at. This Shin Changhe's expression darkened further. Concubine Shu, the mother of the fourth prince. Any entanglement with a palace consort inevitably involves royal secrets. Likely a facet of the ongoing struggle for succession, but merely paying respects. Why would they react with such urgency? Could it be? Shin Changhe lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions adeptly. The hour grows late. Let us return to the capital. I appreciate your timely intervention today, Master Shin. The Yongning Marquis shall remember this favor. Shin Changhe bowed in acknowledgement and did not inquire further, turning back to the carriage of the Shin family. Upon arrival, Lady Shin immediately inquired about the princess's condition, sighing in relief upon learning there was no serious injury. The remainder of the journey was relatively smooth, and by the time they returned to the capital, darkness had enveloped the sky. Ling Qinyes displayed his badge, prompting the soldiers at the city gates to grant them entry. As they parted ways, Lady Shin took Shin to visit the princess, ensuring that her injuries were indeed superficial before they returned to their respective residences. Shin had initially intended to discreetly mention Zhang Yiyang's situation to Lady Shin but refrained. Still shaken from the day's events, upon returning to Haitang Garden, Ma Xiang promptly instructed Morden to brew a calming tea for Shin to soothe her nerves. Though startled, Shin was not overly frightened. Today was rather alarming, but thankfully, the eldest son was present. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have happened, Ma Xiang remarked. Shin took a sip of the calming tea and cautioned Ma Xiang not to speak of the day's events to anyone. We still do not know how the Yongning Marquis intends to handle the matter. Should any details leak, it could disrupt their plans. Those individuals were resolute in their aim, striking with precision, whether for gain or vengeance. Neither bodes well for the Yongning Marquis. Ma Xiang nodded in understanding, assisting Shin in shedding her outer garments and removing her hairpins. Has there been any word from grandmother recently? Shin inquired. Setting the tea down on the small table, Ma Xiang shook her head in response. Shin lips curled into a slight pout as she muttered, "That old lady." She then rose to bathe behind the screen. Feeling exhausted after the day's turmoil, and after her bath and changing, she retired to her bed to rest. The late autumn mist enveloped the evening, a gentle breeze accompanying the twilight. The following day, when Shin paid her respects to Lady Shin, Shin Changhe was also present. As Lady Shin discussed matters regarding the betrothal, seated at the lower end of the table, Shin Changhe sipped his tea with a detached demeanor, passively listening to Lady Shin's plans. "What do you think?" she inquired, not forgetting to solicit his opinion. "Since mother has made her decision, it is best to proceed accordingly. I have no objections," Shin Changhe replied, setting down his teacup as he stood. "I will be rather occupied in the coming days and shall not come to pay my respects, so you may handle everything as you see fit." Lady Shin bristled at his dismissive attitude. "What do you mean by handling it? Am I the one getting married, or are you?" Shin Changhe smirked slightly. "Mother, you seem to acknowledge that it is indeed your son who is marrying." Lady Shin was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Shin Changhe's departing back before expressing her concern. "While you may be busy, you must attend the betrothal ceremony." Her voice faded in the courtyard, receiving no reply. Frustrated, she slammed the betrothal list onto the table and complained to Shin. "Look at your elder brother, becoming increasingly audacious. I have yet to agree, yet he claims he will not come to pay respects. What family has such customs?" Shin soothed her mother. "You are right, elder brother's demeanor is indeed somewhat aloof, but he is also considering your feelings. Think about it, he leaves before dawn when busy. Would you be able to rise in time? If he were to pay respects, it would be even earlier, disturbing your dreams. After all, of being her son." Lady Shin could not truly be angry. Shin's comforting words soon placated her. "You have a sweet tongue. I do enjoy hearing you speak." Lady Shin smiled, handing her the betrothal list. "This is the dowry prepared for the Lin family. Take a look." Shin accepted it, glancing through it briefly before closing it. "Mother, you always handle matters thoroughly. It is indeed excellent." Her expression shifted slightly as she raised her gaze to Lady Shin, speaking softly. "But might this be a bit hasty? After all, marriage is a significant matter." "Such a hurried decision feels somewhat rash," Lady Shin replied. "This date was determined by a master. He personally divined the omen, so there is reason behind it. Furthermore, the Lin family daughter seems quite suitable. And your elder brother rarely has objections. The sooner the better, less prolonged waiting breeds more dreams." Shin pursed her lips slightly, nodding in silence. Lady Shin grasped her hand, saying, "Once your brother's matter is settled, You shall be next. Until you both are settled, I shall remain anxious. Chapter 42. The sky has fallen for Lady Shin and blinked her long, dark lashes, torn in thought, before deciding to follow Lady Shin's lead. Mother, may I have a say in my marriage? Of course, Lady Shin replied instinctively, then paused, gazing intently at her daughter's exposed neck, now flushed crimson. And she grasped her hand, urging her to meet her gaze. Tell me honestly, do you have someone in your heart? Shin's heart raced, feigning shyness as she lowered her head again. Though she said nothing, Lady Shin's understanding was evident. Her heart raced with concern. Pray tell. Which young master is it? What is his name? What is his character? How did you meet? These questions had long been pondered by Shin and Yizhang Yang, with neither a distinguished family background nor remarkable qualities. Would require her to express profound feelings to gain her mother's approval for their union. He is this year's successful candidate in the imperial examinations, possessing both talent and character. We met while in Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Lady Shin's expression soured. Is he not from the capital? Setting aside the matter of his family background, the distance alone from Jiangnan displeased her. After all, her daughter had only just returned. How could she bear to let her go so far away? Lady Shin pursed her lips, her well-maintained features reflecting her discontent. Mother, Shin tugged at her sleeve. Though he comes from humble beginnings, he is truly an admirable person. Please consent to my wishes. Shin's words struck Lady Shin hard. She gazed at her daughter, blooming like a peach blossom, and the fact that he was a penniless scholar from Jiangnan further distressed her. Anan, she called, her voice thick with emotion, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Understanding her mother's struggle to accept Shin merely clung to her sleeve, remaining silent, having raised Anan in Jiangnan, where they spent little time together. Lady Shin found it difficult to relent, even though under different circumstances, she might have easily agreed. Suddenly, she recalled Anan's decisive refusal of a marriage proposal at the palace banquet upon her return. Had she already harbored feelings for this scholar back then? Regret washed over Lady Shin for her earlier oversight. Anan, there are many fine young men in the capital, let us be more discerning. Not just me, even your father would likely oppose this. Shin lifted her misty, almond-shaped eyes to Lady Shin. Mother, father has always heeded your opinions. Lady Shin, tenderly caressing her daughter's face, still felt unable to relent. Anan, whether from noble families or within the court, genuine feelings are scarce. Most are mere calculations of benefit. How can you be sure this scholar is not merely seeking to elevate his status through you? If he is truly a gentleman of integrity, he would not seek to engage with Anan. After all, their backgrounds and upbringings were worlds apart. Shin blinked, her dark lashes glistening with moisture, gazing at Lady Shin with a pitiful expression. And spoke earnestly, young Master Zhang is not that kind of person. Moreover, even if he did seek to elevate his status, I would accept it. As long as the Shin family stands strong, he shall respect and cherish me for life. Upon hearing those words, Madame Shin nearly fainted. Just listen to this. Has her daughter been brainwashed by that scholar? The marriage of her eldest son, the betrothal gifts, the list of wedding expenses, all of this had been cast aside in her mind. Madame Shin felt as if the heavens had collapsed. A successful candidate in the imperial examinations could at most become a county magistrate, and without any support, that would be the extent of his life. And how could your mother bear to see you suffer? Moreover, your upbringing is vastly different. If you truly were to be together, the myriad of complications that would arise would surely extinguish the passion you currently hold, leading you to regret it later. Shin sniffed, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an odd familiarity with her present self, reminiscent of her past life when she stubbornly insisted on marrying Xiao Yuan. Mother, his parents are both deceased, and there are no entanglements. Madame Shin choked back her words. Did you not say that it is precisely because there is no support that one remains a mere county magistrate? But if there is support, the situation changes. He has now been assigned to Jiangnan as a county magistrate, where the region is vast and prosperous, making it easy to achieve political accomplishments. He could return within 3 years. As she listened to her daughter weave dreams of grandeur, Madame Shin's face remained taut, refusing to relax. It was not that she was seeking to curry favor. A mere county magistrate would never be worthy of the Shin family's doorsteps. This was not a humble marriage. It was akin to marrying back to 5 generations ago. The Shin family, if traced back 5 generations, would not have fallen to such a state. Mother, Shin opened her mouth to say more. But Madame Shin had already pressed her forehead and closed her eyes. The wise maidservant beside them stepped forward to massage Madame Shin's temples, saying, Miss, the lady has been overworked these past few days and is suffering from a headache. Perhaps you should come back later. Shin glanced at her half-closed eyes, her face weary, bit her lip, and stood up. Mother, please rest well. I will return to Haitang Garden and come to see you later. Madame Shin's eyelids twitched slightly, and she nodded faintly. Over these past few days, she had no desire to see her daughter. The mere mention of that scholar made her head throb. Shannon performed a respectful bow and turned to leave. While Madame Shan pondered for a long moment before softly speaking, the children from impoverished backgrounds who manage to rise to their current positions are not to be underestimated. Most of them are driven by profit and find it difficult to be sincere to their wives. Some even treat engagements as stepping stones for advancement, and the heartlessness often lies with scholars, especially those who have struggled from harsh environments. Madame Shan did not mean to suggest that young Master Zhang was one of those. But human nature is such. The disparity in your family backgrounds presents many challenges, even if you were to force a union. And please consider this carefully. Madame Shan's reaction was almost entirely anticipated by Shannon. Zhang Yeyang had no family background and was of mediocre talent. It was impossible for Madame Shan to accept him wholeheartedly, and had no intention of rushing anything. She lowered her eyelids, her profile shadowed by melancholy, and spoke softly. Mother, I have known him for a long time, and my heart is already set. I have no desire to change it. Madame Shan closed her eyes, half-slumped in her chair, allowing the maidservant to massage her temples, her face a portrait of exhaustion. Shannon returned to Haitang Garden, the sorrow on her face dissipating, replaced by tranquility. Mo Xian closed the door and hurried to the window, glancing around to ensure no one was present, then whispered, Miss, it seems the lady will not agree. Shannon responded lightly, gazing out at the square sky from the window. The capital was bustling, with her parents and elder brother providing protection, which was indeed delightful. However, the matter of marriage remained unresolved. Madame Shan would not relent until her concerns were assuaged. Those troubles were burdens she could neither bear nor wish to involve herself in further. The skies of Jiangnan were broader than those of the capital. The following morning, Madame Shan appeared troubled, hardly able to consume a few bites of food. The maidservant took turns urging the kitchen to prepare various soups, gently advising, Madam, please eat a little. The young lady, before she could finish, a small maid hurried in, her face a picture of panic. Madame Shan pushed away the spoon offered by the maidservant, weakly glancing at the small maid, and inquired, What is it? Replying to the lady, the maid in the young lady's courtyard said. The small maid's voice faltered. The young lady has not eaten for 2 meals. She appears listless and lacks spirit. She is worried about the young lady's health and wishes to report to the lady that a doctor be called. Madame Shan tightened her grip on her handkerchief, suddenly standing, her heart racing. This child, she is going to drive me to my grave. With that, she hastened out of the courtyard towards Haitang Garden, with the maidservant following closely behind. The maidservants waiting in the corridor offered their greetings in unison. Madame Shan pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding Shannon lying listlessly on the couch, her complexion pale. She rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. What are you doing? Do you want to make your mother worry herself to death? Shannon half opened her eyelids and offered a weak smile to Madame Shan, her dry lips slightly pursed. Mother, I have thought long and hard. This matter is indeed a result of my own stubbornness. I am sorry. She squeezed Madame Shan's hand, her face etched with sorrow. But, enough, do not speak further. Madame Shan gently stroked her head. Your mother understands. You are at the blossoming age of youth, and it is natural for emotions to arise. If blame is to be placed, it lies with me for not being by your side, leading to such a predicament. Unaware of your affections, you must eat something, if you do not take care of your health. How can we discuss the future? Madame Shan tucked the blanket around her, ultimately relenting to, I will go find your father and discuss this matter with him. Thank you, mother. Shannon sat up, leaning half of her body against Madame Shan. Soft and endearing, guilt stirred within her. Mother, in at most 3 to 5 years, once he achieves political accomplishments, he will return to the capital. Once she had accompanied her grandmother and the capital was stable, she would consider returning to stay by Madame Shan's side. The words of Master Wenyin echoed in her mind like an incantation, lingering long after. She feared that unforeseen complications might arise, implicating her parents and elder brother. With this thought, her desire to leave grew more pressing. Madame Shan comforted her for a while, gently saying, You should eat. I will go find your father to discuss this. Shannon nodded softly, lowering her head as she withdrew from Madame Shan's embrace, a flicker of joy shining in her eyes. Madame Shan felt a heaviness in her heart. Her daughter seemed to have sunk into a mire, difficult to extricate. After instructing Mo Xiang to tend to Shannon Madame Shan hastily left Haitang Garden, heading straight for Shenwen's study. Mo Xiang brought a cup of tea to soothe Shannon's throat. Miss, do you think this will work? Shannon remained silent, sipping the tea Mo Xiang offered. Feeling some relief in her dry, scratchy throat, she hung her head, guilt etched on her face. Mother and father will agree. They had always cherished her. As long as she remained resolute, her parents would yield. Just like in her past life when she insisted on marrying Xiao Yuan, her mother had reacted even more vehemently than today. eventually falling ill from worry, but in the end, she could not resist her and relented. As her father was a martial general, the Shin family already wielded considerable power. Choosing a straightforward scholar as a son-in-law would only further reassure the royal family. She would not marry a prince. Those with real power were also unsuitable matches, lest that person become displeased. Choosing Zhang Yayan was a compromise that satisfied all. She was certain that as long as she was willing, her father would not refuse. Mo Xiang assisted her to eat a bowl of porridge. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Madame Shin returned to Haitang Garden once more, her eyelids red, evidently having cried in front of Shinwen. Shinanan felt a pang of sympathy but suppressed her emotions, rising to greet her. Mother, get up quickly. Madame Shin glanced at the half bowl of white porridge before Shinanan. Finally feeling relieved, sit down. Look at how thin you are, your chin is sharp. Read a little more. Shinanan touched her cheek. It had only been a day since she last ate. She obediently nodded in agreement. Sitting down, she leisurely scooped the porridge to her mouth. Madame Shin gazed at her daughter, unable to take her eyes off her, and her heart ached even more once a bowl of porridge was consumed. Shinanan instructed Mo Xiang to clear the dishes, and only then did Madame Shin speak softly. Your father mentioned that the scholar seems to be quite decent. Madame Shin's tone conveyed a hint of reluctance. However, ultimately, we must see how things unfold. Your father said he would use his connections to keep him in the capital for a few more days, and if you are truly willing and the scholar possesses good character, then we will arrange the engagement. A wave of joy washed over Shinanan's face as she exclaimed, "Thank you, mother." She wrapped her arms around Madame Shin's waist, nuzzling her head against her, radiating happiness. Do not worry, mother, I have grown up and will no longer act willfully. She would not repeat her past mistakes. Regardless of whom she married, she would live rationally and well. Very well. Madame Shin patted her back. Feeling a mix of helplessness and affection, that evening Shin Changha returned home and immediately sensed the atmosphere in the residence was notably tense. The maidservants and young servants all walked with their heads bowed, their footsteps light, as if afraid of startling something. Shin Changha furrowed his brows. Under normal circumstances, his mother should be bustling with excitement, preparing his betrothal gifts. He turned to a nearby young servant, who shook his head, utterly confused. I have been with the young master, I know nothing. Then hurry and find out, Shin Changha urged. The young servant snapped to attention and promptly sought out a companion he was friendly with for information. Shin Changha continued into the courtyard, and when he reached the courtyard entrance, the young servant rushed back, panting heavily. Young master, it is bad news. Shin Changha halted, turning to look at him. The young servant opened his mouth, glanced around to ensure no one was listening, and spoke in a hushed tone. I asked Yuan Bao in front of the master, and it seems it concerns the eldest young lady. Shin Changha's brow immediately furrowed, and he swiftly turned his steps toward Madame Shin's courtyard, inquiring of the servant, what has happened to Anan? The servant hesitated and ultimately dared not speak, suggesting that the young master should ask the lady himself. Shin Changha quickened his pace. Upon reaching Madame Shin's courtyard, before even entering the house, he heard her deep sigh. What shall we do, my eldest son? The servants in the corridor bowed in unison as Shin Changha bypassed several of them and entered directly. At this moment, Madame Shin's anger had subsided. Upon seeing her eldest son, her face contorted in distress. Changha, you have returned. Shin Changha took a seat beside Madame Shin, his brow slightly knitted, and bluntly asked, what has happened to Anan? At the mention of this, Madame Shin's eyes reddened. The matron, perceptive as ever, discreetly ushered the servants out of the room. Watching Madame Shin wipe her tears, Shin Changha felt a pang in his heart. Anan, she told me today that she has found someone she loves. Upon hearing this, Shin Changha's brow tightened, and seeing his mother in such a state, an ominous suspicion began to take root in his heart, chilling his gaze and causing his spirits to plummet. Whose family is he from? Mentioning this, Madame Shin's throat caught. She said he is a newly appointed scholar. Shin Changha's eyes darkened instantly. Zhang Yayang from Jiangnan? Madame Shin paused, realizing that Anan had indeed mentioned this name today. How did you know? Anan once introduced him to me. At that time, he had sensed something amiss between them. He had observed carefully, noting that Anan's gaze toward the young man did not seem to harbor affection. Yet, why had she suddenly brought it up to her mother? Madame Shin, somewhat irate, said, since you knew, why did you not speak of it sooner? Had I known earlier, I would have certainly intervened. Perhaps we would not be in this predicament now. Shin Changha shook his head. I asked Anan. She said they merely know each other by chance. With an ordinary friendship, Madame Shin, frustrated, wished she could pry open Shin Changha's head to see what thoughts filled it. What a thick-headed fool he was. No wonder, at his age, he had yet to bring home a bride. Anan is a young lady. How could she confide such matters to you, such a significant issue, and you didn't even mention it? Now, what shall we do? Your sister is on a hunger strike to marry that scholar. Shin Changha's eyes widened in disbelief. A hunger strike? How could that be? This does not resemble Anand's character at all. Madame Shin had already begun to weep. Shin Changha suddenly recalled Anand's visits to his study in the past few days, where her words had been laced with inquiries about that scholar. He had been suspicious then, subtly probing, but seeing Anand mention the scholar with clear eyes and devoid of any tenderness had eased his worries somewhat. Yet now he still felt, Anand's gaze toward that young man did not appear to be that of a love-struck girl. Does father know? Madame Shin nodded amidst her tears. Shin Changha let out a heavy sigh and asked in a somber tone, "What did father say?" "You do not yet know. He has always been aloof like a white crane in the clouds, quite noble." This meant he had acquiesced. Shin Changha's expression darkened. Madame Shin continued, "Your father said that the scholar's talent is mediocre, but his character is acceptable. He wishes to keep him in the capital for a while longer to observe." Madame Shin understood her husband's reasoning, given the Shin family's current standing, to prevent their daughter from becoming a pawn in the struggle for power. Securing a marriage quickly and sending her far away was the best choice. Shinwon had originally intended to marry in and off to a powerless civil servant's family. Madame Shin was fully aware. Yet she was loath to part with her daughter. Shin Changha set down his teacup and stood up. "It is getting late. I have business in the military tomorrow, so I shall take my leave." Madame Shin waved her hand, her voice devoid of strength. Shin Changha bowed and turned to leave. Suddenly, Madame Shin recalled something. "I informed the Lin family of the betrothal date the other day. It is improper to delay. 7 days hence, take a leave of absence and accompany me." What should have been a joyous occasion now left Madame Shin utterly disheartened. Delegating the arrangements to the household manager, Shin Changha hesitated for a moment. Yet his expression remained neutral as he replied softly, "The Lin family's daughter." He had seen her several times at banquets, yet no matter how he pondered, he could not recall her visage. But instead of a delicate, frail little face illuminated by the moonlight became increasingly vivid in his mind. As the evening sun cast its rays, autumn's chill began to creep in, and Shin Changha stood beneath the corridor, gazing longingly at the distant begonia garden, lingering in thought before finally taking his leave. Upon returning to his study, he went straight to his desk. The servant, ever perceptive, stepped forward to lay out paper and ink. The vigorous strokes of his calligraphy soaked through the paper's reverse side. A quarter of an hour later, Shin Changha sealed the letter and handed it to the servant, instructing him to deliver it without delay. The servant accepted it and departed beneath the moonlight. In the fourth prince's residence, in the study, the night had fully descended, yet the room was as bright as day. The glass lanterns in the corridor swayed gently in the breeze, reflecting the hurried steps of the servants. A knock sounded lightly at the door. Inside, Ling Chini, who was half reclined in an armchair assisting Xiao Yuan with official matters, set down the documents and straightened himself. He glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was buried in his work, tirelessly scribbling at the desk, and stretched his aching body. After a day of labor, he had finally unearthed a faction of the second prince among the southern officials. "Come in," he said softly. The study door creaked open, and the newcomer first bowed to Xiao Yuan seated at the desk before hastening to Ling Chini's side. "A letter just arrived from the manor." "It seems urgent," Ling Chini acknowledged with a casual air, accepting the letter and gesturing for the servant to leave. Xiao Yuan remained engrossed in his work, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, not even raising his head. Ling Chini let out a surprised sound, the tone intentionally exaggerated in the quiet study. The rustle of paper being unfolded and then folded again followed shortly. Xiao Yuan still did not lift his head. As if he had not heard, Ling Chini's gaze fell upon Xiao Yuan's hand gripping the pen, and he half-smiled. "Do you know who this letter is from?" Xiao Yuan chose silence, ignoring the question. "Tsk," Ling Chini sighed. "If you are not curious, then so be it." He stood up, taking advantage of Xiao Yuan's ink and brush to spread out a sheet of paper and began to compose a reply. Filling nearly half the page, after drying the ink, he called for the servant to take it to the young master of the Shin family. The servant accepted it and exited, while Xiao Yuan continued to write. He suddenly halted, the ink smudging across the document. He did not look up, yet his expression remained tense. Ling Chini stole a glance at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Choosing to remain silent, "What did the letter say?" Xiao Yuan's voice was cool and calm. "What?" Ling Chini feigned ignorance, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. As Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upon him, he touched his nose, concealing the mirth in his eyes. Xiao Yuan's stare was heavy, his usually stern face tight under the candlelight. Ling Chini, holding a stack of documents, mused that Shin Changha's inquiry likely pertained to an investigation. "Is there trouble with the Imperial Guards?" "No," Ling Chini chuckled lightly. "It's personal business, likely concerning his sister, not a significant matter." At this, Xiao Yuan's gaze sharpened, placing the pen down on the desk, he asked in a measured tone, Who does he intend to investigate? Zhang Yeyang. The atmosphere in the study turned instantly cold, a gust of chilling air sweeping through the room. Ling Qianyi tightened his robe and crossed his arms. Xiao Yuan remained silent, crumpling the soiled document in his hand and tossing it into the wastebasket. Ling Qianyi observed the discarded paper, a shiver creeping down his spine. He only asked for Zhang Yeyang's household registration, family background, and several years of life experience. He did not specify anything else. Xiao Yuan's eyes remained fixed on the darkened ink stains on the document, his head bowed slightly, still refusing to respond. Ling Qianyi felt a sense of unease. After more than a decade of friendship, he had rarely seen Xiao Yuan in such a state. If he was angry, he should express it rather than remain silent. Creating a frigid atmosphere, the deadline has passed by 2 days. He should be departing for his post tomorrow, Xiao Yuan suddenly inquired calmly. Ling Qianyi nodded. Indeed, however, he felt something was amiss with Xin Changhe's inquiry at this juncture. Xiao Yuan acknowledged with a hum, lowering his gaze to continue reviewing the documents, yet his focus had entirely dissipated. A restless agitation began to rise within him, even affecting the pressure of his pen strokes. Send someone to Jiangnan, he commanded suddenly. Ling Qianyi was momentarily taken aback. What business do we have in Jiangnan? The scholar is set to leave, is he not? Once he departs the capital, he becomes inconsequential. Of no relevance to us, however, now that they were both bound to a single heart, it was hardly a matter Xiao Yuan would ever admit. Xiao Yuan raised his gaze to Ling Qianyi. Silence alone enough to intimidate him. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate the scholar's hometown. He rose and left, issuing a few instructions before the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Ling Qianyi returned to the room, frowning as he glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was still preoccupied with the documents, and said softly, actually, if a union with the Shen family could be arranged, it would be ideal. Especially with the Empress Dowager's support. Before he could finish, Xiao Yuan's half-lifted eyelids interrupted him, his voice cold. You see all those documents piled up, if you do not finish them today, you will have to spend the night in the study. Ling Qianyi pursed his lips, immediately falling silent. He obediently approached the desk, meticulously sorting through the documents to extract those potentially linked to the second prince's faction, preparing to replace them with his own people. With the support of the refugee situation, it is indeed the most opportune moment to dismantle the faction of the second prince, making tomorrow's court assembly crucial for them. The candlelight in the study flickered until the hour of the tiger. Ling Qianyang's eyes grew weary, feeling somewhat unsteady on his feet. He rose and approached the window to glimpse the dawn approaching, ultimately deciding to spend the night in Xiao Yuan's study the following day. As the first light of dawn broke, the two prepared themselves and set out for court. Outside the palace gates, a multitude of ministers awaited, gathering in small clusters. A carriage bearing the insignia of the fourth prince came to a slow halt, causing the ministers to pause momentarily, directing their gazes towards the carriage and bowing in unison. Xiao Yuan and Ling Qianyang disembarked together. Ling Qianyang greeted the various dignitaries, while Xiao Yuan, typically reticent, was accustomed to the ministers' manner of bowing and returning their gaze to divert themselves. Seeking distance from him, the bright moon had yet to completely vanish, and the sky remained dim, illuminated only by the palace lanterns, allowing visibility within a radius of 5 or 6 paces. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept through the crowd, eventually settling on Xinwen, who was conversing with the Minister of Personnel. His eyes darkened slightly following his line of sight. Ling Qianyang furrowed his brow. The Minister of Personnel was an exceedingly astute individual, and he could not recall any past connection between Xin Taiwei and himself. Xin Taiwei was known for his integrity and had always disdained the likes of Lord Wang, so why? Before he could finish his thought, he squinted, sensing an ominous premonition, especially as Lord Wang wore a broad smile, nodding incessantly, his lips seemingly forming the word good. It was evident that Xin Taiwei sought his assistance with something. Ling Qianyang's heart sank further as he turned to glance at Xiao Yuan. The Ministry of Personnel was responsible for the selection of candidates for the imperial examinations, appointing officials based on their results and the court's staffing needs. Yesterday, Xin Changhe had just scrutinized Zhang Yeyang's files, and today Xinwen approached the ministry again. This connection was all too apparent. Xiao Yuan's expression remained shrouded in shadows, his emotions indiscernible, his cool gaze fixed on the two engaged in conversation. His lips pursed tightly. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, and the palace gates swung open, prompting the ministers to step back, granting passage to the princes and powerful officials. Xiao Yuan halted at the palace entrance, casting a sidelong glance at Xinwen, who was still chatting with Lord Wang, and spoke in a measured tone. Time is pressing, Xin Taiwei, will you not enter? Xinwen was taken aback. Lord Wang quickly bent lower, saying, we're leaving. With that, he offered Shinwen a deep bow and hurriedly departed. Shinwen stood in the shadows, his brow slightly furrowed, his deep-set eyes reflecting astonishment as he exchanged glances with Xiao Yuan beneath the palace lanterns. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the one standing in the dark was distinctly the other. They had no deep bonds of camaraderie in ascending and descending the court together, yet Xiao Yuan wore a subtle smile that was utterly inscrutable. Shinwen donned an official smile and stepped towards the palace gates, trailing Xiao Yuan by a step as they made their way to the Golden Luan Hall. Ling Chenyang followed behind them, a meaningful smile adorning his face. As they were about to exit the palace gates, Shinwen glanced back to confirm the location of the fourth prince's carriage, realizing he had not overheard the conversation with Lord Wang. And his anxious heart was somewhat eased. The court assembly proved lengthy, concluding only at the hour of the snake. The officials, led by the second prince, departed in dejection one after another. Shinwen, who never participated in such affairs, turned and exited the main hall. He scanned the crowd for Lord Wang's figure and approached him. In the corridor of the hall, Xiao Yuan maintained a cold demeanor, maneuvering with the second prince who blocked his path. Second brother, what a cunning strategy. Congratulations, Xiao Zhe said, squinting his eyes, the facade of a smile concealing malice and coldness. Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted from Shinwen, who was making his way toward Lord Wang, to Xiao Zhe's eyes, his own calm and composed, a stark contrast to the barely restrained fury of Xiao Yu. Xiao Zhe was most wary of such a Xiao Yuan, dark-hearted and ruthless, capable of striking without warning, all while maintaining an air of indifference that infuriated, as their father never suspected a thing. I fail to comprehend my second brother's words. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave, Xiao Yuan declared, not waiting for Xiao Yu's response as he strode down the steps towards Shinwen. Shinwen had just called out to Lord Wang when suddenly someone from behind embraced him. Upon turning, he was met with Ling Chenyang's gentle smile. Chapter 44. Their affection is mutual. His expression faltered momentarily as he glanced at the impassive Xiao Yuan beside him, and he could not help but ask, does the fourth prince seek something from this old official? Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Ling Chenyang interjected with a smile, nothing of great import. I was merely thinking that tomorrow is a day of rest, and I would like to share a drink with Shin Taiwei. I have already prepared food and wine at the tavern. Would you do me the honor of joining me with such an invitation? Shinwen found it difficult to refuse, yet he could not help but say, Your Highness is too gracious. However, there are some trivial matters at home that may prevent me from staying long. Not to worry. It will not delay Shin Taiwei for long, Ling Chenyang replied, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at Xiao Yuan, casually inquiring, I hear that young Master Shin has recently made a marriage proposal. Is that why you are in such a hurry to return? A look of joy crossed Shinwen's face, and he nodded, but his smile quickly faded into silence. Those who could ascend to their current positions in the officialdom, remaining steadfast, were no ordinary individuals. They possessed the cunning to rival the sharpest of blades. Ling Chenyang, wary of raising Shinwen's suspicions, refrained from mentioning anything regarding the Shin family's affairs. In the corridor of the hall, Xiao Yu observed the departing figures of the three, his eyes filled with malice, his long phoenix-like eyes narrowing into sharp slits. It appears the Shin family truly has allied with the fourth prince, a minister said, worry etched on his face. Xiao Yu scoffed, he dreams of marrying a daughter of the Shin family, gaining their support and military power. What a fantasy! Yet he cast a glance back at the Golden Luan Hall, a symbol of royal authority, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he tossed his robe and departed. In the tavern, Shinwen had thought he could leave after a brief stay, but to his surprise, Ling Chenyang relentlessly poured drink after drink, and soon his head began to spin. Ling Chenyang continued to press him, no, I truly have matters at home. I shall drink with young Master Ling another day. Ling Chenyang grasped his hand, a warm smile concealing a deeper intent. It is rare for me to share this time with you. How can you leave so soon? Shinwen, feeling helpless, replied, I truly have matters to attend to. Ling Chenyang waved his hand dismissively. As for matters regarding marriage, let Lady Shin worry about them. Speaking thus, he poured more wine while secretly observing Shin Taiwei's expression. Seeing that Shinwen still wore a smile, his heart filled with a flicker of doubt. Had he misjudged? Sitting beside them, Xiao Yuan occasionally took a sip of wine, remaining mostly silent, which only heightened Shinwen's unease, leaving him uncertain of the true nature of this gathering. Military officials often enjoyed wine, particularly fine wine. Shinwen was enamored with the drink that Ling Chenyang had specially brought from the Yongning Marquis' residence, yet he was also aware of his limits and dared not indulge excessively. When Ling Chenyang found he could not persuade Shinwen further, he set the wine jug down and engaged him in casual conversation, discussing everything under the sun, which left Shinwen increasingly restless. Xiao Yuan finally spoke, if Shin Taiwei has pressing matters at home, then do not linger. Chenyang, do not delay Shin Taiwei's important affairs. At this unexpected moment, Ling Chenyang released his hold on Shen Wen's shoulder and nodded. Then I shall accompany Shin Taiwei. Shen Wen, feeling somewhat disoriented, glanced around, his thoughts muddled and unclear. That I must trouble the fourth prince and young master Ling. No, it is but a small favor, Ling Chenyang replied with a gentle smile. As warm as spring breeze, giving no hint of any ulterior motive, Shen Wen bowed slightly to Xiao Yuan, standing to leave, but as soon as he rose from his seat, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him, causing the world to spin and his body to sway uncontrollably. Ling Chenyang quickly caught him, chuckling. What seems to be the matter, Shin Taiwei? Could it be that you are inebriated? Shen Wen shook his head. Still feeling lightheaded. This is strange. My tolerance for alcohol has never been so poor, Ling Chenyang remarked. Isn't it said that Shin Taiwei has a robust constitution for drink? How is it that you were intoxicated after consuming so little? He helped Shen Wen sit back down. Shen Wen held his forehead, the dizziness lingering, and gruffly said, Perhaps I rose too swiftly. I need a moment to recover. Such a small quantity. It hardly amounts to a third of what he usually consumes. Ling Chenyang ordered 2 bowls of detoxifying soup to be brought forth. Xiao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the wine jug, his heavy gaze directed at Ling Chenyang, and asked in a soft voice, Where did this wine come from, young master Ling? Ling Chenyang raised an eyebrow. Was he attempting to distance himself, playing the good Samaritan? Yet he complied readily, for Shen Wen was to be his future father-in-law. It is a gift from the emperor to my mother, which my father then procured from her. Shen Wen, forcing himself to focus, gazed at the jug of wine. It was actually an imperial gift. Xiao Yuan's tone remained unhurried, laced with a hint of languor. Not long ago, the vassal states offered several jars of local spirits as tribute. It goes down smoothly, not harsh at all, yet possesses a high potency. 2 cups could leave an ordinary man completely incapacitated. For Shin Taiwei to have consumed so many cups and still remain seated speaks to your remarkable tolerance, Shen Wen, though his head spun. His mind retained a trace of clarity, yet he lifted his gaze to Xiao Yuan, his eyes filled with unspoken words. He wished to question why, if he was aware, he had not informed the old official. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze to his wine cup, his tone calm yet tinged with innocence. Young master Ling switched the wine jug. I did not recognize it until he mentioned the imperial gift, which suddenly reminded me of the flavor similar to that found in my father's study. Shen Wen silently withdrew his gaze, for the fourth prince to offer an explanation was already a show of respect. Ling Chenyang cast a shadowy glance at Xiao Yuan, skillfully feigning indifference and innocence. Lord Shen, in such a state, would be of little assistance upon his return, and it would fall upon Lady Shen to worry for him. The tavern offers private rooms. Why not recline and rest for a moment, allowing the effects of the wine to subside before departing? Shen Wen longed to refuse, yet he dreaded the thought of being supported back home by the servants. Knowing his wife would undoubtedly chide him, his daughter's matrimonial matters remained unresolved, and here he was thoroughly intoxicated. Fear not, Lord Shen, it shall not take long. Though the wine is strong, recovery is swift and without headache. Without further ado, he stood and assisted Shen Wen to his feet. As they were about to leave, Shen Wen's dazed eyes fleetingly glanced at Xiao Yuan, the meaning unclear upon returning from settling Shen Wen into a private room on the 3rd floor. Ling Chenyang found Qingfeng in the room, reporting something to Xiao Yuan, who had his head bowed low, exuding a sense of unease. Ling Chenyang keenly sensed the tension in the air and raised his gaze to Xiao Yuan, whose countenance was grim, fingers tightly gripping the wine cup. What troubles you? He inquired, approaching. Xiao Yuan emitted an aura of cold severity, instinctively turning his head to listen to Qingfeng. Qingfeng swallowed hard and whispered, There is news from the Ministry of Personnel. Zhang Yang's appointment has been postponed by half a month. Upon hearing this, Ling Chenyang immediately turned his attention to Xiao Yuan. Shen Wen had indeed sought Lord Wang today for this very matter. What could this signify? Did it not imply that the scholar and Shen's daughter had already formed a bond, both harboring mutual affection? Shen's family would not intervene unless they had accepted the match. Intending to support the scholar, and now, with only a postponement of his appointment, it was likely that arrangements for an official position in the capital would soon follow. Ling Chenyang refrained from observing Xiao Yuan's darkening expression and quietly seated himself. Suddenly a fleeting image flashed in his mind, causing his brows to furrow lightly. Having just returned from Shangju Temple, could this incident be related to the pair from that day? He glanced at Xiao Yuan, hesitating to speak, uncertain whether he should voice his thoughts. Xiao Yuan had already suppressed his emotions, restoring a facade of calm, nearly twisting the knuckles of his thumb and index finger, which were tinged with a pale hue. He glanced at Ling Chenyang, his voice frigid and detached. What is it that you wish to convey? After much deliberation, Ling Chenyang finally spoke. In retrospect, it was indeed Miss Shen I saw leaving the temple that day. I paid little heed as her maid remained nearby. I never anticipated that she would be so audacious as to meet a man in such a sacred place. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened to the point of being impenetrable. His jawline tense, and within his ink-black eyes flickered sharp glimmers of ire. Just that day, I did not follow. That woman acted with remarkable swiftness. Ling Chenia dared not utter another word. Sitting in silence, had he known she was meeting Zhang Yang to cement their bond, he would have intervened without hesitation. After careful consideration, he spoke gravely. Xiao Yuan, at this juncture, do not maintain your aloofness. If you truly care for that young lady, employ whatever means necessary to bring her home. Ling Chenia understood that as long as Xiao Yuan took action, the marriage would surely falter, with Xin Guifei's backing. Achieving a favorable outcome would not be overly difficult. If all else failed, a royal decree could be issued. Once the edict was given, would Shin's family dare to defy it? Xiao Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the table. His eyes shrouded in uncertainty, momentarily falling silent. Ling Chenia continued, as Shin Taiwei is currently inebriated and Shin Changhe is powerless within the palace, now presents the ideal opportunity for you to act. Send a message to the Ministry of Personnel to have her taken away. By the time Xinwen regains consciousness, she could still be retrieved. As long as the engagement remains unconfirmed, there exist myriad methods to disrupt their union. After all, with distance separating them, how deeply could their feelings truly run to withstand the test of time? Ling Chenia had intentionally intoxicated Xinwen with this very strategy. Xiao Yuan gradually lifted his gaze, his focus landing upon the wine jug, seemingly contemplating something else. His fingers repeatedly curled, the knuckles displaying a pallid hue, as he stifled the tumultuous fire raging within his chest, striving to maintain a thread of clarity. He raised his gaze, his voice frigid as ice. How long until the individuals you dispatched to Jiangnan return? At the earliest, it will take around 10 days, replied Ling Chenia, his brow furrowing. What prompts your inquiry? By the time they relay any issues from his hometown, it will already be too late. Xiao Yuan remained silent, rising to approach the window, pushing it open to gaze at the bustling streets below. A gentle breeze stirred, and he stood there for a considerable while, allowing the surging jealousy and oppressive darkness within him to dissipate. Xiao Yuan, do not intervene, he stated, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Facing the light, his voice calm yet distant, Ling Chenia nearly doubted his own hearing. Even at this juncture, he still insisted on being obstinate. Xiao Yuan, this is a matter of a lifetime. Do you not fear future regret? Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk as he turned to face Ling Chenia. I never engage in actions that lead to my own remorse. If she desires my presence, then let it be. He chuckled softly. With lofty morals, a gentleman of integrity, untainted by societal norms, and an idealist, is that so? Han of Yi, she is a very well. I shall allow her to witness the true nature of that scholar. In this world, there are no flawless individuals, only astute ones who adeptly conceal their darkness, and those who rise from humble beginnings. How could they possess such profound affections? He lowered his head, leisurely twisting the jade ring on his finger, his lips curling into a cold smile. Ling Chenia stood behind him, a shiver creeping down his spine. This brooding and ominous Xiao Yuan seemed to have everything under his control, evoking an uncontrollable sense of dread. When Xinwen awoke in the tavern, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving behind only a faint twilight illuminating the sky. Ling Chenia and Xiao Yuan had already departed. He hurriedly tidied himself and returned home. Shin Anan had received news of Zhang Yang's postponed appointment. Feeling a mixture of joy and concern, she feared her parents might entertain the idea of having Zhang Yang remain in the capital. Mo Xiang, assist me in dressing. We shall visit Mother's courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, Shin Anan appeared at the gate of Lady Shin's courtyard. Upon entering, she overheard her mother's scolding and Xinwen's lowly explanations. My hair is turning white with worry, and you still have time to indulge in wine. Xinwen rubbed his still slightly dizzy forehead, awkwardly justifying. Young Master Ling was insistent, and I had no idea the wine was a royal gift. It was so strong that just a few cups left me inebriated. Lady Shin remained irate, her silence speaking volumes. Xinwen gently embraced his wife, offering quiet comfort. Shin Anan stood outside for a moment before sending a little maid inside to deliver a message. Lady Shin immediately withdrew from Xinwen's embrace. As Shin Anan entered, Xinwen stood, preparing to leave a father. Xinwen nodded in acknowledgement, wishing to say something to his daughter, yet ultimately refrained, believing such matters were better addressed by his wife. After a brief exchange, Xinwen headed to his study. Lady Shin instructed the old maid to serve tea and motioned for Shin Anan to sit beside her. Your father sought out Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel and has temporarily retained that scholar. Mother, his name is Zhang Yang. Lady Shen sighed in resignation. Very well, Zhang Yang. Shen Anan smiled brightly, playfully shaking her mother's arm. Thank you, mother, you are the most caring. Lady Shen patted her head, relieved that the young man's character seemed acceptable. Hoping her husband would promote him in due time. If he secures a position in the capital, I can watch over you closely, ensuring that he treats you well. Upon hearing this, Shen Anan's eyes sparkled. Mother, his current position is already commendable. The area allocated to him by the ministry is prosperous, making it easy to achieve results. In 3 to 5 years, once father lends a hand, he could easily rise upon his return to the capital. Lady Shen's expression shifted, turning to gaze at her daughter with disbelief. Anan, you cannot possibly be considering following him to Jiangnan. A small county, no matter how affluent, could not offer much, especially with such distance between them. Her intention was to have him remain, regardless of his actual power, merely to secure a position in the capital. However, her daughter's words indicated otherwise, leaving Lady Shen feeling deeply disheartened. Mother, he cannot rely solely on the Shen family. Else he will be deemed a freeloader. You and father need only support him at critical moments. His accomplishments must stem from his own efforts. Her daughter would depend on him for her future. Without facing challenges, how could she become self-sufficient? Please do not involve father. Let him forge his own path. Once he achieves success, he can return. Lady Shen was far from pleased. She had envisioned waiting 3 to 5 years for him to return. Yet she understood that Anan could not wait that long. Forcing her daughter to endure hardship was something she vehemently opposed to. Anan, the county is remote. How could you possibly endure it? Life in the capital with the Shen family as support would be a far more manageable endeavor than becoming a county magistrate in Jiangnan. Shen Anan blinked her eyes. But I admire his character. Surely he would not wish for this either. We are still young. It is better to explore the world and gain experience. Lady Shen furrowed her brows, remaining silent, clearly unwilling to acquiesce. Mother, do not forget, my grandmother is in Jiangnan as well. When the time comes, I will bring her to stay with us, and with her watching over us, what do you have to worry about? She nestled against Lady Shen, acting sweetly. Lady Shen rubbed her temples, her tone filled with exasperation. Let me discuss this with your father tonight. Shen Anan understood the need for patience and readily agreed. Subsequently, she refrained from mentioning the marriage matters that troubled her mother, choosing instead to share a meal and engage in light-hearted conversation until she eventually succeeded in lifting Lady Shen's spirits. In the study of Shenwen, the young servant presented a hangover remedy. Shenwen furrowed his brow and took another sip, massaging his temples as he reclined for a while, yet the dizziness persisted, leaving him in discomfort. He had never consumed such potent liquor. Had it not been a royal gift, he would have almost doubted whether something had been added to the drink. After a lengthy pause in his chair, his mind finally regained some clarity, and he waved the servant away, beginning to sift through the pile of documents. After perusing all the papers, he found no mention of the fourth prince or matters concerning the Yongning Marquisate, which puzzled him. He could not fathom the intentions behind young Master Ling and the fourth prince suddenly seeking him out for a drink. With a contemplative gaze, he partially closed his eyes and thought. The moonlight, bright and serene, streamed through the window, casting a few scattered beams into the study. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a cold, penetrating light. Someone was approaching. The door to the study was immediately pushed open. My lord, Shenwen inquired with a frown. Has Lord Wang resolved the matter regarding the scholar's retention? It has been resolved, but due to the saturation of official positions in the capital, it is currently difficult to make arrangements. The individual has been retained, however. Shenwen's previously anxious heart finally eased. The perceptive servant withdrew quietly, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The dreadful thoughts that had been lingering in his mind gradually subsided, and Shenwen's brow relaxed considerably. If the fourth prince were indeed concerned for his daughter, it was likely that the scholar's fate was uncertain at this moment, let alone his safety in the capital. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. It could merely be a coincidence, given the multitude of noble young ladies in the capital who had failed to capture the heart of the ethereal fourth prince. It was unlikely that his daughter would be so unfortunate. Nevertheless, Shenwen had planted a seed of worry within his heart. The royal family was fraught with peril, and the path to succession was paved with bloodshed. It would be best for his daughter to keep her distance. He had originally thought it would be beneficial for Zhang Yeyang to travel to Jiangnan for training. He had researched the area and confirmed that, as his daughter had mentioned, it was relatively easy to achieve political merit there. Once everything settled, they could bring her back, which was far preferable to remaining in the capital, where long nights brought restless dreams. A man, after all, should not solely rely on the protection of his wife's family. However, the lady of the house was unwilling, weeping like a blossoming pear tree, insisting that he keep the scholar in the capital. Xinwen frowned, realizing he must persuade his wife, for the court was on the brink of upheaval, and remaining in the capital was not a wise choice at this juncture. In Haitang Garden. Upon returning, Shinanen instructed Ma Xiang to prepare paper and ink to write a letter to the old matriarch Shin, who resided far away in Jiangnan. She conveyed the news of her engagement to Zhang Yeyang and mentioned that she would soon be heading to Jiangnan, at which time she would bring her grandmother to live beside her. At this moment, Ma Xiang finally detected the joy on her young mistress's face, which had been absent when both the lady and the lord consented to the marriage proposal. When Zhang Gongzi was retained in the capital, her demeanor had remained rather subdued, showing little emotional fluctuation. Ma Xiang understood that her mistress longed to return to Jiangnan, yet she also believed her mistress should be happy about Zhang Gongzi. "Miss," Ma Xiang said softly, taking the envelope, "have you truly thought this through? Marriage is a lifelong commitment, not to be taken lightly." Shinanen stood by the window, letting the cold breeze in, and turned to look at Ma Xiang. "Did we not agree on this? Why do you ask so suddenly?" Ma Xiang straightened her lips and lowered her head. "I merely feel that you do not seem particularly enamored with Zhang Gongzi." Shinanen paused for a moment, then smiled gently. "Zhang Gongzi is a fine man, possessing good character and appearance. With a little help, he will surely have a bright future. Being enamored is not of utmost importance. As long as there is no aversion, it is sufficient. Two individuals can live steadily, supporting one another and treating each other with respect throughout their lives, which is a wonderful outcome. It is certainly better than living in a mundane existence filled with self-doubt and incessant quarrels over the question of love. You speak highly of Zhang Gongzi, yet you have never mentioned being fond of him." Ma Xiang's voice dropped to a whisper as she watched Shinanen gaze out the window, clutching the letter and retreating. With the arrival of late autumn and winter approaching, the weather grew increasingly cold, and Shinanen, wrapped in her quilt, was reluctant to rise. Following her grandmother, she had developed a habit of staying in bed. "Miss," Ma Xiang lifted the curtain, meeting Shinanen's drowsy apricot eyes. She brought over the clothing and helped Shinanen sit up, whispering, "Zhang Gongzi has sent word again, wishing to meet you." Shinanen stretched her arms, allowing Ma Xiang to dress her. It had been 3 days since he had been retained in the capital, and he must still be oblivious. It was time to provide him with an explanation. After getting ready and having breakfast, Shinanen opened the door and stepped outside. As she walked through the corridor towards the flower-laden archway, her eyes were met with a sea of red silk, and the servants bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Indeed, only 2 days remained until her elder brother's betrothal ceremony. "Has my elder brother been busy these days?" she inquired, glancing at Ma Xiang. Ma Xiang nodded. "Aside from his initial visit to Haitang Garden to see you, the eldest master has hardly returned home. During busy times, he even stays out overnight." Shinanen frowned. Even if he were busy, it seemed unlikely that he would have no time to return home and rest. Was he genuinely occupied, or did he simply not wish to come back? While pondering this, an unfamiliar matron approached and bowed to her. Shinanen looked up at the well-dressed woman, who was also scrutinizing her with a gaze that she found quite displeasing. "Who is this?" An attendant quickly introduced. "Miss, this is a maidservant of the second prince's consort, here to deliver an invitation, requesting that the lady and you attend the plum blossom banquet." Shinanen lifted her gaze to the bare branches and flowers ahead. It was rather early for a plum blossom viewing, wasn't it? Yet those noble relatives held banquets not out of genuine interest but merely as a pretext to achieve their aims. "Have the maidservant go to my mother's courtyard." It was of no concern to her. After saying this, she strode away. The matron followed the steward forward, glancing back at the graceful figure departing the estate. Her eyes narrowed, the meaning behind them unclear. Shinanen paid no mind and instructed Uncle Zhong to prepare the carriage to head to the western outskirts. There was an open grassy area there, typically used by noble youths for horseback riding and outings. But given the current weather, it would likely be deserted. Quiet and expansive, this location had been chosen by Zhang Yeyang, somewhat remote, but he likely wished to avoid being spotted by acquaintances in the city, which could tarnish her reputation. On the other side of the grassland stood dozens of trees, planted by the official's offspring for summer shade, also quite favorable for couples wishing to share whispers during outings. However, now that the branches were bare, their purpose had diminished significantly. Uncle Zhong halted the carriage before the small grove. As Shinanen disembarked, she spotted Zhang Yeyang's shy and gentle smile, standing beside the carriage, his eyes shimmering with warmth. "Miss Zhang Gongzi." Zhang Yeyang began to feel nervous again. This place is rather open, and the wind is a bit strong. Are you cold?" Shinanen wrapped her cloak around her and shook her head. Not particularly. It was fortunate that she had prepared warm clothing, but to say it was not cold would be a lie. Zhang Yeyang felt a pang of guilt. Recently, with so many scholars departing the capital, I feared encountering acquaintances might affect your reputation, hence, Your intentions are understood, Shinanan lightly interjected, her smile serene. Zhang Yeyang's heart raced uncontrollably. Shall we walk further in? I just took a stroll around, there are trees close together there, which can block some of the wind. That sounds good. Shinanan followed him into the grove, not too far in, while Uncle Zhong and Ma Xiang trailed behind as Zhang Yeyang kept a respectful distance, maintaining 3 steps between them. Whenever he spoke to Shinanan, his face flushed deeply. Shinanan gently interjected, even if Zhang Gongzi does not send a letter, I had intended to see you. Zhang Yeyang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with joy. That day, after returning from the temple, I informed my parents about our engagement. Your delayed appointment was also at my father's behest. I apologize for not consulting you beforehand and making decisions unilaterally. Shinanan slightly inclined her body, and Zhang Yeyang hurriedly shook his head. Do not say that. I am but a poor scholar. To be regarded by you as a blessing for Yeyang. Initially, he had desired to remain in the capital solely for her. Now, whether he stayed or left, as long as he could be with her, it mattered little that he felt anxious. Lord Shin, my father approves. As Shinanan spoke, she feigned shyness, lowering her head when Zhang Yeyang looked at her with delight. You need not worry, Zhang Gongzi. Zhang Yeyang's lips pressed tightly. Lord Shin's kindness is not forgotten. I will repay it when the opportunity arises. He clasped his hands, bowing deeply. Shinanan smiled. We will soon be family. There is no need for such formality. Her expression remained calm, while Zhang Yeyang's face was as red as blood. You are right, from now on we are indeed family. As days passed, he felt somewhat unsteady on his feet, as if he were dreaming. The notion that such a noble and exquisite lady would willingly accept him was surreal. Zhang Gongzi, Shinan's smile softened, her apricot eyes serious. I must ask you once more, do you have a betrothed at home? No, Zhang Yeyang replied without hesitation. I have not been married. I only have a younger sister and an elder sister who is about to get married. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhang Yeyang raised his hand to swear. Every word I speak is true. I have not misled you in the slightest. Shinanan nodded, relieved. As long as there was no betrothal, she feared he might ruin her future. Rest assured, Miss Shin, Zhang Yeyang said earnestly, I have never had one before, and I certainly will not let you down in the future. Shinanan smiled brightly. You pray, reside in the tavern for a few days, and once my father has settled our affairs, you may take up your position. Zhang Yeyang nodded in delight, his eyes sparkling like stars, encircling the figure of Shinanan. Within their gleam, TSK, behind the woods, the rhythmic sound of hooves from several swift horses resounded, mingling with the chilling wind, fading into the howl of the tempest. Li Huayan wore a semblance of a smile at the corner of his lips, whispering to the brooding and sinister Xiao Yuan beside him, if only you possessed the sweetness of a scholar's tongue, perhaps. Before he could finish his thought, his sleeve was tugged by Ling Qianni. Upon meeting Xiao Yuan's deep, cold, and terrifying visage, he awkwardly fell silent. Xiao Yuan's jaw was clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on the 2 figures standing not far off, his eyes sharp as blades. The surrounding air grew several degrees colder. Li Huayan lowered his head to grasp a pair of dusty rabbit ears, his catch for the day, but before he could admire them closely, they were snatched away. Xiao Yuan seized the rabbit, squinting as he hurled it towards Zhang Yeyang's direction. The rabbit flailed mid-air, landing precisely on a somewhat softer patch of wetland. Having narrowly escaped death, it bolted forward in sheer panic, simultaneously bow drawn and arrow nocked. Xiao Yuan executed the motion flawlessly. He tilted his head slightly, aligning the arrowhead with the rabbit's path, then abruptly redirected it to aim at the center of a man's back, a chilling arc gracing his lips. Li Huayan and Ling Qianni's breaths momentarily halted, both fixated on the arrow, and Xiao Yuan's grasp of the gentle and tranquil smile of the woman felt like fuel to the smoldering fire within Xiao Yuan's heart, intensifying its blaze, his grip on the bow turning white with tension, veins bulging. As the rabbit fled further away, he gradually relaxed his fingers. At the last moment, he half closed his eyelids, lowering the arrow's tip by several inches. The cold projectile, enveloped by the icy wind and glinting ominously, struck the rabbit's leg. Li Huayan and Ling Qianni simultaneously exhaled in relief, nearly fearing they would need to retrieve the scholar's corpse. If that were to transpire, today's events would indeed be difficult to conclude. Killing her beloved in front of Miss Shin, given her temperament, would surely result in a fierce confrontation with Xiao Yuan. Slowly, Xiao Yuan lowered his bow, the hand clutching it trembling slightly, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his austere countenance exuding an eerie terror. No one knew the immense effort he had exerted to barely suppress the fiery turmoil within him. Nor did anyone realize that the shackles binding him were none other than the icy, disdainful gaze of that woman, which flashed through his mind in that instant, dousing the impulse burning in his heart like a frigid deluge. Chapter 46, The Plum Blossom Banquet. He could not distinguish whether his possessiveness and thoughts regarding Shinanan stemmed from those dreams so vivid they felt as if they had transpired, Or from some other reason altogether. In any case, he wished for those gentle eyes to gaze solely upon him. Indeed, there were moments he felt an urge to confine her within the prince's residence. Yet he remained lucid. If he desired this, he could not allow any insurmountable barriers to exist between them. That scholar must not perish by his hand. Those inexplicable feelings of estrangement and animosity had already placed him at a disadvantage. The abrupt turn of events startled the two engaged in conversation. Zhang Yeyang turned around to see the arrow that had struck the gray rabbit mere steps away from him, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. Lifting his gaze ahead, he spotted several swift horses emerging from around the corner, ambling towards them. Shinanan narrowed her eyes, observing the figure seated atop the horse, her delicate face momentarily cooling. The fourth prince. Ling Shizi Ligongzi. Zhang Yeyang hurriedly paid his respects, and Shinanan followed suit with a slight bow. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained fixed upon the gray rabbit on the ground, his eyes shrouded in inscrutable darkness. Li Huayan, grinning, waved his hand. Miss Shin, what a coincidence. We meet again. Shinanan remained silent, her gaze locked on the rabbit, motionless. The atmosphere was laden with an uncomfortable silence. Amidst the stillness, Xiao Yuan suddenly bent his bow and knocked another arrow. Aiming once more at the rabbit on the ground. A cold smile graced his lips, laced with a hint of mockery. I intended to grant you a swift end, but you chose to intrude upon territory not meant for you. Thus, you shall meet your just deserts. His hand slowly released the tension aimed directly at the rabbit's throat. Shinanan furrowed her brow, slightly turning her head away in discomfort. Zhang Yeyang felt a chill run through him. His complexion paling, though it was merely the act of killing a rabbit. Xiao Yuan's expression and frigid tone rendered him inexplicably uneasy, as though the arrow were aimed not at the rabbit but at his own heart. The threat embedded in those words felt laden with unspoken implications. Li Huayan and Ling Qinyi, naturally, comprehended the weight of his words. Ling Qinyi furrowed his brow slightly, speaking in a subdued tone. Cousin, perhaps it would be best to refrain. Dead things cannot compare to the living. The last finger of Xiao Yuan remained poised on the string, his gaze shifting from the gray rabbit to Zhang Yeyang's panicked expression, ultimately settling on Shinanan's turned profile. Her face, fair as jade, was taut, seemingly in anguish yet also tinged with irritation. Xiao Yuan's eyes lowered slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and after a moment, he slowly lowered his bow. Very well. Li Huayan dismounted. Retrieving the nearly lifeless rabbit, waving it before Shinanan. Miss Shin, would you care to sample some roasted rabbit meat? The fourth prince's culinary skills are quite commendable, rivaling those of the tavern chefs. Comparing a princely figure to a mere cook was quite audacious. However, remarkably, Xiao Yuan displayed no signs of displeasure, his dark eyes betraying little emotion. No, the fourth prince is of high status, and I, a mere girl, cannot afford such a luxury. She glanced past the twitching gray rabbit, turning to Zhang Yeyang, her tone softening slightly. Shall we go? Very well. Zhang Yeyang nodded, turning to bow to Xiao Yuan, intending to take his leave. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan, who had remained silent, spoke up, his tone measured yet chilling. The officials dispatched to various regions have long since departed the capital. Why then, does Master Zhang linger here? Zhang Yeyang's countenance flickered with momentary panic. At a loss for how to respond, Shinanan knitted her brows, perplexed by Xiao Yuan's sudden outburst. She halted her steps, turning to face Xiao Yuan atop his horse, a polite smile gracing her lips. The fourth prince is indeed busy with state affairs. When did you become so concerned about the whereabouts of a mere scholar? Xiao Yuan regarded her with a placid gaze, his voice calm. As a prince of Dalian, I ought to be concerned for the well-being of all its subjects, particularly when Master Zhang is a local magistrate. Should officials grow negligent, would not the people of Dalian suffer? Zhang Yeyang's face blanched in an instant, hastily bowing. The fourth prince is most discerning. I assure you, I have not been negligent. I merely... The words of explanation eluded him. Shinanan's cool, almond-shaped eyes met Xiao Yuan's austere and tranquil gaze. Master Zhang's continued presence in the capital stems from my father's petition. He is to formally arrange our betrothal shortly, which is why he has delayed his departure. If the fourth prince harbors doubts, you may inquire with my father. What of employing connections? Her father was the Grand Commandant. Surely the emperor would grant him this modicum of respect. Xiao Yuan's expression remained composed, yet the hand gripping the reins tightened gradually. His knuckles curling, trembling faintly, his eyes resembled an abyss, ensnaring Shinanan within their depths, dark and unfathomable. Neither Ling Qinyi nor Li Huayan dared to meet the grimace on Xiao Yuan's face. The stifling atmosphere rendered Zhang Yeyang breathless. Gripped by fear, Shinanan's countenance was indifferent as she met Xiao Yuan's gaze without flinching. A man must marry, and a woman must wed. She was not acting unlawfully, so what was there to fear? Ha! Xiao Yuan suddenly scoffed, a sound tinged with derision. Yes, that's so. his gaze slowly traversed Zhang Yang, the frigid scrutiny rendering the latter too intimidated to raise his head. Then let me extend my congratulations to Miss Shen on achieving her heart's desire. That is only natural. Shennan coolly withdrew her gaze, instructing Zhang Yang. Let us depart. Zhang Yang nodded, bowing to Xiao Yuan and the others as he followed Shannan's lead. This time, neither Li Huayan nor Ling Chenyi spoke further. Both were immersed in concern, silently watching as the carriage of the Shen family pulled away. They then turned their attention to Xiao Yuan, who gripped the reins tightly, his jaw set, his profile etched with cold resolve. Today's events shall not be spoken of lightly. With that, he spurred his horse away. Matters concerning Shannan's reputation were delicate. They were acutely aware of the stakes involved, especially given Xiao Yuan's attitude towards her, which rendered them unable to underestimate the situation. Li Huayan rubbed his nose, holding the rabbit awkwardly, and hesitantly inquired of Ling Chenyi, "Shall we eat the rabbit?" Ling Chenyi shot him a sidelong glance. "Eat what? Hurry and catch up. It would be a shame to waste it." Li Huayan hung the rabbit on his horse, mounting swiftly to pursue Xiao Yuan's departing figure. Throughout the journey, Shannan's demeanor remained uncharacteristically somber, her silence persisting until they returned to Haitang Garden. Mo Xiang could no longer contain herself, remarking, "Miss, I perceive that Master Zhang." Shannan raised her gaze coolly, causing Mo Xiang to swallow her words. Mo Xiang considered that the disparity in status and family background between Miss and Master Zhang was rather pronounced. To speak plainly, standing alongside the sons of officials, Master Zhang barely dared to raise his voice. How then could he protect Miss in the future? Once wed, Miss's status would be contingent upon her husband's. If her husband's standing were lowly, she would lose her place among the noblewomen. Only her father could shield her from ridicule. Yet who could predict the inclinations of men? Currently, Miss supported him. Who could say if, in time, he would not come to prefer a gentle, docile maiden over a strong-willed one? Such tales were often recounted by the elder lady in Jiangnan. Birth determines perspective and confidence. Mo Xiang understood this, yet she felt that Master Zhang was undeniably lacking in compatibility with Mississippi. Shannan sat by the window, the cold wind brushing against her face. And after a long while, the turmoil in her heart began to dissipate. Xiao Yuan's final words of congratulations echoed in her ears like an ominous refrain, each strand of unease swirling within her, refusing to fade away. An inexplicable oddity gripped her. She closed her eyes, shaking her head lightly. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, everything was unfolding as she had hoped, and surely it would only improve from here on out. Shannan rose to her feet and stretched her arms. Once her elder brother had concluded his engagement, it would soon be her turn for marriage, and everything would finally fall into place. Miss Amo ran gently, knocked on the door and entered. The matron by the lady's side came to convey a message stating that there would be a plum appreciation banquet at the residence of the second prince tomorrow, and requested Miss to make proper preparations to attend. Shannan furrowed her brows slightly and nodded indifferently, acknowledging the message. She had little interest in the grand banquets of royalty, yet the matron from the second prince's consort personally delivered the invitation, and it would be impolite to decline. With her father's prominent position, it was essential not to give anyone a reason to criticize her for disrespecting the prince. Mo Xiang and Mo Ran had already begun preparing the garments and accessories for the banquet the following day. Shannan reclined against the soft pillow, her delicate wrist casually resting on the edge of the bed, her tone laced with nonchalance. There is no need for such extravagance. It's merely a banquet after all. Who knows what ulterior motives lie behind it? It has nothing to do with us, as long as we maintain decorum. Indeed, the two maidservants replied, their hands continuing to arrange the colors of the sashes without pause. Regardless of whether she was the main character, a proper display was a necessity. When the young lady stepped out, Shannan narrowed her eyes, feeling a hint of drowsiness, and turned to follow them. At the fourth prince's residence, in the study, an unfinished painting lay on the table. The woman depicted in the painting possessed a graceful figure, with flowing curves and long, lustrous black hair cascading to her waist. Her pair of clear, gentle eyes added a touch of allure, yet the absence of lips and a nose rendered such a beautiful maiden somewhat eerie. Qing Feng and Chang'an stood guard on either side, hardly daring to breathe. Their master had been staring at the painting for 2 hours straight. Xiao Yuan leaned slightly against the armchair, his ink-black eyes fixed on the scroll, darkness and coldness swirling in their depths as he unconsciously turned the white jade ring on his right thumb. His expression, grim of the image of two people standing opposite each other, laughing and conversing, frequently flickered in his mind, particularly the shyness of the scholar, which made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Just a day's difference, and their relationship had progressed so rapidly. The silence in the room was suffocating, causing Qing'an's scalp to tingle. He held the invitation tightly, lightly tapping Qing Feng. Qing Feng took a step back and shot him a fierce glare. At such a critical moment, who would willingly approach their master and bring bad luck? Qingyan gritted his teeth, mustering the courage to approach, his voice barely above a whisper. Master, the invitation from the second princess residence has arrived. There will be a plum appreciation banquet tomorrow, will you attend? Xiao Yuan remained stoic, not uttering a word. Qingyan felt increasingly uncomfortable. Each moment of standing there was like torment. After a long pause, he finally heard a faint response. No. He immediately retreated, stuffing the invitation into his sleeve, breathing a sigh of relief, noticing that their master's expression had softened somewhat. Qing Feng quickly added, Master, the steward reports that old Master Duan's health is deteriorating. If you have the time, should you not pay him a visit? Xiao Yuan raised his eyelids slightly, his brow furrowing. What did the physician say? The physician stated that old Master Duan has a chronic illness. It can only be managed gradually and cannot be cured. The Imperial Medical Bureau is also at a loss. In simpler terms, it meant they could not treat him, merely prolong his life. For every day they could extend. It was another day lived. Xiao Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat fatigued. Have the steward prepare gifts. I shall visit the Duan residence tomorrow. Old Master Duan held great significance for him. Being one of the few individuals closest to him apart from his father and mother, over the years, he had expended considerable effort due to the old man's illness, running about tirelessly. Yet there had been little progress. The following morning, after the court meeting, Xiao Yuan's carriage headed directly to the Duan residence. The young servant at the door hurried forward to take the reins. Respectfully welcoming Xiao Yuan into the estate. As he stepped in, a matron hurriedly scurried to the back courtyard to deliver a message. What did you say? The fourth prince has arrived. Duan Mengmeng was in the midst of dressing up, preparing to attend the banquet at the second princess residence. Upon hearing this, she jumped up in excitement. Indeed, the matron replied cheerfully, the fourth prince is already in old Master's courtyard. He should be coming to see the third miss shortly. Duan Mengmeng bit her red lip, urging the maidservants to hasten their preparations. A grandfather is unwell, he will surely wish to speak with him for a while. I should prepare myself to seek him out. The matron, eager to please, remarked, the fourth prince will surely be delighted to see the young lady. A rosy hue crept onto Duan Mengmeng's beautiful face as she raised her chin towards a nearby maidservant. Reward her. The maidservant promptly retrieved some silver from the cosmetics box and handed it to the matron, who beamed with joy, showering her with compliments before taking her leave, just as Duan Mengmeng was filled with delight. She raised her eyes to see a maidservant inserting a white jade hairpin into her hair, her brows furrowed in displeasure as she swiftly removed it. What is this you are making me wear? She was about to meet the fourth prince. Wearing something so plain would not do justice to her beauty. You forgive me, miss, forgive me. The maidservant immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Duan Mengmeng ignored her, selecting a jeweled hairpin from the cosmetics box and adorning her hair with it. The hairpin swayed gently, accentuating her oval face, exuding dignified elegance. She slowly rose, satisfied, and turned around. Suddenly, the sound of the maidservant's greeting from outside the courtyard interrupted her, causing her expression to darken, her smile fading. Shortly after, Duan Yingying entered, dressed in a moonwhite gown, her hair simply styled with minimal embellishments. Duan Mengmeng frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Is this how you intend to attend the banquet? Second sister, Duan Yingying smiled gently. Third sister, I came to inform you that I shall not be attending the banquet today. Why not? Your grandfather is unwell. I wish to stay at home to look after him. Duan Yingying glanced at Duan Mengmeng's extravagant attire and ostentatious jewelry, unable to suppress a frown. Duan Mengmeng narrowed her eyes slightly, concealing the glint of coldness within them, and spoke softly, but attending the banquet is grandmother's wish. Second sister, if you do not go, would that not go against grandmother's good intentions? Grandfather will still have grandmother to look after him. Your presence or absence makes little difference if Duan Yingying chose not to attend. It would cast her as unfilial, yet Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly be present today, and she could not bear to miss it. She clenched the handkerchief tightly, her gaze cold and resolute. This second sister of hers had always been adept at feigning gentility and obedience. Second sister, grandfather's illness has persisted for quite some time. It would be wise not to oppose grandmother. Duan Yingying frowned, aware of grandmother's intentions behind urging them to attend the banquet. It was merely to have their mother select suitable suitors for them. Fearing that one day grandfather might truly pass away, leaving them without a match, thus missing their prime age for marriage. Very well, Duan Yingying nodded, casting another glance at Duan Mengmeng's attire. Third sister, Don T, you think your outfit is a bit too extravagant. Grandfather is ill. Perhaps it is inappropriate. Duan Mengmeng lowered her gaze to her clothing, impatience flickering in her eyes. For 365 days a year. Grandfather has been ill for 350 days. What difference does it make what I wear? Yet, recalling Xiao Yuan's respect for grandfather, she ultimately nodded, deciding to replace the jeweled hairpin with something more subdued. The maidservant on the ground knelt, not daring to speak. You may rise. Be more careful next time and do not break anything, Duan Mengmeng said softly. The young maidservant nodded meekly, slowly standing up. Duan Yingying glanced at her before diverting her gaze. Feeling she had no right to inquire about the affairs in Duan Mengmeng's room, though she was the legitimate daughter, she was not favored in the Duan family, receiving kindness only from grandfather, who treated her with leniency and affection. The two sisters first went to Wanshou Hall to pay their respects to old Madame Duan, then proceeded to visit old Master Duan. Upon their arrival, they found old Master Duan engaged in a game of chess with Xiao Yuan. After both sisters paid their respects, Duan Yingying remained silent on the side, while Duan Mengmeng stepped forward, observing the chessboard for a moment before offering her commentary. Third Miss Old Master Duan's voice held a note of sternness, mingled with a few light coughs. Silence while observing the game. His tone was hardly gentle, causing Duan Mengmeng to bite her lip. Feeling somewhat wronged as she lowered her gaze, her ears burning with embarrassment at having lost face in front of Xiao Yuan, she felt a twinge of annoyance towards old Master Duan. However, others could see clearly that throughout the entire time, Xiao Yuan had not even glanced at her. Utterly absorbed in the game, old Master Duan leaned back against the soft pillow, mustering the last of his energy. For only the fourth prince could give him a semblance of vitality. Xiao Yuan, holding the black piece, looked up, his stern face reflecting genuine concern. If you cannot endure, you may lie down and rest. Old Master Duan shook his head. It is rare for him to visit. How could it be a pity not to play a game? The two continued their focused match at the chessboard. Duan Yingying noticed that Duan Mengmeng showed no sign of leaving, so she stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve, softly saying, "Third sister, it is getting late. We should head to the banquet." Duan Mengmeng furrowed her brows, subtly withdrawing her sleeve, speaking as if to Xiao Yuan, "Surely the fourth prince will also attend the banquet, and since we have encountered him, how can we leave first?" Duan Yingying glanced at Xiao Yuan, who remained seated and unmoving. Sensing he had no intention of accompanying them, she understood that her third sister had feelings for the fourth prince but had not anticipated her boldness. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Old Master Duan, well aware of his granddaughter's intentions, cherished her deeply but was not one to confuse right from wrong. Since the fourth prince had clearly declined previously, he would not attempt to force a match. After all, matters of marriage could not be rushed. He set down the chess piece, looking at the poised and elegant young man across from him. If the fourth prince wishes to attend the banquet, you should hurry. The game can wait for another day. Only then did Xiao Yuan lift his head, casting a glance at the two young ladies beside him. What banquet? Duan Mengmeng, the plum appreciation banquet at the residence of the second prince. Has your elder brother perhaps forgotten? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, averted his gaze, and spoke in a cold tone. I shall not attend the banquet. If the two young ladies wish to go, then make haste and depart. Do not wait for me. Duan Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback that he truly would not attend the banquet at the second prince's residence. Very well, since the fourth prince is not going, you two should set off without delay. The elder Duan's voice was feeble as he urged them to leave. Duan Yingying acquiesced, forcibly pulling Duan Mengmeng away. Just as they exited the courtyard, Duan Mengmeng shrugged off her grip. Why are you pulling me? Duan Yingying, with an unchanging expression, remained gentle and soft-spoken. Since the fourth prince is not attending, we should leave quickly lest we disturb grandfather and the fourth prince's enjoyment. Disappointed, the forced smile on Duan Mengmeng's face gradually faded. Yet, with the servants of the fourth prince's residence stationed at the entrance, she maintained her composure and did not act inappropriately as they left the courtyard. She had hoped to attend the banquet with him, to ride in the carriage of the fourth prince's residence, and to assert her claim before those young ladies. With the pressure of public opinion, it could gradually become a reality. Yet, he would not go. If she had to leave the residence, she would surely go to her grandmother and mother to act coy, persuading her grandmother to speak to her grandfather had it not been for her grandfather's lack of support. She might have already become the fourth prince's consort. After all, the fourth prince was quite obedient to her grandfather. Throughout the journey, Shen Anan dozed in Madame Shen's embrace until the carriage came to a halt before the second prince's residence. There will be many ladies and madams attending the banquet today. If you do not wish to engage, simply stay by my side, Madame Shen gently advised before disembarking. Shen Anan rubbed her sleepy eyes and nodded in agreement. For some unknown reason, the nightmares that had not troubled her for a long time returned last night, disturbing her rest all night long. The matron at the entrance spotted Madame Shen and her daughter alighting from the carriage. Her old eyes glimmered, and she hurried over. Madame Shen, Miss Shen, you have finally arrived. The princess has been waiting for quite some time. Madame Shen responded politely though perplexed. She did not recall having any particular acquaintance with the second prince's consort. And even the interactions between the Shin and second prince's residences were rather ordinary. However, they were all part of the same social circle, and with Shin Wen's high position and Madame Shin's prowess in socializing. A brief conversation with the matron ensued before they proceeded into the residence. The matron led them directly to the banquet hall, where several noble ladies were already seated. Madame Shin and Shin'anon approached. Bowing to the young lady at the main seat, the second prince's consort's gaze fell upon Shin'anon's exquisite visage, momentarily pausing, quickly concealing her emotions, and warmly said, "Madame Shin, Miss Shin, you are too kind. Please do rise." Madame Shin smiled and assisted Shin'anon to her feet, engaging in light conversation with the second prince's consort before leading her daughter to a nearby seat. Only then did the consort's gaze shift away from Shin'anon. As she took a delicate sip from her teacup, masking her emotions, she glanced at the matron behind her, who subtly nodded and discreetly withdrew. "Your Highness, the young ladies from the Duan family have arrived." A maid entered and reported softly. The second prince's consort's voice faltered, her expression dimming slightly. Please allow them in." Before long, the two young ladies from the Duan family entered one after the other. Kneeling in greeting before the second prince's consort, the consort's eyes fixated on Duan Mengmeng, her lips curling upward slightly. "Third Miss Duan truly possesses a remarkable beauty. After a period of absence, you appear even more enchanting." Though her words seemed complimentary, upon closer examination they lacked genuine respect. The phrase remarkable beauty often implied a euphemism for courtesans, and to call a respected young lady enchanting bore a deeper significance. All present were astute individuals, aware of the implications, yet none spoke up, diverting their gazes and engaging in conversation as if they had not heard. Shin'anon observed this scene, her brows slightly raised. Was there discord between the second prince's consort and Duan Mengmeng? That was indeed a matter worthy of amusement. Duan Mengmeng clenched her teeth, her complexion growing somewhat uncomfortable. "Your Highness, you flatter me. My beauty pales in comparison to yours." She returned the discomfort with a measured response, causing the second prince's consort's expression to momentarily darken. The noble ladies in the room glanced at Duan Mengmeng. Shin'anon lowered her head, taking a sip of tea. She had to admit, aside from her lack of conscience and her scheming nature, Duan Mengmeng was indeed clever, and her verbal skills were commendable. The second prince's consort wished to express her anger. Yet in front of so many she feared losing her dignified composure. After all, it was she who had initiated the provocation. "Third Miss Duan, you possess quite the sharp tongue. Do take a seat." She accepted the tea offered by the matron, taking a sip to mask her embarrassment, and deftly shifted the topic. Naturally, Duan Mengmeng would not press the matter further, as they were on the other's territory. Duan Yingying frowned, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pulled Duan Mengmeng to a side to sit down. Shin'anon was just about to withdraw her gaze when she encountered Duan Yingying's friendly smile and returned it. Redirecting her attention, she involuntarily began searching for the figure of the Lin family young lady. Surely the Lin family would be present at the second prince's residence banquet. "What are you looking for?" Madame Shin inquired softly. "I was just checking to see if my future sister-in-law has arrived." Shin'anon replied with a faint smile. Madame Shin cast her a reproachful glance, scanning the crowd. "I suspect she has not yet arrived." No sooner had she spoken than a young maid led a lady and a young girl into the hall. It was Madame Lin and the Lin family young lady, Lin Euro. The two first bowed to the second prince's consort, then, upon rising, Madame Lin took her daughter directly to sit beside Madame Shin. After exchanging pleasantries, they began discussing marriage prospects. Lin Euro, blushing, nodded toward Shin'anon, who pursed her lips and returned the gesture. "Tomorrow, this engagement will be officially established." Madame Shin regarded Lin Euro with delight. Madame Lin grasped her daughter's hand, smiling. "This child has been spoiled by me since childhood. If she behaves inappropriately, I hope Madame Shin will overlook it and not hold it against her." "Of course," Madame Shin replied warmly. "From this day forth, Euro, just like Anan, shall be regarded as my own daughter." Regardless of the truth behind the statement, Madame Lin was exceedingly pleased to hear it. Shin'anon fiddled with the jade pendant at her waist, listening to the casual banter between the two. The days had passed so swiftly. Tomorrow would mark the date of her elder brother's betrothal, yet she had yet to see the other party. At that moment, a maid from the prince's residence stealthily entered the banquet hall, whispering something into the ear of the second prince's consort. The consort's smile faltered, her countenance visibly darkening as she fixed a fierce gaze upon the maid. However, the maid, undaunted, stood her ground. "Your Highness, this is His Highness's wish." She gritted her teeth, her jaw tense, and finally squeezed out a good through clenched teeth. Only then did the maid discreetly withdraw. "Indeed, that is quite good." The second prince's consort muttered, her grip tightening around the teacup, her voice low and laced with barely contained rage. The matron beside her wore a troubled expression, bending slightly to console her. Your Highness, it has come to this. Whether it be one more or one less, it matters not. What is crucial is preserving your standing. The second prince's consort curled her lips in a slight mockery. How could she not understand? Otherwise, she would not have hosted this plum banquet to appease him, yet she did not want to. He was clearly not focused on great ambitions but rather on. The final words remained unspoken. And when she lifted her gaze once more, her expression had softened, for so many were present. The dignity of a princess must be upheld. Your Highness, the young princess requires a younger brother, and you too need a son to stand by your side. To bear children, it would be prudent to acquiesce to the second prince's wishes. The second prince's consort smiled on the surface, yet her hand gripping the handkerchief turned pale, as if she might tear it apart. Very well, if he is so fond of the Dewan family, then let him marry one. I shall see if after a year or so he will still remain so enamored. The matron exhaled in relief. Recognizing the consort's sharp wit, the second prince's consort let out a cold laugh and fell silent. When she was married, he had been utterly infatuated. Now, after 7 years of marriage, he surely had lost sleep over countless women. Which was truly laughable. The ladies presumed it to be a matter of the prince's household, and the second prince's consort concealed her feelings well. Thus, they remained oblivious, continuing their idle chatter. The consort collected her thoughts. Nodding to the matron beside her, the matron immediately stepped forward, smiling. Half a year ago, the emperor bestowed several pots of rare orchids from the western regions upon the second prince. They have suddenly bloomed a few days ago, and I believe the young ladies would enjoy them. Would you care to follow me to take a look? Being young ladies of an age where they could hardly sit still. Upon hearing this, they all rose in agreement. It mattered little whether they would view the flowers. Merely stepping outside was preferable to being cooped up indoors. Shen Anan was reluctant to move, yet Lin Yuro was eager to go. Madame Shen winked at her. Anan, accompany the Lin young lady for a stroll. No need to stay cooped up with us. Shen Anan glanced at the composed and gentle Lin Yuro and could only nod. Rising to follow alone, uncertain of where the matron's promised pots of orchids lay, they trailed her through several corridors without arriving at their destination. Several young ladies had already wandered off to other areas, leaving only a handful behind. Perhaps we should not continue. It seems rather far, Lin Yuro softly suggested to Shen Anan. Shen Anan, eager for an excuse, readily agreed. As they reached the next intersection, they descended the steps and made their way down a cobblestone path, which eventually led to a pavilion. The matron, noticing the two departing, narrowed her eyes, halted her steps, and said with a warm smile, Miss Shen, Miss Lin, you are almost there. Will you not join us? No, my feet are a bit sore. I wish to rest for a moment, Shen Anan replied with a faint smile. The matron nodded slightly, casting a glance toward the pavilion, before bowing respectfully and leading the young ladies away. Shen Anan and Lin Yuro were not particularly familiar with each other, and their interaction was somewhat laden with silence. Yet, as Madame Shen had remarked, Lin Yuro was an exceptionally gentle woman, exuding an aura of scholarly grace, which rendered their time together particularly soothing and pleasurable. Even in silence, chapter 48, worth a fortune. Even when they exchanged a few words, she never broached the subject of the Shen household, instead discussing the preferences of young ladies or speaking of literature. Typically, when a young lady is betrothed, she would inquire about her fiancé's family. However, Lin Yuro refrained from such questions, not even subtly probing into the cleanliness of Shen Qinghai's courtyard. This demeanor endeared her further to Shen Anan. It must be acknowledged that Lin Yuro exhibited remarkable poise, maintaining a suitable distance, speaking softly, and leaving no room for misinterpretation. Truly the epitome of a refined lady that noble women would admire. I have heard that Miss Shen's paintings are unparalleled, rivaling those of the fourth prince. Shen Anan's expression froze momentarily before she offered a faint smile. Such extravagant praise was something she had learned a bit about while accompanying her grandmother. It could only be considered a modest beginning. Lin Yuro smiled gently. Miss Shen, you are far too humble. The Grand Princess has always held a fondness for paintings. Even the works of Miss Duan-san could only be described as passable in her presence. Yet she is utterly captivated by your artwork, showering you with praise. It must be truly extraordinary. Shen Anan merely smiled without responding. After all, Madame Shen was renowned as a talented woman in the capital, so it was no surprise that her granddaughter possessed such remarkable skills. At that moment, a young maidservant presented tea, filling the cups for both ladies. The mention of paintings reminded Shen Anan of a particular piece in her residence, causing an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She intended to offer polite reluctance, but a voice interrupted her thoughts. I have heard that the young master of the Shen family is betrothed to the young lady of the Lin family. Shinanan furrowed her brows and turned to the source of the voice, spotting Duan Mengmeng stepping out from behind the trees, followed closely by Duan Yingying. Duan Mengmeng wore a broad smile. Yet her words bore a sharp edge. No wonder the young lady of the Lin family spoke so sweetly. It seemed she was flattering her future sister-in-law. Exceptional talent indeed, but what does a mere painting signify? The fourth prince's piece was merely a casual gift from the Grand Princess. Upon mentioning that painting, Shinan's eyes flickered. Even if it were a casual gift, it belonged to her, even if it were cast into the river. It had no bearing on Duan San's affairs. Duan Mengmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Cast into the river? How dare you speak so boldly? That is the painting of the fourth prince, worth a fortune. It is a royal work. Shinanan lifted her eyelids, her smile charming. What's the matter, Duan San? Do you covet it? Duan Mengmeng pursed her lips, rendered speechless. How could she not desire it? Yet, despite her persistent pleas, he had never yielded. Shinanan, suddenly amiable, suggested, if Duan San truly wishes for it, I could gift it to you. After all, it serves no purpose remaining with me. All eyes turned to Shinanan, collectively assuming she was jesting at Duan Mengmeng's expense. Do you truly mean that? Duan Mengmeng scoffed. Shinanan beamed. As long as Duan San is sincere, I would certainly be willing to part with it. It all depends on whether Duan San is prepared to pay. Duan Mengmeng was no fool. She quickly grasped the implication behind Shinanan's words and coldly asked, What are your terms? Shinanan delicately curled her alabaster fingers, finally raising 2 fingers, signifying the amount. Duan Mengmeng was momentarily at a loss for words. This woman dared to sell the fourth prince's painting for silver, yet she quickly suppressed her emotions, her eyes glinting with calculation, knowing his temperament. If he were to discover Shinanan intended to exchange his painting for money, he would undoubtedly be angered, leading to disdain. Thus, no matter the sum spent, it would not be a loss. 200 taels. Shinanan retracted her fingers and pursed her lips. Didn't Duan San just claim it to be worth a fortune? 200 taels? You truly dare to utter such a figure? It seems your affection for the fourth prince is not as... Shinanan. Duan Mengmeng's tone sharpened as she glanced around, relieved to see no one else present. Though she harbored feelings for Xiao Yuan, such matters could not be publicly acknowledged, otherwise her reputation and the dignity of the Duan family would be in jeopardy. How much do you want? 2,000? Or perhaps just 2, considering Duan San's heartfelt devotion. Let us forego the fortune. Duan Mengmeng was momentarily stunned. Duan Yingying, too, was taken aback. While in terms of artwork, the price was indeed reasonable, it was still a staggering sum for a young lady whose monthly allowance was merely 10 taels. 3 sister, perhaps you should reconsider. That was a parting gift from the Grand Princess to Miss Shin. Her intention was to provide her younger sister with an escape, but Duan Mengmeng outright rejected her goodwill. Since it had been given to Miss Shin, it was hers, and the transaction was entirely Miss Shin's prerogative. Upon hearing this, Shinanan cast a surprised glance at Duan Mengmeng, realizing just how infatuated she was with Xiao Yuan. To care so deeply for a mere painting, she smiled lightly. If Duan San desires it, you may come with silver to exchange. Of course, if I were to offer the silver, you should act swiftly lest another young lady snatches it away. Duan Mengmeng scoffed coldly and beckoned Duan Yingying to leave. Duan Yingying nodded at Shinanan before following her out. She considered 2,000 taels for a painting to be utter folly. If a man did not harbor feelings for you, possessing a painting would serve little purpose other than inviting ridicule. Yet Duan Mengmeng had her own schemes. A woman driven by greed would surely repel Xiao Yuan. This painting could incite his utmost aversion, ensuring that Shinanan would no longer hold any qualification to compete. Whether it was 2,000 or 20,000 taels, it was worth it. The crux of the matter, however, was that she did not possess such wealth. Her gaze drifted downward. While she lacked the funds, perhaps with some pooling, it could be achievable. Second sister? Yes. Duan Yingying glanced at her, curious. Duan Mengmeng's smile turned more sincere. Could you lend me some silver for a few days? Duan Yingying was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. I only receive a meager allowance each month. You know I have no surplus? Among the younger generation of the household, it was well known that Duan Mengmeng was the most affluent, as both their mother and grandmother doted on her, often providing discreet assistance. As for Duan Yingying, who was not as favored, she relied solely on her meager monthly allowance. Duan Mengmeng's demeanor darkened slightly, her tone growing colder. With grandfather being so fond of you, he wouldn't have withheld any precious paintings. Surely you must have some silver. It was evident she simply did not wish to lend, hoping to suppress her sister's aspirations and remain above her. Duan Yingying's brows furrowed slightly. My grandfather has only bestowed upon me 3 volumes. And many rare editions have already been given to you by grandmother. Even if I possessed them, they were gifts from grandfather for my personal enjoyment. they have no connection to money. Could it be that third sister implies selling the private collection of the Duan family for silver? Duan Mengmeng's expression shifted, and she paused her steps. Second sister, how can you so casually slander me? When have I ever uttered such words? Duan Yingying pressed her lips together, although she did not articulate it. Was that not precisely her implication? The items granted by grandfather are treasures I shall keep for life. I would never part with them. Who would desire such a thing? Duan Mengmeng's crimson lips slightly pouted. From the perspective of the servants in the prince's residence, it merely appeared as if the sisters were having a minor spat, a reflection of petty hearts. With that, she continued to walk ahead. Duan Yingying furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat helpless. To everyone else, Duan Mengmeng appeared obedient and gentle, dignified and gracious, adhering to propriety, yet only she as a sister knew how arrogant and overbearing she could be at home. Duan Mengmeng cast a sidelong glance at the person trailing behind, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Her collection of rare paintings far exceeded that of Duan Yingying, but selling them was out of the question. As for silver, she would devise a plan later. Miss Lin and the third Miss Duan, did they have some prior grievances? In the pavilion, Shen Anan sipped her tea and casually inquired. Lin Yuro's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head. It cannot be considered a grievance. I simply do not hold her in high regard. We merely do not see eye to eye. In the past, she would have dismissed it without a second thought. Perhaps even walked away, but Shen Anan was to be her future sister-in-law and had just returned from Jiangnan, unfamiliar with the ladies of the capital. Naturally, she would not allow anyone to bully her in such a manner. I apologize for the jest, Lin Yuro said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had been overly sharp-tongued earlier, worried that Shen Anan might perceive her as difficult to get along with and report her to Madame Shen. Shen Anan smiled, pouring tea for her. No, I do not like Duan Mengmeng at all. In fact, I strongly dislike her. Miss Lin was merely speaking on my behalf. Lin Yuro's half-closed eyelids lifted slightly as she smiled. She found this future sister-in-law's honesty quite refreshing, which suggested that they would not be hard to get along with. As they began to understand each other's characters better, their conversation flowed much more smoothly. With hardly any awkward pauses, Lin Yuro's speech and demeanor exuded an air of refinement, leaving little room for criticism. Shen Anan felt at ease in her company. There were no hidden agendas, no convoluted conversations. And she would not beat around the bush to extract information. No need for defenses. Miss Lin, suddenly, a young maid rushed over, bowing and gasping for breath. Miss Lin, it's terrible. The young lady of the Chen family has fallen into the water at the waterside pavilion. You must come quickly. Lin Yuro's expression changed instantly, and she rose to her feet, leading the way. After taking a few steps, she remembered that Shen Anan was still seated and hurriedly said, the young lady of the Chen family is my cousin. My aunt did not come to the banquet, and I am worried about her. I have neglected you, Miss Shen. Shen Anan shook her head and stood up. Let us hurry. Saving a life is paramount. Lin Yuro nodded, quickly following the maid towards the waterside pavilion in the back courtyard. She was not concerned about anything else. With so many people around, her cousin would not drown. However, her cousin was accompanied only by a maid. And without anyone to take charge, it seemed there would be servants guarding the pavilion. If being drenched and seen would be no different than losing one's virtue, her cousin might feel it better to drown. The two hurried to the back courtyard, and Lin Yuro turned to the maid following behind, instructing, go to the banquet hall and inform my mother. She should come at once. Yes, the maid replied, making her way towards the banquet hall. The leading maid merely glanced sideways before expressionlessly returning her gaze and added, I have already dispatched someone to inform the princess. Lin Yuro nodded. After a moment of silence, Shen Anan suddenly inquired. Did not the ladies go to see the orchids? How could they have gone to the back courtyard and fallen into the water? The young maid respectfully responded, the matron took the young ladies to see the orchids. Then allowed them to play freely. The orchids happened to be in the waterside pavilion, and the Chen young lady went to the bridge to admire the scenery. It seems there was a dispute. And in the scuffle, she fell in. Hearing this, Lin Yuro exchanged glances with Shen Anan. This was a banquet at the residence of the second prince, who would dare to employ such treachery. Moreover, her cousin was not the sort to stir up trouble. How could she have engaged in a dispute so carelessly? Lin Yuro shook her head gently at Shen Anan, then turned her gaze back to the young maid, her eyes now imbued with deeper significance. Navigating through the corridors, the maid led them along a nearby stone path where few were present, not even the maids and servants tasked with cleaning. The sisters' brows knitted tighter with concern. Miss Shen, I can check it myself. If Madame Shen cannot find you, she will surely worry. Shen Anan hesitated, lifting her gaze to Lin Yuro. Regardless of their thoughts, they were merely speculating. Besides Duan Mengmeng, they did not believe anyone else would pose a threat to them in the residence of the second prince. After all, with so many present, they had no enemies. Lin Yuro remained apprehensive for her cousin, fearing the worst, yet she did not want to risk Shinanen's safety, being half a member of the Shin family. Shinanen could not allow her to venture alone into danger. It is of no concern, I will have my maid report it, she stated, signaling to Ma Xiang with her eyes. Ma Xiang nodded and immediately departed. How far is it? Lin Yuro could not help but ask. Just ahead, the young maid replied, breathless with worry. As they rounded the stone path, the direction indicated by the maid led to the waterside pavilion's arch bridge, where numerous maids and servants were seen bustling about, yet there was no one else in sight. The two exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Where is everyone? They wondered. It seemed the second prince's command had dispersed the crowd. The Chen young lady was of noble status, and they likely feared that careless servants might inadvertently offend her. Such reasoning was indeed plausible. Regardless of whether they were maids or servants, one could never guarantee that there would not be someone aspiring to rise above their station. If any servant took the opportunity to leap into the river to rescue the young lady or approach her, it would spell trouble. Ladies, please wait here, I shall inquire, the young maid said, bowing before hastily making her way towards the waterside pavilion. Lin Yuro felt a sense of urgency, yet her mind remained cleared. I cannot shake the feeling of unease, Miss Shin. If anything seems amiss, you must leave at once and fetch Madame Shin and my mother. And what about you? Shinanen asked. Lin Yuro smiled softly. I am a bit older than you and have grown up in the capital. I know the devious tactics of those young ladies and can handle myself. Neither the Lin nor Shin families bore any animosity towards the second prince's residence. Their statuses ensured that, especially for Shinanen, there was no reason for the second prince to harbor ill will towards them. Lin Yuro merely suspected that Duan Mengmeng, harboring resentment, sought to retaliate by luring them into a trap. Shinanen's gaze fell upon Lin Yuro's serene and graceful countenance. She cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Quietly positioning Shinanen behind her, Shinanen lowered her eyelids, feeling a warmth spread across her heart. Before long, the young maid returned breathless. Miss Lin, the young lady Chen has already been rescued by a skilled woman who knows how to swim. She is now in the back room. I will take you there. Very well. Lin Yuro followed the maid for a few paces, then turned back to Shinanen, saying, Miss Shin, you need not accompany us. The banquet is about to start, and you wouldn't want to worry Madame Shin. Shinanen halted, her steps faltering. Lin Yuro tilted her head and winked reassuringly, silently conveying her trust, although she appeared gentle and compliant. She was far from a mere soft target. Shinanen watched as she followed the maid further away, her brow furrowed deeply. The water stains and disarray on the arch bridge did not suggest a mere theatrical display. They indicated that something had indeed transpired. Perhaps they were overthinking the situation, yet she could not shake her unease and turned to seek out a few other young ladies in the garden to accompany her. Safety in numbers was paramount. Just as she pivoted, a young servant suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. Miss Shin, the princess requests your presence. Shinanen's expression darkened instantly as she glanced at the direction indicated by the servant toward the waterside pavilion's side room. Is not the princess in the banquet hall? I am on my way there. She took a few steps forward, but the servant sidestepped, effectively obstructing her path. Miss Shin, given your esteemed status, it would be best to avoid letting a servant's dirty hands mar your dignity. Shinanen's fingers slowly curled into a fist as she stared at the servant's calm, indifferent face, her heart tightening, her countenance darkening. So it was indeed her they were after, the second prince's princess. Surely the people inside were not truly the second prince's princess. The servant remained unfazed, his small eyes glinting like a serpent's, fixated on Shinanen. Miss Shin, your maid Ma Xiang is also waiting for you inside. Shinanen's fingers tightened into her palm, her small hand discreetly beckoning within her sleeve. Then she turned, her expression unreadable. Lead the way. Yes. The servant stepped forward, gesturing for Shinanen to proceed, following closely behind to ensure she did not escape. Shinanen lifted her long sleeves, letting them fall again. Before striding towards the waterside pavilion's side room. At this moment, the arch bridge was deserted, not a single maid or servant remained, and the entire pavilion was eerily silent, almost unnaturally so. Upon reaching the steps, the servant stepped forward, opening the door. Please enter, young lady. Shinanen glanced into the dimly lit room before turning back to the servant. Her gaze was chillingly cold and oppressive. The young servant furrowed his brows, on the verge of uttering something, when suddenly a heavy kick struck his abdomen, sending him tumbling down the steps. As Shinanen shifted her stance, several shadowy figures appeared in the courtyard, their cold and sinister aura surrounding the guesthouse with an air of menace. Assassins. Shinanen narrowed her eyes, discreetly retracting her foot. Standing atop the steps, she looked down imperiously at the servant curled up in pain on the ground, her tone haughty. I am the daughter of the Grand Marshal. How dare a lowly servant like you speak to me with such disrespect? do you believe I won't chop off your filthy hands?" The servant, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, glared at Shin'en with growing malice. He had presumed her to be an easy target after her silence to his earlier insults, but it appeared she had been biding her time. Meanwhile, the assassins silently sheathed their drawn blades. The leader spoke in a calm voice. "Miss Shin, you have already taught him a lesson. It's time to retreat." Without uttering another word, Shin'en scoffed and entered the guesthouse. The servant climbed to his feet. His gaze filled with venom as he stared at the guesthouse. Once he married into the second prince's residence, he would surely avenge this humiliation. "She is a person of the master, mind your boundaries." The leader of the assassins warned the servant coldly. The servant lowered his head, saying nothing as he limped away. Upon entering the room, Shin'en was greeted by an unusual fragrance that made her throat feel tight and uncomfortable. She approached the window intending to push it open, but apart from a small window at the back, the others were firmly nailed shut, refusing to budge, fearing the scent might be laced with something sinister. She stood by the small window, trying to disperse the air and minimize her inhalation of the aroma within. Leaning against the window frame, she surveyed the room's furnishings. While not overly abundant, they exuded opulence. With a color palette leaning towards dark and cold hues, clearly not a space meant for a woman's prolonged stay, divided by curtains, the room featured a half-encircled folding screen, suggesting an inner and outer chamber. Before entering, Shin'en had noted the layout of the pavilion, which seemed to connect north and south. The seclusion of this place, coupled with the presence of the assassins and the lavish decor, led Shin'en to form a vague conclusion. Yet, amidst the throngs of officials and their families at the banquet, she could not fathom the second prince's true intentions, with her father holding nearly half of the military power. Did he dare to scheme against her openly? Was he not afraid of retribution from the Shin family? Lost in thought, a strange noise suddenly echoed within the room, bringing Shin'en to immediate alertness as she turned towards the source. Behind the curtain, it seemed there was someone in the inner chamber. Was it the second prince? Her gaze darkened as she began to grasp the second prince's intentions, but quickly dismissed the notion that someone as cunning as him would foolishly offend the Shin family. After all, alliances were meant to strengthen one's position, not to create enmities. In her previous life, he had been a formidable rival to Xiao Yuan, using unscrupulous means and a ruthless heart to gain a foothold and contend with him. Shin'en remained still, waiting for a while as the soft, pained sounds continued, resembling weak moans. She discerned that the voice belonged to a woman. Was there another young lady present? Could the second prince be attempting to leverage the powerful families for a rebellion? As this thought crossed her mind, Shin'en covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and cautiously approached. The woman's voice was fractured and incoherent. The curtains hung low, gently swaying, barely revealing a shadow curled up on the bed. Slowly shifting outward, Shin'en's breath caught for a moment, and she slowed her steps as she lifted the curtain. Upon seeing the scene within, her heart eased slightly, yet her brow furrowed tightly. On the bed lay a woman with half-closed eyes. Her expression somewhat dazed, clearly under the influence of some drug, yet retaining a shred of clarity as she struggled to move from the bed. Upon hearing the sound, the woman glanced up, her eyes momentarily filled with panic before sharpening into a fierce glare. "Shin'en, why are you here? Are you the one harming me? What do you intend to do?" Shin'en's almond-shaped eyes regained their calmness as she regarded Duan Mengmeng with an indifferent gaze. Showing no intent to assist, after a brief moment, her attention shifted away from Duan Mengmeng, surveying the opulent quarters of the chamber. The room, though not large, emanated luxury, with even the quilt made of exquisite satin stitched with golden threads. Only the second prince could afford such lavish treatment. Aside from Duan Mengmeng, there were no other occupants present. Shin'en surmised that Duan Mengmeng had complied without resistance, which was why the assassins had refrained from drugging her as well. Meanwhile, Duan Mengmeng had managed to clamber off the bed, unsteadily standing on her feet. "Shin'en, this is the second prince's residence. How dare you plot against me?" Shin'en frowned, casting her a look of incredulity. Even questioning how she had lost to such a simpleton in her previous life. "What kind of gaze is that? I warn you, the second prince regards me with favor. If you dare to cause a scene on his territory, he will not spare you." Duan Mengmeng intended to intimidate Shin'en, but was taken aback by the intensity in her gaze, which bore an uncanny strangeness. Instinctively, Duan Mengmeng took a step back. Shin'en's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean by saying the second prince regards you with favor? What do you think?" Duan Mengmeng adjusted her disheveled attire, pride evident on her face. Was it not natural for the most talented young lady in the capital to attract the attention of men? Shin'en lowered her gaze, her suspicions confirmed, her expression growing exceedingly cold. The second prince was indeed calculating, envisioning a scenario where he could have both water and land, gaining the best of both worlds. Noticing Shinanen's silence, Duan Mengmeng began to sense something amiss as her initial outrage and astonishment faded, giving way to a semblance of rationality. She moved closer to Shinanen, her delicate face slightly pale. Swallowing hard, Shinanen, what are we to do? Shinanen shot her a sidelong glance, ignoring her. What about the Lin family girl? Weren't you together? She is to be your future sister-in-law. Surely she won't abandon you. Her tone dripped with mockery. Isn't Miss Duan still your own sister? Where is she? Why hasn't she come to rescue you? Duan Mengmeng choked back her words, after a pause finally replying, we had a bit of a disagreement. She left. At that moment, regret flooded her heart. If she had known she would encounter such a situation, she would never have sent Duan Yingying away. Shinanen glanced at her, choosing not to engage further. It was evident that with Duan Yingying's temperament, she would not have voluntarily distanced herself unless provoked by harsh words. Shinanen brushed aside Duan Mengmeng's attempt to clutch her sleeve and moved closer to the window frame. She shook it forcefully, but it remained stubbornly immovable, firmly nailed shut. Turning to Duan Mengmeng, she coldly inquired, what is your relationship with the second prince? What do you mean by that? Duan Mengmeng's temper flared, her eyes widening in disbelief. I have no relationship with him, he is infatuated with me, but my heart belongs only to my senior brother. Don't you dare tarnish my reputation with your slander. Shinanen furrowed her brow in annoyance. Even in such dire circumstances, her thoughts were still occupied with romantic entanglements. With her eyelids lowered, she pondered, thus, the second prince had captured Duan Mengmeng out of unrequited love. While capturing her was likely a strategy aimed at her family's military power. We have only half an hour to escape. Duan Mengmeng pressed her lips together, aware that once the banquet concluded, their chances of escape would vanish. But we are daughters of high-ranking officials. How could he dare? If only my senior brother were here today, he would surely sense something amiss. Shinanen was already irritable, and the mention of Xiao Yuan only heightened her annoyance. If there's no solution, then be quiet. Duan Mengmeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Momentarily silenced, her schemes and tricks amounted to little more than cleverness. When faced with genuine peril, she was at a loss. Glancing at the window, Duan Mengmeng suddenly rushed over, shaking it desperately. Is anyone there? I want to see the second prince. Her voice rang out loudly, creating a commotion for quite some time before a response finally came. The speaker was the same young servant whom Shinanen had kicked earlier. My master is not present. If you do not wish to continue lying there, it would be best to keep quiet. His tone was particularly cold, laced with mockery. Impudent. Duan Mengmeng immediately flared up. Not even the second prince has spoken to me in such a manner. What are you? A mere servant. The second prince was infatuated with her. Every encounter was filled with gentle words. The servant let out a cold laugh, his shadow elongating in the sunlight, casting a long silhouette on the window paper. Tell her, if she cannot see the second prince, she should take her own life. Unbeknownst to her, Shinanen had approached from behind, whispering, Duan Mengmeng, he has taken me for my father's power, but he is taking you because he is enamored with you. I cannot threaten him, but you can. Duan Mengmeng's chin lifted slightly, a hint of pride surfacing in her gaze, yet she still complied with Shinanen's instructions. The servant outside did not respond but remained where he was. Duan Mengmeng turned back to Shinanen, and upon meeting her gaze, continued, you should know that your master is infatuated with me. If you neglect your duties and something happens to me, can you bear the responsibility? The atmosphere hung in an awkward silence. Moments passing before the shadow cast upon the window finally stirred, followed by the sound of departing footsteps as he left the pavilion. Both women understood he had gone to inform the second prince. A flicker of joy crossed Duan Mengmeng's face. He has left. We must find a way to escape. She began to pace anxiously within the room, only to discover that all the doors and windows were firmly nailed shut, rendering any escape impossible. Turning back, she found Shinanen sitting leisurely in a chair, unmoving and silent, as if lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about while sitting there? Hurry up and think of a solution. Shinanen glanced at her with disapproval, finding her chatter irritating, and said coolly, there are dark guards outside. Even if the door is open, we cannot escape. Duan Mengmeng's face instantly turned a deathly pale. Then why did you ask me to summon the second prince? Wasn't it you who wanted to see him? Her throat tightened, and a hint of green tinged her complexion. She was acutely aware of the second prince's intentions toward her. Calling him over now was akin to courting disaster. Even if someone discovered her plight and came to rescue her, her reputation would be tarnished beyond repair, and it would be too late. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You fear I might compete with you for the fourth prince, don't you? Shinanen dismissed her with indifference, as footsteps began to echo from the water pavilion bridge outside. Duan Mengmeng's body tensed, retreating to the most inconspicuous corner of the room. She was to wed the fourth prince. She could not afford to lose her honor, especially in front of Shinanen. Shinanen ignored her, coolly raising her gaze toward the door. The footsteps drew closer, and after a while, the door finally swung open, flooding the dim room with sudden light that made it difficult to see. Shinanen shielded her eyes with her arm and squinted at the tall figure stepping into the room. The man paused for a brief moment, his gaze sweeping through the room before finally settling on Shinanen as he approached her against the light. Shinanen adjusted to the brightness, lowered her arm, and looked up at the man before her. Miss Shin. Shinanen's eyes roamed over his smiling visage, her lips curling into a slight arc. Second Prince. It is quite unexpected to meet in this manner. Xiao Zhe seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, replying, "This prince is equally surprised." Miss Shin's reaction is indeed noteworthy. Shinanen chuckled coldly. Choosing not to respond. At that moment, Duan Mengmeng suddenly rushed over, trembling as she curtsied. "Your Highness." Xiao Zhe regarded her with a smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. "Miss Duan." Duan Mengmeng swallowed hard. Her voice as gentle as she could manage. "Your Highness, I am frightened to be here. Might you let me leave? I will consult my grandfather about our affairs once I return." Duan Mengmeng strove to maintain her composure, hoping to pacify Xiao Zhe. "Oh, is that truly what Miss Duan thinks?" He leaned forward suddenly, his towering figure looming over her, exuding an oppressive aura. The proximity made her heart race, and the intimacy of the gesture sent her reeling back a step, only to have a strong hand grip her waist, pulling her forward. Caught off guard, Duan Mengmeng stumbled into Xiao Zhe's embrace, her face paling in terror. She attempted to retreat, but his hold was unyielding, rendering her immobile. Before Shinanen, Xiao Zhe slowly leaned down, his face mere inches from Duan Mengmeng's delicate neck, his tone laced with mockery. "Yet, Miss Duan, was it not you who claimed to have eyes only for the fourth prince and would never become a concubine?" Duan Mengmeng's fingers curled tightly into her palms, her body trembling, her complexion ashen. Xiao Zhe chuckled darkly, abruptly shoving her away. Duan Mengmeng's legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. In the past, the second prince would have been gentle. Whatever she said, he would have acquiesced. However, today, her attempts at flattery and appeasement proved futile. Xiao Zhe looked down at Duan Mengmeng from a height, his gaze icy. Shinanen broke the tense silence. "Where is my maid? What have you done with her?" Xiao Zhe's expression softened slightly as he turned to regard the stunning woman, who remained composed, realizing he had previously overlooked how striking Miss Shin truly was. He addressed her with a hint of courtesy. "Miss Shin need not worry. Your maid is well. As long as you do not cause a scene and cooperate with this prince, it will not be long before you are reunited." Shinanen's lips curled slightly, her tone laced with derision. "The manner in which the second prince requests cooperation is rather peculiar. With so many ladies present at the banquet, are you not afraid of being found out and held accountable by the emperor?" She fixed her piercing gaze on Xiao Zhe. "To imprison the daughter of a high official and attempt to threaten the imperial authority. The second prince has just lost to the fourth prince. Are you not concerned about being ensnared in a scandal that could ruin you?" Xiao Zhe's expression darkened momentarily before returning to normal, though a glint of malice began to simmer in his eyes. Xiao Yuan, the one thing he despised most was being told he had lost, yet, the matter of the commoners had indeed been a trap set by that wretched child. Miss Shin need not worry for this prince. Since I have taken action, I am naturally well prepared." The second prince flicked non-existent dust from his robe and swept it aside, taking a seat opposite Shinanen, leaving Duan Mengmeng still crumpled on the floor, her face a mask of despair. The two young ladies came to the water pavilion to admire the flowers, and during a dispute, unfortunately fell into the pool. My men rescued both of you and brought you back to the estate through the back door. At this moment, Madame Shin should have received word and is on her way here. Duan Mengmeng scrambled to her feet. "That is impossible. We are trapped here. How could we leave, even if you can silence the servants of the prince's estate? Can you fool the coachman back home?" The second prince smiled, yet the chill it sent down one's spine was palpable. People can be quite similar. It is indeed easy to be deceived for a moment. Duan Mengmeng was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing slightly. However, Shinanen comprehended his meaning, her voice cold. "So it seems the second prince has more tricks up his sleeve." Just as he had stated, deceiving for a moment was feasible. But even if they bore a passing resemblance, it would be impossible to fool their elders at home. Xiao Zhe would at most find someone with a similar profile to them, and one glance would undoubtedly reveal the ruse. A hint of appreciation flickered in Xiao Zhe's eyes as he observed Shinanen's composed demeanor. "Miss Shin is quite astute. It is easy to deceive the coachman, but to mislead Madame Shin is indeed impossible. Therefore, you cannot return to the Shinduan estate. You will be intercepted by bandits along the way." "What?" Duan Mengmeng's face turned as pale as a sheet, collapsing back onto the ground. If she were to be captured by bandits, even if she managed to escape from here, her reputation would be in ruins, and she would no longer be worthy of the fourth prince. As she looked at Xiao Zhe again, her eyes filled with hatred. Shinanen's gaze drifted over the prostrate Duan Mengmeng. If such means were employed to win a woman, it was undoubtedly despicable yet remarkably effective, but his pursuit of her was rooted in the power her father wielded. Did he not fear retribution from her father for his actions? The second prince lifted the teapot from the table and poured himself a cup, the steam curling around him as his voice remained leisurely. When this prince can rescue both young ladies from the bandits entirely depends on your cooperation. If you wish to remain here forever, I can also devise a way for you to perish at the hands of the bandits. However, the manner of your demise would likely be quite undignified. This place was perpetually quiet and without disturbance. The two need not worry about anyone intruding. Aside from this prince, even the prince's consorts could not trespass here. You may reside here in peace. After finishing his tea, he rose, indicating an intention to leave. Shinanen's voice cut through the air icily. Does the second prince not fear that I might feign compliance and then have my father take revenge on you? Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe chuckled softly. The young lady is a prized possession saved from the clutches of bandits. Whether she is pure as jade or withered as a fallen flower is entirely at this prince's discretion. I trust that for the sake of your daughter's survival, Lord Shen would not be so foolish. Once a young lady is rescued from a bandit's den, what becomes of her is entirely up to him. There are countless ways to ruin the reputation of a maiden. Shinanen narrowed her eyes, her heart sinking further. It seemed the second prince had long been plotting, if she wished to extricate herself from this predicament. She needed to devise a new plan swiftly. Second prince, Duan Mengmeng suddenly lunged forward, clinging tightly to Xiaozhe's leg. Please let me go back. If you allow me to return, I will certainly persuade my grandfather to marry me to you. Whether as a side concubine or a concubine, I am willing. She lifted her tear-streaked face, looking at Xiaozhe with pleading eyes. The Duan family values reputation. If I am taken by bandits, they will never accept me. Xiaozhe regarded Duan Mengmeng from above, suddenly squatting down, but he grasped her chin, his eyes dark. Is that so? Does Miss Duan truly wish to marry this prince? Duan Mengmeng nodded vigorously. Xiaozhe chuckled softly, his hand sliding through her hair, cradling the back of her neck, and suddenly leaned in to kiss her. Duan Mengmeng shrieked, terrified, and desperately tried to pull away, her face drained of color. However, her neck was gripped tightly, forcing her forward, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. Shinanen sat in her chair, her expression indifferent as she watched the two. After a long while, Xiaozhe finally released Duan Mengmeng. His eyes filled with malice. Did you not say you were willing to be my concubine? What does this mean? Duan Mengmeng was so frightened that tears streamed down her face, and she could not utter a word. Her hands clutched her clothes tightly, her entire body trembling. Xiaozhe let out a cold laugh, yanking her by the neck, throwing her to the ground. If you wish to leave, you must obediently climb into bed. And during this time, serve me well. Perhaps you can still salvage your pristine reputation as Miss Duan. He stood tall, casting a look of disdain upon her. Only then can this prince believe that Miss Duan truly wishes to marry me. Duan Mengmeng had never encountered such a menacing and terrifying Xiaozhe before. Her mouth burned painfully. She wanted to wipe her face, but faced with Xiaozhe, she dared not. She could only curl up and retreat. She exerted every effort to stabilize him, yet to her dismay, he was entirely impervious to her attempts. Xiaozhe's gaze shifted from Duan Mengmeng to Shinanen's unruffled countenance, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Miss Shin is of such esteemed value, even in servitude, it ought to commence with her, he declared. You two should rest well. I shall return later to visit you. With that, he strode away, and immediately a servant advanced to secure the door. Duan Mengmeng suddenly burst into tears, vigorously wiping her mouth. Shinanen, this is all your fault. Why did you summon him? What are we to do now? Silence. Shinanen shot her a glare. Had she not called for Xiaozhe, she would have remained oblivious to his intentions and any means of escape. According to his words, the banquet hall must have received the news by now. Their mother, upon learning of her fall into the water, would undoubtedly hurry back. Shinanen felt a twinge of anxiety and guilt, knowing her parents would worry for her, and she feared that once again, the Shin family's reputation would be sullied because of her. Duan Mengmeng gradually quieted to soft sobs, curling into a corner, her face streaked with tears. Shinanen regarded her and suddenly inquired, Did you attend the banquet with Miss Duan accompanied by any elders from your family? Duan Mengmeng shook her head. No, it was just the two of us. Shinanen narrowed her eyes. That meant they had shared a carriage. It was likely that Duan Yingying's temperament would not allow her to abandon Duan Mengmeng. If she were to encounter that impostor Duan Mengmeng, she would be the most likely to discern the truth, yet temperament also dictated courage. Even if she were to notice something amiss, it was doubtful she would act upon it. Meanwhile, Lin Yuro visited the Chen family young lady, and upon confirming her well-being, she let out a heavy sigh of relief, offering her some comforting words. You are usually so gentle, how could you have had a quarrel with someone? The Chen young lady looked up in confusion, her face pale with illness. What quarrel? Were you not involved in a dispute that led to your fall into the water? No, the Chen young lady shook her head lightly. I was simply admiring the orchids on the bridge with several other young ladies, and we did not have any quarrel. Rather, we enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Lin Yuro's heart skipped a beat, a fleeting thought darting through her mind that she could scarcely grasp. Were you not pushed into the water by those young ladies? No, the Chen young lady affirmed, her conviction evident. We were standing side by side at the time. They had no opportunity to act against me. I was pushed heavily from behind, which caused me to fall. Chapter 51. Protect the reputation of the Duan family. Lin Yuro regarded the Chen young lady's brows, slightly furrowed in thought. The Chen young lady fell silent, seemingly on the verge of saying something but hesitating. Cousin, do you harbor any suspicions? The Chen young lady nodded, then shook her head. Never mind, it is best to avoid unnecessary conflict over matters without evidence. Lin Yuro's expression turned grave, and she waved for the maids to leave the room, standing guard at the door. If you have any doubts, do not hesitate to share. This matter is of great importance. If someone is indeed plotting harm, it would be wise to inform the family for future precautions. The Chen young lady hesitated for a long while, biting her lip, then cautiously glanced outside the window to ensure there were no eavesdroppers before speaking in a hushed tone. I can only speculate. There was no one else behind us at the time, only the second prince's wife's maid was present, and I suspect she left the rest unsaid, yet both understood the implication of her unspoken words. Lin Yuro's expression grew somber, particularly serious. After a moment, she softly said, if you were indeed pushed from behind, then it ceases to be mere suspicion and becomes a fact. Both fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with an eerie quietude. But I cannot comprehend it, the Chen young lady said, gripping Lin Yuro's hand in trepidation. Cousin, I have always adhered to propriety and never offended anyone. Why would she wish to harm me? Lin Yuro studied the Chen young lady intently before blurting out. If she truly intended to harm you, the servants of the prince's residence would not have made efforts to save you. The words hung in the air, and both were momentarily stunned. An inexplicable unease began to rise within them. Lin Yuro could not articulate the feeling, yet it left her unsettled. Suddenly, she recalled Shinenen, who remained at the waterside, and wondered if she had returned to the banquet hall. A sense of panic washed over her, and she hastily instructed someone to check the banquet hall. Just as the person was about to leave, the sound of greetings resonated from outside the courtyard, and soon after Lady Lin entered. Mother, Lin Yuro stood up. Lady Lin nodded and immediately turned her attention to the young lady lying on the bed, sitting beside her with concern. Waner, are you alright? Aunt, do not worry, Waner is fine. Chen Waner forced a smile. Lady Lin helped her sit up. That is good to hear. Let us hurry back home and find a doctor to examine you properly. We must not let this develop into a lingering ailment. The maids rushed to assist Chen Waner in adjusting her clothes and hair, helping her down from the bed. Lady Lin sighed softly, murmuring, this is truly bizarre, attending a banquet and yet, one after another, they fall into the water. Could it be that the water side of the second prince's residence has poor feng shui? Lin Yuro immediately seized upon the key point, anxiously asking, Mother, are you saying that someone else fell into the water? Yes, Lady Lin's expression bore traces of worry. The Shin family young lady also fell into the water, as did those from the Duan family. Oh, were you not with the Shin young lady? Why did you part ways mid-event? If you had not separated, that girl likely would not have fallen in. I hope Lady Shin does not blame me for not looking after you properly. Lin Yuro's heart leapt into her throat, her fingers curling into her palm as a chill crept down her spine. Her complexion paled. What did you say, Mother? The Shin young lady fell into the water too. Yes, it was also at the waterside. I heard that she quarreled with a young lady from the Duan family, and somehow, they both ended up falling in. Lin Yuro's brows knitted tightly. However, she had clearly not seen anyone from the Duan family at the waterside. Nor did she believe Shinenen would directly confront Duan Mengmeng. Though their interactions had been minimal, she sensed that Shinenen would not act so disgracefully. Furthermore, the Duan family had always placed great importance on reputation and the title of the foremost talented young lady. How could they engage in such a disreputable act in the prince's estate? Her gaze slowly drifted to meet Chen Waner's, and both felt a heavy sinking sensation in their hearts. Chen Waner's earlier description struck Lin Yuro like a heavy blow. What if An and the Duan family were similarly victims of? A wave of panic surged within her, and An had followed her out of concern. If anything were to happen, how could she face this marriage or Shindazong? The convergence of all these coincidences left Lin Yuro feeling utterly unsteady. Mother, please take my cousin back to rest. I have some matters to attend to and will return later. With that, she dashed out, prompting Lady Lin to call after her, Euro, where are you going? This is the second prince's residence. Do not disturb the noble guests. Lin Euro paused for a moment, glancing back at Lady Lin. A thought flickered through her mind. I cannot remain at the second prince's residence. I must leave to find someone. The incident had occurred within the second prince's residence, and if Anin were truly in danger, staying there would only alert the culprits, potentially endangering herself without any benefit. She needed to ascertain whether Anin had returned home safely. Her steps quickened, her expression striving for calmness to avoid revealing her anxiety as she exited through the side gate of the prince's residence. In her haste, she turned a corner too quickly and collided shoulder first with a woman coming from the opposite direction, both staggering back several steps before managing to steady themselves against the wall. Lin Euro rubbed her sore shoulder, her eyes slightly reddened, but she quickly focused on the woman before her. I apologize, I was in a bit of a rush and bumped into, as she recognized the woman's face. Her words faltered. Miss Duan Air. Miss Lin Duan Ying nodded, casting a quick glance behind her before preparing to leave. Miss Duan Air. Lin Euro stepped forward to block her path. Are you headed to the second prince's residence? Duan Ying frowned and nodded, her gaze flickering uncertainly. I left something at the prince's residence and wished to retrieve it. Lin Euro glanced behind her, her eyes narrowing slightly. What about Miss Duan-san? Did you not come together? Oh, my third sister. She returned home ahead of me, Duan Ying said, her head lowered, her words hesitant. Lin Euro sensed something amiss. If she was not mistaken, the Duan family carriage's insignia hung not far ahead. If Duan Mengmeng was unharmed, then Anin should have returned home safely as well. With this thought, Lin Euro stepped aside to allow passage, moving toward the Duan family carriage. Duan Ying's complexion paled, and she quickly grasped Lin Euro's arm. Miss Lin, what are you doing? Lin Euro turned to meet her gaze. I wish to speak with Miss Duan San.Do not go. Duan Ying shook her head subtly, as if fearful of being seen by someone. Lin Euro noticed that a small maid had peeked out from the carriage window, watching them intently. A sense of alertness surged within her. She turned to Duan Ying, her eyes sharp with scrutiny. Wasn't Miss Duan-san rescued from the water and sent back home early? Now that the ladies have departed, why have you not left? Duan Ying opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Miss Lin, do not ask. It is best if you return home quickly. Her voice was low, her fingers discreetly forming a warning gesture that was hidden from the maid in the carriage, urging Lin Euro to leave. The Shin family young lady had also fallen into the water. As long as Miss Duan-san was unharmed, it was likely that Miss Shin had returned home safely as well. Lin Euro took a step closer to the carriage once more. At that moment, two maids approached from an unseen direction, advancing towards the two of them. Duan Ying promptly seized Lin Euro's arm, her face adorned with a feigned smile, engaging in a superficial exchange of pleasantries. Only then did the two maids halt their steps, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon this direction. Observing the commotion, Lin Euro was already convinced that Duan Mengmeng must have encountered some trouble. She narrowed her eyes, intently scrutinizing Duan Ying, pondering the unfolding mystery. With a determined bite of her crimson lip, Duan Ying whispered in a barely audible tone, I am also unaware of the circumstances. The woman in the carriage is not my family's third sister. She had discerned the clues. The woman claimed that her third sister was still at the second prince's residence and instructed her to search for her there. She was no fool, considering the second prince's past attentiveness towards Duan Mengmeng. She understood the implications, however. With the maids from the second prince's residence watching, she could not return to deliver a warning. Upon hearing this, Lin Euro was momentarily taken aback, and it took her a while to grasp the meaning. The woman in the carriage is not your third sister. Is she an impostor? Duan Ying managed a hesitant nod, and if Miss Shin were in a similar predicament, it would seem. The remainder of her thoughts went unspoken. Yet Lin Euro comprehended. They had both been dispatched from the second prince's residence, and if Duan-san were indeed a counterfeit, it was highly probable that Anin, who was supposed to return home, was also a fake, still held within the second prince's estate. Duan Ying glanced back, noticing the two maids approaching. Her complexion paled. She hastily exclaimed, she asked me to ride in the carriage with her back to the manor, claiming that the second prince would return my third sister shortly. Yet, I am truly uneasy, Lin. If we have not returned to the manor before nightfall, I would greatly appreciate it if you could inform the Duan family on our behalf. Lin Euro nodded gently. As Duan Ying turned to stride towards the manor, she added, could I trouble you to keep this matter confidential? It concerns the reputation of the Duan family and my third sister. Lin Euro cast her a glance, remaining silent. Reporting to the Duan family under the watchful eyes of the second prince was already a perilous endeavor, if secrecy were to be maintained, and if she were to proceed quietly. It was likely she would be captured before even nearing the manor. At such a juncture, prioritizing reputation over life seemed misguided. Duan Yingying's face turned pale once more, yet, the reputation of the Duan family held paramount importance, even surpassing that of the two young ladies. Miss Duan, Lin Yuro's voice grew grave. You ought to be aware of the dangers inherent in this situation. Before you make such a request, have you considered the safety of the person you are asking for help? Duan Yingying stiffened, her fingertips curling slowly into her palm, her complexion ashen, her eyes filled with guilt. I am sorry, Miss Lin. The Duan family's carriage had already departed, and the two maids were now before Lin Yuro. She regarded them with narrowed eyes, her grip tightening around her hairpin, her tone decidedly unfriendly. What do you want? My mother is still in the manor. Go check when she will emerge. She presented herself as someone waiting with great urgency. The two maids exchanged glances, suspicion evident in their eyes. They were at a distance, uncertain if Duan Yingying had divulged anything to Lin Yuro, but if Lin's mother were still present in the manor, then Lin Yuro was certainly not to be trifled with. Did not the madams exit through the main gate? How could Miss Lin come out through the side door? One maid questioned. Lin Yuro had always been gentle in front of others, yet her brow furrowed now, giving her an intimidating presence. My cousin fell into the water. How could I leave through the main entrance with so many people around? Do you wish to provide them with a spectacle involving the Lin and Chen families? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! A small maid furrowed her brow. One of them nudged the other. Let us return to the manor and check. It was already unexpected that they had failed to manage Miss Duan, but fortunately that girl was of a virtuous reputation, too timid to raise a ruckus. If another were to become involved amidst so many prominent families, it would certainly lead to complications. The maids thought of reporting back to the second prince, who would undoubtedly have means to silence the Lin family. Moreover, should the carriage be intercepted by bandits, who could prove that the individuals inside were not daughters of the Shinduan family, the two maids curtsied and stepped aside for Lin Yuro. Contemplating, they considered having hidden guards follow them. Lin Yuro relaxed her curled fingers, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as she took her leave. The two watched her retreating figure, faintly hearing her complaints about being unable to locate the Lin family's carriage. They averted their gazes and hurried back to the manor. Miss, they have left, the little maid whispered to Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro remained composed, her pace noticeably quickening. Where are we headed, miss? At the crossroads, both master and servant paused. Lin Yuro bit her lip, resolutely turning towards the bustling street, not in the direction of the Shen residence. If the second prince had indeed captured an inn, he would undoubtedly have set up defenses at the Shen residence. Moreover, those two maids, though indecisive, would surely report to the second prince, prompting him to take action. Thus, neither the Shin residence nor the Duan residence was safe to approach. Then where shall we go? The little maid glanced back in fear, her peripheral vision suddenly catching a glimpse of a dark figure, causing her to tremble. Miss, I feel as though someone is following us. Indeed, Lin Yuro replied coolly. She paused before a vendor, casually picking up a tiny copper mirror to inspect her hair ornament, only to set it down moments later and continue onward. It was midday, and the long street bustled with activity. Lin Yuro led her maid towards the crowded areas, their delicate figures, especially in a throng, rendered them almost unnoticeable. Before long, the hidden guards lost sight of them. The two shadowy figures exchanged solemn looks, then split into two paths to search. Lin Yuro observed as they moved further away, then cautiously emerged from behind a cluster of oiled paper umbrellas. The vendor, puzzled, asked, Miss, which one caught your fancy? Lin Yuro handed the vendor a silver ingot, saying, I will take them all, but I have no attendants to carry them. Could I trouble you to send them back to the manor? The vendor, grinning widely, repeatedly assured her. Of course. Chapter 52. I am Shinchang's fiancé. Such a considerable sum could buy a life? He mused. May I inquire which family you are from, miss? I shall deliver them right away. Fourth prince's residence. Lin Yuro recalled her brother's mention of the fourth prince's admiration for a Shin family girl, and confidently stated, please inform the steward at the prince's residence that it is a message from the Lin family, and he must relay it to the fourth prince immediately. The vendor was taken aback. The prince's residence was not a place for someone of his status to enter, especially with these broken umbrellas. Please hurry, Lin Yuro urged, handing him a jade pendant. Take this with you, the steward will trust you. Upon completion, the steward will grant you 10 taels as a reward. 10 taels, that is a sum I could not earn in years. The vendor's eyes lit up. He could finally afford to marry the village beauty. All right, I shall ensure it is delivered. Do not mention the prince's residence. Even the palace itself would be worth the journey for such silver. Miss, they are returning, the maid warned urgently. Lin Yuro looked up and indeed saw the two shadowy figures approaching again. She quickly instructed the vendor. You must be swift. Understood, he replied. Lin Yuro nodded, grasped her maid's hand, and dashed in the opposite direction. There, the guards spotted the two and pursued them with fervor. At this moment, they were convinced that Lin Yuro was fully aware of the happenings at the second prince's residence, fearing she might expose the matter before bandits could intercept the carriage. Xiao Jia, we shall split our belongings. You return to the Lin residence to find my father, and I will seek out the eldest son of the Shin family. With an additional person, there was an added glimmer of hope. Lin Yuro, quintessentially refined, maintained a graceful demeanor even while running. The distance between her and the guards diminished rapidly. She speculated that Xiao Jia was in a similar predicament. Her only hope rested upon the vendor. In a moment of distraction, she heard a soft, beguiling voice call out, Young Master Li, please accompany me for the night. I seek no silver, only your company. In a flurry, Lin Yuro raised her head in the direction of the voice. Spotting a somewhat familiar profile, she immediately changed her course and dashed towards a couple standing in the corridor. Young Master Li, Li Huayan, engrossed in flirtation with the woman in his arms, looked up to see a flushed, breathless young lady staring at him intently, her expression akin to a hunter seizing its quarry, radiating sheer delight. The woman was elegantly attired but appeared somewhat disheveled, her hairpin askew, her beautiful face reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. Li Huayan scrutinized her visage, feeling a flicker of familiarity, yet unable to place it. Just as he was about to inquire, the young lady anxiously glanced back. Following her gaze, he caught sight of a man in black. As their eyes met, the man swiftly blended into the crowd. Li Huayan narrowed his eyes, releasing the enchanting lady from his embrace, fixating on the retreating figure in black, that was an undercover agent of the second prince. Lin Yuro had met Li Huayan a few times, always in the company of the fourth prince. Young Master Li, I am Lin Yuro from the Lin family, and I am the fiancée of Shin Changhe. Lin Yuro spoke urgently, her shyness and reservations momentarily forgotten. Upon hearing this, Li Huayan's eyes flickered. Shin Changhe's fiancée, which meant she was also Shin Anan's future sister-in-law. He tilted his head slightly towards the enchanting lady beside him and gestured for her to return to the carriage first. The lady cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yuro before departing. Once she was gone, Lin Yuro immediately pleaded, Could you please take me to see young Master Shin? I have urgent matters to discuss. Li Huayan wasted no time, nodding in agreement as he ushered Lin Yuro into the carriage. Once inside, Li Huayan inquired, The person who was pursuing you earlier, was he from the second prince's secret guards? Lin Yuro paused, her expression faltering for a moment before she slowly nodded. Li Huayan raised an eyebrow. What business does the second prince's guard have in pursuing you? Lin Yuru's breath, which had finally steadied, caught in her throat as she hesitated to respond, feeling it impolite to remain silent after he had assisted her. She finally said, Anan has encountered some trouble at the second prince's residence. Li Huayan's expression darkened, his brows knitting tightly. What happened? Suddenly, he recalled the plum blossom banquet being held at the second prince's residence that day. Earlier, he had found it peculiar, mentioning to Ling Chani that the timing of the event was rather off-season. Now, piecing together Lin Yuru's few words, he felt a sense of foreboding. We should first go to the fourth prince's residence. I will send someone to inform young Master Shin, Lin Yuro responded promptly. I have already sent someone to the fourth prince's residence. At present, it remained unclear what exactly was transpiring between Anan and the fourth prince. While it was wise to harbor hope, it was essential to inform young Master Shin as well. Li Huayan regarded Lin Yuro thoughtfully before nodding. Very well. The carriage hastened towards the palace gates. Lin Yuro, clutching her handkerchief anxiously, frequently lifted the curtain to peer outside, softly urging the driver to quicken their pace. At the fourth prince's residence, in the study, Xiao Yuan was buried under a mountain of documents, while Qingfeng ground ink beside him. Inquire if there are any skilled physicians nearby who specialize in old ailments. Send them to the Duan residence. Qing'an has already left, and as soon as there is news of a renowned doctor, he will bring them. Xiao Yuan nodded, his austere face taut as he meticulously annotated the papers. Suddenly footsteps approached. Master Qingfeng gently set down the inkstone and quickly opened the study door. Moments later, he returned holding a jade pendant. Master, this was delivered by the steward. Xiao Yuan glanced up, his gaze abruptly fixating on the pendant. Qingfeng immediately handed it over for a clearer view. The exquisite white jade was intricately carved with a surname. Xiao Yuan took it, his brow slightly furrowing. Qingfeng explained, the steward said it was brought by a small vendor selling umbrellas. A young lady purchased his oiled paper umbrella and gave him this jade pendant, instructing him to deliver it to the fourth prince's residence. She seemed quite anxious. Xiao Yuan placed the pendant on the table. His dark eyes clouded with intensity. And where is that young lady? They said she fled with her maid, seemingly evading someone. The vendor added, the young lady requested a reward of 10 taels. And I specifically inquired about the direction she went. She likely emerged from North Street. North Street? Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Qingfeng replied, his expression growing grave. The second prince's residence is located on North Street, and they are hosting the Plum Blossom Banquet today. Xiao Yuan rested his wrist on the table's edge, his frown deepening as he scrutinized the jade pendant, which Lin family officials attended the banquet today. Qingfeng pondered briefly, about to suggest further investigation when Xiao Yuan suddenly halted. Rising abruptly, Qingfeng was startled. Master, what is it? I recall that Shen Changhe recently became engaged to a young lady from the Lin family of the Hanlin Academy. Qingfeng nodded, his gaze shifting to the pendant. Confirming the connection, are you suggesting that the young lady with the pendant is from the Lin family of the Hanlin Academy? But why would she seek you out? His expression shifted slightly. It can't be that something happened at the second prince's residence. He suddenly remembered the vendor's words. Xiao Yuan had already exited the study, concluding that the individual in danger was not her but rather someone she was trying to save. Lin Ziyu was ruthless. For a Lin family girl to confront him indicated that the person she was protecting held great significance to her. A sense of unease began to fester within him, taking root and growing wildly, his jaw tightening as his demeanor grew especially grave. Qingfeng also grasped the situation and immediately stated, I shall arrange for the carriage, prepare the horses, Xiao Yuan commanded coldly. A quarter of an hour later, 2 swift horses galloped from the fourth prince's residence straight towards the second prince's residence. Master, the dark guard dispatched to the Shen residence caught up with Xiao Yuan in a narrow alley behind the second prince's residence. Breathless as he reported, I found out that it was Shen's young lady who fell into the water at the second prince's residence. Xiao Yuan tightened his grip on the reins, his eyes betraying a barely contained calm. He turned to the dark guard, his gaze darkening ominously. And where is she now? The guard's spine went cold as he gritted his teeth. We encountered Shen's carriage on the way. It was reported that the young lady was abducted by bandits on her way back. Xiao Yuan's heart sank, his gaze fixed on the second prince's residence, cold and menacing. Now I have already sent men to pursue them. But those bandits are swift and familiar with the city. By the time we arrived, it was too late. While capturing them is not difficult, the greatest concern is whether Shen's young lady can hold out. Master, Qingfeng urged cautiously, the second prince has just suffered a setback against you. It would be wise not to act rashly. If the emperor learns of this, he may suspect you. The matter concerning the refugees was already a close call. We cannot afford to fall into another trap while attempting to save someone. You should return to the residence first. I will personally lead the search for Shen's young lady. Xiao Yuan remained silent, the horses pacing restlessly beneath him as he kept his gaze locked on the second prince's residence, his eyes devoid of warmth. If they intended to abduct someone, why go through the trouble of letting her go? His voice was as cold as frost. Qingfeng was taken aback, his eyes widening slowly. Master, are you implying that the person in the carriage is not Shen's young lady? Xiao Yuan remained silent, directing the horses straight towards the entrance of the second prince's residence. Qingfeng was alarmed. Master, wait. He leaped forward, blocking Xiao Yuan's path. Master, we cannot take such risks. The second prince's intentions remain unclear. You must not endanger yourself even without a trap. If the second prince reports this to the emperor, you will be at a disadvantage, especially at such a critical moment. Step aside, Xiao Yuan commanded icily. Qingfeng stood his ground, but just then, a carriage rushed towards them, coming to an abrupt halt in front of him. Li Huayan jumped down from the carriage, closely followed by a stern-faced Shen Changhe and a visibly anxious Lin Yuru. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over the two before settling on Lin Yuru. What transpired at the second prince's residence? Lin Yuru stepped forward, recounting the events that had transpired in the carriage. Upon mentioning the incident of falling into the water and being sent back by the servants of the second prince's residence, Xiao Yuan's eyes darkened momentarily, his suspicions confirmed, and his expression turned grim. Qingfeng relayed the news of Shenanen's abduction to Shen Changhe, who listened intently. Coincidentally, Li Huayan interjected, I just received word that the young lady from the Duan family has also been taken. In light of these revelations, the truth became all too clear. Shen Changhe pressed his lips together and strode purposefully toward the second prince's residence, only to be halted by Lin Yuru. Young Master Shen, you cannot. We lack evidence. Barging into a prince's residence is a grave offense. It would be wiser to return and inform Lord Shen before devising a plan. Shen Changhe cast a glance at her delicate fingers gripping his sleeve, causing Lin Yuru to awkwardly withdraw her hand. She continued to advise him gently, the second prince, without a doubt, has ulterior motives. If we can rescue Wen tonight, he will not harm her. At that moment, Xiao Yuan interjected calmly, entering alone is tantamount to seeking death. If Lin Ziyu intends to deal with him, there are countless ways to ensure his demise within the second prince's residence, potentially endangering his entire family. An assassination attempt on a prince could lead to the Shen family's utter ruin. Shen Changha's tall figure remained unwavering, though he trembled slightly, his lips pressed tightly together. He had long known that his sister's stay in the capital would inevitably entangle her in the struggle for legitimacy. Yet he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. His voice was cold and burdened. Even so, I must tear Yasn's elder brother. How could he abandon her? He believed his parents would share the same sentiment if he did not retrieve Anan today. It would be equivalent to Xiao Yuan's resolve hardened. We must act decisively. Li Huayan, typically not one to adopt such a serious demeanor, insisted. The immediate priority is to inform Lord Shen with him in command. Creating a disturbance at the second prince's residence may not be unwise. The group exchanged glances. Xiao Yuan's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the second prince's residence as he finally turned to Li Huayan. Commanding, mobilize the dark guards and the palace troops to accompany me inside. Master, Qingfeng exclaimed incredulously, are you truly considering a direct assault? Any intrusion by anyone would be better than your own, given the internal strife. As the one who instigates discord, the emperor will surely punish you severely. Qingfeng understands the truth clearly, and so do others. Li Huayan, however, refrains from offering any counsel. Shen Changha furrows his brows and speaks. Fourth Prince, it would be better if I were to go. It is not suitable for you to intervene in this matter. Moreover, it concerns the rescue of his own sister. It should not implicate the fourth prince. Xiao Yuan's heart, which had been in turmoil, now tightened into a knot, his brows subtly displaying impatience. With just you alone, let alone bringing her out, it would be a challenge even to ensure her survival. He distinctly remembers how that woman had glared coldly at Shen Changha after he reprimanded her, clearly caring deeply for her brother, and he cannot bear to see him perish. With a flick of his sleeve, a command token falls into Shen Changha's hands. Return to the residence at once, instruct Lord Shen to enter the palace immediately. Then, with my token, proceed to the south camp to gather troops. Shen Changha, clutching the token, is momentarily taken aback. Li Huayan, who had been silent until now, can no longer contain himself. Xiao Yuan, do you intend to raise the second prince's residence? Brothers may quarrel, but if you summon troops, it becomes a grave matter. Acting independently to bring soldiers into the city is not as simple as facing a reprimand. Xiao Yuan's gaze is fixated on the second prince's residence, no matter the cost. He intends to uncover the truth and rescue the person within. Shen Changha contemplates refusal, yet Xiao Yuan has already mounted his horse and departed. Li Huayan shakes his head, realizing that in the capital, only he has the capability to snatch someone from Xiao Zhe's grasp. It is fortunate that it is a girl from the Shen family. Had it been anyone else, they would have been resigned to their misfortune. Chapter 53. A battle to the death. Shen Changha lowers his gaze, tightly gripping the command token, his eyes a battleground of struggle and hesitation. Surrounding the second prince's residence with troops would indeed rescue Anan. But how would the fourth prince conclude this affair? Anan is but one person, yet she is connected to numerous influential families, countless lives, and futures. Those who tread the edge of a blade must tread carefully. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences, and he cannot afford to be selfish. His fingers gradually curl into a fist, the knuckles turning pale, until finally he hands the command token to Li Huayan, entrusting it to be safeguarded for the fourth prince. Li Huayan glances at him, silently accepting and carefully stowing it away. Lin Yuru observes in silence, her thoughts echoing her elder brother's earlier speculation. The fourth prince's feelings for Anan are not easily comparable to mere affection. Fortunately, she has not misjudged him. She raises her eyes to Shen Changha, biting her lip, softly speaking, you must be cautious. I will go to the Shen residence to inform Lord Shen, as well as my father and the elders of the family, urging them to enter the palace to see the emperor immediately. Breaching the second prince's residence is not the challenge. The true difficulty lies in how to conclude the matter and withdraw unscathed. Shen Changha turns his head, gazing at the refined young woman before him, his betrothed as arranged by his mother. Until today, he had not even known what she looked like. Thank you, Miss Lin, for your assistance today, he boasts sincerely. Lin Yuru smiles gently, her cheeks tinged with shyness. It is my duty. From now on, they are family, bound to support one another and face the world together. Having become engaged to the Shen family, she will provide unconditional assistance. Rest assured, my father works at the Hanlin Academy as a civil servant, with many scholars under him who can lend support, while it may not be of great help. They can certainly assist in the aftermath. Shen Changha's lips press into a firm line, gazing deeply at the young woman before him, at a loss for words beyond mere gratitude. Lin Yuru nudges him gently. Hurry along now, we'll wait for your safe return. Tomorrow marks the day of their betrothal that if all goes well, it should not be delayed. Chen Changhe's expression momentarily falters before he finally nods, offering Lin Yuru a faint smile, and strides towards the second prince's residence. Li Huayan lets out a deep sigh. Well then, I too must return and gather my people. With that, he swiftly mounts his horse and gallops towards the Yongning Marquis' residence. Lin Yuru, who usually upholds the decorum of a noble lady, today breaks with tradition. She removes the jingling hairpin from her head and tosses it to a maid, disregarding her image as she climbs into the carriage. Quickly, let us go to the Shin residence. Suddenly recalling something, the maid quietly inquires, Miss, shall we not inform the Duan residence? The two young ladies from the Duan family are also within, and the elder Duan, with his esteemed status, might prove to be an ally. There's no need. Lin Yuru's small face is serious, her eyes filled with urgency. The Duan family raised the second Duan girl to be so obstinate, revealing their deep-rooted adherence to propriety. The only one capable of conversation, the elder Duan, is currently bedridden. Informing the women of the Duan family may not guarantee assistance. If they become a hindrance, it would be a loss rather than a gain. After all, one cannot expect much from elders who prioritize reputation over life. Following behind Xiao Yuan is Qingfeng, who strides into the garden of the second prince's residence. Scattered about are the bodies of the residence's servants, who in fear retreat further at the sight of the formidable man. The maids and servants tremble in fright, none daring to approach. The guards, paralyzed by fear, stare at the glinting sword in Xiao Yuan's hand, their spines chilled. Where is Xiao Zhe? Xiao Yuan spins his wrist, the blade pressing against a guard's throat. I do not know. The guard quakes, inching backward. Xiao Yuan narrows his eyes, mercilessly applying pressure, driving the blade into the man's throat. The remaining guards, hearts racing, watch in terror as blood drips from the blade, their eyes wide and knees buckling. Xiao Yuan remains expressionless, advancing forward, his arm pointing like a harbinger of death. Where is Xiao Zhe? The man indicated falters, collapsing to his knees. Your Highness, the second prince is in the water pavilion. Study, lead the way. Yes. Trembling, he rises, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Yuan, his steps unsteady as he heads toward the rear courtyard's water pavilion. The servants of the second prince's residence, having witnessed the fourth prince's violence, now shrink back, none daring to approach. That is when they are still some distance from the water pavilion. The servant halts, speaking to Xiao Yuan. Perhaps out of fear, he steps on something and stumbles, quickly regaining his footing. Beyond lies the lake. Xiao Yuan's gaze fixes on the room within the pavilion, slowly sweeping through every corner. Master, there are many hidden guards. Qingfeng, gripping his weapon in vigilance, stands protectively beside Xiao Yuan. He whispers, Master, perhaps we should wait. Qingyan and young Master Shin have already gone to summon help. Acting now might not be wise. At present, they tread on the second prince's territory, a significant disadvantage in numbers. Striking without understanding the opponent's strength would be akin to courting death. If the master acts first, the second prince might retaliate, wielding the master's life in his hands. Master, Qingfeng fears Xiao Yuan might lose patience and continues to urge, considering the recent incident with the refugees, the second prince harbors deep resentment towards you. At this moment, we must not. Silence, Xiao Yuan coldly rebukes, his gaze narrowing as he fixates on a spot beneath the feet of the guards. His face suddenly darkens, a chilling aura emanating from him. Qingfeng follows his line of sight, catching a glimpse of something glinting in the twilight. Reflecting a faint light, somewhat blinding, Xiao Yuan's gaze sharpens, and he strides forward. The guard swallows hard, instinctively retreating, stumbling into the lake in a panic. Xiao Yuan does not pursue him but instead halts at the spot where the guard had just stood. He bends down, picking up an object that had been buried in the mud. With a handkerchief, he wipes away the dirt, revealing its original form. It is a hairpin, adorned in brilliant gold, exquisitely crafted, especially the sharpened tip, which if plunged into a throat, would surely prove fatal. He recognizes this hairpin. It was the one she had used to pierce her palm during their first meeting at the banquet, refusing a marriage proposal. Xiao Yuan's expression darkens, his fingers tightening around the pin, piercing his palm and causing blood to drip. Qingfeng's temples throb, his mouth opening to say something, but he ultimately falls silent, slightly bending forward, scanning the surroundings with narrowed eyes. His weapon at the ready. He had hoped the master would heed his advice, but upon seeing the hairpin, he realizes that no words will suffice. It is impossible for the master to let this matter rest without a reckoning. He will undoubtedly pursue a path of mutual destruction. Indeed, Xiao Yuan remains silent, merely placing the hairpin against his chest, tapping it lightly with his fingers before raising his head to survey the area. In the next moment, he suddenly leaps into action, heading towards the nearest room. Simultaneously, several shadowy figures descend, obstructing their path. The leader attempts to speak, but Xiao Yuan and Qingfeng do not grant him the opportunity. Their blades whirling with deadly precision, aiming straight for the vital points. Outside the water pavilion, the air is thick with the scent of blood and steel, while within the chambers a warm, sweet fragrance lingers. The source of this aroma teases the throat, making it itch. Shinanan glances at Duan Yingying, who was huddled in a corner, her eyelids twitching with suppressed anger. If the situation allowed, she would genuinely like to pry open Yingying's head to see how such stubbornness could manifest. Duan Mengmeng, humiliated, does not hold back her scorn towards Duan Yingying, nearly cursing her outright. Yingying's expression darkens, yet she refrains from arguing, occasionally asserting this is the Duan family's ancestral teaching, it applies to everyone. In truth, she never anticipated such a result, nor did she expect the second prince to be so audacious. Shinanan, leaning against the window frame, remains silent, uninterested in the quarrel between the two sisters, whether it is a matter of unforeseen circumstances or lingering resentment. Or perhaps a deliberate act, who can say for certain? As she pondered how to confront Xiao Zhe that evening, the sudden clashing sounds of weapons outside the courtyard jolted her upright, pressing her ear against the window frame. She strained to discern any familiar voices, wondering if help had arrived for them. However, the audacity of storming the second prince's residence in such a brutal manner seemed beyond the capabilities of the Shin family. Indeed, it was improbable that a family which raised such a lady would risk everything for their daughter. In that instant, Duan Mengmeng also rushed over, peering through the crack in the door, her ashen eyes sparkling with a newfound brightness. It was the fourth prince. He had come to rescue her. The panic in her eyes gradually subsided, replaced by tears of exhilaration. She understood then that her senior brother harbored feelings for her. He would not have dared to invade the second prince's residence for her sake if he did not love her. He was merely preoccupied with state affairs, focused on vindicating the concubine Shu, and had little time for romantic entanglements. Shinanan relaxed her body, leaning back once more, her hopes quietly ebbing away until they were as still as a stagnant pool. Glancing at Duan Mengmeng's joyful face, she eventually averted her gaze, staring blankly at the ground, lost in her thoughts. The newcomer was Xiao Yuan. The flicker of hope in her heart shattered in an instant, and as she contemplated how to escape amidst the chaos, memories of her previous life involuntarily surged forth. At this crucial moment, he had dared to single-handedly storm the second prince's residence, fighting to the death. It was clear that he was utterly devoted to Duan Mengmeng. It seemed that in her past life, she had indeed been at fault, disrupting the union of two lovers, and ultimately meeting with such a tragic fate could hardly be called unjust. Duan Mengmeng was overwhelmed with joy. Eager to call out to Xiao Yuan to let him know that she was there, she opened her mouth, only to be horrified to find that no sound emerged. The feeble noise she managed to produce was as fragmented as a broken bellows. Unable to convey her presence beyond the confines of the room, in a panic, she clutched her throat, emitting desperate cries, her hands flailing, and her feet kicking against the door. Duan Yingying's eyes flickered, a glimmer of complexity passing through her innocent gaze as she fixed her eyes on Duan Mengmeng. Leaving unspoken implications hanging in the air, Shinanan could not summon the energy to speculate on the undercurrents between the Duan sisters. Instead, she focused intently on the commotion outside. If Xiao Yuan were serious, the hidden guards within the fourth prince's residence should be more than capable of dealing with the second prince. She had witnessed their prowess in her past life. Furrowing her brow slightly, she contemplated that even if he were not there to rescue her, should he succeed in his endeavor, what debts of gratitude would she owe him, and how might she repay them to clear the air between them? Her thoughts began to drift, but Shinanan quickly refocused, searching the room for something sharp to pry open the window. Just then, another figure joined the fray, slightly turning the tide of their previously disadvantageous situation. Xiao Yuan caught sight of Shin Changhe, his expression darkening immediately. "What are you doing here? Did you bring the soldiers?" Shin Changhe deflected an attack from a hidden guard with his sword, seizing the opportunity to respond. "I must save my sister. How could I stand idly by while the fourth prince bears the brunt?" The Shin family could not possibly contend with the thousands of lives at stake behind him. Xiao Yuan shot a cold glance at Shin Changhe. How dare he act on his own accord? His brow furrowed, a weight settling in his heart. He needed to rescue the people quickly, and a direct assault was the best approach. If it was merely a standoff between the guards of the two residences, Shinanan's safety would remain Xiao Zhe's Achilles' heel. He feared nothing else but the increasing danger that time would bring to that woman. Meanwhile, Qingfeng, upon hearing that no soldiers had been dispatched, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they did not provoke the emperor's wrath, it would merely be an internal conflict among brothers, not escalating to rebellion. For the master, this was the best outcome possible. Be careful, if you can't hold your ground, just retreat. Xiao Yuan's voice was particularly frigid. Shen Changhe stole a glance at Xiao Yuan, his eyes conveying an indecipherable meaning. Was he expressing concern for him? His brow furrowed again, feeling that the fourth prince was acting strangely today. From what he understood, Xiao Yuan was not one to sacrifice himself for others in a display of chivalry. It was a rare occurrence for him to extend a hand in rescue, especially for his own sister. The fourth prince should be cautious, he thought. What he should fear was the opposite. Shen Changhe remained protective of Xiao Yuan, while Xiao Yuan, either intentionally or unintentionally, cleared away the dangers surrounding him, striving to prevent him from harm. It felt as though he were shielding a beloved woman, causing an unsettling sensation in Shen Changhe. A cold sweat creeping down his back. In these critical times, neither spoke, their full attention on the battle. The sheer number of hidden guards meant that the three of them were at a disadvantage. Just as a cluster of fireworks erupted in the distance, the hidden guards of the second prince hesitated momentarily, glancing upward, before re-engaging in a fierce battle, their strikes becoming swifter and more ruthless than before. After several encounters, none within the second prince's ranks were unaware of what that cluster of fireworks signified. It was the fourth prince's signal for reinforcements. Once the fourth prince's hidden guards surged into the fray, they would stand no chance against them. Chapter 54. Love that grows over time is not necessarily inferior to a glimpse of beauty. As the battle raged fiercely, the door to the study in the waterside pavilion suddenly creaked open. Dressed in casual attire, Xiao Zhe emerged, squinting his eyes, a smile on his face that concealed an eerie coldness. He truly had not anticipated that his usually self-disciplined and indifferent younger brother would venture to the second prince's residence for the sake of a woman. But this development provided him with the perfect justification for a deadly strike. Upon his appearance, all the hidden guards instinctively ceased their attacks, creating space between themselves and Xiao Yuan's group, their demeanor tense with caution. The leader swiftly ascended the steps, whispering something into Xiao Zhe's ear. Xiao Zhe's expression shifted slightly as he looked up at the sky for a moment, before returning his gaze to Xiao Yuan. His eyes glinting with calculated intent. What is my younger brother up to? He inquired, descending the steps, his tone frosty. No matter how much father favors you, I am still your elder brother. Does this act of yours imply fratricide? The moment he spoke, he leveled a grave accusation. A cold smile flickered on Xiao Yuan's lips. If elder brother wishes to die, I would not be averse to fulfilling that desire. He spun his blade swiftly in his hand, causing Xiao Zhe's expression to darken as he subtly retreated a step, setting aside everything else. In terms of martial prowess, he was certainly no match for Xiao Yuan. After years of skirmishes, he understood well Xiao Yuan's unyielding nature. He would not hesitate to kill him if provoked. This was the second prince's residence. Xiao Zhe ground his teeth, issuing a stern reminder. Meanwhile, the clamor of clashing weapons grew louder within the second prince's estate. Echoing closer and closer, Xiao Zhe's expression darkened again. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuan's reinforcements would arrive so swiftly. Darkly clad soldiers and hidden guards surged into the waterside pavilion, transforming the previously spacious courtyard into a cramped battlefield. Both sides poised for combat, awaiting their master's command. Clearly, the morale on the second prince's side was somewhat lacking. Although they had undergone specialized training, they were no match for the fourth prince's hidden guards, who had been battle-tested and were willing to risk their lives. Xiao Yuan passed his blade to Qingfeng beside him, standing resolutely, hands clasped behind his back, eyes locked on the pallid face of Xiao Zhe. Would elder brother choose to release the captives, or would the fourth prince raze the second prince's residence to the ground and personally seek them out? The icy tone of Xiao Yuan sent a chill through Xiao Zhe's heart. As if everything were slowly slipping from his grasp. He realized that he had miscalculated Xiao Yuan's concern for that girl from the Shen family. You dare? He gritted through clenched teeth, malice evident in his eyes. Xiao Yuan, you have intruded upon my residence with armed forces. Even if father favors you, he will not spare you. And what of the Grand Secretary? Are you not afraid of their scrutiny? He could not believe that Xiao Yuan would gamble everything for a woman. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Yuan's actions would reveal whether he truly possessed such audacity. The instant his finger fell, dozens of hidden guards surged forward, each strike aimed directly at their opponent's lives, leaving no room for mercy, even for Xiao Zhe. In less than a tea's time, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, the second prince's forces retreating in disarray. Xiao Zhe parried an attack, but suddenly a frigid light flashed before him. Too swift for him to even raise his sword in defense, the face he despised to the core was now frozen with frost, his ink-black eyes resembling a venomous serpent from the abyss. As he coldly asked, I will ask you only once, where is she? Xiao Zhe swallowed hard, a sharp pain piercing his throat. he dared not move. The tempestuous madness in Xiao Yuan's eyes left him no doubt that should he fail to provide the desired answer, the blade would unhesitatingly plunge into his neck. The combat between the hidden guards came to a halt as they nervously observed the standoff between the two. Shen Changhe furrowed his brow, striding forward only to be intercepted by Qing Feng, who subtly shook his head. He was not Shenenen. At this moment, their master was teetering on the edge of losing control, and even the words of Shenenen's elder brother would bear no weight. Shen Changhe halted, his somber gaze fixed on the two, especially the furious Xiao Yuan. The seeds of doubt blossomed in his heart, threatening to grow uncontrollably. He remained unaware of Xiao Yuan's feelings for Inen. "Let me go or you will never see that girl again." Xiao Zhe's eyes were filled with malice, as if he had uncovered Xiao Yuan's weakness outside of concubine Shu, gripping the hilt of his knife. Xiao Yuan's veins stood out, his face expressionless as he confronted Xiao Zhe. Having grown up together, Xiao Zhe could easily rid the storm brewing beneath Xiao Yuan's calm surface. "Are you suggesting that the girl should accompany me to the grave? Very well. Then if I cannot possess her, you shall never have her either. The woman, the throne." Should he dare to make a move, both would forever slip from his grasp. Xiao Yuan gradually loosened his grip, and Xiao Zhe immediately dodged the blade, breathing heavily as cold sweat streamed down the back of his forehead. He was utterly perplexed about how Xiao Yuan had received the news and arrived so swiftly. Had he delayed by just one night, the meticulously arranged banditry would have retreated unscathed, transforming raw rice into cooked rice, and his plan would have concluded seamlessly. At this hour, surrendering the individual would be tantamount to losing both the lady and the troops. So many unforeseen events clouded Xiao Zhe's mind, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Which young lady did his fourth brother desire? Xiao Zhe straightened up, a wicked smile surfacing on his face. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes were locked onto Xiao Zhe, filled with a fierce resolve that seemed ready to devour. "Let us make a deal." Xiao Zhe took a deep breath, straightened his attire, and ascended the steps to sit down. He extended several fingers, gazing at Xiao Yuan with a sardonic smile, offering 10 volumes of Southern officials' records in exchange for one lady. If his fourth brother wished to rescue someone, it would depend on which side held more significance in his heart, the common people and great enterprise, or the lady within. Truthfully, Xiao Zhe was uncertain. This was Xiao Yuan's prime opportunity to bring him down, potentially stripping him of his claim to the throne and his power, rendering him incapable of rising again for 3 to 5 years. After that, by the time he regrouped his forces, he would have long lost the best chance to contend. If it were him, he would never forfeit the chance to topple an opponent for a woman. Even the threats of the second prince's consort and child would not sway him. Thus, he was unsure whether Xiao Yuan would acquiesce, but now that the arrow had been loosed, how could he endure a beating without reaping any benefit? That would be akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, utterly futile and humiliating. Xiao Zhe's fingers curled tightly together, an inexplicable tension coursing through him. His fourth brother had best not harbor any delusions of a hard push. After all, the lives of those two ladies rested in his hands. Life or death was merely a matter of a flick of his wrist. And no matter how swift his brother acted, it could never outpace the blade at his neck. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over the numerous chambers, finally resting on the evidently tensed face of Xiao Zhe. He understood that the more anxious Xiao Zhe appeared, the less confidence he had, the more flustered he became. Yet he still dared not gamble. Just a fleeting thought of that person lying motionless in a pool of blood sent a pang of suffocating pain to his chest, fearing that those clear, almond-shaped eyes would never again regard him with resentment. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Ling Chenyi had directly posed that question, yet even he could not articulate it, uncertain whether it was genuine affection or merely a longing for the tender, smiling eyes from his dreams. All he knew was that deep within, he yearned to reclaim those eyes. Should he fail, he could accept the resentment, as long as they remained unconnected in matters of spring and autumn. In affairs of love and sentiment, Qing Feng returned to the residence to fetch it. Master Qing Feng was incredulous, yet it was also within expectation. After countless days and nights, the master had finally found a definitive opportunity to overthrow the second prince. It was also the culmination of years of the master enduring grievances. Xiao Yuan's indifferent gaze swept over, and Qing Feng immediately lowered his head, gritting his teeth in acceptance. Xiao Zhe was momentarily stunned, then filled with exhilaration. Compelling the Shen family to assist was a reluctant measure, for after all, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Whether they would be allies or fierce tigers remained uncertain. Compared to the records in Xiao Yuan's hands, this was far lighter and less valuable. In contrast to the Shen family, those officials were crucial to his resurrection. The scheme left no room for error. Sitting on the steps, Xiao Zhe clasped his hands tightly together, anxiously and eagerly awaiting fourth prince Shen Changhe as the commander of the imperial guards and the eldest son trained by the Shen family. was acutely aware of what surrendering the records would signify to Xiao Yuan. It felt as though cotton was lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless, for he was rescuing his own sister. Today's favor would be unforgettable. Xiao Yuan remained silent, gazing at the chambers behind Xiao Zhe. Just as Shen Changhe thought he would not speak, he suddenly inquired, "When does your father intend to arrange her betrothal?" Shen Changhe was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his senses upon meeting Xiao Yuan's gaze. Shaking his head with a complex expression, he replied, "I do not know, things have been busy lately, and I have not inquired. I suppose it will be after my own betrothal is settled." "And when will your betrothal be?" Shen Changhe's expression faltered, the image of a beautiful face flushed with eagerness flashing through his mind. The words lingered on his tongue before he finally murmured, "It has been arranged for tomorrow." She was a kind and bold young lady, the matter was settled, and he would treat her well. Moreover, that young lady had proactively informed others that she was his fiancée in order to save Anan. For this alone, he must take responsibility. Shen Changhe acknowledged the marriage arrangement, neither unwilling nor particularly joyful. His mother had said that feelings could be cultivated, that love could grow over time, and that countless days and nights might not compare to a single captivating glance. Upon hearing that he was to be betrothed tomorrow, Xiao Yuan's already unattractive complexion darkened further. Qingyan scratched his head, feeling that the master seemed somewhat like a fool, sacrificing so much only to ultimately save another's lady. That scholar truly had it easy. Xiao Zhe felt a mix of anxiety, and upon seeing the two still engaged in idle chatter about women, his expression turned exceedingly grim. Time trickled by, and Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over repeatedly, weighing whether another confrontation was necessary. Should Shen Changhe be injured, the betrothal banquet would likely be postponed. The back and forth would delay the auspicious date and the exchange of invitations, consuming considerable time. Xiao Zhe lifted his gaze to the now utterly darkened sky, impatiently urging, "How much longer? I have no time to waste with you." As he spoke, the knife in his hand was poised to strike at Duan Mengmeng's neck. Xiao Yuan, with an expressionless demeanor, merely observed, neither speaking nor intervening, yet the mere intensity of his gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within Xiao Zhe. Presently, the daughters of the Duan and Shen families served as his talismans, and he had no intention of inflicting genuine harm, especially with Xiao Yuan's indifference. Xiao Zhe's eyes darted sideways, casting a meaningful glance at Shen Ninan, who was positioned within the confines of the room. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and soon Qingfeng's figure materialized. My lord, everyone is here." Xiao Yuan accepted the scroll and approached Xiao Zhe. "Halt!" Xiao Zhe's eyelids narrowed, concealing the tension within as he placed the items on the steps. Xiao Yuan displayed no concern that he might renege on the agreement, casually tossing the scroll onto the steps. Xiao Zhe, eager, glanced at the scroll and signaled to the attendant by his side. The attendant promptly dashed forward to retrieve it, presenting it to Xiao Zhe for inspection. A fleeting smile graced Xiao Zhe's lips, his eyes brimming with excitement. Likewise, the apprehension in his gaze toward Xiao Yuan deepened. He had not anticipated that within such a short span, Xiao Yuan had managed to discern the intricacies of his southern influence so thoroughly. "Release her," Xiao Yuan intoned gravely. Xiao Zhe smirked, poised to retort, but was interrupted by Xiao Yuan's stern warning, "You would do well to release her without further ado, otherwise, should you utter another word, I shall have no qualms about ensuring our mutual destruction." Leaving nothing but ashes, the cunning glint in Xiao Zhe's eyes evaporated in an instant, and he withdrew the knife from Duan Mengmeng's throat. "Brother, I knew you would come to my rescue. I was so frightened." Duan Mengmeng emerged from the window, tears streaming down her face, and rushed through the front door, unimpeded by the second prince's men. Directly hurling herself toward Xiao Yuan, her voice, hoarse and barely audible, emerged with great difficulty. Qingfeng, with keen perception, stepped forward to intercept her. "Miss Duan, you seem startled. Allow me to escort you back home." It was absurd. The master had toiled all night without even catching a glimpse of Miss Shen. How could they allow her to be the first to meet him? It would render the master's efforts futile. Miss Shen must be the first to see the master, for even if she bore no romantic inclinations, she ought to remember the kindness shown to her, ensuring no future animosity between them. Duan Mengmeng's expression stiffened, her tear-streaked eyes subtly glaring at Qingfeng. "You nearly scared me to death. Thankfully, you were here. My efforts to preserve my honor were not in vain." Through Qingfeng's arm, Duan Mengmeng gazed longingly at Xiao Yuan, crying out to him, conveying her innocence, assuring him that nothing had transpired with the second prince, and that her heart belonged solely to him. Simultaneously, a flicker of fear crossed her mind as she recalled the second prince's kiss. Terrified that Shen Ninan might reveal it, she was even less inclined to leave now. Xingfeng was sweating profusely. Seeing that Miss Shin was emerging out in a moment of urgency, he disregarded everything else, tugging at Duan Mengmeng's sleeve, pulling her aside to avoid causing any obstruction. Duan Mengmeng stumbled, nearly falling. Xingfeng held her firmly, finally allowing himself to glance at his master and Shinanan with a look of relief. Elder brother, Shinanan spoke, her voice rasping painfully. She bit her lip and hurried down the steps. Facing Xiao Yuan, his expression softened as he stepped forward, but before he could speak, she brushed past him, retreating. His demeanor shifted slightly, and he turned to witness the deep bond shared between the siblings. A jolt of realization striking him, Xinchanghe, relieved that his sister was unharmed, finally relaxed, gently patting Shinanen's head as he said, "Today, we owe a great deal to the fourth prince for facilitating your rescue." Shinanen's eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze, only to discover that Xiao Yuan had been observing her as well. Why had he not gone to comfort Duan Mengmeng? The thought flitted through her mind. But this time, Shinanen refrained from being sardonic or sharp-tongued. Instead, she sincerely bowed and expressed, "Thank you, fourth prince, for today's events." Regardless of the circumstances, it was due to him that she had safely departed the second prince's residence. She understood the significance of the scrolls he had relinquished without hesitation. They were likely of immense importance to him. Xiao Zhe meticulously gathered the scrolls, his typically sinister expression momentarily relaxed, but as he witnessed the crowd in his courtyard exchanging thanks, his mood soured once more. "What of the other one? Do you not desire her? If not, you may leave her for my use." A frown creased the brows of everyone present. Duan Mengmeng had not forgotten about Duan Yingying. She simply chose not to mention her, secretly wishing to leave that fool for the second prince to deal with. In the midst of the silence, a girl emerged, leaning against the doorframe, beneath the silvery moonlight. The blood seeping from her forehead accentuated her pallid and frail appearance, as if a gust of wind might topple her. She bit her lip, each step a struggle, yet she valiantly maintained her composure. Bowing to the crowd, "Thank you all for your life-saving grace." Xingfeng instantly recognized her, frowning as he glanced at Duan Mengmeng beside him. "Your elder sister is still inside. How can you not mention her?" Xingfeng, escort the two young ladies back to the Duan residence. Yes, everyone appeared indifferent. Duan Yingying's appearance merely added one more person to the mix. Only Xinchanghe, Shinanen lifted her gaze to her elder brother, who stood rigid, his clenched fingers betraying his tension. Tomorrow marked the day he would formally propose to the Lin family's daughter. Could it be that Master Wen Yin's prophecy was, after all, a misstep? Elder brother, Xinchanghe snapped back to reality, forcing down his astonishment and turmoil with a soft yet his gaze remained fixed on Duan Yingying's frail visage. The meaning behind his expression was ambiguous. Shinanen sensed that compared to their first encounter during the Mid-Autumn Festival, her brother's eyes now held far less. Though there were ripples of emotion, they had calmed significantly, yet to speak of innocence now seemed somewhat forced. At this moment, Duan Yingying also caught sight of Xinchanghe, her steps freezing as she forgot to move, the tears she had been holding back cascading down. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Instinctively, she adjusted her attire and hair, bowing deeply, wishing to avoid presenting herself in such a disheveled state before him. Her heart sank. She had prayed fervently for a chance to see him again. Yet she never anticipated it would be under such circumstances. He was, after all, Shinanen's elder brother. Had she known earlier, she would have. But it was too late for regrets. She glanced at Shinanen, her eyes filled with anxiety and guilt. Shinanen feigned ignorance, silently positioning herself between them. "Elder brother, you still have to propose to the Lin family tomorrow. Let us go." Xinchanghe's fingers formed a fist as he withdrew his gaze from the pale-faced girl. Responding with a soft Xiao Yuan watched the siblings depart, casting one last glance at the heartbroken Duan Yingying, a cryptic smile tugging at his lips. As everyone exited the second prince's residence unscathed, they were suddenly approached by a figure emerging from the shadows. "Are you all right?" By the light of the glass lantern, Shinanen recognized the girl's face. "Miss Lin, why are you still here?" Lin Yuru shook her head, offering no grand proclamations of heroism, only expressing concern. "This is a long story. You must be quite shaken. It would be best to return home and rest." With that, she anxiously scrutinized Xinchanghe, relieved to see him unharmed, letting out a breath of relief. September nights were already quite chilly, and thankfully, she had instructed her maid to prepare a cloak for Shinanen to ward off some of the cold. "Thank you, Miss Lin." Shinanen adjusted the cloak, revealing only her fatigued countenance. "There is no need for such formality between us." Lin Yuru half supported Shinanen as they awaited Xinchanghe, who was engaged in conversation with Xiao Yuan. "Today's events will likely not conclude easily, and we must still contend with inquiries from the palace." "The fourth prince." "Not a concern," Xiao Yuan replied, his gaze shifting from Shinanen to the distance. "My father will not pursue this too fervently. in the end it will likely be a vague resolution, swept under the rug. Two sons quarreling would only result in a father administering equal punishment. Shin Changha pondered, yet, tomorrow the official will surely present your case in a manner that will not be lenient. Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly. The imperial court is never short of such matters. When has it ever been? Shin Changha felt that Xiao Yuan appeared to harbor even more resentment now than during their time at the second prince's residence, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Qingfeng had already led the horses over. Xiao Yuan mounted swiftly, casting a final glance at the ungrateful woman not far away. He had come to her rescue, yet all he received in return was a mere word of thanks. Without even a smile, look at the Duan family, can't she learn a thing or two? The thought was fleeting, quickly suppressed. He composed himself and addressed Shin Changha. The Lin family is reputable. Lady Shin has arranged a good match for you. On the day of your wedding, remember to send an invitation and prepare a cup of fine wine. Shin Changha paused, inadvertently glancing at the frail girl beside Shinnanan, his lips pressed tightly together. Finally, he responded softly, rest assured, fourth prince, I will certainly extend an invitation. Xiao Yuan cast one last look at Shinnanan, their eyes meeting in a coincidental glance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he rode away. Shinnanan was listening to Lin Yuru recount how she had sought Xiao Yuan's aid on her behalf. She then realized that Xiao Yuan's incursion into the second prince's residence was not for Duan Mengmeng, but rather for her. Her brows furrowed slightly at the thought. Initially she assumed that Xiao Yuan had acted out of obligation due to the military power held by the Shin family and her father's influence. Yet she recognized that Xiao Yuan was not the kind of person who would resort to unscrupulous means like Xiao Zhe. Regardless of his motivations, she would not indulge in the delusion that it was for her sake. However, this favor was undoubtedly a debt owed by the Shin family and her. She must remember it. After all, those scrolls likely represented an opportunity he had awaited for years to topple Xiao Zhe. Her mind felt muddled, the thoughts intertwining chaotically. Suddenly a delicate and hoarse voice belonging to young Master Shin echoed through the tranquil night, resonating with unusual clarity. At this moment, Duan Yingying had regained some strength and, unable to restrain herself, called out to Shin Changha, who was preparing to depart from the second princess residence. Shin Changha halted in his tracks and lifted his gaze, meeting the clear eyes of the Lin family maiden, whose gentle and beautiful face bore a hint of shyness. At this time, she tilted her head in confusion, directing her gaze towards the frail woman standing at the entrance. Shinnanan's heart tightened as she grasped Lin Yuro's wrist. Offering her a reassuring smile, Lin Yuro returned the smile, yet her calm demeanor was pierced by a wave of unease that gradually spread within her. Shin Changha remained stationary for a moment, ultimately choosing to turn back and look at the girl who had called out to him from the depths of the night. Duan Yingying had many words she wished to express, yet she found herself at a loss for how to begin. Today, I must thank young Master Shin for saving me once more, Shin Changha replied in a calm tone, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter that the young lady need not dwell upon. His words echoed the same sentiments he had expressed on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, filling Duan Yingying with profound regret for not having inquired about his name that night. Otherwise, perhaps she would not have found herself in such a predicament today. She had implored all the deities, hoping to encounter that beacon of light again, and when she finally did, it belonged to another. Had she seized the opportunity that night, refusing to believe in the so-called destiny, she would have established a betrothal with him by now. The Shin family stood as one of the most prestigious households in Daliang, and the Duan family would undoubtedly acquiesce. She would no longer have to bow her head beneath her younger sister and could hold her head high among the many young ladies of the realm. Regret grew wildly within her like rampant weeds, as she lamented having missed such a fine suitor and the chance for a harmonious and prosperous future. Lin Yuro watched the two of them facing each other, her lips, which were somewhat chapped from the wind, biting down slightly as joy and heaviness alternated in her eyes. She remained unaware that young Master Shin's heart already belonged to another. It was no wonder he had been preoccupied with official duties from the moment the marriage discussions began to the impending betrothal. He must not have held any affection for her. I feel a bit unwell. I shall return first. Please convey my regards to uncle and aunt. Lin Yuro withdrew her wrist, maintaining an appropriate smile on her face. Shinnanan's expression scrunched up in distress. Her own romantic prospects were no better, let alone clarifying matters for her elder brother, yet seeing Lin Yuro's desolation stirred 1,000 pangs of guilt within her heart, making her feel that her brother was somewhat blind. Miss Lin, it is unsafe at night. Allow me to escort you home. A gentle and clear voice suddenly rang out just as Lin Yuro turned to leave. Shin Changha strode over, his tall figure casting a long shadow on the ground, enveloping the seemingly delicate Lin Yuro within it. Lin Yuro stiffened, meeting Shin Changha's serene and refined countenance before hastily averting her gaze. Her heart racing uncontrollably, she had to admit that she was quite enamored with this accomplished and noble young man. It was not mere ambition that drew her to him, rather, the aura of refinement and depth cultivated by his esteemed lineage was something she greatly admired. A year ago, when he had galloped through the streets, his formidable presence had left an indelible impression on her, captivating her thoughts for countless days and nights. "I appreciate your kindness, young Master Shin," Lin Yuro said, her gaze lowered as she sought to maintain a calm voice. How could she possibly bear to refuse the one who occupied her thoughts? The carriage from the Lin residence was not far off, and Shin Shangha walked alongside her. His words mirrored those he had spoken when she had rushed to save Shinanen. "It is what I ought to do." Lin Yuro felt a momentary stiffness, her heart racing uncontrollably before the carriage. He graciously extended his wrist, his refined visage unwaveringly gentle. Chapter 56. The betrothal still stands. Lin Yuro's fingers curled and then unfurled before she finally lowered her gaze and placed her hand upon Shin Changha's wrist for support as she climbed into the carriage. Seated inside, her heart continued to race, the carriage curtain casting a large shadow as it sank slightly. She realized that Shin Changha was personally driving. The momentary hesitation that had arisen within her dissipated in an instant. She was unwilling to let go, refusing to concede so easily. In the dimness, Duan Yingying watched as Shin Changha took his place on the Lin family carriage's platform, fulfilling the role of a coachman, personally escorting the young lady home. The scene of him extending his hand to assist the Lin maiden onto the carriage pierced her heart like a steel needle, her breath coming in painful gasps. Shinanen did not look back at Duan Yingying standing in the night. Instead, she turned and boarded the Shin family carriage, instructing Uncle Zhong to follow the Lin carriage. The siblings accompanied Lin Yuro until they reached the door of the Lin residence. Shinanen lifted the curtain of the carriage, observing her elder brother helping the Lin maiden dismount, the two of them pausing before the Lin residence, illuminated by the high-hanging lantern that brightened their features. She remained seated in the carriage, refraining from interrupting their conversation. Shin Changha, not one for many words, fell silent, unsure of what else to say beyond expressing his gratitude. Lin Yuro bit her lip, wrestling with herself before softly speaking. "Today's incident was sudden. I imagine there will be much to attend to at home. If young Master Shin finds himself overwhelmed, we can postpone the betrothal ceremony. I will explain the situation to my elders." Her voice grew softer with each word, nearly fading to a whisper, carrying a slight rasp that hinted at her struggle. Had she not held back, tears would surely have fallen from Lin Yuro's eyes. She was reluctant, yet she understood all too well that love cannot be forced. She had extended Shin Changha a chance to reconsider. Shin Changha's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the young lady. Illuminated by the lantern's glow, her demeanor poised and gentle, always considering his feelings. Yet, was there something amiss in his actions that had displeased her? Lin Yuro froze, her eyes widening in astonishment as she met his penetrating gaze. "No, she found herself at a loss for words, fearing that her bluntness might inadvertently expose the ambiguity between him and Duan Yingying, leading him to perceive her as lacking in grace." Petty and jealous. A flush of urgency colored her cheeks as she bit her lip and twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, sensing her discomfort. Shin Changha, wishing to alleviate the tension, interjected, "The preparations for the betrothal have long been arranged by our families and will not be delayed. If Miss Lin has any." "There is nothing," Lin Yuro interjected quickly. "I have no objections, nor am I unwilling." As she spoke, she became acutely aware of her own eagerness, her face burning crimson with embarrassment. Regretting her lack of composure, yet her eyes betrayed an uncontainable joy. Shin Changha nodded, noting that it was getting late and that there were matters to attend to the following day. "You should return and rest." "Miss Lin." Lin Yuro nodded, bashfully lowering her head in a courteous bow, hurrying into the residence with her maid. As she descended the steps, she glanced back and caught sight of Shin Changha's figure, as elegant as jade, remaining still, seemingly watching her depart. The shadows that had clouded her heart dissipated, and a smile broke forth on Lin Yuro's lips as she raised a hand to her racing heart and hurried away. Only when the gates of the Lin residence closed behind her did Shin Changha turn and board his own carriage. Uncle Zhong cracked the whip, turning the carriage back home. Shinanen remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Shin Changha's expression, as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. She was certain that her brother had once been moved by Duan Yingying, yet today, he treated Lin Yuro with the same warmth and kindness. Leaving her perplexed about his true feelings, Shin Changha remained silent for a while, his refined features devoid of emotion, revealing nothing of his inner turmoil. "What did Miss Lin say?" Shinanen suddenly inquired. Shin Changha's eyelashes fluttered as he finally spoke in a low voice. "She mentioned that if the household was busy, we could postpone the betrothal." Shinanen was taken aback, quickly realizing that Lin Yuro was indeed a clever woman. It was entirely reasonable for her to suggest such a thing. If her brother were unwilling, this would save face for both families. Such a young lady, refined and graceful, perceptive and considerate, also possessed a spirit of pride. What did my brother say? Shin Changha hesitated, pursing his lips as he replied, the betrothal still stands. At this moment, Shin was genuinely stunned. She understood better than anyone how reluctant her brother was regarding this marriage. Furthermore, he had just found his heart's desire today, and she had expected him to seize the opportunity to acquiesce, yet Shin An's heart did not settle. She pressed on, her voice low, is it because Miss Lin went to such lengths today? Risking danger to save me, is that why you accepted this marriage? Shin Changha remained silent. However, Shin An felt a knot in her heart. Brother, Miss Lin is a wonderful young lady, deserving of a sincere suitor. If you are merely being soft-hearted for a moment, while still yearning for another, I believe it is unnecessary. Shin Changha's fingers curled tightly, his expression taut, his wrist resting heavily on his knee. I know. It was precisely because he understood that he accepted and openly acknowledged this marriage in front of the fourth prince and Li Huayan. But what of Duan Yingying? Shin An bluntly tore away Shin Changha's facade of calm. What does my brother intend to do? To cherish one while promising a lifetime to another? Her brother, caught in a dilemma of gratitude, was unaware of whether Lin Yuro would be willing to accept such a repayment. If she were willing, she would not have suggested a postponement. Lin Yuro had shown him kindness, and for that reason, she did not wish for her brother to repay it in such a manner. It was not gratitude but vengeance, a torment she understood all too well from countless days and nights of unrequited love. Shin Changha seemed to be struck at the heart by her words. His complexion paling slightly. He reached out to pat Shin An on the back of her head, his brow furrowed tightly. Am I such a fickle and shameless person? Shin An pouted. As a son and brother, he was impeccable, yet in matters of love, who could truly say? Shin Changha's expression grew solemn, his dark eyes fixed on the window, utterly composed. Once I have made my decision, there shall be no change. He had always believed that what binds a person is not only emotion but also upbringing and integrity. Having nodded in acknowledgement of the young lady and promised to marry her, he would fulfill all the duties expected of a husband, including the loyalty that comes with self-restraint and propriety. A gentleman judges actions, not hearts. Countless days and nights may pass, yet a heart can gradually become fervent. Such a bright and kind-hearted maiden, he would surely not despise. As long as there is no disdain, there is ample room for understanding. Shin An gazed at Shin Changha for a considerable time, noting his calm and resolute demeanor, unwavering and steadfast, which eased her heart slightly. A fleeting glance was undeniably beautiful, but compared to the warmth of mutual support, it was ultimately too ethereal. With her and her mother present, they would surely ensure that the young lady did not suffer any grievances. Young master, young lady, we have arrived, reported Uncle Zhong softly. The siblings alighted from the carriage and beheld Mrs. Shin waiting at the gate. Her eyes swollen and red. Mother, Shin An rushed towards her. Mrs. Shin hurriedly grasped her, inspecting her from head to toe, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with lingering fear. It's all right, it's all right. Had it not been for her husband's repeated instructions, she would have almost rushed to the second princess' residence to demand the return of her daughter. The three of them returned to Mrs. Shin's courtyard to sit for a while, and only then did she urge Shin An to hurry back to Haitang Garden to rest, leaving Shin Changha behind. Once the servants had exited, only the two remained, and Mrs. Shin's expression darkened completely. The news of her daughter being abducted by bandits was now common knowledge. If not handled properly, it would surely tarnish Shin An's reputation. Regardless, this blemish would have to be borne. All the Shin family could do was strive to minimize the public impact on Shin An's honor. The second prince is truly overstepping. Mrs. Shin slammed her palm heavily on the table. Such a despicable and shameless individual. Yet he dares to seek the support of the Shin family. It's nothing but a foolish dream. Shin Changha's expression was equally grim. I will discuss this matter thoroughly with father. How dare they kidnap An and use her as leverage? The father and son would never allow him to bask in triumph. Mrs. Shin nodded, acknowledging that the Shin family had indeed been too restrained lately, leading the royals to perceive them as easy targets to manipulate. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and cold. A close maid entered with tea. Noticing Mrs. Shin's darkened expression, fearing that her mistress might harm her health and anger, she hurriedly soothed her back. After sipping some tea to calm her fury, Mrs. Shin looked at her son and softly inquired, "Did you see the young lady from the Lin family today?" Shin Changha paused briefly before nodding. "Yes, I did it." Upon mentioning this, the image of the anxious, blushing girl waiting for him at the palace gates surfaced in his mind. The moment she saw him, her joy and excitement were palpable. What do you think? Shin Changha pressed his lips together, offering a candid assessment. She is indeed a remarkable young lady. It was thanks to her that Anand managed to avert disaster today. Mrs. Shen's expression softened somewhat. Her eyes filled with genuine delight. She had heard that the young lady had evaded the pursuit of the second prince's hidden guards to Savanan. They owed her a significant debt of gratitude. And he must treat her well. Shen Changha lowered his gaze, assuring her, "Mother, you need not worry." Finally hearing her son's consent eased Mrs. Shen's heart entirely. She nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that marrying such an admirable young lady would be a blessing for the Shen family. Shen Changha remained silent, tacitly agreeing with her sentiment. "Well, it's getting late, you should head back now. We must not delay tomorrow's betrothal ceremony." Shen Changha rose and clasped his hands in respect. Inquiring, "Has father returned yet?" Mrs. Shen shook her head. "Not yet, you go ahead. I will wait for him a while longer." Shen Changha nodded and departed from Mrs. Shen's courtyard. As he walked back through the corridor, his thoughts were somewhat disordered. The candlelight in his study had burned throughout the night, and the tall figure by the window had stood vigil without rest. He contemplated Shen Anand's words, weighing his feelings towards the two young ladies. The girl he had rescued from the water during the Mid-Autumn Festival had appeared weak and pitiable. He had been moved and had hoped to see her again, yet he had never harbored the desire to seek her out proactively. He could have easily learned her identity by inquiring with the officials responsible for that street that night. Upon their reunion, his feelings were stirred once more, though much more subdued than before. He recalled that his initial thought had been to publicly declare her as his fiancée, the Lin family daughter, to Savananda. He had striven to suppress any other thoughts, telling himself that he could not let down such an admirable young lady. However, even in that fleeting moment of distraction, guilt and self-reproach for Lin Yurua lingered in his heart. Later, when he abandoned the second young lady to escort Lin, he felt no reluctance or compulsion. His thoughts revolved around the responsibilities of a fiancée and the correct decisions he ought to make. Anand's probing had reignited the slowly dimming embers within him, compelling him to confront the truth. Reason, which he had contemplated through the night, told him that had he encountered the second young lady before tonight, he would have likely called off the engagement, but fate had intervened. Lin had appeared before her. That flicker of nascent affection, when compared to his obligations, was insignificant. He had not wronged the second young lady. In fact, he had saved her, but to break off the engagement would be to wrong Lin. Though it was a matter of responsibility, Shen Changha felt no compulsion in his heart. Morning came swiftly, and it was not only Shen Changha who had lost sleep. Shen Anan also lay awake. Restless, she pondered over her elder brother's impending marriage to the Lin young lady, ultimately concluding that her brother was a kind-hearted and righteous gentleman. Even if he did not love her, he would not mistreat Lin. Moreover, Lin was fully aware of the situation. If she was willing, why should she feel conflicted? As long as they could walk through life together, why should she cling to love or its absence? From this matter, her thoughts unwittingly drifted back to the events that had transpired at the second prince's residence that night. The peculiar behavior of Xiao Yuan and the unhesitating handover of the documents left her particularly unsettled. It felt as though something was gradually slipping beyond her control. When Xiao Yuan returned to the prince's residence, Ling Chenyu was already waiting for him in the study of The Hero Returns with the Beauty. Ling Chenyu remarked, sipping tea in a calm tone. Xiao Yuan cast him a sidelong glance but remained silent as he removed his outer robe and handed it to Qingfeng before sitting down at the desk. Ling Chenyu observed him, a slight smirk playing on his lips, reveling in the fact that despite his efforts over the past half-month, he had ultimately gained nothing. He leaned forward, scrutinizing Xiao Yuan. His tone tinged with reproach. You made such a significant sacrifice, yet the young lady from the Shen family did not even offer you a smile. Xiao Yuan paused in his movements, frowning deeply, and shot a sharp glare in Ling Chenyu's direction, causing him to sit up straight. His demeanor held a hint of frustration. Initially, they had managed to bring down the second prince, and it was only a matter of time before they could recall him. But now all was in vain. More importantly, observing Xiao Yuan's demeanor, it did not appear that he had made any progress with the young lady. The more Ling Chenyu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Rising to leave, your memorials for tomorrow's court session will likely be numerous. Get some rest so you can argue effectively. Wait, Xiao Yuan called after him, do not sleep yet. Before dawn, we must capture those bandits cooperating with Xiao Zhe. Ling Chenyu furrowed his brows. Aren't your men already on the task? Their efficiency does not match yours. We need you to personally apprehend them before dawn. Ling Chenyu was rendered speechless. Capturing those men hardly seemed pertinent to the morning court session. Why must it be before dawn? Chapter 57. Not quite joyful. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly choked on his words, swallowing back the latter half. Under Xiao Yuan's unwavering gaze, he grasped the underlying meaning. Those bandits had little to do with the morning court session, but they were certainly linked to the young lady's reputation. Xiao Yuan, what do you intend? To toil and strain without even receiving a smile in return? How had he never noticed before that he was such a selfless benefactor? Xiao Yuan lowered his head, picking up the stack of documents on the desk to annotate, ignoring Ling Chenyu. Sigh. Ling Chenyu let out a heavy sigh, resigned to his fate as he exited. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in mist, and the air was frigid, suddenly feeling much colder than usual, as if they had plunged straight into winter. Upon closer inspection, only 2 months remained until the new year. The first thing Shin'en did upon rising was to write a letter to the old matriarch, advising her not to be foolish in the cold and to take care of her health. Promising that she would visit by next summer at the latest. Once her brother's marriage was settled, she would broach the subject of her own engagement to Zhang Yiyang. Once everything was settled, she could return to Jiangnan with peace of mind. Young lady, Ma Xiang said as she styled her hair. Madam has prepared generous gifts to send to the fourth prince's residence. Should we also prepare a token of gratitude for the fourth prince's rescue? Shin'en paused, her fingers brushing against the satin sleeve, and lowered her gaze slightly. No need. Mother's intention is sufficient for me. According to propriety, she ought to present a generous gift and personally express her gratitude. As he had sacrificed much to save them, yet, for reasons she could not pinpoint, she felt an inexplicable unease and did not wish to engage with him. It felt as though once entangled, it would be difficult to extricate herself. Has father returned from court yet? The events of last night would undoubtedly stir up a great commotion in the court, and she was anxious to know the outcome. Not yet. Ma Xiang inserted a floral hairpin into her hair, enlivening her previously plain updo. Father left early this morning and has yet to return. Shin'en furrowed her brow, a sense of worry creeping into her heart. However, she reassured herself that with many officials pressing the second prince, her father should have a greater chance of success. Reflecting on this, she felt a bit more at ease, though her anxiety regarding Xiao Yuan lingered. After all, he had acted to save them. If he were to face harsh punishment from the emperor, the debt of gratitude would only deepen. Have Uncle Zhong wait at the palace gate. As soon as there is news, he must inform me immediately. Yes. Ma Xiang promptly exited to instruct Ma Xuan to make arrangements. Shin'en stood and stepped outside, still able to hear the bustling activity within the residence. Servants moved about busily, yet all wore expressions of joy. Where is my brother? Mo Xiang, aware of the young lady's unspoken inquiry, replied, young master is in the courtyard and is not on duty today. Shin'en responded with a light acknowledgement. Feeling a sense of relief, today marked the betrothal ceremony, and if her elder brother were absent, the Lin family daughter would undoubtedly entertain various thoughts. Thankfully, her brother was not foolish. She hoped he would uphold the promises he had made. Calculating the time, the procession should soon depart for the Lin residence. Shin'en descended the steps, deciding to visit her brother. As the pair approached Shinchang's courtyard, they were informed by a servant that he was not present and had gone to greet Madame Shin. The two then turned back to visit her. Upon entering the courtyard, they overheard Madame Shin anxiously advising her son, emphasizing the importance of treating the Lin family girl well, encouraging him to display warmth instead of a stony demeanor. Lest the young lady feel discomfort, Shinchang sat quietly at the lower end, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement of his mother's chatter, signaling his understanding. By the end of her admonitions, Madame Shin was somewhat astonished. Recalling her son's previous indifference towards the marriage proposal and comparing it to his current demeanor, finding it inconceivable, Chang'e, what has come over you? Do not suppress any grand intentions, I hope. Yet, a moment later, she considered that her eldest son was not the type to act in such a manner. Shinchanghe understood his mother's concerns and spoke softly. Do not worry, mother, the Lin girl is a good person. I will not treat her poorly. That is good to hear. Madame Shin felt reassured and added, once you are married, should you dare to mistreat her, I shall not let you off lightly. In the midst of this exchange, Shin'en entered, offering a respectful greeting. Mother, brother, why are you up so early? You should have slept a little longer. Madame Shin gestured for her to sit beside her, and upon noticing her daughter's complexion was relatively rosy, she felt a slight relief. You must have been quite frightened last night. Not at all, with brother here, I have no fear. Shin'en smiled as she accepted the tea offered by the maid and took a gentle sip. Shinchanghe cast a deep glance at his sister, then lowered his gaze to drink his tea. Madame Shin sighed. It seems this entire matter is due to the Lin family girl and the fourth prince. Especially the fourth prince, who likely incurred significant losses in his efforts to save you. We are yet to learn how the emperor will punish him. I have sent a generous gift to the fourth prince's residence to express our gratitude. In comparison to the fourth prince's actions, their gratitude felt utterly insignificant. Shin'en lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions, and softly replied, I understand in her previous life, she had not recognized his kindness, if only at that time. The thought flickered briefly before Shin suppressed it. She had merely benefited from Duan Mengmeng's influence. Pondering such matters was unnecessary. She would remember the favor and repay it when the time came. Shin Changhe, seemingly absorbed in his tea, discreetly observed his sister's radiant face. When she mentioned Xiao Yuan, her eyelashes trembled slightly and her brow furrowed, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. I should check on the preparations for the betrothal gifts. As I have a few words to discuss with an Madame Shin glanced at her children, refraining from asking more, and cheerfully departed. The room was left with just the siblings of Shin, finding it an opportune moment to speak with Shin Changhe. Stood and suggested, shall we take a stroll? Shin Changhe nodded, and the siblings left the courtyard together, seeking refuge from the noise in the relatively quiet back garden by the artificial hill. Beside the hill, a small man-made lake lay surrounded by bare trees, and the chilly wind swept across the lakeside. What does brother wish to discuss? Shin Changhe stepped closer to shield her from the biting wind and inquired. I wish to ask Genin, what grudge do you hold against the fourth prince? Shin paused, glancing at Shin Changhe in confusion over his sudden question. You seem to harbor an inexplicable hostility towards him. Is it because your aunt wishes for you to marry him, while your heart lies elsewhere? Unsure of how to respond, Shin offered a vague nod. After a moment's thought, Shin Changhe's deep gaze remained fixed upon her. But brother thinks that your feelings for that scholar are not particularly strong. Perhaps you simply appreciate him without any dislike. Feeling exposed, Shin hesitated to meet her brother's eyes. Did you choose Zhang Yiyang because you do not wish to marry the fourth prince and desire to leave the capital? Although phrased as a question, Shin Changhe's tone was grave, as if he were certain. Not at all, Shin quickly denied. I like him. Suppressing her unease, she met Shin Changhe's gaze firmly. I truly like Zhang Yiyang and wish to marry him. It has nothing to do with anyone or anything else. Is that so? Indeed, Shin nodded without hesitation. She could not admit otherwise, for given her brother's temperament, he would never consent to her marrying Zhang Yiyang. Each day spent in the capital heightened her anxiety, especially after every encounter with Xiao Yuan. It felt as though something was gradually slipping from her grasp had it not been for the recent incident. Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly rise to power in the court, destined to become the emperor who would rule the realm. With the consort's support, she could not remain. She must not leave any potential threat for herself or the Shin family. Shin Changhe withdrew his gaze from Shin unwavering eyes and stared into the distance at the center of the lake. After a lengthy silence, he softly recounted the events that had transpired at the second prince's residence the previous night. Shin entire being turned cold as if something had detonated in her mind, rendering her motionless for a moment. How could this be? She murmured, shaking her head in disbelief. Xiao Yuan could not possibly act to save me. And the scenes you described, how could I believe that cold-hearted man would lose control for my sake? Perhaps he did it for Duan Mengmeng. Shin bit her lip, replaying the events of her past life in her mind. And her heart gradually calmed. Perhaps it was mere conjecture. Perhaps he had acted out of knowledge of Duan Mengmeng's presence, risking everything to mobilize troops from the south camp. Yet her brother had spoken so definitively. Shin felt a turmoil within her. Brother, though you have not experienced it, as a man, you can see clearly. He turned to face Shin. The fourth prince is deeply calculating, if he truly harbors feelings for you. Escaping from beneath his watchful eye will prove challenging. If your heart genuinely lies with that scholar, then after today, I shall speak to father about hastening your marriage, allowing you to depart. As for the rest, the Shin family will bear it. The favor owed will be repaid by me. Shin Changhe, Shin in a daze, nodded, her mind a whirlwind. The notion of Xiao Yuan regarding her was something she had never anticipated. And it felt utterly implausible. Could it be that she had altered the trajectory of her previous life, thereby changing the nature of their entanglement? Suddenly, Master Wanin's words resurfaced in her mind, a cold sweat trickling down her back. Could it be that they would become entangled once more, albeit in a different manner? No, that must not happen. The siblings remained silent. Shin steadied her emotions and spoke again. There is something I wish to ask brother to investigate. The sooner, the better. Speak. Furrowing her brow, Shin replied, I want to look into Zhang Yiyang's hometown. He mentioned having a sister and a younger sibling, and I would like to know the specifics, although Zhang Yiyang had assured her repeatedly that he was not betrothed. She trusted his character, however, she still felt it prudent to verify. After all she had endured, she understood the importance of knowing a person's true nature. He has an older sister, Shin Changhe expressed surprise. From what I know, he only has a younger sibling without any sisters. Yes, a few days ago, he mentioned that he has an older sister who is soon to be married. Shin Changhe nodded. Very well. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Shin En acknowledged his response just as a servant came to report that it was getting late, and the betrothal procession was about to set off. Shin Changha turned to leave, but Shin En hesitated for a long moment before calling out to him, "There is something I feel is necessary to tell brother." Shin Changha turned back to look at her. Clearly awaiting her words, Shin En lightly pressed her lips together, her voice gentle and measured. "It concerns Miss Duan. I actually knew from the start that the person brother saved was her." Shin Changha's eyes deepened. Yet he remained silent. "The reason I did not mention it was that I do not believe she is suited for you. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion, and I do not wish to obstruct your relationship with her." She had always maintained an attitude of acceptance, but yesterday's events led her to believe that the young lady was far from the pitiable and delicate demeanor she had portrayed. Initially, Miss Duan had not been among those captured by the second prince. She had entered the second prince's residence on her own accord. Upon realizing that the person in the carriage was not Miss Duan-san, she stated that the Duan family had strict rules and etiquette and could not allow the news of Miss Duan-san's capture to spread. Which is why she did not seek help. Yet, she was fully aware of the second prince's intentions towards Duan Mengmang and understood the dire consequences of leaving her in the second prince's residence. Therefore, whether her actions stemmed from adherence to rules or a long-suppressed desire for revenge, Shin En believed her brother would have his own considerations. Certainly, there was nothing wrong with confronting someone who had long bullied her. But her ability to disguise herself and her feigned righteousness were far from endearing, a stark contrast to the gentle and delicate girl her brother had envisioned. Shin Changha comprehended his sister's unspoken sentiments. He stood there lost in thought for a moment, before finally resuming his steps, lightly acknowledging her with a sound and turning to leave. In truth, it mattered little to him what kind of person that young lady was. She would have no bearing on his life moving forward. Even if he had once been enamored, he would not behave like the lovesick characters found in novels. Love and affection were merely optional. Responsibility and duty were what a man ought to bear throughout his life. Madame Shin had long since prepared everything meticulously. The lengthy betrothal gifts formed a magnificent dragon at the entrance of the Shin residence, creating a scene both lively and grand. Shin Changha approached the corridor when a servant suddenly leaned in, whispering, "Young master, do you not think your robe appears somewhat ill-fitting?" Shin Changha cast a downward glance at his moon-white brocade robe, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned back into the courtyard to change into a dark red attire before finally stepping outside. The Lin residence was equally bustling, within the fresh and elegant boudoir. The young ladies eagerly awaited. Standing before the bronze mirror, she felt her heart ease slightly with each commendation from her maids. "Has young Master Shin arrived?" "Not yet," replied a smiling maid. "Do not fret, dear miss. The auspicious hour has yet to arrive, and surely the groom is timing his arrival as well." Lin Yuru's face flushed crimson as she nodded slightly, her heart a mix of joy and anxiety. Yet she reassured herself that since he had promised, he would undoubtedly come. The fourth prince, under the cover of night, apprehended the false bandits dispatched by the second prince. In consideration of the reputations of both you and Miss Duan, he refrained from making this matter public in the court, merely stating it was a rebellion within the palace, which was dealt with by young Master Ling personally, and all has been resolved. The news broke within less than half an hour, and the fourth prince addressed the situation in a manner that minimized the impact on the two young ladies' reputations. Shin En nodded, well aware that the disturbances caused by the second prince were widely known. Indeed, this was the best course of action. How were those individuals dealt with? At this inquiry, Shin Wen's expression took on a peculiar shade. Young Master Ling took them to the palace gate and executed them. Before the eyes of the second prince and all the ministers, blood was spilled on the spot. Shin En exhaled softly, her fingertips slightly chilled. What then of the incident last night when the fourth prince intruded upon the second princess' residence? What did the emperor say? Shin Wen's aged eyes darkened with a hint of coldness. The fourth prince's actions may have evaded the scrutiny of the ministers, but they could not escape the emperor's notice. With the Shin, Duan, and Lin households pressing simultaneously, the emperor would not impose severe punishment upon the fourth prince. However, due to the need for discretion, the second prince would not face overly harsh penalties either. Shin En breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Yuan could emerge unscathed, that was sufficient. Should he face repercussions, repaying the favor would become exceedingly difficult. Yet, it was the likes of Xiao Zhe who would benefit. Nevertheless, he had offended numerous noble families, and as long as the court played its tricks, he would have his hands full. Shin Wen concurred, stating that even if the three families did not publicly punish him, the emperor would not let him off lightly. Shin En nodded, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Shin Wen pushed the documents aside and inquired about Zhang Yang, asking if she had made up her mind to wed that scholar. Shinanan paused slightly, then nodded slowly. Shinwan remained silent for a moment, then sighed heavily, resolving to inform her mother in the coming days to expedite their engagement. They were all old foxes. He understood Xiao Yuan's character far better than Shin Changhe, and this incident had only deepened his unease. It was best to finalize his daughter's marriage sooner rather than later. Thank you, father, exiting the study in the front courtyard. Shinanan released a long breath. The emperor's leniency had been anticipated, as he was, after all, his own son. However, Xiao Zhe's ruthless ambition had been laid bare, allowing Xiao Yuan to regain some measure of advantage. Miss Uncle Zhong has returned. Shinanan quickly made her way back to Haitang Garden. Uncle Zhong was waiting in the flower hall. Mississippi. Shinanan waved her hand, asking, "How is it? Is the fourth prince safe and sound?" Uncle Zhong shook his head, explaining that the emperor had kept the second and fourth princes alone in the imperial study for a good half an hour before they emerged. Both had faced court punishment. Though the fourth prince's injuries seemed less severe, the fourth prince exited the palace under his own power, while the second prince was carried out. Upon hearing this, Shinanan discerned that those responsible for the court punishment had ulterior motives. These were seasoned individuals who could inflict grievous wounds without causing lasting damage, and vice versa. It was likely the emperor's intention. The despicable wretch has been spared. Uncle Zhong kept his head down, pretending not to hear the young lady's condemnation of the second prince. As Xiao Yuan emerged from the palace, Ling Qinyi awaited him in the carriage outside the princess' residence. Seeing him supported by Qingfeng, he hurriedly dismounted and approached, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Yuan's lips were somewhat pale, and he shook his head slightly. Ling Qinyi helped him into the carriage, his gaze shifting from concern to a teasing glint, remarking, "For the sake of a heroic rescue, one bears injuries, yet that young lady from the Shin family doesn't even bother to visit you. How cold-hearted." Xiao Yuan's pale complexion darkened further as he shot a cold glare at Ling Qinyi. "Visit him, as long as she refrains from giving him the cold shoulder, this beating will not have been in vain." Meanwhile, the second prince, Xiao Zhe, also emerged from the palace, though he was carried out by palace attendants, his face far more ghastly than Xiao Yuan's. As the sedan and carriage passed each other, the curtain half-drawn, Xiao Zhe's venomous gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Yuan, his fists clenched tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Xiao Yuan merely cast him a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. 30 Court punishments, and he expects to erase all grievances just like that. Impossible. As the driver cracked the whip, the carriage slowly departed the palace grounds. Such a splendid opportunity, and Xiao Zhe managed to evade it entirely. "What do you intend to do next?" Xiao Yuan's expression remained unchanged. "I will seek another opportunity." Easier said than done, Ling Qinyi sighed heavily, still lamenting the mischance to bring Xiao Zhe down. "Senior brother." A clear voice suddenly rang out. Ling Qinyi lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your junior sister has come to see you." How delightful that someone still possesses a sense of loyalty. Xiao Yuan cast a sidelong glance, his brow furrowing. Those who ought to come do not, while the undesired intrude uninvited. Duan Mengmeng, oblivious to the impatience in Xiao Yuan's eyes, hastily disembarked from the carriage and hurried across. Xiao Yuan intended to instruct the driver to continue, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the painting scroll in Duan Mengmeng's arms, and his pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 59. Tea Tasting Banquet Master. Duan Yingying caught sight of the palace attendants stationed around and quickly amended her words, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked, "Fourth prince, I heard you were punished. Are your injuries severe?" Xiao Yuan remained silent, his dark eyes fixed ominously on the item in Duan Mengmeng's possession. Ling Qinyi followed his gaze, his brow twitching involuntarily. Was that not the auspicious gift his mother had sent to the Shin family girl? How could it end up in Duan Mengmeng's hands? "Fourth prince." Duan Mengmeng, intimidated by Xiao Yuan's frigid demeanor, took a small step back. Ling Qinyi promptly interjected, "Is that a painting you are holding, Miss Duan?" At this, Duan Mengmeng's fearful expression transformed into a subtle smile, and she nodded emphatically yes. Before Ling Qinyi could ask further, she continued, "The other day at the second prince's banquet, the Shin family girl expressed her disdain for this painting and was willing to sell it for 2,000 taels of silver. So I bought it." With a hint of regret, she added, "Fourth prince, please do not take offense. This painting is just as valuable in my hands, and I will certainly take good care of it." She clutched the painting tightly to her chest, lamenting that the 2,000 taels had depleted her savings, yet acquiring this painting was worth it. She gazed at Xiao Yuan with affection, her smile freezing in the icy depths of his gaze. Fourth prince." Xiao Yuan's expression darkened ominously, his hands clenched into fists within his sleeves, the pain in his body overshadowed by the fury in his heart. That woman still harbored such disdain for him? The carriage curtain was violently drawn down, and Xiao Yuan's cold voice commanded the driver, "Return to the residence." "Fourth prince." "Senior brother." Duan Mengmeng stared blankly as the carriage drove away, stumbling forward a couple of steps. Once the carriage had completely vanished, the innocence and clarity on her face was replaced by a mocking smirk. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Even Ling Chenyi sat quietly in a corner, refraining from uttering a word, fearful that a stray comment might provoke someone's ire. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yuan suddenly asked coldly, "Did Shen Changhe go to propose today?" "Indeed," Ling Chenyi replied, maintaining his vow of minimal speech. As expected, Xiao Yuan's expression darkened further as the envoy sent to Jiangnan returned. "He returned a few days ago, but seeing you were busy, I did not pass the news on," Ling Chenyi replied. Just then, the driver called out, "Fourth Prince, young Master Ling, we have arrived." Xiao Yuan dismounted with a stoic face, Ling Chenyi following closely behind as they headed to the front study. In the study, Qingyan presented tea before stepping aside. Xiao Yuan sat behind the desk, perusing the letter from Jiangnan, his wrist resting on the table's edge as his eyes narrowed slightly. "When did he gain an older sister?" Ling Chenyi frowned, recalling that during the Mid-Autumn Festival at the tavern, he distinctly remembered the mention of only one younger sister, with no reference to an elder sibling. However, according to the letter, his sister was 6 years his senior, suggesting she might have been adopted. It should not pose a problem. Xiao Yuan placed the letter on the desk, lowering his gaze to its contents. "So your assumption that there is no issue is merely conjecture." Ling Chenyi's expression stiffened. An older sister 6 years his senior could hardly be free of complications with Zhang Yiyang, could she? Xiao Yuan raised his gaze to meet his calm demeanor betraying no hint of disturbance. Yet Ling Chenyi hastily interjected, "I will send someone to his hometown to inquire immediately." Only then did Xiao Yuan nonchalantly withdraw his gaze, prompting Qingyan to step forward and collect the letter to destroy it. Though there likely won't be any significant findings, especially since his sister is about to wed Xiao Yuan, speak with evidence. Ling Chenyi pursed his lips and nodded. "Oh, by the way, Li Huayan dispatched someone to keep an eye on that scholar and discovered that today he sent a message to Miss Shen through a cook from the Shen residence. And then, the ink-scented attendant beside Miss Shen personally left the residence to meet him at the tavern. What they discussed remains unknown." Xiao Yuan picked up the official document to begin annotating, his expression as placid as still water. Ling Chenyi was somewhat taken aback by his unflappable demeanor. "If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Xiao Yuan remained focused on the document, replying, "Within 3 days, ensure Jiangnan conducts a thorough investigation." 3 days? That barely allows enough time for the letter to travel. Xiao Yuan coolly lifted his gaze, and before he could speak, Ling Chenyi immediately reassured, "All right, I understand. I will have it expedited." Only then did Xiao Yuan lower his gaze once more, continuing his annotations. Ling Chenyi sighed heavily and departed from the fourth prince's residence. The betrothal ceremony between the Shen and Lin families proceeded smoothly. Both households exchanged invitations and awaited the alignment of auspicious dates to set a wedding date. Madame Shen was utterly delighted and the following day, began planning another visit to the Shangjiwei temple. Determined to set the wedding date and welcome the bride into their home sooner, thus easing her own burdens, however, she thought it prudent to prioritize her sister's marriage before rushing into her son's. "There is no need to hurry with the marriage. We should settle my sister's affairs first," Shen Changhe said softly. At the mention of this, Madame Shen's smile faltered. Marrying off a daughter and taking in a daughter-in-law were entirely different emotional landscapes. If she had been jubilant moments ago, she now felt equally despondent. Moreover, she was not particularly fond of the scholar in question, yet for reasons unknown, both her son and husband seemed to approve of him and were urging her to finalize the arrangements with an inexplicable sense of urgency. "Anan, what do you think?" Madame Shen turned to Shenan. "And I shall heed mother's wishes," Shenan replied, feigning shyness. Madame Shen sighed again, for while it was said that Anan would follow her wishes, in truth, she merely wished for her daughter to expedite the preparations. Truly, a young woman must not linger at home. "Very well, since you all agree, let us proceed with the arrangements." Shenan exhaled in relief, only to find herself meeting her elder brother's somber gaze, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. "Once your engagement is settled, I shall return to Shangjiwei Temple to request Master Wenin to calculate auspicious dates for your wedding. And at that point, my task will be complete." The siblings had no objections to this plan. Madame Shen furrowed her brow. It was imperative that the news of Anan's prior acquaintance with the scholar remain concealed from the outside world. Should they hastily finalize the engagement, speculation would inevitably arise. "Let us do this. I shall discuss with your father about inviting some reputable and capable scholars, who are prominent in the capital, to a banquet under the pretext of selecting suitors for an end. We can arrange for that scholar to make a favorable impression, thus mitigating any potential gossip." Shen Changhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prudence of this approach. However, he expressed concern that it would be inappropriate not to invite the scions of noble families. It would raise eyebrows if the illustrious Shin family chose a suitor from a humble background. Then let us invite them all, Madame Shin declared decisively. You will oversee the male guests. I trust you will manage it well. After all, it was not uncommon for the daughters of noble families to host a banquet to select a husband as their daughters were no longer young. Shin Changha nodded. Seeing that the three of them were in accord, Madame Shin promptly instructed a nearby maid to inform the steward to make the necessary arrangements and send out invitations. Once everything was settled, she inquired, "Here, how did your interaction with the young lady of the Lin family go yesterday?" "All went well," Shin Changha replied. Madame Shin nodded. "That is good. Time passes slowly and feelings are cultivated gradually. As long as you do not harbor any aversion, it suggests that the young lady is to your liking." A smile crept onto Madame Shin's lips. She had always believed her judgment to be sound. It was merely a matter of time before her son would fall for such a splendid lady. Initially reluctant, he had already begun to accept her after just a few encounters. Shin Changha lowered his gaze, sipping his tea in silence. Such a young lady, whether or not feelings had developed, would undoubtedly lead a life devoid of turmoil. After discussing matters with Shinwen, Madame Shin wasted no time in preparing for the banquet. Acting swiftly. 2 days later, invitations had reached the esteemed families as well as the hands of scholars from humble backgrounds. Those familiar with the social circles could easily discern the intentions behind the banquet, especially with the inclusion of common scholars. Of thus, Shin's engagement became a hot topic of discussion among the elite. Qingfeng and Qing'an lingered by the study, exchanging glances, both reluctant to enter and face the awkwardness. Qingfeng, holding the invitation, flipped it repeatedly, and seeing Qing'an's refusal to go, he finally steeled himself and pushed the door open. Master Xiao Yuan looked up from his documents, his expression impassive as he continued to focus on his work. "Which family is this from?" he inquired in a rather indifferent tone. It's from the Shin family." Qingfeng swallowed hard. Xiao Yuan paused, his pen leaving a large inkblot on the paper. "The Shin family is hosting a banquet, and they have sent out invitations. Will you be attending?" It was clear that the invitation to the fourth princess residence was merely an afterthought, had it not been for Xiao Yuan's noble status. The Shin family likely would not have bothered to extend it at all. "What kind of banquet is it?" Tea tasting. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. The Shin family, known for its military prowess, had never held such an artistic gathering. Tossing the document aside, he asked, "Who else have they invited?" Qingfeng hesitated. "Children from the prominent families and, notable scholars from humble backgrounds." There was no need for further speculation. It was evident what the Shin family aimed to achieve with this banquet. Qingfeng could sense Xiao Yuan's displeasure without even raising his head. The study fell into an oppressive silence, and Qingfeng began to sweat as he mustered the courage to ask, "Master, will you be attending?" "The banquet is scheduled for the day after tomorrow." With the resurgence of the second princess influence, Xiao Yuan was exceedingly busy, and it seemed unlikely that he would have time for such an event. Yet, a banquet hosted by the Shin family, especially one for selecting a suitor for their daughter, could not be approached with ordinary logic. Xiao Yuan lifted his head, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Have the steward prepare a gift." This was an indication that he would indeed attend. Qingfeng nodded eagerly and exited with the invitation in hand, instead of returning to his documents. Xiao Yuan examined the invitation, and in the stillness of the study he gradually crumpled the paper into a ball before tossing it into the wastebasket. 2 days later, the banquet welcomed not only male guests but also a plethora of young ladies from distinguished families. Almost everyone of standing was present. The steward managed the invitations, and upon realizing that the Yen family sisters had also been invited, she was taken aback. The Yen family was a literary family. The patriarch had once educated princes, and not inviting them would have been remiss. However, their presence was indeed. With the guests arriving, Shin'an suppressed her thoughts and extended her hospitality. Uncharacteristically, Mengmeng refrained from her usual sharp jibes today. Merely glancing at Shin'an before joining the other young ladies as they entered, Miss Shin and Ying curtsied respectfully. Shin'an returned the gesture. Once most guests had arrived, Shin'an led them to the floral hall to sit. The young lady from the Lin family had come early and was now surrounded by several friends, who teased her playfully. "How does it feel to be visiting your future in-laws? Surely you must be feeling eager to sneak a peek at Shingongzi's handsome demeanor." The group, all close friends, spared no effort in their playful banter. Lin Yuru glared at them in mock anger. "Enough, you can't say such things outside. Do you want to make a spectacle of me?" They laughed lightly. "All right, we wouldn't say anything more. We're just surprised. Usually, you're so quiet, and suddenly you're engaged to the son of the highly esteemed Grand Commander. You're making us green with envy." While they spoke, their eyes held no jealousy, only joy for Lin Yuru. She smiled shyly at Shin'en, her face flushed as she dared not lift her gaze, although the Shin family was not as illustrious as the princes. They were still one of the most respected families among the elite. Shin Changhe was well versed in both martial and civil affairs, a favored figure at court, commanding the imperial guard at a young age, and had undoubtedly captured the hearts of many young ladies. He was tall and handsome, yet suitors who could match the Shin family's status were few and far between, though many young ladies harbored such aspirations. They dared not voice them now, upon learning that the illustrious son of the Grand Commander was to be paired with a daughter from the Hanlin Academy. Many felt regret and envy, though they dared not express it openly within the Shin residence. Shin'en would not allow them the opportunity. Yesterday, my elder brother specifically instructed me to take good care of Miss Lin. Lin Yuru's face grew even redder, and she shot Shin'en an embarrassed glance. Remembering her brother's considerate actions on the engagement day, Lin Yuru felt a surge of happiness, eagerly anticipating the day of their marriage, and Meng Meng observed the flattery directed toward Lin Yuru and Shin'en with a cold gaze. Scoffing softly, "What is there to be proud of about being the daughter of the Hanlin Academy? I wonder what has gotten into the Shin family, matching their eldest son with the daughter of a powerless civil official. And they even invited common scholars. Are they so desperate that they must lower their standards?" However, if Shin'en were to settle down, no one would vie for her attention, and the favor of the Shin family matriarch would dwindle. Thus she felt secure today, choosing to refrain from causing any disturbances. She lowered her head and sipped the tea offered by her maid. To be fair, the Shin family had done well in this regard. At least the reputation for their tea was well deserved, as they served rare and exquisite brews. As she kept her gaze lowered, she suddenly noticed a droplet of tea spill from her companion's cup, creating ripples in the surface. Frowning slightly, she wondered, "Why are you crying during a visit?" And Ying, gripping her teacup tightly, lowered her head further in a flustered manner. "No, I was just caught off guard by the steam." Chapter 60, Blocking the Path. Really? Meng's lips curled in disbelief as she shot her a cold glance. Following Ying's line of sight, she caught sight of Lin Yuru being adored by the crowd. Her brows arched slightly, and a glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes. To be betrothed to the Shin family, Lin Yuru had become the envy of many young ladies, and it appeared that her second sister was among them. Little did she know when her sister had begun to harbor such feelings toward Shin Changhe, and Meng sneered at Ying. "What are you crying about? You've always played the weak card whenever something happens." Without a shred of ability, it's rather irritating to watch. Her dislike for Ying was not without reason. Such pettiness was unbecoming of the Yin family, and Ying's expression faltered, her lips pressing together as she twisted her handkerchief tightly. She raised her head, gazing at the cheerful young lady across from her, her innocent eyes gradually clouding over. Indeed, what good does crying do? At that moment, her maid hurriedly entered from outside and whispered something in her ear. Duan Ying kept her eyes lowered, making it difficult to discern her expression. Once the maid stepped aside, she sat for a while longer before finding an excuse to leave the flower hall. Duan Meng watched her sister's departing figure, and her cold demeanor suddenly broke into a smile. This fool, it seemed, could indeed have moments of enlightenment. She raised her gaze to glance at the oblivious Shin'en and the conversing Lin Yuru not far away. Snorting softly, before gracefully lowering her head to sip her tea, after all, she was her elder sister. It wouldn't tease her to lend her a hand later, having put some distance between herself and the flower hall. The maid immediately spoke up. "I have inquired thoroughly. Mississippi young Master Shin is currently in charge of hosting the male guests today and will soon pass by the lake pavilion in the back courtyard. If you wait there, it could be worth a try." Duan Ying bit her red lip tightly, her face a mask of struggle. After a moment, she suddenly turned around and spoke softly, "Perhaps it's best to let it go. After all, this is the Shin residence. Blocking him midway could raise suspicions. Young Master Shin is a man of integrity. If he were to find out, it might displease him." As she turned to leave, the maid grasped her wrist, exclaiming, "Oh my dear young lady, how can you still concern yourself with such rules and etiquette at this juncture? Have you forgotten what the third young lady just said? And what of Miss Lin? She has secured a marriage with the Shin family, basking in the admiration of numerous young ladies. This is your only chance for a turnaround, and besides, you and young Master Shin are already acquainted with a life-saving bond intertwined. Are you truly willing to give up so easily?" Tears fell anew from Duan Ying's eyes. She was naturally unwilling to concede. Moreover, she had distinctly felt young Master Shin's affections for her during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was only then that she hesitated, fearing that revealing their names might lead to entanglements with Shin Changhe due to the life-saving debt. Had she known his identity back then, she would have seized this opportunity without hesitation. "My lady, you must think carefully. If you miss today, you may never have another chance. Duan Yingying's fingers slowly curled into a fist as she turned to gaze upon the bluestone path leading to the lake pavilion. A lifetime of happiness was worth fighting for. If young Master Shen still held her in his heart, perhaps his engagement with Miss Lin was merely a matter of parental arrangement. Let us go, she declared resolutely, stepping onto the bluestone path. Meanwhile, the young ladies surrounding Lin Yurua finally began to disperse, and Shinanan, occupied with attending to the various young ladies, could not remain by her side. Duan Mengmeng finished her cup of tea and leisurely made her way toward Lin Yurua. Though they had never gotten along, she made an effort to restrain her disdain in the Shen residence. Third young lady, is there something on your mind? Duan Mengmeng took a seat beside her, beaming with a smile. It's nothing much really, I am merely surprised that Miss Lin, who has always held herself in such high regard, has become betrothed to a young master of the Shen family. She tilted her head slightly. I had thought you to be above such social climbing, valuing lineage and status. What do you mean by that? Lin Yurua's expression tightened, her eyes flashing with coldness. Nothing much, Duan Mengmeng replied lightly. I simply find it curious how you can accept a man who harbors feelings for another as your husband. Watching Lin Yurua's complexion drain of color, Duan Mengmeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Is it possible that all your previous airs of superiority were merely a facade? Lin Yurua clenched her fingers tightly, the chill creeping up her spine, causing her to tremble slightly. The sensitive vulnerabilities deep within her were easily provoked, leaving her unable to suppress her panic and embarrassment. She raised her gaze toward the Duan sister seating area, only to find that the second young lady was indeed absent. Her expression darkened, her complexion paling further. Regardless, I am bound by parental decree and the matchmaker's words. With the formalities completed, it is far better than the third young lady's situation. For so many years, I have longed for someone who remains utterly unattainable, yet here I am, reduced to envy over her fortunes. Duan Mengmeng found Lin Yurua's incessant chatter insufferable. She never backed down in an argument and struck straight to the heart of the matter with precision. More infuriatingly, her innocent demeanor elicited sympathy from all, even when she was being provocative, her smile unwavering. When young Master Shen calls off the engagement, I wonder if Miss Lin will shed tears in her blankets. With a flick of her sleeve, she departed back to her seat, her purpose fulfilled. Having no need to continue exchanging words with her, Lin Yurua let out a cold huff. Yet, no matter how strong her facade, she could not quell the unease gnawing at her heart. She dismissed the envy of the other young ladies but felt a distinct anxiety regarding the second young lady. Duan, did she know the truth behind the bond between young Master Shen and her? Or was it a genuine mutual affection? Was she merely an obstacle in their path? As these thoughts spiraled, Lin Yurua found herself unable to remain seated. Struggling to maintain her composure, she too rose and exited the flower hall. Duan Mengmeng's lips curled into a faint smile as she delicately sipped her tea, thanking her sister for her timely assistance. After finishing her conversation with several young ladies, Shinanan turned around, only to realize Lin Yurua had left the flower hall unobserved. She tilted her head to inquire with a nearby maid. The maid furrowed her brow and replied, Miss Lin mentioned feeling a bit stifled and wished to take a stroll. She left shortly after the second young lady. Upon hearing this, Shinanan realized that Duan Yingying had also vanished from sight, her previously relaxed brow furrowing with concern. Go find them and report back immediately if anything arises. Yes, the maid promptly exited. Shinanan pondered for a moment before summoning another maid. Check the front courtyard to see if my elder brother is present. No need to announce yourself, just return and inform me. Understood. In the front courtyard flower hall, with Shen Changhe in attendance, the commoners and aristocrats were seated separately, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Those with aspirations to align themselves with the Shen family eagerly clustered near, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with Shen Changhe. The commoners were notably quieter, having seldom attended such gatherings. Realizing that the daughters of the Shen family were beyond their reach, they felt as if they were merely there to fill space. Zhang Yeyang sat not far from Shen Changhe, during which the latter engaged him in a vague conversation, discussing literature and governance. Seemingly finding common ground, this interaction garnered varied opinions from both commoners and aristocrats. Some in agreement while others displayed disdain, puzzled by why the Shen family's eldest son would regard an unremarkable scholar with such favor. Nevertheless, this marked Zhang Yeyang's first official appearance before the aristocracy. Leaving an impression, all was progressing smoothly until an individual arrived, shattering the amiable atmosphere. The announcement of the fourth prince has arrived echoed through the hall, plunging it into silence as all eyes turned toward the entrance. When the tall figure stepped inside, everyone rose in unison to pay their respects. The fourth prince, Xiao Yuan, donned a dark-hued narrow-sleeved brocade robe, with golden threaded clouds intricately embroidered at the sleeves, a white jade belt cinching his waist. Exuding an air of nobility that was simply overwhelming, coupled with his cold, indifferent countenance, he resembled an unattainable peak of snow, beautiful yet distant, invoking a sense of awe that made it difficult to meet his gaze. His eyes swept across the room, instilling a palpable pressure among the guests. Zhang Yiyang felt the familiar stirrings of fear and trepidation, even lacking the courage to maintain a straight posture. "Please, be seated," he commanded, prompting a collective sigh of relief as the guests settled back down. Though the atmosphere remained tense and eerily quiet, the commoners bowed their heads, fearful of misstepping. As for them, a prince was the highest authority they had ever encountered. Far beyond their station, the aristocrats, however, had a different perspective. The fourth prince rarely attended gatherings unless deemed necessary, especially one such as this, clearly intended for selecting a suitor for the Shin daughter. His presence here inevitably led those present to ponder the implications. Shinshang's brows furrowed, a thread of unease creeping into his heart, yet he promptly rose to offer Xiao Yuan a seat. The prince accepted without hesitation, taking the position previously held by Shinshanghe. "You need not stand on ceremony. Continue where you left off." Everyone nodded in agreement, yet none dared to speak. Shinshanghe's gaze lingered on Xiao Yuan's attire today, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Aside from royal banquets, he had never witnessed the prince dress so formally, adorned with the golden threaded cloud patterns exclusive to royalty. Even seated, the overwhelming aura of authority and unparalleled nobility radiated from him, instilling fear in the hearts of all present, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. "Is this merely a banquet?" Shinshanghe's unease intensified, his fingers tightening around his teacup until the knuckles turned white. He began to contemplate whether he should summon his father to take charge. Faced with Xiao Yuan, he felt no sense of confidence. Sensing the tension, a young aristocrat took the initiative to ease the atmosphere, suggesting young Master Shin was just mentioning a stroll to the Lake Pavilion, where a poetic contest could be held, inviting all talented individuals to showcase their skills and see who stands above the rest. A poetic contest? Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a cold smile flickering in his eyes. "Is that so? How delightful. I shall join in the merriment as well." With that, he turned to Shinshanghe, inquiring, "Aside from the poetic contest, are there other talents to be displayed?" Shinshanghe met his gaze, steadying himself before responding softly, "Indeed there are. The Lake Pavilion has been prepared with tables and chairs for painting and debating, among other activities." "Oh, how interesting," Xiao Yuan remarked, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "But young Master Shin is a martial artist. Why does it seem that all these activities cater to scholars?" His words hinted at a stark contrast to the martial lineage of the Shin family. His gaze intentionally and unintentionally swept towards the direction of Zhang Yiyan, his eyes filled with scorn. Shinshanghe naturally discerned the underlying meaning of his words and had already concluded the purpose of Xiao Yuan's visit today. A flicker of complexity passed across his expression as he spoke softly. "It is precisely because my family is composed entirely of martial generals that we hold civil officials in such high esteem." Xiao Yuan nodded noncommittally, slowly rising to his feet. "What are we waiting for? Let us go, and allow this prince to broaden his horizons and witness the extraordinary talents present here." His tone was indifferent, devoid of any change in expression, yet an immediate chill enveloped the hall, penetrating into the very bones of those present. His words served as both a warning and a veiled threat. Xiao Yuan took the lead and departed from the floral hall, and the remaining guests naturally followed suit. Shinshanghe cast a glance in Zhang Yiyang's direction, his eyes betraying an uncontainable concern. Should Xiao Yuan take action, even if Zhang Yiyang were to cheat, he might not emerge victorious. However, the fourth prince was undeniably remarkable, having long surpassed all in the capital. Even if he were to lose to him, it would not be a source of shame. After all, even if he personally intervened, he would merely be losing with slightly less disgrace. The male guests made their way towards the lakeside pavilion in grand procession, prompting Shinshanghe to summon a servant, giving careful instructions to station someone nearby to prevent young ladies from inadvertently wandering in. The servant, taking heed of the command, swiftly went to make arrangements. "The young lady must be waiting for young Master Shin," the maid remarked, causing Duan Yingying, who had been waiting behind the flowering tree, to brighten with anticipation. At that moment, several maids and servants approached to begin dispersing the attendants surrounding the lakeside pavilion, ensuring no one could get too close. Duan Yingying, nervously clutching her handkerchief, realized that once the male guests arrived, she would be ushered away by the servants of the Shin household, thus losing her chance to see young Master Shin. She had waited for quite some time, even preparing what she wanted to say. How could she bear to leave just like that? Her gaze fixed upon the entrance of the lakeside pavilion behind the rockery, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed over, hiding herself just as the maid arrived. The little maid, delighted to see her young lady had entered, was soon discovered and had no choice but to retreat outside to keep watch. At that moment Lin Yurua happened to catch sight of her. From the maid's words, she learned that young Master Shin would soon arrive at the lakeside pavilion. Lin Yurua raised her gaze towards the pavilion, her face pale, her nails digging into her palms. "My lady, it may just be a misunderstanding. Look, the servants of the Shin household are already beginning to disperse the crowd. How could young Master Shin be here for a secret rendezvous with Miss Duan?" The term secret rendezvous struck Lin Yurua's ears like a sharp blade. She furrowed her brows and chastised, "Do not speak such nonsense." The phrase was not one to be frivolously tossed about, even if the two of them were romantically inclined. She did not wish to tarnish their reputations with such sordid words. It was merely a slip of the tongue, my lady. The little maid quickly apologized, yet both mistress and maid knew that whether it was the earlier comments or the thoughts in their hearts, they were merely self-deceptions. Lin Yurua fixed her gaze on the maid of Duan Yingying, who was crouched behind the flowering tree, casting furtive glances towards the lakeside pavilion, clearly indicating that Miss Duan was inside. Chapter 61. If one has no shame, then one might as well tear it off. Miss Lin, a maid, bowed respectfully. The lakeside pavilion is set to entertain the male guests shortly, and young master has ordered that the ladies keep their distance. Lin Yurua composed herself, nodding slightly. "I have a few words to share with young Master Shin. I shall not disturb the gentleman and will leave shortly." The little maid had no reason to doubt her and immediately acquiesced. After all, the other party was to be the future mistress of the household, not someone a mere maid could question. "Xiao Jie, wait for me outside. I will return shortly," Lin Yurua instructed, her eyes gradually filling with determination as she gazed at the lakeside pavilion. No matter the circumstance, she had to confront it. She was aware that matters of marriage could not be trifled with. "My lady, perhaps I should accompany you." The maid expressed her unease, fearing that her mistress's kindness might lead to trouble. Lin Yurua gently shook her head. "No need." She steadied her heart and stepped inside. Just a few paces in, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the lakeside pavilion, indicating the arrival of the male guests. Lin Yurua's heart raced, and she quickly sought a place to conceal herself. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted a corner of a rockery, the colors and patterns unmistakably belonging to the outfit worn by Miss Duan today. Lin Yurua bit her lip, her gaze unwavering. "Young Master Shin, when is your wedding date set?" The fourth prince and Shin Changhe walked ahead, engaged in hushed conversation. "The wedding date will depend on family arrangements. It should not be too long from now. I shall not forget this cup of celebratory wine, Your Highness." Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, and he halted, looking in a particular direction. Simultaneously, Shin Changhe's attention shifted to the rockery, and upon catching sight of a corner of fabric protruding, his brows furrowed deeply. "First, lead the esteemed guests to the flower hall behind the lakeside pavilion for tea." He instructed a nearby servant, who complied and ushered the guests away. Xiao Yuan, however, did not leave, his dark and brooding gaze fixed on the person hiding behind the rockery. Shin Changhe's expression grew particularly grim. He had instructed the servants to disperse the area, yet someone remained hidden here, their intentions unmistakable. He had not anticipated that a lady would be so audacious as to confront someone within the confines of the Shin household. All the guests invited today were of noble birth. How could there be one with such impure thoughts, scheming and plotting? Had she no regard for her family's honor? His first thought was that this lady must be here for Xiao Yuan. "The male guests have departed. You may come out now," he said, his voice low and frigid. The person behind the rockery trembled slightly, hurriedly pulling her dress closer. Hearing Shin Changhe's voice, Duan Yingying felt a mix of joy and tension. Carefully considering her words to appear frail, "Are you waiting for someone to invite you down, my lady?" His tone had grown noticeably displeased, tinged with coldness. Duan Yingying steeled her nerves and stepped out from behind the rockery. Her clear, cautious gaze now brimming with unshed tears, she performed a graceful bow. Young Master Shin, lifting her eyes, she saw Xiao Yuan present as well, and her heart raced, prompting her to bow once more. "Your Highness." Biting her lip, she felt a swirl of panic and embarrassment, her face aflame with humiliation. Her actions had already been disgraceful, and now the fourth prince had witnessed it. Xiao Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at Duan Yingying, a smirk playing upon his lips. "It seems the poetry competition is about to commence. This prince shall take his leave first." Shin Changhe, regaining his composure after his initial shock, maintained a steady demeanor. "I am grateful to Your Highness for overseeing the esteemed guests." Xiao Yuan acknowledged, stepping towards the flower hall behind the lakeside pavilion. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he halted once more. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yurua's heart raced to her throat, desperately shrinking back, fearing further discovery and embarrassment. However, Xiao Yuan merely cast a glance in her direction, his voice laced with mockery. "Today is quite lively. With that, he departed without another word. Shin Changha observed the tearful, delicate young lady, his expression betraying no emotion. Miss Duan appears to have lost her way. I shall have someone escort you back to the banquet hall. As he spoke, he prepared to summon someone. Duan Yingying hurriedly interjected, no, gathering her courage, she met Shin Changha's gaze directly. I have not lost my way. I am here waiting for you. She twisted her handkerchief tightly, her fingers turning purple from the pressure. Shin Changha's previously expressionless face shifted, a shadow passing through his eyes. He remained silent, merely regarding Duan Yingying with a flat gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line. Duan Yingying, anxious, failed to notice his subtle change, her mind racing with thoughts on how to articulate her feelings. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Lin Yurua's heart raced, anxious for the stifling silence. If one liked someone, they would express it. If not, silence was equally telling. What did this silence mean? A swift resolution would bring her own heart some ease. After all, it was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Thus providing her with clarity, time passed slowly, and Shin Changha's impatience grew. He had other arrangements concerning the male guests and no time to linger here, especially with the unpredictable fourth prince present, compelling him to exercise caution. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. Miss Duan, you have been waiting here for a reason. What is it you wish to convey? The effort she had made to evade the servants and wait here reminded Shin Changha of the day of the engagement. Echoing Shinanen's words, some individuals could not be judged by appearances alone. How could a seemingly timid girl possess the audacity to intercept a man in the outer court? Duan Yingying bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to speak. I wish to explain what transpired on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. That night, it is all in the past, Miss Duan. There is no need to dwell on it. Shin Changha interjected, cutting her off. He had once thought her heart to be pure, but upon reflection, her lack of inquiry into his name hinted at her concern that, if she remained nameless, she might cling to the flourishing Duan family. Duan Yingying's face turned ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shook her head. Young Master Shin, how can it be in the past? Does that not imply they have no connection whatsoever? Is he not bound by his parents' arrangements to Lin Yurua? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? No, she could not be mistaken. The way he had looked at her that night had been filled with compassion and admiration. In these days, I have sought you out. I even prayed fervently. Young Miss Shin is aware of this. If you do not believe me, you may ask her. Miss Duan. Shin Changha's tone sharpened, his brows knitting slightly. You are losing composure. Such words, in the current circumstances, especially now that he was already betrothed, should never have been spoken. While Shin Changha could not claim to be a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not a man devoid of shame. With such words spoken, Duan Yingying could not fathom any further confusion. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, cascading like a torrential flood. Her sobs resembled pear blossoms drenched in rain, evoking a sense of sympathy. Shin Changha's brow furrowed even tighter. Witnessing her distress, one could only speculate how others might misconstrue the situation. Believing he had wronged her in some manner, the hour was late, and I instructed someone to escort Miss Duan back home. Duan Yingying stood there, as if plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being shivering with cold. She could not comprehend why things had turned out this way. The man who had stirred her heart had so callously rejected her with unfeeling words. As she lifted her gaze to the retreating figure of Shin Changha, a paragon of virtue and stature, she suddenly recognized the impropriety of her own actions. As a young lady of a prestigious family, what was she doing intercepting a gentleman at another's residence? Such behavior was unbecoming, especially towards a man of Shin's caliber, who would undoubtedly disdain her lack of self-respect. Regret flooded her heart, compounded by her hatred for Duan Yingying's incitement, which had led her to lose her composure and squander her chance at a promising match. Meanwhile, Shin Changha halted once more at the spot where Xiao Yuan had recently paused, his somber eyes fixating on the gently swaying flowering tree. Lin Yuru felt a pang of anxiety, biting her crimson lip, before she rose and stepped forward, offering a graceful bow. Young Master Shin. Shin Changha regarded her, his temple throbbing, yet he managed to temper the chill emanating from his demeanor. At that moment, a servant entered to escort Duan Yingying away. As she departed, Duan Yingying cast a lingering glance at the pair standing opposite her, biting her lower lip until it bled. Her face was as pale as death. It was said that the Lin family daughters were gentle and demure, with hearts so pure, yet now it appeared they harbored hidden depths, demonstrating remarkable cunning as they effortlessly eliminated her from the competition. Her gaze gradually darkened with resentment, attributing her sorrow, despair, and humiliation to the sudden appearance of Lin Yuru. At that moment, Lin Yuru was too preoccupied with her own turmoil to care about how others perceived her. Her head bowed, clutching her handkerchief, she projected an air of guilt. From Shin Changha's previous demeanor towards Duan Yingying, she understood that he valued propriety and decorum. Caught in the act, her heart raced with anxiety and shame. Lin Yuru remained silent, and Shin Changha did not speak either, both awaiting the other to break the silence. After all, as his betrothed, she could not be treated as he had treated Duan Yingying. And Shin Changha had already surmised why Lin Yuru found herself in that place. While a gentleman ought not eavesdrop, he found her presence less disagreeable than Duan Yingying's actions. Lin Yuru, mustering her courage, lifted her chin. Do not speak so lightly. Miss Duan San's reputation precedes her, and many a handsome young man is utterly captivated by her charm. The number of suitors vying for her hand is surely countless. Stretching from the Duan residence to the very gates of the city, the other young ladies, upon hearing this, disdainfully curled their lips. While visiting as guests, they refrained from uttering any harsh words, choosing instead to conceal their envy and jealousy deep within their hearts. It is Miss Shin who exhibits true grace. The Shin family graciously hosted us for tea, a gesture of refined elegance, yet the Duan sisters displayed such disgraceful behavior at the gathering that it threatens to transform the Shen banquet into a jest. Indeed, Miss Shin even sent someone to escort them back to their residence. Such a humiliating affair should compel one to seek an explanation from the Duan family. Miss Shinenen, who had remained silent, cast a glance at the two speakers, her lips subtly curving upward. Did they wish to incite her to spread their mockery of the Duan sisters? Were these two young ladies truly so clever as to regard others as fools? It is but a trivial matter. You two ladies exaggerate. Come now, let us continue our meal without further ado. The other young ladies raised their fruit wine glasses, nearly taking symbolic sips, and upon realizing that Shinenen was not engaging with them, the two young ladies fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the banquet thrived with merriment, everyone conversed with familiar faces, and no one paid heed to Shinenen. It was then that Lin Yuro, who had been quietly observing, suddenly approached her. Miss Lin. Shinenen greeted her with a sincere smile. What troubles you? Lin Yuro bit her lip and sat down beside her, her tone soft yet tinged with anxiety. Thank you, for what? Shinenen inquired. Lin Yuro managed to smile. I saw it all. Those two empty vessels were arranged by you through Mo Xiang. Shinenen paused, surprised by Lin Yuro's keen observation. Did you tamper with the Duan sisters' fruit wine? Shinenen did not deny it. Her almond eyes darkened with cold resolve. Since they had stripped away their dignity, why should she spare them any? Lin Yuro's face brightened. She appreciated Shinenen's forthrightness and her ability to own her actions. As Shinenen perceived admiration and delight in Lin Yuro's eyes, she raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable closeness develop between them. Thank you for having my back, Lin Yuro expressed, aware that Shinenen's actions against the Duan sisters were likely due to the incident at Lake Water Pavilion. Shinenen smirked. In my Shin household, to attempt seduction towards my elder brother and meddle in your affairs is tantamount to courting disaster. Did they truly think they could deceive her and her mother? Even if her elder brother were momentarily bewitched, would their mother accept a woman so devoid of decorum and virtue into the Shin family? Duan Yingying was indeed regressing, following Duan Mingming's poor example. Recalling Duan Yingying's despondent demeanor upon her return, Shinenen felt a tinge of curiosity. She turned to Lin Yuro. How did my elder brother treat Duan Yingying? Lin Yuro was taken aback, suddenly recalling the unpleasant expression on Shin Changha's face at Lake Water Pavilion. He had been coldly dismissive towards Duan Yingying. However, as one present at the scene, he had not directed his icy demeanor towards her. Realizing this, Lin Yuro's expression fell, her red lips lightly biting down. Seeing her like this, Shinenen furrowed her brows. What is it? Could it be that my elder brother is blind to the truth and harbors feelings for Duan Yingying? And then Lin Yuro pouted. You must help me. I was led over by Duan Mengmeng, and your elder brother seemed rather displeased when he spotted me. Do I ask that all? Shinenen let out a sigh of relief. Her elder brother was not so petty. Lin Yuro shook her head. No, you did not see how his face darkened upon seeing Duan Yingying among the male guests at Lake Water Pavilion. He instructed his people to surround the area, forbidding any ladies from approaching. He must think I am akin to Duan Yingying, lacking decorum and self-respect. She felt immense regret, even wishing she had not stepped out from behind the flowering tree. Had she simply turned to flee, he, being the gentleman he is, likely would not have wasted time pursuing her. Shinenen did not fully understand her elder brother, yet she knew Duan Yingying's trivial schemes would be glaringly obvious to him. His displeasure likely stemmed not from her intrusion but from her blatant disregard for propriety, especially towards him, a man already betrothed. For him, this was a matter of morality. Do not worry, my elder brother will not be angry with you. He is naturally not one to smile much. That may be true, Lin Yuro conceded. Upon reflection, aside from his gentle side, she had indeed rarely witnessed him smile. Earlier, word had spread that something had occurred at Lake Water Pavilion, prompting his swift departure. If his demeanor had been stern, it could not be said that he treated Duan Yingying with any hostility. Shinenen chuckled. My elder brother is engaged to you, Miss Lin. And he would not utter any unsavory words or engage in disgraceful deeds. Furthermore, given that you were present there, he must have surmised the situation. Lin Yuro felt a wave of relief wash over her, but suddenly realized she might have overstepped. Was it inappropriate to speak of such matters in front of her future sister-in-law? Yet she also felt that Shin'en, with her temperament, would not look down upon her. She had endeavored to restrain herself, but her feelings for that man were simply overwhelming. I wonder what transpired at Lake Water Pavilion and whether it has been resolved, she murmured. What? Shin'en tilted her head towards her. What happened at Lake Water Pavilion? Lin Yuro shook her head. I do not know. I was conversing with your elder brother when a young servant hurriedly ran over to say there was trouble at Lake Water Pavilion. And your elder brother left in a rush. Upon hearing this, Shin'en's brow furrowed deeply. According to her mother, there were several talent competitions scheduled at Lake Water Pavilion, and her elder brother was to coordinate with Zhang Yiyang ahead of time. Unless something unexpected occurred, he was expected to emerge victorious. Could it be that an unforeseen incident had arisen? There were many male guests present today, including heirs cultivated by noble families since childhood, all possessing exceptional talents. Mo Xiang, go and inquire about this. Understood. Mo Xiang quietly exited the room. The banquet had nearly reached its conclusion. The young ladies from various families had set aside their dishes and were engaged in conversation with acquaintances, bringing the event to its denouement. As long as Xinchanghe's affairs proceeded smoothly, today's gathering would be a resounding success. Yet unease began to creep into Shin'en's heart, and even the usual chatter among the young ladies felt somewhat distracted. Lin Yuro endeavored to steer the conversation, attempting to keep the atmosphere lively. Anan, are you alright? Lin Yuro inquired with concern. I'm fine, Shin'en replied with a smile. With Lin Yuro by her side, she hardly had to worry about the conversations among the young ladies. Although those individuals were certainly not as unscrupulous as the Duan sisters, they were not to be underestimated, as their words were often laced with subtlety and veiled barbs. Fortunately, Lin Yuro was adept at navigating such situations, responding with grace and poise, leaving no room for criticism. The young ladies present were all well aware of the underlying motives behind this tea gathering. One young lady remarked earlier during the banquet, I faintly heard the sound of a flute, resonant and prolonged. Was that from the male guests at Lake Water Pavilion? It seems to have originated from there. I heard it too. I wonder which young master possesses such talent. Another responded. The remaining young ladies nodded in agreement, displaying keen interest, a clear indication that they wished to discover which young master would outshine the rest and become the favored son-in-law of the Shin family. They had heard that today's invitation extended not only to the scions of noble families but also to scholars from humble beginnings, further piquing their curiosity about the outcome. Shin'en quietly observed the young ladies engaged in whispered discussions, her almond eyes narrowing imperceptibly. Indeed, gossip was in a woman's nature. Lin Yuro chuckled lightly. What is this? Are you all so intrigued by the young master playing the flute? Do you harbor some unspoken intentions? Miss Lin, the young ladies shot her a teasing glare. Lin Yuro laughed, covering her lips with a handkerchief, her tone lively. I heard from a maid that Shin Gongzi took the male guests to Lake Water Pavilion and instructed the servants to surround the area. Fearing the ladies might not know their place and intrude, it would be rather improper. After all, such pursuits belong to the realm of men. It would hardly be fitting for us young ladies to pry into their affairs. We should refrain from joining that excitement. Indeed, echoed another young lady beside Lin Yuro. There has already been one embarrassing incident today. Do we really wish to invite a second? With that, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The young ladies who had initially spoken appeared somewhat sheepish, realizing it was inappropriate to continue, and they lowered their heads, smiling in silence to mask the awkwardness. The Duan sisters' drunkenness was disgraceful, but barging into a gathering of men would reflect a lack of self-respect and decorum, rendering it even more humiliating. No one dared to mention the idea of attending, and after a brief while, some began to take their leave. Shin'en instructed her maidservants to see the guests out, and soon the majority of the young ladies in the hall had departed. At this moment, Mo Xiang finally returned, her expression one of undeniable distress. Mississippi Shin'en glanced at her, remaining silent as she exchanged a few pleasantries with the last two departing young ladies before turning back to Mo Xiang, her voice low and serious. What happened? Mo Xiang pursed her lips, casting a glance at Lin Yuro, her voice barely above a whisper. The competition over there was a resounding success. The fourth prince excelled in every category, earning thunderous applause. What? Shin'en's pupils dilated in shock, nearly believing she had misheard the fourth prince, Xiao Yuan. He is here too. Mo Xiang sighed, lowering her head to repeat her earlier statement. A heavy silence fell over the hall as Shin'en remained in a daze for quite some time. Xiao Yuan's attendance at such a tedious banquet was already perplexing, but to think he would also partake in an even more monotonous contest of talents, had he not always held such events in disdain. Once dismissing the palace's displays of talent as mere monkey tricks, today however it was simply unfathomable. A surge of indignation and disappointment at the thwarting of her plans welled up within her, causing a painful ache in her chest. Xiao Yuan, this man was born to be her adversary. She could not believe he was unaware of the significance of today's banquet. She had openly conveyed to him her relationship with Zhang Yeyang. His actions were clearly intended to disrupt the occasion. Lin Yuro felt a fleeting moment of surprise. After all, no matter the banquet, the fourth prince was always a guest of honor and never took to the stage. But upon reflection, it made sense, as it pertained to Anen's marriage. Yet, she was uncertain of Anen's feelings towards him. However, as she had not yet married into the family, discussing Shenenen's marriage seemed inappropriate. So she remained silent. Once Shenenen gathered her composure, she took the initiative to excuse herself. Shenenen forced herself to regain her focus and accompanied Lin Yuro to the flower-draped archway. Lin Yuro insisted, "You need not see me off, hurry back to your duties. I still need to bid farewell to Madame Shen. Departures and arrivals required a courtesy to the elders." Shenenen nodded and instructed Mo Ran to lead the way. Escorting Lin Yuro to Madame Shen's courtyard, after Lin Yuro departed, she turned towards the lakeside pavilion. By this time, the male guests were also beginning to disperse. With her head slightly bowed, she walked briskly until a pair of clawed dragon-patterned boots, adorned with golden threads, came into view. Approaching her from a distance, Shenenen immediately halted, not raising her gaze until the tall figure loomed over her, casting a cool, oppressive aura that seemed to envelop her. Chapter 63. Not embarrassing at all, she said nothing, merely stepped aside to grant him passage, offering a slight bow. "Your Highness, please proceed." Xiao Yuan did not move. His dark eyes fixated on Shenenen. They remained in this tense standoff for quite some time. Shenenen furrowed her brow and looked up. She wished to pass, but Xiao Yuan blocked her path. Does the fourth prince have business? She had not held his earlier disruption against her, so what more did he desire? Have I not informed you that scholar is not a good match? His tone was low and chilling, exuding an aura of coldness. Shenenen furrowed her brows tighter, finally meeting Xiao Yuan's gaze directly. One must experience to discern whether he is a good match. The matters of marriage cannot be dismissed simply by your decree. Experience? Xiao Yuan leaned closer, his fierce gaze penetrating. How does one experience? By marrying him, and then what? Can you escape unscathed? As he spoke, he suddenly seized her wrist with a fierce grip, his voice gritted through clenched teeth. Do you not realize that once wed, you will bear his surname for life? And what of it? Shenenen frowned, attempting to shake off his hand, but his strength was overwhelming. Her efforts felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. Xiao Yuan, this is Shen Manor. Release me. Unmoved, Xiao Yuan merely curled his lips slightly. And what of Shen Manor? Even if it were the palace, what is rightfully mine, no one shall lay a finger upon. His words carried a weight of meaning, yet he finally released his grip on Shenenen. When he was domineering, she despised him. When he was gentle, she took advantage. Speaking earnestly, she dismissed his words as nonsense. Xiao Yuan felt an overwhelming frustration. Despite their interactions over 2 lifetimes, Shenenen had never encountered such a stubborn and forceful side of him, akin to a wild beast guarding its territory. She rubbed her wrist and instinctively took a step back, a flicker of fear rising within her. Rest well. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Xiao Yuan shot her a heavy glance before striding away. He would not allow her to step beyond the gates of the capital. The calm demeanor she had maintained in front of Xiao Yuan, despite the events at the second prince's residence, shattered as she turned to watch the man's retreating figure, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with resentment. That wretched man, how did I not notice in my past life how meddlesome he is? Shenenen steadied her emotions and continued toward the lakeside pavilion. But before she reached her destination, she encountered Zhang Yeyang, who emerged from within, looking utterly disheveled. Clad in his only respectable attire, he appeared so out of place among the opulent young scions of noble families that it was almost laughable. Shenenen frowned slightly. She had instructed Mo Xiang to prepare several outfits for him. Why was he not wearing them today? Zhang Yeyang seemed as if he had lost his soul, his steps unsteady and his complexion pale as paper. Suddenly, he heard the respectful greetings of the servants. Young Mississippi. Instinctively, he looked up to see the radiant and dignified young lady standing in the corridor, her eyes sparkling with a smile that rendered her more beautiful than any mortal woman. Yet, he could not find joy in the moment. He forced a smile that felt painfully stiff. His feet felt as though they were weighed down with lead, unable to lift, as if the distance between them was not merely a few dozen steps, But an insurmountable chasm, separated by status, upbringing, and the confidence instilled in him since childhood among the wealthy, he stood before Shin'en, who observed his disheartened expression. She pressed her lips together, stepping off the corridor to approach him. Young Master Zhang Yaoyang felt as though he had a lump in his throat, opening his mouth several times before finally speaking. I apologize for disappointing you in Madame Shen's arrangements, causing trouble for you and bringing embarrassment upon myself. His face flushed crimson, shame preventing him from lifting his gaze. Shin'en fell into a brief silence, contemplating whether pulling him into this mire had been a mistake. Do not say that, she replied with an unprecedented softness in her tone. None of us anticipated the fourth prince's attendance today, nor did we expect him to personally take the stage. What was she thinking? Shin'en pondered internally, yet her words flowed gently, attempting to console Zhang Yaoyang. Not only you, even if other princes and all talented young men of the capital gathered, few could stand against him. Losing to the fourth prince is not a disgrace. Zhang Yaoyang struggled to form words, ultimately refraining from expressing his embarrassment. While it was true that talent could not compare to the fourth prince, Shin'en had provided him with ample preparation for the contest. Thus, with the Shen family's assistance, he had still failed to win. How could he not feel humiliated? Shin'en smiled tenderly. Do not worry. I will have my parents think of another way. You should go home and rest well and await my news. Zhang Yaoyang forced a bitter smile. As a man of 7 feet, I should be handling matters of marriage, yet here I am, relying on a lady's efforts and deliberations. Do not say that. Once we are married, we will be one family, indistinguishable from one another. Zhang Yaoyang gazed at Shin'en's stunningly bright face, genuinely feeling as though he had been granted a divine favor to win her heart. Utterly unaware of what merits he possessed to deserve such fortune. Moran, see young Master Zhang out. Yes. Moran stepped forward, gesturing for Zhang Yaoyang to follow this way. Please. Having suffered a blow today, Zhang Yaoyang bid farewell to Shin'en and quickly departed. She continued on her way to the lakeside pavilion, encountering few others along the path. Mo Xiang, who had been silent the entire time, finally could no longer hold her tongue. Miss, I distinctly sent clothes to young Master Zhang. Why did he? Shin'en gazed into the distance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Though he hails from humble origins, he carries his own pride. It was her oversight, not having considered this. The more those who sought to curry favor with the powerful, the more they cherished silks and satins, yet those with a modicum of dignity might perceive such finery as a humiliation. Looking down upon it, she refrained from probing deeper, fearing it might further wound his pride. But if he was proud, had he not considered whether he might bring disgrace upon her? The lady and he belonged to different social strata. Did he not realize that by not dressing appropriately, the outside world would not fail to say he was trying to climb above his station? Would he expect her to accommodate his rough cloth garments after their marriage? Mo Xiang felt that the young lady, as a favored daughter, should not be entangled with someone from a humble background, as their differing upbringings would inevitably lead to conflicts in the future. Shin'en shot Mo Xiang a stern glance. Such words must not be spoken again. Since I am to marry him, you must respect him as you would respect me. Mo Xiang pouted, reluctantly conceding, I understand. Suppressing her thoughts, Shin'en stepped into the lakeside pavilion. The guests in the flower hall had all departed, leaving only a servant to tidy up the mess. She surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted Shin'en's figure. A guard stood beside him, seemingly reporting something, while Shin'en frowned, his head bowed as he read the letter presented to him. Shin'en turned her steps toward the pavilion. That is about it. Time is pressing, and there is little more we can uncover. The guard stated respectfully. Shin'en nodded, returning the letter to the guard. You may leave now. Yes. The guard turned and bowed to the approaching Shin'en before departing. Shin'en glanced at Shin'en, inquiring coolly, have you heard the news? Yes. The siblings stood in the pavilion gazing at the koi swimming in the lake, both momentarily silent. Finally, Shin'en broke the silence. Mother's plans have fallen through. She will surely be furious. Shin'en remained silent, her thoughts racing. And Shin'en turned to her, his expression serious. Are you truly set on marrying that scholar, elder brother, today, whether from the Cold Clan or the young scions of noble families? Who could possibly seize the limelight from Shaoyuan? In the capital, not only has no one ever bested him, but who could even be compared to him? Zhang Yaoyang may have lost, but losing to Shaoyuan is hardly a disgrace. Alas, Shin'en let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. What my elder brother speaks of is not merely a matter of winning or losing, but what is it? Shin'en struggled to comprehend. Aside from today's talent competition, what else could provoke her elder brother's dissatisfaction with Zhang Yaoyang? The courtesy of yielding and ascending drinking below is the contention of gentlemen. Shin'en's brows were tightly knitted. For he was indeed unable to confront victory or defeat with equanimity, unable to accept it with grace, which was truly unbecoming of a gentleman. Moreover, when he allowed the servant to reveal the topics of the competition in advance, he did not express any reluctance